Finally, you're here. It was worth waiting so long. Using the reflection of some mirrors, he had set up. Yang Tianxing easily spotted a stunningly beautiful woman walking toward him. Yet despite her extraordinary beauty, the look in his eyes as he watched her reflection was one of pure hatred. This woman lived next door to him. Normally, even if he had to hear endless comparisons like the neighbor's child, he wouldn't harbor such murderous intent. But the problem was she wasn't just some neighbor's kid. She was the one he had warned countless times with zero results. She kept using their neighbor status to forcibly claim they were childhood sweethearts, making him her free shield. Even when Yang Tianxing tried to clarify, it was useless, because the next day, just as people were about to believe him, rumors spread that he was just avoiding trouble and was an irresponsible man. After Yang Tianxing had someone investigate, he confirmed that all these rumors were spread by the woman named Isekai'd's best friend. Because Yang Tianxing was an awakening spiritual entity, his physique gradually became stronger to carry his mental power. And since his mental power was extraordinarily strong, his body was also incredibly tough. This prevented some sycophants from physically attacking him. Since no explanation or warning worked, he had to resort to physical means to warn her again. Getting closer. Yang Tianxing stared at her through the mirror. He could only wait for her to pass by, and then throw a sack over her head. Other methods wouldn't work. She was a spiritization body different from his spiritual entity. A spiritization body is an ability user who awakens the spirit of all things and draws power from it. Isekai'd's spirit was a cat. So capturing her wasn't easy, but targeting her spirit, the inside of Yang Tianxing's sack had been specially modified, filled with highly concentrated catnip and silver vine. Just as she passed the corner where he was hiding, he threw the sack over her. Wait, this is... Meow. While he Xiao was incapacitated by the catnip and silver vine inside the sack, Yang Tianxing kicked her to the ground and started beating her. Spiritization bodies have far greater recovery and durability than spiritual entities, so he didn't worry about hurting her. He just went all out, splitting Mount Hua, shocking the 8 directions. Zenlation Sai, 1,000 years of death. Meow. I see. 1,000 years of death. Meow. 1,000 years of death. 1,000 years of death. Yang Tianxing casually discarded the stick in his hand, glanced at the sack, still convulsing on the ground, snorted coldly, and left. This corner had no surveillance, and he had altered his voice, making it hard for Xiao to identify him. Even if she knew, she couldn't say anything because in her story he was her precious childhood sweetheart. How could he possibly beat her like this? And this had basically become a trade between them. If Yang Tianxing exposed all this, those obsessive sycophants would probably still worship her anyway. But her reputation would be ruined among normal people. Proving everything would be too much trouble for Yang Tianxing, so beating her up for venting was simpler. Normally 2 people locked in such conflict might develop some spark. Strangely, nothing developed, especially for Yang Tianxing. If he spent too much time with any woman, including Xiao, he would have nightmares that night. Shortly after, Yang Tianxing left a pair of sharp claws, pierced the sack, and tore it open. Bastard! I'll kill you. After venting her anger, Xiao climbed up from the ground, her cat-like tail tucked tight between her legs, and slowly limped away. Yang Tianxing had reincarnated into this world with his memories intact. What was he before reincarnation? In this world, everyone possesses their own treasure, which gradually awakens as they grow. The spiritual entity Yang Tianxing had awakened gave him powerful mental strength and a body strong enough to bear it. All spiritual entities also have the ability to contract with other ability users and assist them in becoming stronger. However, according to Yang Tianxing, spiritual entities were once called summoners who summoned creatures from other worlds. But that method was too random, many summoners couldn't form combat power. Later, a perverted genius researched contracting other ability users and used the talent originally meant to assist summoned creatures to assist them, which brought about a huge change. Besides spiritual entities and spiritization bodies, there are also construct bodies and concept bodies. Construct bodies have various mechanical constructs in their spiritual worlds. They can manifest them into reality using mental energy and use the machine's characteristics to provide help, for example manifesting mechas for combat, taxis for driving, or even sex dolls for adult purposes. Concept bodies can fuse with the concept of a certain thing. If the concept is a phone model, they can become a phone person. It might seem similar to spiritization bodies when the concept is an animal or plant, but the difference is that the strength and potential of spiritization bodies depend on the race of the spirit, while concept bodies depend on the meaning they carry. He checked the time and saw it was almost 8 o'clock, so he hurried to the school playground. Normally, everyone would gradually complete their awakening as they aged, but some would get stuck at the final step, awakening their unique talent. So the state had developed a method to awaken early set for September 1st each year. Why that date? Because that's the start of the new semester at university. Although Yang Tianxing had already awakened his talent, he came here to put on a show, making it less likely for He Xiao to suspect he was the one who beat her up. "Hey Tianxing, you're early." Yang Tianxing's friend Li Yang greeted him as soon as he reached the playground. But when he spotted a certain figure, his expression became complicated. Finally unable to hold back despite Zhao Ming's attempt to stop him, he slapped Yang Tianxing's shoulder and said, "Tianxing, about that. He Xiao and Zhang Tianxi, what are you going to do?" Zhao Ming sighed at Li Yang's lack of restraint, then looked at Yang Tianxing. He too wanted to know his plan. "He Xiao Zhang Tianxi. What do their matters have to do with me?" Hearing those two names, Yang Tianxing put on a look of disdain. In his heart, he was still smug about beating up He Xiao earlier. As for Zhang Tianxi, he was He Xiao's biggest sycophant. Especially after He Xiao awakened, she became almost like a cat girl, and Zhang Tianxi, like a drugged addict, would run after Yang Tianxing whenever he got rejected. Tired of their harassment, Yang Tianxing had sneaked out that morning to ambush He Xiao. After today, they would all go their separate ways, and even if she found out later, she couldn't do anything to him. "I heard through some channels that Zhang Tianxi has sworn to duel you after full awakening. Loser can't have He Xiao. What? That bastard dares say that?" Yang Tianxing was furious. He Xiao meant nothing to him. He could just beat her up again if annoyed. But no man can stand being called incompetent. "But I also heard that because Zhang Tianxi is a spiritual entity like you, his grandfather, the school principal has prepared a war slave for him, probably already contracted. Although the spiritual entity's mental power limits the war slave's strength, it's definitely stronger than what we newly awakened can handle. Maybe you should just forget it, Tianxing. Don't bother with him. You don't like He Xiao anyway, so there's no need to fight." "Damn. Wealthy bastard." Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes in exasperation. So this was the power of money. Yang Tianxing and his friends, along with other classmates, endured on the playground until 8 o'clock. After a simple flag-raising ceremony, an energy field generator beneath the ground was activated. In the field, many felt something break through a barrier inside them, fully awakening. "All right, let's go." Li Yang walked over with a smile. "You're finally fully awakened. What's your construct body?" Zhao Ming curiously looked at his best friend. Construct bodies were a bit special. They could only manifest their construct after full awakening. "An RV. Haven't checked the built-in talent yet, need to summon it first." Li Yang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Clearly the RV didn't seem combat-worthy. But he still needed to summon it and see. Maybe it could transform. But when Zhao Ming heard Li Yang's construct was an RV, his eyes lit up. "Buddy, sign a contract with me." But I might not be combat effective." "I'd better not waste your contract slot." Li Yang felt awkward. "You dummy. Your construct is an RV. Remember, we're about to be sent to the border. There's no housing there, we have to build our own. With your RV, our living conditions would be way better. If others find out, they'll be so jealous." Yang Tianxing listened to their conversation, smiled helplessly, then checked his own talent. His talent had activated early. It was quite ordinary. Of course, talents weren't necessarily singular, but the second one's awakening time was unpredictable. Terrain adaptation, your summoned contracted units. Ignore some terrain restrictions, able to maximize combat effectiveness in most environments. Yang Tianxing wasn't too concerned. Talent was part of a spiritual entity's strength, but the summoned contracted unit mattered more, as long as it wasn't too garbage or a negative talent. With that thought, he sensed his own card pool, the world he could summon from. Each spiritual entity has a corresponding card pool. Not necessarily exclusive, but different pools affect the summoner. After all, if it was an exclusive pool of a magical race or high-tech race, that would be amazing. Then he wouldn't have to contract other awakened beings. His mental power was already plenty strong enough, but for some reason sensing his card pool had always been blurry. Today, after beating up He Xiao, he felt extraordinarily clear. He thought this time it would work. And indeed, when he sensed his card pool, he instantly felt it. In his perception, this card pool was exclusive, extremely exclusive, his very own private pool. His gaze also saw that world and the beings he could summon. When he saw them, Yang Tianxing choked on his breath. Although the place was a bit unfamiliar, slightly different from the game before his reincarnation, every person there was extremely familiar to him. At that moment, he couldn't wait any longer and started summoning immediately. Normally, even with an exclusive pool, one should prepare offerings liked by the target to increase success rate. But Yang Tianxing knew he didn't need to, because the moment he sensed that world, a ring had already appeared on his left ring finger, the proof of their oath. The summoning rite, practiced many times, was quickly sketched in the empty space with his mental energy. Several people around saw it but weren't too surprised. It was a daily routine for spiritual entities to consume mental energy on card pulls, hoping a high-tier unit might be foolish enough to answer. That would be far better than contracting. Contracting requires paying salary. To some observant people, Yang Tianxing's actions seemed like preparation for Zhang Tianxi's challenge. This guy is an idiot. Does he think any random summoned beast can fight the rare war slave the principal prepared for his grandson? A passerby who wanted to curry favor with Zhang Tianxi mocked. What if he actually summons something? I almost couldn't hold back my laugh. Another passerby laughed outright. Yang Tianxing completely ignored them because his heart was about to leap out of his chest. It seems you're actively preparing for our battle. Arrogant as it may be, I recognize you as a worthy opponent. But I will never let Xiao Xiao go. She can only be my woman to be trained by me. A good-looking, even slightly sinister, robust male student walked over. Behind him was a woman who stood 3 meters tall like a small mountain with tiger ears and a tiger tail. This was not a spiritization body. This was a genuine tiger demi-human. A real tigress. Hearing the voice behind him, Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched wildly. That Chunibu guy again. And if you're going to say these hot-blooded anime lines don't mix in erotic content. Since spiritual entities could contract humans, the black market naturally arose, making the world darker. While Yang Tianxing was internally complaining, a figure with long mother-of-pearl purple hair suddenly appeared in the summoning circle. She looked around blankly. The girl wore an opaque deep brown bodysuit, a white long trench coat, with iridescent luster gold trim, mechanical patterns, and three-dimensional mechanical structures on the shoulders and cuffs. She also wore a white ultra-short tactical skirt with geometric sci-fi cuts. On her head were a pair of blue and white mechanical rabbit ears full of tech. The bewildered girl looked around until she spotted Yang Tianxing. Honey. She asked tentatively, almost in disbelief, perhaps questioning herself. But the next moment she was certain. It was the one she had longed for day and night. In an instant she sprinted at full speed towards Yang Tianxing and threw herself into his arms. Before her hands could even embrace him, her ample bosom pressed against his chest, first followed by her fervent hug. New Jersey. For a moment Yang Tianxing didn't know what to say, but he saw on the ring finger of his left hand a thing resonating with the same finger on New Jersey's hand. The oath ring. In the moment the two rings resonated, he knew. This was his level 125 max affinity max training. See legendary battleship New Jersey, his true childhood sweetheart wife. At this moment Yang Tianxing didn't want to say anything, for silence spoke louder than words. Hey Yang Tianxing, are you going to fight or not? And that thing you summoned doesn't look weak at all. Zhang Tianxi interrupted the reunion hug of Yang Tianxing and New Jersey. Hearing his words, Yang Tianxing turned to look at him silently. Fight? Why not fight? A man can't say he can't. Of course, I've said many times he Xiao Xiao has nothing to do with me. So if I win, stop bothering me from now on. Although I don't consider the possibility of losing, if I do lose, I'll stay far away from her, as you said. All right, let the battle begin. Right here. My blood is boiling. Zhang Tianxi looked at Yang Tianxing excitedly. Although he also coveted the girl behind Yang Tianxing, his current target was he Xiao Xiao. The girl named New Jersey had eyes only for Yang Tianxing. Not his type. Nearby teaching staff, who had been awaiting Zhang Tianxi's orders, immediately directed students to the spectator stands around the field, clearing the space for the two. According to duel rules, the two sides stood 50 meters apart. Tiger Girl was already impatient. Whether it was her own master, who looked weak and had only subdued her through sheer force, or the opponent, who seemed physically strong but had summoned a creature that looked like it would cry after one punch. She just wanted to finish this quickly and go back to the contract space to sleep. Hey, isn't this distance too close? Although not fully understanding what was happening, New Jersey roughly figured out it was a battle. Looking at the mere 50-meter distance, she tilted her head adorably, then turned to her beloved commander. Honey, is this really okay? Yeah, protect me in a moment. After roughly calculating the power of something, Yang Tianxing's tall figure hid behind New Jersey. Although she looked petite, her defense was that of a battleship with a displacement of over 10,000 tons. Actually much higher than that. Seeing this, Tiger Girl immediately grew contemptuous of Yang Tianxing. It seems both sides are ready. Then I declare the duel begin. The dean announced with slight excitement the first student duel of the semester. There would probably be countless more this year. Hearing the start order, Tiger Girl's muscular legs burst forth, charging at Yang Tianxing and New Jersey. Zhang Tianxi followed alongside. They were not without combat power. Although their power was low after just awakening, it was safest to stay with their summoned or contracted units under any circumstances. Especially when you don't know the ability of the opponent's summoned unit. At that moment, New Jersey suddenly picked up Yang Tianxing and turned to run. Meanwhile, with a flash of light behind her, her ship armament manifested. Even shrunk to rigging size, the cannons appeared incredibly fierce. As a shipgirl, New Jersey could burst out at speeds far exceeding her battleship form, quickly carrying Yang Tianxing away from Tiger Girl. She wasn't afraid of the opponent breaking her defense. She was afraid that when she fired, the target being too close would cause the blast wave to hurt her husband. But the field was only this big. Running a little farther was just a drop in the bucket. Nearing the other end, the boundary of the duel area at Yang Tianxing's reminder, New Jersey turned around, placed Yang Tianxing behind her, and her 406 million Malawian kwacha's 7 main cannon quickly locked onto the charging Tiger Girl. While Yang Tianxing was puzzled why she used main cannon against a humanoid target, and after quickly creating a mental protective barrier for himself with a violent roar, the energy shell expanding to its normal caliber after leaving the muzzle flew toward Tiger Girl's location. Seeing such a large energy shell flying toward her, Tiger Girl sensed danger and immediately began dodging to the side. But Yang Tianxing and New Jersey showed no reaction, not even thinking of finishing her off. Just kidding, the high-explosive shell New Jersey fired was designed for ground attack with a direct damage area of 200 meters in diameter. This range had basically covered the entire duel field. After all, the field they were on was just a regular one with a total area of roughly a standard field of 600,000 square meters, while New Jersey's shell had a lethal area of over 310,000 square meters. If the field hadn't been irregularly shaped, it would have been completely covered. Boom! After detecting the intense energy fluctuation, several powerful teachers instantly deployed a defensive barrier. Concurrently, some staff members were 100% sure that Tiger Girl couldn't withstand that attack, so they remotely brought out Zhang Tianxi and Tiger Girl. Naturally, Yang Tianxing and New Jersey were also extracted. Watching the silent explosion wrapped in the defensive barrier, and after it ended, the 100-meter deep crater left behind Zhang Tianxi, and the other students silently opened their mouths wide. How about that? Can you stop bothering me from now on? Yang Tianxing didn't discuss winning or losing, just said that, You should have told me earlier that your summoned unit was a Widderange high destructiveness one. We both almost died in there just now. Are you insane? Don't worry, from now on I won't bother you even if you want me to. You lunatic. Zhang Tianxi was terrified, truly terrified. He had never been so close to death. In the moment the shell exploded, many thoughts crossed his mind. Especially that he hadn't yet enjoyed his perfect life. At the same time, that shell also woke him up, the simp. He looked over at Xiao, who was watching them with a very worried expression. Let me ask you again, are you sure that bitch has nothing to do with you, lunatic? Now Zhang Tianxi didn't want to provoke Yang Tianxing anymore. Of course, I've said many times that she always used the excuse that her house is next to mine, and she's my so-called childhood friend, to make me her shield. The purpose is simple. Anyone with a brain knows she's just trying to increase her value and find a simp as her contractor to control him forever. In fact, Yang Tianxing had said this to Zhang Tianxi many times, but Zhang Tianxi had never believed it. But now Zhang Tianxi nodded. After being infinitely close to death, I finally understand this, that wretched woman having taken so much from me must repay it. Next she will either sign a contract of ownership or find a way to repay the debt. I've marked it all. It's all for the purpose of marriage. The large transfers are all bride price. The luxury car bought is also part of the betrothal gifts. A contract of equality. No way. After finishing his words, Zhang Tianxi turned and walked towards Xiao. Yang Tianxing followed his figure, but as soon as he saw that woman, he felt nauseated. She had disgusted him for so many years. Although he at least put her in a sack once a month, he was truly fed up. Just as Yang Tianxing was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt someone staring at him. Turning his head, he saw someone glaring at him with eyes full of despair, resentment, and fury. Seeing her expression, Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes and gave her the finger. Today was undoubtedly a good day for him. Not only had he gotten rid of those damned gods, but most importantly, he had genuinely held the hand of his wife in the game. Honey, your hand is warm. Honey, this world is so magical it actually allows you to cross the barriers of the game and summon me over. Honey, I heard from Lei and Dian that you have always interacted with us through the game. I was a bit skeptical. But now that I finally have you, Honey. New Jersey nestled in Yang Tianxing's arms, kept expressing herself, her eyes glistening with tears. At this moment, the principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and returned to the podium, glaring fiercely at Yang Tianxing. His dear grandson had almost met his end today. However, he didn't actually dislike Yang Tianxing, or rather he still somewhat admired him. It's just that he was concerned that the other might be a madman, so he didn't want his grandson to get too close. Who told him to wake his grandson up with that blast? He then announced a 2-day holiday, allowing them to go home and pack their bags in preparation for their senior internship location. This place could be an island, an inland desert, or some other harsh environment. In any case, they would be put through whatever turmoil possible. However, since everyone was aware of this situation, they all just went home to prepare, obediently feeling a bit anxious but not overly so. Of course, once the authorities confirmed their assigned stations during these 2 days of holiday, they could make targeted preparations. Just as Yang Tianxing was about to leave, a voice filled with a sobbing tone rang out. Everyone turned to look and found Zhang Tianxi standing coldly in front of Yi Xiaoxiao, with a scarlet glow of the ownership contract flickering before him, completely unlike the blue radiance of an equality contract. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, speculating that Zhang Tianxi, this loyal dog, had awakened. "I beg you, I don't want to sign the ownership contract." He Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Tianxi with a face full of sorrow. Yang Tianxing knew at that moment that this woman was acting again. It seemed she wanted to activate other loyal dogs to help her. Ownership contract, tisk tisk. Yang Tianxing felt good. Such a pest that had troubled him for so long was now facing this situation. Pure retribution. Currently, spiritual entities can sign 3 types of contracts with targets. One is an equality contract, representing that the spiritual entity and the person signing the contract are companions with an equal relationship. The second is a slave contract for forcibly captured combat slaves, which can only be signed by non-human species. The signatories are generally completely controlled by the contract master, having little difference from puppets. The third is the ownership contract that Zhang Tianxi wants Yi Xiaoxiao to sign. The effect can be understood by looking up a few lines. The reason it is called an ownership contract is purely for the sake of sounding good. However, this type of contract is not very popular currently because any of these contracts must be actively signed by the contractee, and He Xiaoxiao was forced into this choice simply because she couldn't repay the money Zhang Tianxi gave her. It was entirely her own doing. Of course, apart from the above 3 types of contracts, spiritual entities also possess a natural summoning contract from when they were a summoning body. This contract is the original model referenced for the above 3 types. Moreover, this contract is the least restrictive of all. If a summoning body wants their summoned creature to assist them, it sometimes depends on the mood of the summoned creature. Thinking of this, Yang Tianxing glanced at New Jersey, who seemed to want to merge into him. He certainly wouldn't have such troubles. "Honey, let's go home." New Jersey gradually became excited. Yang Tianxing sensed something was off, and after realizing a certain problem, his expression gradually fell. However, he thought that a spiritual entity could support at most 6 awakened beings, assist them in battle, and only maintain 6 summoned units in this world at the same time, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he shouldn't turn into a human stick. After bidding farewell to his roommate, Yang Tianxing slowly walked out of the school. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he was slapped on the back. "You little brat, you almost scared your mother to death. Tianxing, you were too reckless." Luo Ro tightly hugged her son, along with New Jersey. "Honey's mother. Or is it mother-in-law? Mom and Dad, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Tianxing felt a wave of guilt. Had he known, he wouldn't have let New Jersey use the main cannon, and would have used the anti-aircraft gun instead. "If we had told you, wouldn't we have missed seeing my big son play the self-destruct game?" Yang Pingon rolled his eyes. "It's not Honey's fault, it's because I instinctively used the main cannon." Sensing her husband's guilt, New Jersey stepped forward, but Yang Pingon and Luo Rao's eyes were sharp. They almost instantly noticed New Jersey and the ring on Yang Tianxing's left hand, realizing that even though New Jersey was summoned by Yang Tianxing, the relationship between them was undoubtedly special. Hence, they were too concerned to even mention New Jersey. There are actually many types of summoned units that spiritual entities can summon, including a number that have bonded in other worlds. Experts have provided various explanations, but no one seems to find them reliable. However, no one cared much about it afterwards. Yang Pingon and Luo Ro didn't ask about New Jersey's abilities, leaving that to Yang Tianxing. They were just constantly inquiring about New Jersey's well-being. Then, as they spoke about matters related to the port area, Luo Ro inadvertently extracted information. When Luo Ro learned that her son had not only completed a pact with the New Jersey in front of them, but also with hundreds of other similar beings, she silently opened her phone to bulk order various supplements. Yang Pingon looked at Yang Tianxing with a sympathetic gaze. As someone who had gone through it, he understood very well that although he only had one wife, that was already a bit overwhelming of thinking about Yang Tianxing dealing with hundreds. "Teske. Dad. Ha ha ha." In the evening, Yang Tianxing stood under Building 1, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "From now on, you can live here with the garden. After all, it was bought for you to get married." As Luo Ro spoke, she helped Yang Tianxing and the others carry their luggage upstairs. The garden was New Jersey's nickname. Harmony was used in the game. After everything was done, Yang Tianxing and New Jersey sat on the sofa feeling a bit at a loss. "So, honey, do you prefer an active New Jersey or a passive one?" Looking at New Jersey's body that seemed about to pounce on him, Yang Tianxing knew his answer, or lack thereof, was already unimportant. The next morning Yang Tianxing felt something fluffy brushing against his face. Opening his eyes, he saw New Jersey gently sweeping her hair across his face. Honey's performance last night was super amazing. Although it had been the most important event of his life, New Jersey, true to her character, immediately thought to praise her lover. And indeed, she was very brave. Just that, because it was their first time engaging in such intense activities, Yang Tianxing felt entirely drained. So Garden, do you want to lie in a bit longer, or get up for breakfast? The answer was definitely to have breakfast first, but you all know how it goes. Around 9 o'clock the two arrived at a breakfast stall outside the community, ordered a large amount of food to replenish their energy, and then sat side by side. Honey, you can summon once every day, right? In a bit I'm going back to the port area to share this good news with everyone, and let them draft a summoning order for you, Honey. New Jersey tightly held onto Yang Tianxing's arm, pulling him fully into the abyss. Remember to have Akashi prepare outfits for you similar style but conservative enough. Your outfit is fine, but the others need a change. Yang Tianxing's possessiveness kicked in, prompting him to raise this issue. After all, any normal man would have posed this question unless they were some cuckold. As for the clothes, Honey is truly thoughtful. New Jersey recalled figures like Mogador in the port area, who wore a cloak but was completely bare underneath. Although it was due to their inherent traits, it was best to make some modifications upon arriving in this world. After finishing breakfast, New Jersey vanished from Yang Tianxing's side, returning to the port area. At this moment, New Jersey's dormitory was completely surrounded by other shipgirls. Previously, a spatial fluctuation had reached the port area. Upon simple analysis, it was determined to have originated from New Jersey's dormitory. They looked at the empty dormitory, and some shipgirls who had touched higher dimensions began to calculate. They soon confirmed one thing: New Jersey had presumably been taken to the commander. Then the entire port area went into a frenzy. They had been waiting here all night, demanding an explanation from New Jersey. When New Jersey, now dressed in casual attire, suddenly appeared at the dormitory entrance, various main cannons and torpedoes were aimed at her. Speak! What did you and the commander do? Akaji's eyes were red, almost to the point of having conjunctivitis. Thankfully, after New Jersey explained the situation of the world Yang Tianxing was in, and that he would summon a shipgirl every day from now on, the group of shipgirls gradually calmed down. However, the next moment, the leaders of various factions in the port area began to argue over the summoning order. After a heated dispute, everyone ultimately entrusted all decisions to their commander and to luck. There was simply no other arrangement that wouldn't spark dissent. Even rotating by faction was met with objections due to imbalanced numbers. Once the matter was settled, New Jersey immediately rushed over to Yang Tianxing's side. Once a unit had been summoned, it could reappear even without another summoning from the summoner. Honey! Upon returning, New Jersey threw herself into Yang Tianxing's arms, simultaneously relaying the plan agreed upon at the harbor district. So the agreed plan is no plan at all. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, every single one of you is infinitely important to me. Yang Tianxing shook his head helplessly and began today's summoning. He harbored no preferences in his heart, for each and every one of them was his wife. Even small shipgirls could grow up after all. In Yang Tianxing's home, a flash of light appeared and vanished, revealing a maiden in a maid's uniform possessing a bosom as magnificent as New Jersey's. Are you my master? Greetings. Amir Maid Belfast from this moment forth dedicates my life to you. As a perfect maid, Belfast did not fling herself into Yang Tianxing's arms like New Jersey upon appearing. She merely elegantly lifted her skirt slightly and offered a bow. However, the fiery gleam in Belfast's eyes as she looked at Yang Tianxing was equally overwhelming. It's Belfast. That's wonderful. Things will be much better now for being sent to the frontier. Yang Tianxing quickly broke into a smile. As for what he meant by being sent to the frontier, countless years ago humanity once occupied the vast majority of this planet's land. But then, with the emergence of three forces, everything changed. A faction rampaged across the earth, turning all they touched into barren wastelands. The Wasteland. Another faction ravaged the seas, transforming the oceans they conquered into an abyssal black, mutating every creature within. The Black Sea. And the faction that loved to stir trouble alongside the first two, painting the skies gray. The Firmament. The place they were being sent to was a territory reclaimed through arduous battles. They were to govern it and restore its ecology. With a true frontline holding back all enemies ahead, these newly dispatched individuals only needed to guard against mutated beasts, and such survive in harsh conditions, and complete the tasks assigned to them. Only by finishing the assigned tasks could those who chose this path obtain their internship certificates. With those certificates, they could then head to even more grueling places to strive once more. This period also marked their university years, since they were scattered far and wide. Classes were generally held online. One could also take a more ordinary path, becoming a technician or staff member. Of course, they weren't working for free. They were paid, or else no one would be willing to go. I remember from the teacher's lectures that before heading there, you should bring as many supplies as possible. Otherwise, buying supplies there would cost a fortune. Yang Tianxing vividly recalled the teacher saying that the state would provide construction materials monthly. Logistical supplies were included, but for ease of carrying and preservation, they were usually made into canned goods or various compressed rations. However, you couldn't bring too much. The reason it was called being sent to the frontier was that there was basically no transportation there. In fact, one of their tasks was to establish transportation links. After hearing Yang Tianxing's words, Belfast stroked her delicate chin, lost in thought. Soon Yang Tianxing took Belfast and New Jersey out to buy supplies. Their main purchases were fresh vegetables and meat, items that were virtually impossible to get in their assigned territory. They bought no canned goods at all, as the state provided plenty. This is about all we can buy. Any more and it'd be hard to carry. Yang Tianxing looked at the meager amount, enough for at most 2 or 3 days of fruits, vegetables, and meat, and his face fell. Just then Belfast, holding a bag of fruit, suddenly vanished before his eyes, leaving him stunned. When she returned, she carried the bag of fruit in one hand and a box of royal pastries in the other, and Yang Tianxing's face lit up with joy. It seems, Master, that our future supplies can be provided by the harbor district. Her Majesty the Queen has also said that all your expenses will be reimbursed by her. Belfast tilted her head, gently offering a tender smile. If they hadn't been outside, Yang Tianxing would have lunged forward to plant a kiss on her. You're amazing, Belfast. Yang Tianxing was still incredibly excited, and New Jersey beside him also smiled, having been worried about his lack of fresh produce. With the biggest problem solved, Yang Tianxing had nothing left to worry about, simply waiting to be dispatched to the frontier. That night, however, the elf downstairs, blessed with sharp ears, covered her own ears with a blanket. What on earth is going on upstairs? Don't they sleep at night? Even if it's enjoyable, they should know when to stop. Can that man's body take it? As a former summoner who had passed away from reaching the end of her lifespan, but stayed because she loved this world, the elf had lived for millennia and was still single. The sounds from upstairs were like a critical hit to her weakness. Wait, what's that sound? Suddenly the elf sensed something off. The strange sounds she was familiar with from certain films gradually faded, replaced by what seemed like the sound of someone drinking milk tea dry and then continuing to suck. Strange. Why did it suddenly change? The elf scratched her head, but having been stirred by certain emotions, she was destined to become a miner tonight. In the early morning, Yang Tianxing opened his eyes with some difficulty. He hadn't expected that his perfect head maid would almost drain him like milk tea. No, actually, she had already drained him like milk tea, hadn't she? Even though it was their first time. But sensing the new talent awakened at the critical moment of life crisis, he felt last night's sacrifice was worth it. Life ritual. Your absorption speed is greatly increased. Your energy absorption efficiency from food approaches 100. Your conversion efficiency of absorbed energy approaches 100. Your cells possess varying energy storage capacities depending on type. The higher your stored energy, the higher your regeneration efficiency. With this talent, he could sustain himself in battle for extended periods and also sustain himself in battle for extended periods. The above wasn't a repetition, but first he needed to store energy. Then, while gorging himself at an expensive buffet, Yang Tianxing received a notification from school. He had been assigned to a location. That's right, they were given 2 days off, but in reality they were to depart around the afternoon of the second day. Glancing at the waiter with a strange expression, Yang Tianxing stopped eating. He felt that if he continued, the waiter might add something to his food. Though his eating didn't affect the waiter much, he was making her work overtime. He stood up and stretched. Thanks to the new talent, which had drained too much energy for regeneration, nearly turning him into a husk, Yang Tianxing had now regained his original form, taller and stronger than before. These past 2 days have been surprisingly calm, no trouble at all. How strange. In novels, shouldn't at least 7 or 8 things happen a day? Yang Tianxing scratched his head and didn't dwell on it. After visiting his parents to say goodbye, he boarded a train to the nearest transfer station to his assigned area. Though the train wasn't specifically for them, the tickets were paid for by the school. Moreover, summoners like Yang Tianxing with high-intelligence humanoid units could get up to 6 additional free tickets. After boarding the train, Yang Tianxing found his seat and sat down, squeezed between Belfast and New Jersey. The surrounding passengers, seeing the 2 young ladies, so close and affectionate with him, all felt a pang of envy. Hey! Yang Tianxing, what a coincidence! A familiar voice he didn't want to hear again came from ahead as a person turned to look at him. Zhang Tianxi, are you going to Region K2? Yang Tianxing looked up and saw Zhang Tianxi along with He Xiaoxiao. The tiger girl, likely due to her size, hadn't been summoned and remained in the contract space. Summoned units could return to their original time and space at any time, while contracted units had their own exclusive contract space. However, within that space, they could only sleep to accelerate injury recovery, doing nothing else. Still, for awakened individuals without healing abilities, this was quite beneficial. That's why, under normal circumstances, other types of awakened individuals were willing to sign equal contracts with spiritual entities. Of course, even non-spiritual beings could sign contracts with others, but since they had no talent to enhance the contracted party's abilities, no one usually did such foolish things. Though reluctant to engage with Zhang Tianxi, Yang Tianxing, adhering to basic etiquette, exchanged a brief word with him. He also noticed He Xiaoxiao beside Zhang Tianxi. Her gaze toward him no longer held the venomous hatred of before, only a hint of emptiness and utter submission when looking at Zhang Tianxi. Wow, you're impressive. In less than 2 days you've tamed her so thoroughly. Yang Tianxing couldn't help blurting out in surprise. Cough, it's nothing special. Zhang Tianxi gave an awkward smile, instinctively reaching to rub his lower back. Though the result was swift, the price paid was not small. At that moment, Yang Tianxing suddenly noticed a plea for help in He Xiaoxiao's gaze directed at him. He promptly averted his eyes, turning instead to look at Belfast beside him, and then at New Jersey. What a joke. He'd have to be out of his mind to save her. Under normal circumstances, merely putting on airs and biding one's time to secure a decent or reliable partner might not warrant such severe consequences, or could even be considered typical behavior. But He Xiaoxiao was different. She had forcibly used Yang Tianxing, who was unwilling to help or act as her shield, as a scapegoat without any regard for his personal feelings, dragging him into an extraordinary amount of trouble. Not only that, but she also strung along a group of sycophants, ruthlessly cashing in on them. Later, after landing Zhang Tianxi as her ultimate devotee, she became even more unrestrained. What was once an ordinary family turned into a display of extravagant luxury, complete with high-end sports cars. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Zhang Tianxi to demand either a partial repayment in cash or a signed ownership contract. After all, after reimbursing the funds from her other sycophants, He Xiaoxiao owed Zhang Tianxi over 15 million yuan. The amounts returned by the other sycophants weren't significant, just a few $100,000, while the bulk of the spending came from Zhang Tianxi. Due to his unique family background, whether transferring money or buying gifts for He Xiaoxiao, he always added notes. Of course, transfers were labeled as betrothal gifts and luxury items as bride price. Even if all the luxury items and sports cars were sold off for cash, they could only fetch around 8 million yuan, as these depreciated quickly. Given current prices, even if He Xiaoxiao were dismantled and sold piece by piece, she couldn't repay the debt. What reason did she have not to sign the ownership contract? What about the law? Of course there is the law. But this world wasn't the Earth Yang Tianxing had transmigrated from. Back there, though full equality hadn't been achieved, it was still pursued. On Blue Star, however, threatened by land, sea, and air calamities, both the law and government institutions were far more brutal than before. Add to that the existence of contracts, and even if He Xiaoxiao sued Zhang Tianxi, the outcome would be much the same. Of course, if she were some extraordinary genius, the coalition government might repay her debt to win her future goodwill. But she was just a beautiful, scheming woman. In any case, Yang Tianxing had no interest in dealing with her. Everything was her own doing. What intrigued Yang Tianxing, however, was that Zhang Tianxi seemed to have a gesture of clutching his lower back. Yet He Xiaoxiao didn't appear abused, and when she looked at Zhang Tianxi, there was no fear in her eyes. More exasperation. Something felt off. Yang Tianxing shook his head, deciding it wasn't his concern. The high-speed train was swift, covering over 1,000 kilometers in no time, arriving at the border logistics hub. This was one of their destinations. As they disembarked, Yang Tianxing saw Zhang Tianxi summon his tiger woman. To his astonishment, the tiger woman, who had previously seemed deeply dissatisfied with Zhang Tianxi, was now remarkably gentle, picking him up and nuzzling him. Upon seeing the tiger woman, He Xiaoxiao's legs trembled with fear. In that instant, Yang Tianxing seemed to understand. So Zhang Tianxi had risen above base pleasures. After being jolted awake by New Jersey's cannon fire, he had shed some of his former self, reclaimed his heart of a true warrior, and acted on it. Putting aside everything else, the mere fact that he had conquered this three-meter tiger woman with his kidneys was enough to earn Yang Tianxing's admiration. Based on the data on subhumans in this world, this tiger woman's talent was exceptionally high. Even the most gifted male tiger subhumans only reached about 3 meters in height as adults. Typical tiger women, on the other hand, stood only around 2 meters tall. Yang Tianxing only spared a couple of glances, as there were more important tasks ahead. He went to the material distribution office and presented the electronic certificate issued by his school for verification. He was then entitled to collect basic supplies for building a garrison outpost. Let's settle here for now. Due to the tight transport convoy schedule, and based on your ranking, your supplies won't be dispatched for another 3 days. Of course, if you have your own transport team, you can retrieve them immediately. After entering the information, the staff member looked at Yang Tianxing awaiting his response. Hearing this, Yang Tianxing gave a wry smile. How could he possibly have a dedicated transport team? Actually, we do. But it's a fleet. New Jersey nudged Yang Tianxing's side, speaking mysteriously. A fleet? But this is a desert. Wait, you mean ignoring terrain? Holy crap. Yang Tianxing's mouth fell slightly open. After discussing with the staff, they looked at him with some suspicion. They hadn't heard of any new convoy arriving. Could it be? Could one of them have a construct that was a truck? After all, the basic supplies for building a garrison outpost were just enough food and provisions for everyone inside, plus a well-insulated prefabricated shelter. It resembled the color steel houses from Yang Tianxing's past life, though sturdier. Since no one knew if these newcomers could survive, giving them too much would be pointless. Yang Tianxing followed the staff to the distribution center. Looking at the reasonably spacious square, he estimated it might just be enough to accommodate Belfast. That's right, because the Shipgirls' rigging could transform into warships. Combined with Yang Tianxing's terrain-ignoring ability, they planned to sail a ship through the desert. However, since the square was only about 200 meters in length, and with Yang Tianxing dismissed the idea of using New Jersey's warship form, that vessel alone was 270 meters long, and the supplies to be hauled weren't worth the effort. In fact, even using Belfast was overkill. As Belfast's rigging unfolded, a swarm of yellow chick-like creatures materialized out of thin air. They wore various hard hats, whistles, and carried little flags, methodically clearing the crowd to make space. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of those loading and unloading, as they had never seen such peculiar little beings. Some young girls, charmed by the adorable chicks, tried to catch one as a pet, but were stopped by larger chicks. Oh well, these were actually bio-robots called Manju, appearing lifelike but internally mechanical, byproducts of cube-born Shipgirls. After the Manju cleared the area, Belfast's rigging transformed into countless blue cubes that flew to the open space, reassembling and expanding. Thanks to the terrain-ignoring ability, Belfast stood perfectly fine on the ground, even without water, showing no issues at all. As the extended gangplank clanged down, the people at the distribution center, stunned by the sudden warship, snapped back to reality. You've got to be kidding. This is the first time I've heard of someone's construct being a warship? Someone exclaimed in amazement. True, a warship might not be the strongest construct, but it's probably the biggest, right? It's just big. I still think mechas are the real romance. Exactly, a mere warship can be easily destroyed by mechas or mecha girls. Despite the chatter, the Manju paid no attention. They simply loaded the basic supplies brought by the staff onto the ship. Once done, they began routine maintenance like scrubbing the deck. The warship form of a Shipgirl's rigging was strictly off-limits to anyone except the commander, fellow Shipgirls, and Manju. Oh, and the command cats too, because it was also part of their bodies. Yang Tianxing casually signed the material receipt confirmation handed over by the staff, then led Belfast and New Jersey aboard the warship. Zhang Tianxi watched in awe as Yang Tianxing waved goodbye to him before departing. He was truly envious, because generally only a rare few boys didn't appreciate the romance of big ships and massive cannons. Belfast's warship form, nearly 20 meters wide, barely squeezed through the distribution center's 25-meter-wide gate before charging into the desert. It was only after leaving the center that Yang Tianxing felt the region's heat. The center had a defensive barrier that regulated the internal temperature. Fortunately, Belfast's warship had air conditioning. Once in the desert, she no longer stayed entirely on the surface but sank about 6 meters, similar to her normal draft. The supplies were securely stowed on deck, and Yang Tianxing and the others quickly retreated to the air-conditioned command room. Yang Tianxing grabbed a chair and sat down, amused by the Manju seriously piloting the ship. The distribution center is about 800 kilometers from the territory I've been assigned. At Belfast's speed, it'll take around 13 hours. Belfast's top speed was 32 knots, roughly 60 kilometers per hour, so 800 kilometers would take a bit over 13 hours. There was no helping it. Even for a Shipgirl in warship form, she was still a massive vessel, unable to go much faster. When they deployed in their Shipgirl forms, they could channel the warship's power into their humanoid state, dramatically boosting their mobility. How dramatic! To put it simply, with Yang Tianxing's mental limitations keeping Belfast at level 1, equivalent to an ordinary warship's data, her 800,000 horsepower could propel her Shipgirl form at speeds of 600 to 700 kilometers per hour. New Jersey. She was even more extreme with 212,000 horsepower. As they gradually regained their power, these numbers would become even more astonishing. Just then Yang Tianxing felt a faint, barely perceptible vibration from the ship. He didn't think much of it. Just a slight jolt perhaps from passing over a dune. Meanwhile, a desolate giant beast mutated and swollen to over 10 meters by the wasteland's influence lay buried in the sand. Its plate-sized eyes were full of confusion. What had just run over it like a speed bump? Though 60 kilometers per hour wasn't fast, inertia primarily depended on mass. A behemoth displacing over 100,000 tons carried a force far beyond what this little creature could withstand. Sailing through the sand sea was like sailing the ocean. Interesting at first but quickly growing tedious. Soon Yang Tianxing retreated to the rest cabin to sleep. New Jersey and Belfast were pleased to see him rest. But before long the sound of milk tea being drained echoed from the cabin. You see, Yang Tianxing had played the game for 7 or 8 years before his transmigration, then grew up in this world to 18. Though the Shipgirls were immortal, they had waited for him for over 20 years. Under these circumstances, after their reunion, Yang Tianxing had to give something in return. This would become his daily task. Emphasis on the second word. Around 4 a.m., Belfast reached their destination. But at that time Yang Tianxing was still sound asleep, exhausted from overexertion. So Belfast simply remained in place without further action. The desert's temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night, often ranging from 15 to 35 degrees Celsius. By now it had dropped to -3 degrees. The cabin's air conditioner had automatically switched to warm mode. When Yang Tianxing's biological clock roused him, he sat up from the warmth and softness, stretching widely. Though he had overexerted himself the night before thanks to his newly awakened second talent, he hadn't been completely defeated. It just went to show that shipgirls possessed physiques far surpassing humans by countless times. Yang Tianxing looked down and found that Belfast was no longer there, leaving only New Jersey still clinging to his arm, sleeping soundly. He pinched New Jersey's little cheek to wake her up. At that moment a voice echoed from the speaker in the lounge. It was Belfast announcing that breakfast was ready, and that he and New Jersey could now come to enjoy the lovingly prepared meal she had made with her own hands. Upon hearing Belfast's words, Yang Tianxing felt a warmth in his heart. But soon he recalled that Belfast was a Royal Navy shipgirl. He couldn't help but wonder if a Royal Navy shipgirl could truly produce an exceptional breakfast. After all, the Royal Navy's cookbook could rival the history of the Eagle Union as one of the world's thinnest books. However, considering Belfast's perfectionism, even if the recipe was mediocre, the actual result shouldn't be too bad. Soon Yang Tianxing brought New Jersey to the kitchen, where his eyes fell upon wontons, his favorite breakfast dish. Northern-style wontons are as hearty as dumplings, enough to fill you up. Belfast, you actually know how to make wontons. After sitting down, Yang Tianxing looked at Belfast, who was still standing aside, as if ready to serve his meal, and felt a bit puzzled. Nevertheless, he reached out a hand, pulled Belfast to the seat, and invited her to join him for breakfast. I learned after consulting Hai Tian and Long Wu from the Eastern Radiance. Hai Tian even suggested I make a few wontons filled purely with chili peppers for you, but I declined. Belfast did not refuse Yang Tianxing's invitation. She sat beside him and began eating as well. Delicious, delicious. New Jersey's lively face had already broken into a blissful smile. Although the environment was harsh, being by the commander's side was the best thing for her. Not to mention the support of the entire port behind them. Oh, by the way, I noticed the ship has stopped. Have we reached our destination? After the meal, Yang Tianxing glanced out the window and saw that the Belfast had indeed come to a halt. Yes, we have entered the central area of your jurisdiction, master. The Manju have already set up the prefab cabin, which can be used to store some odds and ends. Belfast stated calmly, clearly, having no intention of letting her beloved stay in such a shabby cabin. Living in that crude shelter would be worse than staying aboard her ship. Moreover, with such a small area, her artillery could cover virtually everything if any enemy appeared, even without moving. Not to mention she was accompanied by a terrifying vessel with a standard displacement of 48000 tons and a full load displacement of 57000 tons. He didn't believe that Yang Tianxing School would assign him a jurisdiction that their current combat power couldn't easily suppress. After all, it was just an internship. Understanding Belfast's thoughts, Yang Tianxing was somewhat reluctant, as he didn't want Belfast's rigging exposed to the wind and sun. However, Belfast simply smiled. Master, you cherish us too much. The harsh conditions we faced in the ocean are no less severe than here. If I couldn't bear being anchored outside, I would be unworthy of my name. Besides, this won't last long. With the help of the Manju, New Jersey, and I will soon bring all the pre-prepared housing materials from the port and complete the construction. Hearing Belfast's insistence, Yang Tianxing had no choice but to agree. However, the mention of the port reminded him of something he had to do today. Summon a new shipgirl. Yang Tianxing stepped onto the deck, feeling the gentle breeze as he stretched. The desert morning was relatively cool but not cold. Standing on the deck under the gaze of New Jersey and Belfast, he activated the summoning spell. Welcome, Naya. Ha! One of the port's 2 designated profiteers, a green-haired, cat-eared girl, appeared on the deck. By the time she realized what was happening, Yang Tianxing had already rushed over. He hugged her tightly. Of course, don't misunderstand. It wasn't out of deep longing, even though she was once a shipgirl who had worn a white wedding dress and become his wife. You green-haired cat. I've finally caught you. Give me back my red diamonds. Yang Tianxing gently shook Akashi. Naya. No way, Naya. Even for the commander, it's impossible, Naya. Akashi bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, though only her ears and tail fluffed up. Ha ha ha. I knew it, you stingy cat. Yang Tianxing gently pinched Akashi's little cheek and gave it a kiss. Commander, you shouldn't make such jokes casually, Naya. Realizing Yang Tianxing was only teasing, Akashi finally relaxed. All right, Commander, I'll come find you tonight, Naya. There are logistics matters at the port that need my coordination, Naya. With that, Akashi vanished as if guilty of something, leaving Yang Tianxing to shake his head helplessly. Still, his mood improved. Summoning Akashi, a repair ship, meant there would be no worries about maintaining the Belfast. With these matters settled, Yang Tianxing turned his attention to the task assigned to him after being dispatched here, continuously killing the various wasteland beasts born from the influence of desolate power within this area. These wasteland beasts were special life forms that absorbed the nutrients, energy, and other substances of the entire region under the influence of desolate power. Some were mutated from original creatures, but after mutation they had little connection to their former selves. Killing these beasts would release the nutrients and terrestrial energy concentrated in their bodies back into the land, gradually restoring the area to its original state. Given that new district administrators were usually weak, their assigned areas were relatively mild, not too extreme. This meant there were few wasteland beasts nearby and they weren't very strong. In fact, that was exactly what Yang Tianxing planned. However, this operation was slightly against the rules, as new district administrators were not allowed to leave their jurisdictions casually. The reason naturally was their weakness. The higher-ups had set these rules to improve their survival rates. But clearly this regulation meant nothing to Yang Tianxing. Or rather, it meant nothing to any administrator who believed themselves strong enough. As long as they weren't caught in the act, they had never left. What if they died out there? Well, if they were dead, what could anyone do about it? The main reason was that he couldn't afford not to go. With the few wasteland beasts in his jurisdiction, restoring the local ecology would take at least a year. Why waste that time when he could be doing something else? Leaving a few Manju behind to continue constructing their temporary shelter, Yang Tianxing instructed Belfast to retract the warships back into rigging. Their next move required stealth, both slipping out and returning unnoticed. At the very least, they shouldn't make the frontline soldiers think they were being too audacious. In truth, few of those who sneaked off to hunt wasteland beasts could evade military surveillance. If a bunch of rookies could casually cross the front lines, just how rotten would their frontline forces have to be? However, Yang Tianxing and his group were at least 1,000 kilometers from the front lines. Were they supposed to just run there if they didn't take the warship? Of course not. Meow. The new generation transport helicopter of Azalane. Commander, you deserve it, Meow. When Akashi returned to the port and then came back, she was already sitting inside a helicopter. How should one put it? The summoning secret art for spiritual entities was still quite flexible, but generally the units summoned through this method were not highly intelligent beings. Even with flexibility, it was hard to utilize. According to Akashi's research, Meow, this so-called summoning magic works like this. When summoning any non-fixed objects at the summoner's location will also be brought along, Meow. Also, the port has basically cracked the secrets of the summoning ritual, Meow. However, according to our calculations, no one except the commander can connect to the port and summon us over, Meow. So it's still up to the commander to do the summoning, Meow. Oh right, Commander, this helicopter costs 1000 supplies, Meow. You'll just deduct it from your account, Meow. Akashi didn't forget her merchant nature even at the end. Do as you please. Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes. But how far can this thing fly? Meow, unless it needs maintenance or an overhaul, it can keep flying forever, Meow. Akashi chuckled as she jumped down from the helicopter, landing like a little cat into Yang Tianxing's arms. He caught her effortlessly cradling her weightless form and ruffled her green cat ears. Forever. Is this thing powered by cubes? Exactly, Meow. Akashi nuzzled against Yang Tianxing's chest, purring contentedly like a real kitten. Meanwhile, Belfast returned from the port driving a heavy-duty transport truck loaded with specialized materials for building their shelter. Everything they needed was there. As Yang Tianxing boarded the helicopter with New Jersey and the others, he glanced back at the construction site. A thought suddenly struck him. Akashi, can you research a deployable RV for me back at the port? One big enough that wherever it goes, that's home. Yang Tianxing wasn't referring to the existing RVs that could expand a little. He meant the civilian version of the base vehicle from the real-time strategy game Command Conquer Red Alert. Shouldn't be a problem, Meow. He'll discuss it with the others back home. We can probably whip it up quickly, Meow. Akashi shifted to a more comfortable position in Yang Tianxing's arms and agreed to the task. As the helicopter's rotors whirred to life, the voices of Yang Tianxing and New Jersey's discussion were gradually drowned out by the noise of the blades. Commander, there's a flying target approaching rapidly from our rear. We haven't detected its identification code, but we have picked up the ID of Yang Tianxing, the overseer of Sector K, 47463. Hey, race his file. A radar operator reported to his superior. Another eager youngster. His combat data looks decent. Let him through. Same rules as always. The commander glanced at Yang Tianxing's file, deemed him safe enough to cross the front lines, as long as he didn't venture too far, and nodded. As for the same rules, they meant that whenever Yang Tianxing tried to cross the safety zone, set by the military, a mandatory communication device on him would warn him to retreat immediately. As for further protection, there was none. This was the front line. Where would they spare extra resources for him? If you're in a rush to speedrun, be prepared for a speedrun of your life. Commander, it seems we were detected by radar just now, Meow. But it was inevitable. This helicopter doesn't have stealth capabilities since it's a transport, Meow. Akashi, finally awake, hopped out of Yang Tianxing's arms and stretched. Belfast remained seated upright and proper, while New Jersey was nearly asleep. Hey, are we there yet? New Jersey rubbed her eyes. Yeah, pretty much. Yang Tianxing was completely unfazed by the military's detection. Meow. Starting onboard radar search for targets, Meow. Akashi activated a specialized radar developed by the port specifically for detecting wasteland beasts' energy signatures. This was an extra feature she had added to the transport helicopter. As the radar powered up, Yang Tianxing clearly saw a three-dimensional holographic image forming on one of the helicopter's control panels. It displayed not only the wasteland beasts in the sky and on the ground, but even those lurking underground. Of course, the military had similar devices given the years of combat. But getting one's hands on them wasn't so easy for ordinary people. After locking onto the nearest target, New Jersey and Belfast didn't even bother with parachutes or rappelling ropes. They simply jumped down. Meow, I'll sit this one out. Combat isn't really my thing. But repair work. Leave that to me. Akashi watched the two shipgirls descend without any intention of following. Yang Tianxing didn't force her, a repair ship, to engage in frontline combat even if she did have a few anti-aircraft guns. New Jersey and Belfast had already deployed their rigging before hitting the ground. Due to terrain adaptation, the two landed from the great height without sinking into the sand. Instead, they sent sand flying several meters into the air before landing firmly on the surface. Before them stood a 20-meter-class wasteland beast, eyeing the two small figures that had fallen from the sky with caution. It wouldn't underestimate them based on size. Its genetic memory clearly recorded many small yet formidable human units. Honey is watching. Let the battle begin. Witness the power of the greatest and strongest black dragon. Though it was somewhat close in a sense, New Jersey paid no heed, training all her cannons on the target. This time it was not the casual shot she had fired back at the academy. This time she would unleash her skill. A ring of energy materialized behind New Jersey, upon which hovered two ethereal projections, resembling the mechanical rabbit ears adorning her forehead. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, all her cannon muzzles erupted with violent energy. The next moment, a dense barrage of projectiles was unleashed by New Jersey. Moreover, the number of projectiles far exceeded the count of her ship-mounted gun turrets. It was a vast overabundance. It also surpassed the volume of barges seen in the game. But even this was not all. New Jersey and her companions had told Yang Tianxing that due to his insufficient mental energy, they were unable to display their full strength. The extra dense barrage was New Jersey's skill. The Black Dragon's flame, which guaranteed critical hits. As these attacks struck the 20-meter level desolate beast alongside the main and secondary cannon barges, Yang Tianxing, seated in the helicopter, clearly witnessed the desolate beast being pierced through by energy projectiles and then blasted into pieces. However, after the battle, New Jersey suddenly recalled an important matter. They still needed to bring the desolate beast's corpse back to their jurisdiction. New Jersey glanced at the scattered remains on the ground. It seemed unnecessary to take them. Looks like I should limit my power a bit. She scratched her head in frustration. The target size was smaller than the blast radius of her shells. One shot would be enough to finish it off even if the creature was over 20 meters long. On the other side, Belfast's situation was much the same. Although her main cannons had a much smaller caliber, the desolate beast she faced was also far smaller, so the result was not too different from New Jersey's. I think we should venture deeper, Naya. Akashi surveyed the results of New Jersey, and Belfast shook her head and looked toward a farther direction. The radar showed larger monsters in the distance. However, Yang Tianxing shook his head. Going farther would invite warnings. Although they could harvest stronger prey, there was a high chance it would be confiscated. Because the military couldn't only consider Yang Tianxing's interests. If he set a precedent, other insufficiently capable individuals might imitate him and venture into more dangerous zones. They couldn't possibly supervise everyone individually. They were here to fight a war, not to act as babysitters. Adhering to the principle of causing no trouble for the military, nor himself, Yang Tianxing ultimately decided to hunt only within the designated area. Smaller ones will do. Well, just kill more of them. Yang Tianxing felt somewhat resigned. Additionally, due to the limited range of his mental energy, he could not be too far from his summoned units. Because the main cannons were too powerful, New Jersey had no choice but to suspend the use of her 3 triple-mounted 7 Malawian Quaches, 406mm main guns, switching instead to over a dozen smaller caliber secondary cannons. Yet even these secondary cannons with calibers over 100mm far exceeded the power of tank guns like the 120mm or 125mm smoothbore. Their size and charge were on an entirely different level. Since the enemies were relatively weak, New Jersey and Belfast encountered almost no significant resistance. Eventually, they even grew tired of the smaller desolate beasts. Too many and too messy to carry. So they simply abandoned their corpses and only kept those 10 meters or larger. How do we transport them? When they felt they had hunted enough, the 4 of them fell into worry. There were too many to transport easily. As for using their shipform rigging for transport, none of them even considered it. Even if a Shipgirl's rigging could be replaced or upgraded, no Shipgirl or commander would willingly do such a thing. Of course, if the commander gave a direct order, the Shipgirls would certainly comply for his sake. But Yang Tianxing was not that kind of scumbag. I have an idea, Naya. Akashi glanced at the time. It was just noon. Waiting until dawn for Yang Tianxing to summon again was impractical. Instead, you mean we use the anchor chains to string these creatures together and drag them away? The two pulled out their anchors from their rigging. We can just abandon this section if needed, Naya. Aren't there spare anchors? And we can get new ones when we return to Port, Naya. Akashi said with a grin. Yang Tianxing, New Jersey, and Belfast. After a brief discussion, they deemed the idea acceptable. Then they dug out the anchors and attached chains from their rigging. Though these items were immensely large and long on the original ships, they now appeared much more compact and cute. Subsequently, New Jersey and Belfast used their anchors and chains to string the prey together, forming several long lines, and then dragged them back toward their jurisdiction. In their Shipgirl forms, their speed was far greater than in their warship forms. More than doubled in many cases. For instance, Belfast could occasionally burst to speeds exceeding 600 kilometers per hour. This was the sheer speed driven by their pure horsepower. What about New Jersey's speed? Well, Belfast had 80000 horsepower, while New Jersey boasted 212000 horsepower. Do the math yourself. It was nearly supersonic. At this speed, New Jersey and Belfast didn't take long to drag the long chain of desolate beast corpses back to their jurisdiction. This scene was naturally monitored by the military. Is he really a freshman? Absolutely. Are freshmen all this fierce these days? According to our data, his summoned units are quite special. They seem to be concept-embodied awakeners with a warship concept. But based on our covert observations, their power seems even greater. As expected of a mental entity that is usually utterly useless but occasionally produces overpowered prodigies. Interesting. Yang Tianxing, naturally unaware of the military's growing interest in him, wouldn't have cared even if he knew. His current thought was simply to live a good life with his wives. Why trouble himself with unnecessary worries? After returning to the district, they naturally had to dig pits to bury the corpses. However, this was quite simple for New Jersey and the others. Black Dragon's Flame. New Jersey unleashed her full firepower output mode, scattering dense shells everywhere, blasting one crater after another. Then Belfast and Akashi dragged corpses one by one into the pits, firing a shot beside each pit to blast sand over them, shallowly burying the bodies. Thus, this series of tasks didn't take too long to complete. But even with high efficiency, by the time everything was finished, it was already dusk. Done, let's head back. Yang Tianxing felt a hint of embarrassment, realizing he hadn't done much besides watching. With his current spiritual power, he could passively boost the Shipgirl's strength by about 5, which was his biggest contribution today. As for auxiliary skills, they weren't talents that could awaken on their own. They had to be learned, and this wasn't a game world. And learning those things wasn't free, nor could they be bought with ordinary cash. To purchase those skills, one had to govern their jurisdiction well. Each month merit points were issued based on the management of the district. Those skills required merit points to exchange. As for why not learn from those who already mastered them, this wasn't a martial arts manual you could slowly learn from a book. Even martial arts manuals without proper guidance were incomprehensible, often containing coded language. The skills in this world were more like energy seeds. Only those who had mastered a skill to a high degree could create such seeds. Such individuals were rare, hence the need for merit points to exchange. By comprehending this, energy seed learners could acquire new skills. Of course, skills didn't necessarily require energy seeds to learn, but that demanded unimaginable insight. After all, the creators of these skills had developed them through a flash of inspiration and comprehension. This was why the spiritual physique was considered underwhelming in the past. Other physiques, even without skills, possessed a certain level of combat power due to their traits. But the spiritual physique had some, but truly not much. For now, young Tianxing could only focus on governing his jurisdiction to earn merit points and meditate to increase his spiritual power. Additionally, thanks to his current talent, everyone could enhance their physique by consuming large amounts of food, passively boosting spiritual power. One advantage of spiritual power was that the stronger the physique, the stronger the spiritual power. As young Tianxing, with some thoughts in mind, returned with the Shipgirls to the location of their chosen district's garrison, he was stunned by a city wall that seemed to have been built from nowhere. Where did this come from? He stared at the wall with Manqi standing guard on top, a huge question mark forming in his mind. Had the Manqis built this in less than a day? Wasn't this efficiency a bit too high? It's perfectly normal, meow. Akashi pulled young Tianxing inside the garrison, protected by the wall. By now, even the interior of the wall had been fully constructed with the ground paved. No longer just yellow sand. As for his garrison, it was a small building about 3 stories high, with an architectural style leaning toward an apartment complex likely designed to accommodate more people. Besides the main garrison building, there were auxiliary structures like warehouses, a cafeteria, and a hot spring. I can understand the warehouse and cafeteria, but what's with the hot spring? Yang Tianxing pointed helplessly at a building labeled hot spring. It's obviously a place for everyone to relax. New Jersey said, as if it were the most natural thing. After speaking, she grabbed young Tianxing's arm and pulled him into an embrace. Let's soak in the hot spring after dinner, honey. I've been teaching myself massage for a long time just for this day. Ah, is that so? Then hot springs are great, hot springs are great. A satisfied smile spread across young Tianxing's face, but soon he turned to Akashi. Akashi seemed to read his mind and directly answered the question he was about to ask. Because these were built using pre-made modules assembled together, so it's very fast, meow. Also, Commander, you don't need to worry about the expenses for this, meow. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth has covered all your future costs in this regard, meow. Actually, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth originally wanted to order modules sufficient to build an entire city, meow. But since your stay here won't be too long, it was vetoed, meow. Akashi spoke of Elizabeth with extraordinary respect, or rather she showed great respect to all her big clients. As expected of Her Majesty, huh? Yang Tianxing recalled that in the game Queen Elizabeth had indeed built a city several times, just for events, only to dismantle it afterward. Alright, honey, these things aren't that important. After a busy day, it's time to eat, New Jersey said, pulling Yang Tianxing's hand toward the cafeteria. Seeing her eager expression, Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. He knew New Jersey's intentions weren't really about the meal. But then, he who could refuse a New Jersey like this? After dinner, it was naturally time for the hot spring bath. And yes, the hot spring here wasn't segregated by gender. Meow. Soon after they entered the hot spring, a loud cat-like cry rang out. Then came a continuous stream of cat sounds. Achoo! Zhang Tianxi rubbed his nose. This damn place is way too cold. This was their second night in the desert. The first time they had rested in the convoy, so they hadn't felt the cold much. Now they had set up simple prefab houses at their chosen garrison location and stored their supplies. But in this environment, despite bringing plenty of extra supplies, Zhang Tianxi still felt cold due to the unfamiliar surroundings. Soon the tiger girl noticed her beloved master seemed cold, and gently embraced him, holding him like a little chick. In the corner, he Xiao curled up, her face full of venom. In the early morning, Yang Tianxing was kicked awake by the cat in his arms. Thanks to his second talent, despite the considerable energy he had expended the previous night, he still felt refreshed. After enjoying Belfast's lovingly prepared breakfast, Yang Tianxing began his daily summoning as usual. Who will the commander summon today? Inside the Port District's cafeteria, Isekai'd leaned against the table, her expression full of melancholy as her tail swayed unconsciously behind her. Just then, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. Isekai'd's eyes widened. The radiance seemed to be heading her way. Ah, could it be that my longing for the commander has moved the heavens themselves? Just as Isekai'd believed she was about to meet the commander, she realized the light had bypassed her and illuminated someone behind her. Enterprise, who was holding a tray and looking for a place to eat. What? Isekai'd stood frozen, dumbfounded. Sister, pull yourself together, sister. Kaga gently shook her sister. Meanwhile, Enterprise looked around in confusion until she saw young Tianxing, who was gazing at her with a silly grin. She casually handed her tray to a passing Mew, and for once the usually stern Enterprise couldn't maintain her composure. She threw herself into young Tianxing's arms. We'll never be apart again. Young Tianxing pondered for a moment before finally uttering that single line. He was never good at being sentimental. I think I understand. Enterprise had fully grasped the situation. Although New Jersey and the others would mention it when they returned, they hadn't gone back last night, so the information was slightly delayed. Then leave the air power of this jurisdiction to me. As she spoke, Enterprise drew her bow and shot an arrow. Yes, she was literally drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. It was a composite bow styled after the USS Enterprise, and each arrow she fired transformed into a jet fighter. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be fifth-generation aircraft. Question marks immediately popped up over young Tianxing's head. Wait, hold on, Enterprise, how did your planes turn into jet fighters? And fifth-generation ones at that. They've been upgraded during this period, meow. But since the commander can't fully unleash our power yet, Enterprise's fighters can only be fifth generation for now, meow. Before Enterprise could formulate a response, Akashi had already spoken up. Oh! Young Tianxing stared blankly at the fighters streaking across the sky, his anticipation for the Shipgirls' strength growing. Commander, at your 4 o'clock position, approximately 60 kilometers from the garrison, there's an unusual situation. Transmitting the feed now. Enterprise's voice snapped young Tianxing out of his reverie. At the same time, a virtual image was projected from the room's imaging device showing what Enterprise's fighter had observed. The picture was clear. Ahead was a garrison chief, a student like young Tianxing, frantically flooring the accelerator in a desperate escape. Behind the vehicle, a giant centipede roughly 30 meters long was chasing wildly. Huh, strange. This area shouldn't have such a massive, desolate beast. Where did this thing come from? Where did this thing come from? Young Tianxing was taken aback. After all, they were here for training, not to die. Neither the school nor the authorities would assign them to such a dangerous zone. Yet the situation before him seemed problematic. Commander, should we rescue them? Enterprise asked calmly. Since we've seen it, we might as well lend a hand. No loss either way. Young Tianxing said after a moment's thought. Perhaps there was some trickery involved, and if this person survived, someone might use this incident to cause trouble for him. Yet young Tianxing still chose to save them. He had the strength to do so, and it would be incredibly easy for him. He felt, at least to some extent, that he should do something. With the roar of a rocket engine, an air-to-ground missile shot toward the insect-type desolate beast, which was still playing with its prey. A violent explosion erupted. As for the giant centipede that had been chasing them, it was now blown into several pieces. Nice firepower. Thanks to his powerful spiritual perception, young Tianxing could clearly see the intense energy released at the moment of the missile's explosion. It was clearly an energy bomb. Let's go see that poor fellow and ask how he managed to attract that centipede. As he spoke, young Tianxing prepared to board the helicopter. But suddenly, he felt Enterprise wrap her arm around his waist. The next moment, a strong sensation of weightlessness hit him. When he came to his senses, he found himself on top of one of the propeller-driven fighters that had been launched earlier, with Enterprise standing beside him. Honey, don't you think it's strange for a plane to be towing an aircraft carrier? Young Tianxing wrapped his arm around Enterprise's waist in return. Hearing his address, Enterprise's cheeks flushed slightly. Is there a problem? I always did this back at the port. In truth, if she hadn't thought young Tianxing might not be comfortable, she would have jumped straight onto a jet fighter instead of a propeller-driven one. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Young Tianxing shook his head, helplessly holding Enterprise close and saying no more. Soon the two arrived above the unlucky person, and Enterprise carrying young Tianxing leaped down from the fighter, landing in front of them. Meanwhile, New Jersey and the others flew over in a helicopter, looking exasperated. Since when did Enterprise get to monopolize honey? New Jersey grumbled internally. The fleeing person, seeing humans before them, quickly stopped the car. Thank you for saving my life, big shot. The person rushed over and attempted to slide and hug young Tianxing's leg, but but Enterprise pulled him back 2 steps, dodging the move. A somewhat disheveled girl wiped the sand from her face, glanced at the wary Enterprise, and realized she had been a bit rash. However, the girl didn't notice that young Tianxing's attention was entirely on Enterprise's skirt. When Enterprise had jumped back, he had noticed that her skirt, which might have revealed a glimpse of her legs with a simple bend, had been lengthened to her knees. It seems they truly took my words to heart. Yang Tianxing nodded inwardly. Although his wife's attire was alluring, some styles were still too avant-garde. Despite being specially worn for him in the port area, they still frequently encountered outsiders now, so it was better to keep things normal. Then Yang Tianxing looked at the dusty-faced girl. What happened back there? How did you stumble upon that thing? It couldn't have just popped out of your jurisdiction on its own, could it? As he spoke, Yang Tianxing released his arm from around Enterprise's waist, maintaining some decorum in front of outsiders. How should I know? I was just planning to hunt some small wasteland behemoths. I thought I'd killed one, a centipede-shaped beast about the size of a person, but it wasn't completely dead. It opened its massive maw and let out a strange sound, and then this centipede burst out from the sand. I nearly pissed myself. The girl seemed to have recovered her composure, relaxing a little. So it really did spring from your territory. You'd better report it. Someone's going to be in trouble. Such negligence, sending a student without proper inspection leading to a potential death, would definitely land some people in a court-martial. I already reported it while being chased. Even if I died, I'd drag those bastards down with me. The girl huffed indignantly, clearly furious, though anyone would be in her shoes. Anyway, you saved me, big shot. Little sis has nothing to repay you with right now. How about... She was about to suggest forming a contract with Yang Tianxing, but as she looked at the stunning beauties around him, the words died in her throat. I don't think I have anything valuable to offer. The girl frowned, realizing her most precious asset held no value to him. She didn't know how to repay him. Yang Tianxing laughed. Haha, I don't need a reward. I just wanted to lend a hand if I could. Oh, by the way, it might not be safe there anymore. Why don't you head back to the hub station for now? I'll send a helicopter to take you. Yang Tianxing patted her shoulder with a smile. Thank you. But won't that be too much trouble? The girl looked a bit embarrassed. It's no trouble at all. After listening to a few more words of gratitude, Yang Tianxing had Manju send the girl to the hub station via helicopter. Once she was gone, a sly grin spread across his face. Wives, time to get moving. Let's take this chance to thoroughly sweep her territory and see how many stragglers are left. Yang Tianxing was genuinely eager to clean up his own territory and get out of there. He really didn't like this place. Every time he opened his mouth, he risked getting a mouthful of sand. Comparatively, he'd much rather fight in the Black Sea. However, since higher-ups insisted the Black Sea was far tougher than the wasteland, students like him could only be reassigned to new territories after completing their internships. Once assigned, those territories would become their permanent stations. And after managing their new territories, they would gain the right to initiate and wage wars to drive away calamities. It was somewhat similar to the ancient feudal system, except each person's allocated area was relatively small. Given the current situation, this was the best solution the higher-ups could devise. Only by having them fight calamities themselves and harvest resources from enemies could humanity's burden be minimized. At the same time, it was the best way to maximize their motivation. Transcendents were fundamentally different from ordinary soldiers. Their ambitions were far greater. If they were kept as mere grunts, trouble would eventually arise. As for whether these people would cause even bigger problems after the 3 calamities of land, sea, and air were resolved, the current decision-makers hadn't even considered that. The urgent priority was to stabilize humanity. Even if chaos ensued later, it would be contained within the human fold, not caused by something else. Why is it all centipedes? Did we stumble into a centipede nest? Yang Tianxing looked puzzled at the countless centipede-shaped insectoid wasteland behemoths being slain. But he quickly dismissed the oddity. Whatever was wrong, just kill them all. At that moment, several fighter jets launched by Enterprise dropped more bunker-busting missiles onto the ground. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, several more centipedes were blasted out from underground. Spotting them, New Jersey and Belfast, who had been waiting, immediately locked on and opened fire. Amid the roar of New Jersey's secondary guns and Belfast's main batteries, a 40-meter-long centipede, along with several smaller ones, had their bodies torn apart. The 40-meter-long centipede's head was blown clean off. These enemies are so weak. Honey, when can we fight something stronger? I didn't even get to use my main guns. After scanning confirmed no more wasteland behemoths, New Jersey sidled up to Yang Tianxing and began to wheedle. He was utterly defenseless against her cajoling, instinctively pulling her into an embrace. All right, I'll find you stronger enemies later. Enterprise watched the scene with a gentle smile. Under the commander's leadership, their battles held meaning. Soon after a brief analysis of the transport helicopter data brought by Akashi, she launched a swarm of transport helicopters to hoist the behemoth carcasses back to their territory. Countless Manju scrambled out of the helicopters, ropes in hand, to secure the loads. How convenient! An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Tianxing. In an instant, New Jersey shielded him, her 3 main turrets firing without hesitation. Belfast mirrored her actions. Enterprise loosed an arrow and a massive jet fighter hurtled toward the intruder, launching missiles mid-flight. Holy shit! The man at that moment deeply regretted his flashy entrance. He scrambled and rolled to escape the epicenter of the attack. With a sharp cry, the inexplicably appearing figure was blasted far away. Before the Shipgirls could launch their next attack, the man raised a small white flag from somewhere and waved it vigorously. He pulled his head out of the sand dune, trying to raise the flag higher, shaking it with all his might. I surrender. Surrender. Don't fire. I'm on your side. But none of the Shipgirls responded. They merely coldly aimed their naval guns at him. The man looked helplessly at Yang Tianxing, hoping he would step forward. Who are you? Yang Tianxing, having confirmed the man's human identity, relaxed his vigilance slightly. In this age, there were indeed fools who abandoned human dignity to join the 3 calamities of land, sea, and air, some even acting as spies among humans, passing intelligence to the 3 calamities. I am an investigation commissioner sent from above to look into the appearance of desolate beasts exceeding the strength limit in the newly established jurisdiction. After stating his identity, the man immediately became arrogant, believing that Yang Tianxing would not dare to act as before. He glanced at the Shipgirls, still pointing their weapons at him, a flicker of greed in his eyes. Such high-quality girls were rare in this remote area. If he could use their recent actions as leverage, he only needed to intimidate this rookie to make him command his subordinates. However, Yang Tianxing's powerful spiritual perception made him exceptionally sensitive, and he fully caught the lascivious gleam in the other's eyes. Coveting my wives? Yang Tianxing's eyes blazed with fury. What a joke! Did this guy think he was the kind of spineless coward who would endure even in such a situation? Or the kind of fool who, when his woman is harassed, mouths platitudes about the greater good, telling her to bear it first before seeking revenge later? What a joke! Akashi make a record today. A new type of desolate beast capable of mimicking human form infiltrated my jurisdiction. However, during its attack on me, it was directly eliminated. Yang Tianxing finished speaking, fixing an icy glare on the man. Meow. Understood, meow. Akashi nodded vigorously, her cute cat tail swishing happily behind her. The man was stunned by Yang Tianxing's words. What did he mean? What desolate beast that mimics human form? Does such a beast exist? Wait, was he talking about me? By the time he realized it, New Jersey, Belfast, and Enterprise had already opened fire. The man's earlier gaze had made them extremely uncomfortable and angry. However, since he seemed to be someone sent from above, the commander might be subject to his authority. For the commander's sake, they could temporarily tolerate that disgusting look. Yet upon hearing the commander's unequivocally protective words, their hearts filled with joy as they struck with ruthless precision, intent on erasing the man from existence. Wait, what are you doing? I'm an executive commissioner. Killing me will bring you no benefit. The man stumbled back in terror. Although as a spiritual body his strength had reached Tier 3, Level 7, considerable power, he could not withstand such destructive force. His spirit was in fact a sandworm, which explained how he had suddenly appeared behind Yang Tianxing. He had burrowed through the sand. This spirit meant his combat ability was not particularly strong. After all, what could a sandworm do besides attack with its mouth? The sandworm could spew corrosive acid, but before the acid even reached its target, it was dispersed by the intense wind pressure from the shells fired by New Jersey and the others. Faced with such terrifying attacks, the man did not hesitate to dive into the sand to escape. However, he was unaware that Belfast had analyzed his situation the moment he appeared, deducing his ability to travel through sand. During the battle, she had already released several torpedoes into the sand. Due to terrain adaptation, even in the desert, Belfast's torpedoes could still be used, though their target acquisition was slightly impaired. But that was fine, as Yang Tianxing could assist her with his spiritual power, directly micromanaging the torpedoes. Boom! With an explosion, a massive amount of sand was blasted into the air, and a figure was thrown out of the sand, landing on an iron plate that the Manju had somehow moved there, preventing him from burrowing again. Admittedly, although this guy had reached Tier 3, Level 7, his actual strength was unimpressive, but he was incredibly durable. The sandworm's unique structure effectively mitigated much damage. Even so, taking a direct torpedo hit had left him barely alive. Yang Tianxing stood at a distance from him. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but with his level still low, he was the Shipgirls' greatest weakness. He had no intention of holding his wives back, though being held by them was fine. Spill it, my dear spy. How did you get those desolate beasts into the new jurisdiction? Yang Tianxing was in fact fabricating the accusation to frame the man, making his elimination seem more justified. After all, he was the only one here and the man hadn't activated his recorder. So the truth was whatever Yang Tianxing said it was. What? How did you know? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time he realized why Yang Tianxing had dared to attack him so abruptly. The man had seen through his disguise, knew he was an imposter and a traitor to humanity, and thus had no qualms about shelling him. Yang Tianxing was momentarily taken aback but did not show it. What business is it of yours how I found out? Someone. Some chickens lock him up. Yang Tianxing naturally wouldn't let his wives touch the scum head have to trouble the manju again. They always handled the dirty work. Interesting, very interesting. To witness such a spectacle right upon arrival. Truly entertaining. And as for you trash, I've told you before, don't let me catch evidence of your betrayal of humanity, or it'll make you regret ever being born. Just as the manju were placing the traitor into an iron box to take him away, a voice filled with hatred rang out from afar. Upon hearing that there were still others, Yang Tianxing immediately took cover beside Belfast. New Jersey and Enterprise were the main combatants and they lacked protective skills. Belfast, however, could deploy smoke screens to grant a high evasion effect, so naturally he chose to hide near her. The moment New Jersey and Enterprise caught the sound of another presence, they instantly aimed their weapons in that direction. Please rest assured I mean no harm. I am the real executive investigator sent here, and I only arrived after hearing the explosion. It just never occurred to me that someone would impersonate me and come ahead of time. Fortunately, you saw through it. As he spoke, the newcomer produced his credentials and pointed to the recorder on his body, which was constantly uploading footage. Ah, Instructor Yen. Yang Tianxing froze for a moment after recognizing the face before him. Wasn't this Yen Gu, the instructor who had drilled his classmates relentlessly back in his first year of high school? You know me. Yen Gu paused, scrutinizing Yang Tianxing's face while pondering inwardly. He called me instructor, but I've only ever been an instructor once. I knew all those students back then, and he doesn't seem to be among them, does he? Yet, as he mused, he suddenly connected the face before him to a much younger sun-bronzed visage. You're Tianxing, right? Recalling why that face had been so dark back then, Yen Gu let out a slightly embarrassed chuckle. Instructor Yen, you left without a word back then, and we searched high and low for you. Yang Tianxing's gaze grew dangerously sharp. They had specially organized a farewell banquet for the instructor, intending to give him a proper payback. They had prepared a whole truckload of alcohol, but the guy had vanished without a trace that very day. Perhaps. Tianxing, it's been a while. Yen Gu said, subtly pointing to the recorder on his chest. The message clear, don't you dare think about settling personal scores. The recorder is still running. However, before Yang Tianxing could react, Akashi had somehow produced an EMP grenade from who knows where. Though Yen Gu didn't recognize the device, he sensed a dangerous aura. I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye and missed out on that truckload of beer. Yen Gu's tone was exceedingly sincere, yet not entirely so. TCH. By the way, instructor, do you know this thing? Yang Tianxing pulled Belfast over to the iron cage, holding the captured traitor, and nudged it with his foot. Yes, I met him after I transferred to become an executive. His name is Ji Buxiao. He was never a good sort, always abusing his power for personal gain. He's been punished a few times for it, then he behaved a bit more, though mostly because the evidence got harder to find. I always thought his convictions were shaky and specifically warned him not to become a traitor to humanity. But in the end, he never listened. Then again, how could trash like him ever listen? As he spoke, Yen Gu drew the dagger from his waist, thrust it through the iron bars of the cage, and stabbed it straight into the man's chest. No! Don't kill me. Ji Boxio's eyes widened as he felt his lung-pierced breathing in agony and terror. He didn't want to die, but neither Yang Tianxing nor Yen Gu had any intention of letting him live. Such traitors could never yield any useful intelligence from the wasteland. Capturing them brought little gain, so they were usually executed on the spot. Of course, if there was some personal vendetta involved. Don't worry, I won't kill you here. Have you forgotten what you've done? There are plenty of people who want to skin you alive. Yen Gu finished, ignoring the terrified Ji Buxiao, and looked up at Yang Tianxing. I'll report your merits when I get back. I'm taking this man with me. Fine, hurry up and go. I'm not keeping you for dinner. Yang Tianxing waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Yengu rolled his eyes, unfurled ethereal wings from his back, and lifted the iron cage into the air, flying straight toward the hub. Spiritual bodies can be pretty cool sometimes. Yang Tianxing remarked with a smile, though he felt no envy. After all, if he were a spiritual body, he wouldn't be able to summon his wives. Time to go home and eat. I've been busy all day and am starving. With that, Yang Tianxing, arms around two companions, returned to his garrison. After dinner, it was naturally time to soak in a hot spring and unwind. And while relaxing, it was only fitting to pair it with his favorite activity. What activity? Don't ask, because if you do I won't tell you. Yang Tianxing gazed at the ceiling, simulated to look like a starry sky, lying on his large bed enjoying. Ahem, let's not go into details. Of course, petting cats was something worth mentioning. Meow. Commander Akashi is not an ordinary kitty. Akashi protested softly, but the protest was futile. Ever since awakening his second talent, Yang Tianxing no longer felt any trepidation when facing his shipgirls. The next morning, Yang Tianxing stretched lazily and gently pinched the cat ears of the green-haired cat snoozing on his chest. Then he turned his head to look beside him at Enterprise, whose face bore an unusual blush. This situation arose naturally from him having thoroughly enjoyed her. What? A romantic subplot? Nonsense, she was his oath-bound wife with affection maxed out long ago. If he dared to mention having children, she would be more than willing to stay cooped up with him in the room until a child was conceived before stepping out. Yang Tianxing looked around and saw New Jersey holding him from the other side, while Belfast had already disappeared, likely preparing breakfast. Truly his perfect head made. After getting up, washing up, and tidying up, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. Standing in the specially constructed summoning room of the garrison, under the expectant gazes of New Jersey and the others, Yang Tianxing prepared to begin another summoning. But at that moment, a violent tremor suddenly struck, causing him to lose his balance. However, Enterprise, who had been keeping an eye on him, immediately steadied his body. What's going on? Yang Tianxing frowned. A 70-meter class wasteland behemoth has appeared 630 meters in the 4 o'clock direction from the garrison and is approaching. Several imaging devices in the room suddenly emitted light, projecting the figure of the navigator TB. 70 meters. Yang Tianxing was taken aback. How could his jurisdiction suddenly become abnormal right after he had just dealt with an irregularity in the neighboring sector? It seems that the traitor is not the only one stirring up trouble. Yang Tianxing mused as he dispatched New Jersey and the others to confront the creature. Although a 70-meter entity sounded formidable, it posed little challenge for New Jersey and her companions. In truth, it was debatable whether this beast was even larger than the fireball produced by one of New Jersey's cannon blasts. Of course, if this were a monster from an Ultraman universe, standing dozens of meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of tons, that would be a different story entirely. The density alone would be incomparable. Understood, honey. New Jersey saluted briskly before darting off in a flash, with Enterprise following closely behind. Akashi trailed at a distance, refraining from charging directly into battle. Her role was never on the front lines. Belfast remained by Yang Tianxing's side. As the thunderous explosions erupted outside, Yang Tianxing completed his summoning incantation. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, my child. Friedrich der Gross's gaze was filled with warmth. Her towering figure nearly matched Yang Tianxing's height, and with her horns factored in, she stood even taller. Thanks to the activation of Yang Tianxing's second talent, his physique had grown considerably stronger and taller, reaching nearly 1.9 meters. Note: since official data on shipgirl heights is vague, often based on fan assumptions or calculations leading to exaggerated figures, I've established that no shipgirl exceeds 2 meters in height. Her attire, predominantly black and red, and resembling a military uniform, exuded an aura of sternness and lethality. Yet this very presence softened remarkably in Yang Tianxing's company. Welcome, my dear mother. Without hesitation, he embraced Friedrich der Gross. After all, she was known as the mother ship, a being who embraced her commander like a nurturing mother. Of course, she was also his oath-bound wife. But why did she still act like a mother even after becoming his spouse? Because Friedrich der Gross enjoyed it and Yang Tianxing indulged her. I had hoped you'd fall into my arms, my child, but it seems you've grown quite robust, Friedrich der Gross murmured softly, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Heh. Ahem, there's still a battle raging outside. Would you like to take a look, mother? Recalling the urgency of the situation, Yang Tianxing grew more serious. At his words, Friedrich der Gross's expression remained tender, yet her aura shifted entirely. My child, I shall remove every obstacle in your path. With that, she surged out of the room, and as her rigging unfurled, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air. The unique equipment of the Iron Blood faction, a living dragon-shaped rigging, An obsidian steel dragon spread its wings behind Friedrich der Grosse, its elongated body adorned with 4 massive 406mm cannons evenly spaced alongside countless secondary guns and anti-aircraft emplacements. In Yang Tianxing's eyes, the rigging was far from the miniature size depicted in games. He estimated it spanned at least 200 to nearly 300 meters. It seemed to match the length of Friedrich der Grosse's original vessel, an awe-inspiring sight brimming with dominance. With Friedrich der Grosse joining the fray, the 70-meter wasteland behemoth, already on the verge of death from the relentless bombardment by New Jersey and Enterprise, was now doomed to utter annihilation. The black steel dragon spiraled through the air, accelerating sharply to encircle the wasteland behemoth with its nearly 300-meter-long body. In the next instant, alongside New Jersey's 3 406mm cannons, the Dragon's 4 406mm cannons fired in unison. Simultaneously, Enterprise's bombers released a barrage of precision-guided bombs from the sky. Amidst a continuous symphony of explosions, the wasteland behemoth, which had appeared mere minutes ago, was blasted into rubble. Since the battle occurred within their jurisdiction, there was no need to worry about the mangled remains being difficult to dispose of. They could simply be buried on site. After vanquishing the wasteland behemoth, Enterprise deployed numerous specialized reconnaissance drones equipped with radar designed to detect such creatures. Given the abnormal circumstances, they couldn't risk an enemy emerging directly beneath their stronghold next time. With everything handled, the Shipgirls returned to the stronghold. What exactly is going on? Yang Tianxing reclined on Friedrich der Grosse's lap, pondering the recent anomalies. Every novice jurisdiction administrator was assigned a territory where the strongest wasteland behemoth remained within their capabilities. Even if they couldn't defeat it, they typically wouldn't be killed. Crucially, this wasn't the front lines. Large behemoths should have long been eliminated. Yet now not only had the neighboring stronghold encountered issues, but his own had as well. The neighboring sector faced a 30 to 40-meter behemoth, while his had escalated to a 70-meter variant. For a novice, such a creature left only one option: flee. The strength of behemoths a novice could handle was severely limited, often requiring specialized weaponry. Yang Tianxing was a rare exception. The novice who had fled yesterday was actually quite capable among his peers. According to Akashi's calculations, he could handle a 15-meter behemoth with ease. Don't underestimate 15 meters, that's the height. Conventional weapons were little more than toothpicks against such a foe. Without sufficient firepower or effective mechanisms, defeating it at this stage was nearly impossible. This explained why spiritual entities, despite their relatively average individual combat prowess compared to other physiques, were currently highly favored. They could enhance the numerical attributes of other physiques. Moreover, a single spiritual entity could contract with 6 awakened individuals, effectively giving their stronghold a team of 7 from the outset. A far superior fighting force compared to those operating alone. Take the girl who fled yesterday, for instance. If she had contracted with a spiritual entity and had 5 additional teammates, they might have challenged that 40-meter behemoth. Yet, inexplicably, their jurisdictions were now plagued by behemoths that exceeded their strength limits. Although the strict instructor came to investigate, if it's just him alone, who knows when we'll get a result. Well, I suppose I don't need to worry too much about this kind of thing. After all, I can beat it. Yang Tianxing said, getting up to sit, but ended up bumping his head on a mountain and lying back down. What a naughty child! Frederick the Great chuckled softly as she gently massaged his head. I feel like I'm being spoiled into uselessness. No, Yang Tianxing, who had originally wanted to get up, suddenly didn't want to anymore. Honey, New Jersey also sidled over. The sense of happiness was overwhelming. Enterprise was much more reserved, simply sitting to one side. Belfast seemed busy with something else. As for that green-haired cat, she had apparently returned to the port area to study something. However, Yang Tianxing didn't indulge in the tender embrace for long. When it was time for training, he obediently got up and exercised. The way spiritual entities strengthen themselves is simply through physical exercise and meditation. Since Yang Tianxing could enhance his body by consuming large amounts of food, his physical training mainly focused on technique. Although as for meditation, due to his naturally powerful spiritual energy, Yang Tianxing entered a meditative state much more easily than others. He could even meditate while engaging in normal activities or while training his body. Of course, the efficiency of this kind of meditation was somewhat lower than when he meditated with full concentration. At that moment, Yang Tianxing immediately began meditating with full focus while resting on Frederick the Great's lap. Because he could enter a meditative state so easily, he didn't need to assume a specific posture. Just lying down was enough. Yes, he definitely wasn't indulging in the tender embrace just now. He was only cultivating. Around noon, Yang Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time his overall aura increased by 1/10. His strength had truly improved. Currently his level had risen from 0 order 0 grade to 0 order 1st grade. The level system for spiritual entities here was based on their foundational spiritual energy intensity. When one's spiritual energy doubled from its original amount, it signified a level up. In other words, the higher one's initial spiritual energy, the longer their experience bar. However, a longer experience bar didn't mean slower leveling because the speed of their spiritual energy or experience growth was also fast. After his strength increased by 1 level, Yang Tianxing's spiritual perception range and other attributes doubled from his baseline. However, he didn't feel a particularly strong sense of empowerment. This was because the experience bar here wasn't the same as in games. In games, one only becomes stronger upon leveling up. But in reality, every increase in spiritual energy boosted strength. It wasn't necessary to wait until it doubled and level up to become stronger. Just then, the playback device in the restroom suddenly emitted Belfast's voice. Master, the hub called and requested to contact you. Got it. Yang Tianxing said, getting up again, only to bump into the mountain once more. But this mountain was fragrant and soft, so the bump didn't hurt at all. Frederick the Great, who had been bumped, let out a soft laugh, her eyes full of adoration. Yang Tianxing sat up, tidied his clothes briefly to look more formal, and the next moment a video call from the hub formed an image before him. Yang Tianxing, the hub detected a strong energy reaction at your location earlier. Calculations indicate it was a 7-meter level wasteland beast. You should have dealt with it, right? Strict in the video said, a useless piece of nonsense. If he hadn't dealt with that thing, could he still be talking to him now? Thinking this, Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes. Since you detected a 7-meter level beast at my place, why didn't you come to help? What would I go there for? By the time I arrived, either I'd be collecting your corpse or crashing a meal with you. Was there a third option? Having witnessed the combat power of Yang Tianxing's stronghold, he hadn't paid much attention when the hub detected a 7-meter level beast there. However, Strick's tone quickly turned serious. According to radar scans about 150 kilometers east of your stronghold, a 4-meter level wasteland beast has been detected. Go check it out. Though Strick's tone was serious, it wasn't urgent. In his view, by the time Yang Tianxing covered those 150 kilometers, either the beast would already be dealt with, and its corpse processed, or Yang Tianxing would have been dealt with and become its excrement. So there was no point in rushing. A few minutes wouldn't make a difference. Because if you can beat it, you can beat it. If you can't, you can't. There's nothing more to say. Of course, some had strong escape abilities, but if they could flee, it meant they could hold on a bit longer. If they died because of that extra time, then they were just unlucky. Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes helplessly at Strick's serious yet indifferent tone. Every year, too many rookies died in various situations, and the hub simply couldn't save them in time. Over time, they gradually chose to seal their hearts, unwilling to suffer more unnecessary pain. However, Yang Tianxing felt that if he could save someone, he should. It wasn't much trouble. If he couldn't make it in time, then so be it. He looked at Enterprise, who nodded, drew her compound bow to the fullest, and fired 5 arrows in quick succession. Those arrows, seemingly made of light, transformed into expanding jet fighters shortly after leaving the bow, letting the fighters go ahead, since they were the fastest and offered the highest chance of saving the person. Enterprise then fired another arrow, but this time it became a bomber. She grabbed Yang Tianxing and jumped onto the bomber through the open belly, followed closely by Frederick the Great, Belfast, and New Jersey. This was why they needed the bomber. The fighters really couldn't hold so many people. Though it was certainly strange for a bomber to be carrying several battleships with displacements of 50 or 60,000 tons. Generally speaking, due to the calamity from the skies, humans rarely use aerial vehicles, as many times they find themselves in a battle with the sky calamity halfway through their flight, only to arrive at their destination with depleted ammunition. If it is an ordinary aerial vehicle without escort from fighter jets, it would likely be torn apart by the sky calamity once it ascends. Thus far, aside from some extraordinary individuals with their unique aerial vehicles, humanity's ordinary aerial vehicles have not seen much advancement. However, the aerial armed forces have been continually enhancing their capabilities to seize air supremacy, though their effectiveness against the sky calamity has been rather limited. Yet Yang Tianxing's aerial forces are quite different from those of humanity, as these do not require mass production. A single shot can transform into an aircraft. In terms of combat prowess, the pilot Manjo can effortlessly achieve a synergy with the fighter jet, resulting in a formidable combat capability. Thus, Yang Tianxing does not fear the sky calamity. Furthermore, since the distance is not far, merely around 100 kilometers, and flying at a low altitude, the sky calamity does not appear. The fighter jets launched by the Enterprise are not of any known model, but are a new type developed in the port area. Conventional fighter jets are limited in speed due to the need to accommodate the pilot's load, while the fighter jets of the Fleet Girls do not have such considerations and can fly at any speed they are capable of achieving. Thus, the conventional cruising speed of this fighter jet reaches 10 Mach with a sprint speed even attaining 15 Mach, and this is still while carrying a substantial amount of weaponry. Of course, this is not the most powerful fighter jet the Enterprise can deploy. It is merely the strongest fighter jet they can release under current constraints. As for the highest strength of the Enterprise and Fleet Girls, using celestial powers to manipulate the environment and controlling the port area is child's play. Some Fleet Girls, when enraged, dare to destroy the world. At 150 kilometers with a sprint speed of 15 Mach, it only takes 30 seconds to arrive, meaning that by the time Tianxing and the others jump towards the belly of the bomber, the fighter jets released by the Enterprise have already reached their destination. The bomber they are on flies at a significantly slower speed, around 6 Mach, due to its massive size and various constraints. So by the time they arrive, the 40-meter colossal beast has already been dealt with by 5 fighter jets. It is unclear which Manjo made a mistake, as they did not deploy missiles but instead crashed into it directly. With a full-speed sprint of 15 Mach, coupled with a fuselage robust enough to withstand such speeds without disintegrating, it can actually be regarded as a hypersonic missile, albeit not purely solid. Thus, the targeted 40-meter colossal beast was violently smashed into pieces due to the sudden and intense impact, causing the fighter jet to explode as well. However, Yang Tianxing seriously suspects that the Manjo activated the self-destruct sequence of the fighter jet, though he cannot fathom why a fighter jet would have such a self-destruct feature. Meanwhile, the director of the defense station in this area, a novice who had only recently been assigned, is currently bewilderedly stepping down from his off-road vehicle meant for escape. Upon seeing him, Yang Tianxing chuckled, recognizing a familiar face. It was Zhang Tianzi. He jumped directly to the ground from New Jersey's embrace, and then looked at the flustered Zhang Tianzi along with the 3-meter-tall tiger girl behind him, and the disheveled He Xiaoxiao, who clearly was not well regarded, and said, "Oh, what brings you here?" Yang Tianxing smiled and greeted him. Since Zhang Tianzi had evolved from a sycophant into a battle wolf, their previous conflicts had dissipated. "Thanks. But why is there a 40-meter colossal beast in your novice jurisdiction?" Zhang Tianzi lay directly on the ground, letting the scorching yellow sand slowly bake him. Such occurrences actually have a certain probability. After all, this is a reclaimed area, and occasionally 1 or 2 colossal beasts might wander in. If one hides well and avoids getting eliminated, they can survive. However, this time it is not a low-probability event. It seems someone has maliciously done something, using some means to let some larger colossal beasts cross the front line. However, the numbers should be quite limited, or otherwise they would not have gone unnoticed. Yang Tianxing glanced at the lying Zhang Tianzi and casually remarked, "So essentially it's still a low-probability event. Why am I so unlucky to encounter it?" Zhang Tianzi sat up from the sand, looking exasperated. Maybe the malefactor specifically prepared an outstanding assassination list for the new generation of humans. Yang Tianxing recalled a classic plot from a novel he had read, and pondered, how could such a person exist? They must be out of their mind. Zhang Tianzi stood up again, looking dejected, as if mourning a loss. "My defense station has been destroyed, and I don't know where I will stay tonight. But speaking of which, they won't come looking for me again, will they?" Zhang Tianzi's complexion grew increasingly grim as he thought of the ensuing matters, feeling a headache coming on. "Who knows? However, I feel they probably won't return, as I just dealt with a batch of larger colossal beasts and their available forces should be limited." Yet Yang Tianxing was also contemplating the situation. Is it truly as he suspected? Something felt off. However, if the other party is orchestrating such events with him as the main target, he would be quite pleased, as his jurisdiction requires a large number of colossal beasts to rapidly restore the original environment. Only then can he swiftly complete his novice internship and be reassigned to where he wishes to go. He truly doesn't want to be stuck in this desolate desert eating sand anymore. Although for some the sand of the desert is far better than facing the Black Sea on an island. For Yang Tianxing, as a fleet commander, remaining in the desert without taking the fleet girls to battle at sea is quite a predicament. "Alright, if you're fine, I'll take my leave." Yang Tian had just finished speaking when he prepared to leave with his fleet girls. "Wait a moment, Yang Tianxing." He Xiaoxiao, who seemed to have been treated as air, suddenly called out to Yang Tianxing. However, Yang Tianxing acted as if he had not heard, jumping into the belly of the bomber under New Jersey's embrace and then disappearing. Yang Tianxing could not even be bothered to address the other party or explain why he did not take them to his defense station. Zhang Tianzi rolled his eyes at He Xiaoxiao, who clearly had no idea what was going on. If it weren't for the debt she owed, he wouldn't have bothered contracting such an idiot. Skilled only in playing coy and utterly useless at anything else. She was a complete waste in combat too. Aside from acting cute, he couldn't fathom any other use for her. And now, in her sheer stupidity, she actually asked Yang Tianxing if she could stay at his outpost. Couldn't she use that brain of hers, smaller than a walnut, to think That guy had so many beautiful women around him, their relationship with him was obviously far from ordinary. How could he possibly let her stay there? If she went, it would be terribly inconvenient for him. But then Zhang Tianxi reconsidered. Though he Xiao was a bit of a tease, she was far from stupid. Saying that to Yang Tianxing was likely a ploy to get him to contract her, instead betraying him. She wanted to cuckold him. At that thought, Zhang Tianxi's fury ignited. Yet he forced himself to suppress it. He needed to reach the hub station as quickly as possible. This desert plummeted to over a dozen degrees below zero at night. Freezing to death wasn't an option. He'd deal with her properly once they got to the hub. Yang Tianxing, naturally oblivious to Zhang Tianxi's thoughts, couldn't care less. It had nothing to do with him. He'd only exchanged a few words with them. Otherwise, the round trip wouldn't have taken him even 5 minutes. Back at his outpost, Yang Tianxing called Yan Gu to report on Zhang Tianxi's situation. Oh, so you're saying it took you just 30 seconds to get there and kill that desolate beast, right? Yan Gu's eyes widened at the hub station. Yeah. But to be precise, I took down the target in 30 seconds, though I arrived in about 60-something seconds. Yang Tianxing had a nagging sense of foreboding. Listen, Tianxing, you can't let such incredible mobility go to waste. Yan Gu's voice crackled through the phone again, but this time Yang Tianxing detected a sly, ingratiating tone. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. This was purely me having nothing better to do. I'd have to be out of my mind to play firefighter for you, running all over the desert saving people. I'm a rookie myself. This kind of thing isn't my responsibility. Alright, I'm hanging up. With that, Yang Tianxing ended the call. If he weren't worried about missing urgent notifications, he'd have blocked Yan Gu entirely. He really couldn't be bothered to dash around for no reward. Even if there were perks, they meant little to him. His resources were fully backed by the entire port district. He had no need to play firefighter for them. Most importantly, even if the target was close by, killing a desolate beast far away meant the corpse couldn't be transported back to his jurisdiction, doing nothing for his work progress. He wanted to finish managing his own territory as quickly as possible and get the hell out of this godforsaken place, leaving the sand behind. Running around all day helping others while his own territory's progress stalled completely. He wasn't an idiot. On the other end, Yan Gu frowned at the disconnected call. Currently, Yang Tianxing was the only one in the region with such ultra-high mobility and the power to kill desolate beasts. Others with similar speed could only serve as fodder for the beasts, while hubs with the strength to defeat them couldn't get there in time. Still, Yan Gu didn't beg or insist. There was no need for Yang Tianxing to be a firefighter. Things had gone on like this for years. Yang Tianxing was merely an exceptional case combining speed and formidable combat prowess. There was no point in forcing changes because of this anomaly. Once he finished his mission here, he'd leave. Those who chose this path had to accept that life and death were ruled by fate, and wealth and honor were at heaven's mercy. Yan Gu shook his head and headed for the cafeteria. He'd heard his favorite dish was on the menu today. He needed to get there early to snag a portion before it was all gone. As for the potential emergence of extraordinary desolate beasts, he'd already sent people to investigate. But he suspected the investigation would yield little useful information. The situation was simple. These creatures were crossing the front lines through some method, happening every year, just more frequently this time. What they needed to do wasn't to eliminate the smuggled desolate beasts, but to find a way to seal the gaps they used to cross over. Yet, for some reason, Yan Gu felt something was off, a persistent unease gnawing at him. It had something to do with his intuition, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. As Yan Gu headed to the cafeteria to grab his meal, Yang Tianxing was soon enjoying a Chinese meal personally prepared by Belfast. It had to be said, Belfast, as a perfect maid, possessed remarkable culinary talent. She'd learned Chinese cooking from Longgu not long ago, yet she'd already mastered it so well. Truly impressive. Where's that green-haired cat? Haven't seen her all day. While eating, Yang Tianxing suddenly noticed the absence of a certain green-haired cat. She'd been absent from the port since morning, and he had no idea what she was up to. Ming Shi said she wanted to give Honey a surprise and went back to the port. New Jersey sidled up to Yang Tianxing, offering him a homemade ice cream. Is that so? Yang Tianxing was mildly curious about what surprise Ming Shi had in store. Just as he was wondering, a flash of light appeared beside him, and Ming Shi returned from the port. Meow. Commander, look what I've brought for you, meow. Ming Shi bustled over noisily, dragging a massive metal box behind her. Seeing her return, Yang Tianxing approached curiously. Hee meow, Commander, I've upgraded the exoskeleton armor you left at the port, greatly enhancing its attack power, defense, and mobility. As she spoke, Ming Shi pressed a few buttons on the metal box. Instantly, the entire container disassembled into countless tiny blocks, in a highly sci-fi manner, unfolding to reveal not the promised exoskeleton armor, but a single floating white cube. Mingshi, exactly how many modifications did you make? Yang Tianxing gazed at the white cube floating before him, realizing that the improvements Mingshi spoke of were far more than she had let on. I studied the structure of ship rigging and the principles behind its equipment forms, and turned this armor into a portable design. As Mingshi spoke, she reached out, picked up the floating white cube, and tossed it toward Yang Tianxing. The moment the white cube touched his chest, it automatically disintegrated into countless tiny white cubes, enveloping him entirely. When the light faded, Yang Tianxing was clad in a set of highly mechanical armor, somewhat reminiscent of an iron battle suit. He moved slightly, feeling no obstruction, as if he were wearing nothing more than a set of clothes. As for the armor's functions, Navigator TB began explaining them in his ear. Mingshi had also installed an artificial intelligence, Navigator TB, into this armor, making it more convenient for Yang Tianxing to use. He only needed to memorize the functions and have TB activate them when needed. As for the functions, flight and the like were all possible. However, the primary attack method involved manifesting pseudoship rigging for combat. Although it was called pseudoship rigging, it was not much different from the real thing. Yet due to design limitations on the cube and data capacity this armor could bear after deploying the rigging, its power was equivalent to that of a light cruiser. Its firepower was far inferior to that of a battleship cannon. Still, the armor's firepower was not its most important feature, its defensive capabilities were. Mingshi had enhanced its defense to a terrifying degree, even reaching the defensive level of some cannons specializing in protection. This ensured that Yang Tianxing would not be killed by the wasteland beasts targeting him on the battlefield. As a man, upon acquiring such armor, he would naturally be overly excited and use it non-stop, forgetting the time. Yang Tianxing was certainly no exception. By the time he had his fill of playing, the sky had dark. But if this kept up, the number of daily tasks would increase to 6. However, just as the daily tasks were about to be completed, accompanied by a roar, the alarm at the outpost blared. At the 4 o'clock direction, 1200 meters from the outpost, 2 wasteland beasts of about 60 meters in size were detected. Meanwhile, underground lurked a wasteland beast of 120 meters. Amid the piercing alarm, Yang Tianxing gritted his teeth and finally finished the last daily task. Then he glared angrily outside. Are you guys looking for death? In truth, the Kansen were far more furious than Yang Tianxing. A flash of light passed over their bodies, and the combat suits which Yang Tianxing had discarded somewhere reappeared. They charged out of the hot springs, burning with towering rage. Because Yang Tianxing had leveled up today, the Kansen had also risen a level, unlocking a portion of their power. When Yang Tianxing and the 5 Kansen burst out of the hot springs and directly opened fire on the 2 60-meter wasteland beasts that were meant to distract them, the barrage of shells lit up the night sky. The 2 roaring beasts lumbering toward the outpost saw the death-laden barrage, and their expressions twisted in terror. Boom! With a violent explosion, the 2 60-meter wasteland beasts were instantly blasted into pieces. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations, the 1 20-meter wasteland beast hidden in the yellow sand dared not show itself for a moment. Originally, it was thought that a 1 20-meter wasteland beast would be enough to handle the situation, but reality was far from expectations. The combat effectiveness of these humanoid combat units, suspected to be conceptual entities of warships, required reassessment. With this thought, the will attached to the 1 20-meter wasteland beast detached itself, forcibly triggering the beast's ferocity and ordering it to charge. Good thing the main target isn't to eliminate these rookies. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Then the consciousness completely left the area. However, Yang Tianxing and the others were unaware of this. They only knew that the 1 20-meter centipede-shaped wasteland beast was charging at them. New Jersey, still in a rage, rushed forward and punched the beast's head, sending it flying over 100 meters into the air. Did they really think the horsepower driving their warship forms, nearly 6,000 tons of mass, was just for show? This kind of power allowed them to reach supersonic speeds. Friedrich der Grosse also charged forward, her mechanical dragon rigging soaring into the air and pouncing on the wasteland beast. Since the mechanical dragon rigging was a transformation of Friedrich der Grosse's warship, it was essentially no different from a battleship directly pouncing. Blinded by fury, the Kansen barely fired their guns, relying purely on their terrifying physical strength to tear the 1 20-meter wasteland beast apart with their bare hands. Even Mingshi, a repair ship who rarely went to battle, joined in, spraying the area with anti-aircraft guns for a while. When the battle ended, Yang Tianxing looked at the chaotic battlefield and New Jersey, who was scratching her head, apologetically covered head to toe in the blood of the wasteland beast. He shook his head helplessly. What else could he do? Go take a bath. But as he headed to the bath, Yang Tianxing suddenly felt as if he was being fooled by the Kansen. How did bathing turn into starting the daily tasks again? Could daily tasks be repeated? In the early morning, when Yang Tianxing rose from bed, the chaotic battlefield outside the outpost had already been cleaned up by the Manjuus. Moreover, because a large number of wasteland beast corpses had been buried in his jurisdiction, the sand was no longer as loose as before, gradually turning into soil. In some places, tough little grass had even begun to sprout. There was nothing much to do in the morning. Following the routine after breakfast, he was to conduct today's summoning. Who would be summoned today? The wasteland behemoths possess a unique mechanism. When they reach a certain number and are led by a chieftain-level behemoth, they can form a special effect enabling them to massively absorb nutrients and various substances from the land, turning it into a desert. However, when there is no chieftain-level behemoth leading them and their numbers are small, they lack the ability to desertify the land. Moreover, upon death, the special substances and energy within their corpses can restore the desertified land to its original state. This principle is somewhat akin to locusts. They are quite delicious when roasted or fried individually, but when they form a plague, a toxin, specifically cyanide, develops inside them, making them inedible. However, the wasteland behemoths are far more extraordinary than locusts. In Yang Tianxing's jurisdiction, it was certainly impossible for a chieftain-level behemoth to appear leading a legion of wasteland behemoths to attack him. Thus, his territory would not be transformed into land, only to be turned back into desert by other behemoths. Nevertheless, as his territory gradually recovered, the number of wasteland behemoths within it would inevitably dwindle until they vanished entirely, for ordinary land was unsuitable for their survival. Still, even if the number of wasteland behemoths in his own domain decreased, he could simply continue to poach them from the front lines, which would also help alleviate their pressure. Though the few he managed to take were but a drop in the ocean compared to the wasteland behemoth legions. Musing over matters concerning his jurisdiction, Yang Tianxing led a group of shipgirls to the designated summoning room. A special room wasn't strictly necessary, but it was all about the ritual after all. Completing today's summoning would bring the number of shipgirls he could maintain on permanent duty to the maximum, which was 6. Once today passed, when he summoned the 7th shipgirl, they would likely have to take turns coming to the real world. This felt somewhat like the secretary ship setup, didn't it? Shaking his head to cast aside some strange thoughts, he began the summoning. As he grew more familiar with the summoning incantation, Yang Tianxing now dared to add some special effects to it. As for what kind of effects? Naturally, it was the special effects from building shipgirls, like a cube emitting rings of energy, effects from the game. But come to think of it, what determines the order in which shipgirls are summoned? It shouldn't be luck or otherwise. Enterprise and Isekai'd would have been the first I summoned. Yang Tianxing gazed at the gradually emanating light, lost in thought. Soon a little girl in an ancient-style dress, accompanied by blue and white porcelain and bronze-style rigging, appeared before him. She was carrying a giant spoon taller than herself. Eastern Radiance's Languo descended. I am the destroyer of Eastern Radiance. Languo. Am not particularly interested in fighting or working. But if it's about cooking, leave it all to me. What cooking method do you prefer? Frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising, stewing, steaming? I can do anything. Longwu, small and petite, carried a spoon taller than herself, her voice sweet and soft, her starry eyes fixed earnestly on Yang Tianxing. It's actually Languo. Yang Tianxing smiled, preparing to pick up Languo. After all, who wouldn't want to hug such an adorable little girl? But he couldn't lift her at all. Yang Tianxing stared blankly at Longwu, baffled as to why, with his current physical abilities, he couldn't pick up someone so small. Longwu seemed to notice his embarrassment. She stuck out her little tongue, set the spoon on the ground, and retracted her rigging. The moment the spoon touched the ground, the entire garrison trembled. Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. He could only sigh. Truly a ship girl. But that didn't add up. During battles, New Jersey and the others could often use their battleship-level horsepower to burst into near-sonic speeds. Yet, if their weight matched that of their warship forms, they shouldn't be able to achieve such velocity. Yang Tianxing grew increasingly puzzled. Then he recalled certain scenes from the game. Sometimes shipgirls could take a direct shell hit without a scratch, while at other times they'd cut their fingers while cooking. So their defense and weight were like Schrodinger's cat after all. Indeed, if their defense were always so high, he wouldn't be able to complete his daily tasks. If he couldn't even break through the first layer of defense, how could he possibly do the daily missions? Getting off track. Yang Tianxing picked Languo up, held her in his arms, and pinched her little cheeks, announcing that from then on the garrison's kitchen would be hers. Belfast nodded in agreement. As a perfect maid, though, she needed to master all necessary skills. As the head maid, she didn't have to handle everything herself. She was better at overseeing other maids and would simply stay by the commander's side. However, since currently Yang Tianxing only had her as his maid, she had to handle nearly everything. Now with Longwu, she could set aside kitchen duties, making things considerably easier. Because Yang Tianxing held her in his arms, Langwu had no intention of heading to the kitchen for now. Her long dragon tail coiled tightly around him, unwilling to let go for a while. Helpless Yang Tianxing could only choose to spend more time playing with Langwu. For little girls like Langwu in the port, he generally regarded them as younger sisters or daughters. After all, they were not only little girls in appearance but also in heart. No normal person would be beastly enough to make a move on them. Of course, in the game it was different. Oaths still had to be made. Since Langwu refused to let go, Yang Tianxing decided to take the little girl to see the scenery in his jurisdiction. Though it was nothing but yellow sand everywhere. However, when Langwu appeared beside Yang Tianxing, all hell broke loose in the Eastern Radiance section of the port. As for the reason, naturally it was because Langwu was supposed to cook today, and with her suddenly gone the meal was off too. As for having Haitan fill in temporarily, no way. Haitan would end up making them stir-fried chili with chili, and that would be considered a milder version. After all, that one even adds chili to chocolate. However, the situation at the harbor area was not of great concern to Yang Tianxing, as he expected his stay there to be brief. He had no intention of cultivating a vegetable patch or the like. Yet this morning Yen Gu had called, informing him that several forces had been dispatched to sweep through the rear area, eliminating those extraordinary beings that novices could not handle. Among the scant intelligence gleaned from a trader, mention was made of the barren wasteland, sending a commander-level behemoth into the novice training zone. Such a creature posed a catastrophic threat to the fragile ecosystem the novices had just begun to establish. Its strength far exceeded what novices could contend with. If not dealt with swiftly, countless future seeds of hope would be lost. Thus, the front lines had diverted considerable resources to encircle and destroy this commander. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxing still felt something was amiss. An inexplicable unease he could not articulate. Unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he mulled it over while patrolling his sector, casually eliminating a few barren wasteland beasts. What? Why not set aside the troubling thought like protagonists in some novels? If you sense something wrong, why ignore it? Is he brain dead? The more pressing the issue, the more one must delve into it. If you set it aside, you might forget altogether, and when trouble strikes, you'd lament, why didn't I remember? What use is hindsight? Donning his exoskeleton armor, Yang Tianxing aimed his 135mm naval cannon and obliterated a barren wasteland beast barely 5 or 6 meters in size that had recklessly charged at him. What exactly is wrong? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. His frustration fueled his anger, and he took it out on the barren wasteland beasts. By noon, he had slain over a dozen small ones, though the dwindling number in his sector meant most of his time was spent searching. At the peak of his irritation, a sudden realization struck him. I'm such a fool. Really, I have an AI at my disposal, yet I've been racking my own brains for nothing. I've been fretting over this all day. Help me figure it out. With that, Yang Tianxing halted his search. The Shipgirls turned to him curiously, wondering if he had stumbled upon an insight. Inside the exoskeleton, displayed a probability analysis. Commander calculations suggest a high likelihood that the barren wasteland faction intends to divert defensive forces from the front lines, exploiting the weakened defenses for a full-scale assault. Other probabilities were also listed. Yang Tianxing skimmed the data, concluding that TB's assessment was likely accurate. Yet he reasoned that human high command should have anticipated this. While it was possible they had suffered a sudden lapse in judgment, he doubted such incompetence was probable. This was reality, not a novel where leaders were perpetually afflicted with cognitive decline. He believed the front lines had contingency plans. Therefore, the barren wasteland must have acquired a formidable new power capable of breaching even those prepared defenses. The diversion of frontline forces was likely a strategy to minimize losses. He suspected High Command had already foreseen this scenario. After some thought, he ordered TB to infiltrate the network and search for clues, though directly hacking into official databases was out of the question. He doubted TB's capabilities surpassed those of the official intelligent lifeforms. TB was merely an advanced AI, far from true sapience. Unsurprisingly, TB found nothing, as all relevant data had been secured by the official AI. Nevertheless, having conceived this possibility, Yang Tianxing was determined to get involved. His sector's barren wasteland beasts were nearly extinct, and the ecosystem had yet to fully recover. He refused to wait idly. Regardless of the barren wasteland schemes, he resolved to head to the front lines. This time he planned to linger, observing any hidden machinations. To facilitate this, he needed an efficient transport team to haul the carcasses of slain beasts back to his sector. Such a team was easily arranged at the harbor, where constructing a city for a 2-day event only to demolish it and rebuild anew was child's play. Their engineering prowess was beyond comprehension. Yang Tianxing could not help but marvel. The royal family is truly wealthy. With that thought, he led the shipgirls back to the garrison. "Welcome back, Commander." Long Wu was waiting at the garrison entrance. Upon returning, Yang Tianxing ruffled her hair before heading inside with the others. The first order of business was not lunch but a bath. The desert air was thick with dust, and combat only made it worse. Without washing up, life would be unbearable. For other novices, bathing in such a desolate place was as difficult as reaching the heavens, though for modern humanity conventional space travel was no longer a challenge. "Commander, what would you like for lunch? If you're unsure, how about one dish from each of the 8 major cuisines?" Long Wu's starry eyes sparkled as she gazed tenderly at him. "I'm not sure what I fancy. Why don't you cook according to your mood? If you have any new recipes, feel free to surprise me." With that, Yang Tianxing ruffled Long Wu's hair again before being whisked away by the shipgirls for a bath. Of course, before heading to the hot spring, Yang Tianxing still called Yen Gu to remind him it was better to give such a heads-up regardless of whether the higher-ups had already deduced the enemy's intentions. What if they had indeed suffered a blow to their intellect and failed to see the enemy's objective? When trouble strikes, they'd lament, if only I'd reminded them earlier. Better to nip such melodramatic scenarios in the bud. "We've actually considered this situation, but I can't disclose our specific countermeasures to you." Yen Guest's voice came through the phone. "All right, I understand." Yang Tianxing nodded, hung up, and then immersed himself in the hot spring. Meanwhile, TB's holographic form projected beside him, reporting on the day's affairs at the garrison. Glancing at TB's adorable design, Yang Tianxing pondered, if he were to relocate TB's mainframe here, could it overpower that intelligent life form? Though TB appeared to be an AI built on a supercomputer, its demeanor was almost identical to that fellow Zero, always evoking an uncanny connection. Could it possibly undergo some sort of evolution if things went awry? After all, in the port area, while the sirens were hostile to the shipgirls, their goal was merely to observe and drive growth. The true enemy had always been the unknown entity X. The sirens were originally designed to counter them, and the two sides should have been allies, if only their philosophies hadn't clashed. And having crossed into a new world, the shipgirls of this realm were utterly clueless. All they knew was that the sirens appeared and relentlessly beat them down. How could enmity not arise between them? As Yang Tianxing's mind wandered, a hand stealthily grabbed him. "No way, it's only noon." "What does noon matter? Who cares about that, honey?" Fortunately, knowing that Long Wu had prepared a meal and was waiting for them, New Jersey and the others didn't go too far. After washing off the dust in the bath and feasting on the grand meal Long Wu had cooked, Yang Tianxing felt utterly rejuvenated. However, he then had to prepare for sneaking back to the front lines. There wasn't much to prepare, since anything needed could be fetched from the port by the shipgirls. The port had everything. But after eating, as soon as he tried to rest, New Jersey and the others dragged him away. It seemed the flames of desire, once ignited, could never be extinguished. By evening, Yang Tianxing felt his lunch had been entirely wasted. It was fortunate he had awakened the life right, his second talent, or he might not have survived to this day. And this was thanks to the limit of only 6 shipgirls being permanently stationed in this world. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what he'd face. Perhaps 24 hours of non-stop activity. Shaking his head to dispel, they traveled by bomber again, crossing the defense line at Mach 6 and landing at a chosen spot. As they landed, a swarm of Manju began constructing a temporary camp. This position is relatively safe. It's within the designated operational zone, marked by the front, so we generally won't be bombarded here. Even if they do strike this area, they'll send advance notice. Yang Tianxing stretched as he spoke. The desolate land teemed with colossal beasts, and battles could erupt at any moment. Thus, New Jersey and the others couldn't just drag him into a room on a whim. In truth, Yang Tianxing understood why they were so proactive. After an eternity of waiting, a miracle had finally brought their commander to their side. How could they hold back? And this was still tame. When Isekai'd, Little Monarch, and the others were also summoned back, that would be the true hell of being drained dry. As he mused, Friedrich der Grosse embraced him from behind. "What's wrong, Friedrich?" Yang Tianxing, feeling her tenderness, didn't move, merely deactivating his armor to better savor Mother Friedrich's warmth. "Nothing much, I just wanted to hold you, my child," she said softly, resting her head on his back. He said nothing, standing still and gazing at the distant sky and the moon hanging high above. But the next moment, the desert split open as a colossal scorpion-like wasteland beast over 100 meters in length emerged. The peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly. Friedrich's gentle expression vanished. She drew her baton, and a black mechanical dragon roared into the sky. Under her command, to the sacred melody of Ode to Joy, the dragons, 406mm naval guns in sync with the rhythm, unleashed Friedrich's boundless fury upon the intruder. Unbound by game balance, every salvo from the Shipgirls carried dense barges blanketing the target and everything around it in utter destruction. The gunfire quickly drew New Jersey and the others' attention. Without hesitation, they deployed their rigging and began long-range fire support. Inside the frontline command post, the commander, who had been about to rest, hurried back in his coat. "What's with all the heavy gunfire? Is a large wasteland beast approaching?" His tone was grave. "No, Commander. It's that kid who flew the helicopter before. This time he seems to have arrived in a large supersonic transport, and his firepower density has increased significantly," a soldier reported. "He's grown this much in just a few days. This new generation is truly astonishing." Hearing that it wasn't a swarm of large beasts breaching the line, the commander immediately relaxed. Though enraged, the Shipgirls had blown the barren behemoths into sizable chunks, considering the territory still required their carcasses. The Manju swiftly entered, heaving the massive pieces through the portal, using the port as a relay to return to the garrison. There they blasted pits and buried the remains. As Yang Tianxing's spiritual power grew over these 2 days, he finally grasped his first skill, portable summoning, a logistical ability. This skill allowed him to summon his primary summon's attendants, or the primary summon itself, at will, not only to his location, but also to any place he had previously summoned a unit. This enabled the port to serve as a relay for transferring supplies or other tasks. In essence, it expanded upon his original summoning art, making it far more convenient. Had he been able to pass through the portal himself, this skill could have been used for escape or even to return to the port. Unfortunately, he could not enter the portal. "The enemy has been dealt with, my child. You may return to my embrace." After vanquishing the foes, Friedrich der Grosse sidled up to Yang Tianxing once more. What could he do against the great emperor's desire to shower him with endless tenderness? Could he possibly evade it? Ridiculous. Anyone who makes excuses to avoid such affection is a complete coward. Alas, it seemed something always sought to deny them peace. As they prepared to return to their makeshift camp, a roar erupted again, and 100-meter barren behemoth emerged not far from their camp. In that instant, Yang Tianxing sensed a wisp of black aura emanating from the Shipgirls, as if they were on the verge of darkening. Ah, the Shipgirls darkening. He recalled it was called emetization, wasn't it? Are you kidding me? Is this necessary? Yang Tianxing could only offer constant reassurances, fearing the Shipgirls might meteorize on the spot from sheer fury and blow everything sky high. Though he believed the odds were slim, after all, such a transformation wasn't so easily achieved. But what if? He did not wish for his beloved wives to undergo such a change. Yet, as the battle raged on, the Shipgirls gradually understood this was likely a war tactic of the barren wasteland, a strategy of attrition constantly harassing them to wear them down and keep their nerves taut. Because they had established a temporary camp here, the behemoth commander seemed to have noticed them, mistaking them for an advance outpost inserted by the human front lines to push forward. In truth, such outposts existed in abundance, each bristling with firepower and elite combat forces. They stood as nails driven deep into the barren wasteland's territory, facilitating the front line's advance. Yang Tianxing's group was similarly mistaken for one. "If only we could get some mass-produced ships from the Sirens to set up here as artillery turrets." New Jersey sighed, lamenting the loss of a night cuddling with her beloved. "Cheer up. Our goal is to hunt enough large behemoths to take back. This tactic from the barren wasteland plays right into our hands," Belfast stated calmly, simultaneously serving tea and pastries. With Longu handling, cooking, the maid finally had time to prepare the Royal Navy's special tea and treats. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Belfast." Enterprise nodded slightly, responding politely. "One day I will clear all obstacles for my child." Friedrich der Grosse gazed into the distance with profound eyes. "Speaking of which, great emperor, you always call honey my child. When you bear him a child in the future, what will you call them then?" New Jersey leaned in curiously. A question she had long wanted to ask. Hearing this, the great emperor paused. This question truly stumped her. Let's leave that for another time. In the end, Friedrich der Grosse couldn't find an answer and had to let the matter rest. New Jersey didn't mind her eyes sparkling as she fantasized about bearing a child for her beloved. Sensing something, Yang Tianxing, who had dozed off while meditating on New Jersey's lap, opened his eyes. Did I miss something?" He sat up and pulled the approaching New Jersey into an embrace. "Just thinking about." New Jersey began about to share her thoughts when the earth rumbled and the sand sea churned and another barren behemoth burst forth. What's going on with the radar, specifically designed to detect these behemoths? How do they keep getting this close before we notice them? Yang Tianxing looked in confusion at the newly emerged behemoth, puzzled why their radar was failing. "Our radar cannot detect targets within the sand sea. Its ability to detect underground objects comes from integrated detection devices, but even those are limited to the surface layer of the desert. If the target approaches from deeper sand, it becomes very difficult to detect. However, once they reach this distance, our vibration sensors pick them up, so they burst out of the sand sea at that point. Since Akashi was absent, Belfast took over the explanation. I see. These things are truly annoying. Let's finish this quickly. Yang Tianxing sighed helplessly, resolving to have the port develop a device capable of detecting deep-buried behemoths. Then they could have aircraft carrier Shipgirls release bombers carrying deep-penetrating bombs to blast them to death right in the sand sea. As for the behemoth that had just surfaced, Yang Tianxing paid it no mind. New Jersey and the others had already dealt with countless of its kind. Hey, why is this one so disgusting? What type is it? Just then he heard the voices of New Jersey and the others. Yang Tianxing followed the sound and looked over, his eyes immediately widening in shock. It was a tentacle monster. No, to be precise, it was a demon-type desolate behemoth. This type of desolate behemoth ranked among the upper echelons of power among all mineral behemoths. These creatures generally possessed unique abilities. Ordinary desolate behemoths could only rely on their immense size, sturdy bodies, and claws for attack and defense. However, demon-type desolate behemoths had already mastered supernatural energy, so their attacks and defenses were no longer confined to their physical characteristics. As for this one before them, it looked like a golden wave, but Yang Tianxing felt it resembled something else entirely. Something particularly disgusting. According to official records, its conventional attack method involved using countless tentacles that grew and spread from its body. Each tentacle was coated with a super-strong digestive fluid capable of dissolving inorganic matter. In other words, it could breach armor without causing direct damage. Its favorite tactic was to swallow prey whole into its body, then inject digestive enzymes into the prey without harming it, gradually decomposing it from the inside out. To prevent the prey from struggling desperately before death, its digestive enzymes were rich in highly effective anesthetics. Generally speaking, apart from units with ultra-high corrosion resistance that could easily ignore it, most units had to think twice before engaging. At the very least, they had to consider whether their clothes would be completely dissolved by the corrosive fluid. Additionally, one had to be wary of it using the digestive enzymes as venom. Because the enzymes contained potent anesthetics, it often. However, by the time Yang Tianxing arrived, he saw that although the desolate creature kept trying to sneak attack the Shipgirls by thrusting its tentacles into the sand and striking from below, all its attempts were automatically locked onto and destroyed by their dual-purpose guns. The Shipgirls' fire control systems could reduce reaction time to less than a microsecond, making sneak attacks virtually impossible. Moreover, their anti-aircraft capabilities were magical in nature. Once any target entered their anti-air range, no matter how skillful the pilot or how high the evasion, they would have to endure a round of damage before escaping. If they couldn't withstand it, then they would simply die. Nevertheless, New Jersey and the others still found these creatures utterly repulsive. After all, facing an opponent that constantly targeted their more private areas was disgusting for anyone. So without hesitation, they leaped onto the fighter planes provided by Enterprise. Of course, Friedrich der Grosse did not jump onto a fighter plane, as her mechanical dragon was far more effective. This left the demon-type desolate behemoth somewhat bewildered, as the Shipgirls had already distanced themselves far away aboard the fighters and the mechanical dragon. Under normal circumstances, the main guns of World War II battleships had a range of at least dozens of kilometers. For Shipgirls, that range increased exponentially. After upgrades and modernizations with missiles added, the range extended even further. Although they had often fought the desolate behemoths at close range within 1 kilometer, that was only because the behemoths appeared too close to the outpost. Now that they were on fighters who would still engage in close combat within 1 kilometer, they had already flown dozens of kilometers away to bombard the target. As for Yang Tianxing, he had naturally been taken along by Friedrich der Grosse on her mechanical dragon. At present, Yang Tianxing's spiritual energy coverage was limited, so the Shipgirls could only operate within a certain range. Exceeding it would result in automatic recall to the port. This was why, after they had left the original outpost, Long Wu, who was cooking in the kitchen, was directly recalled, leaving the little one utterly confused. The demon-type desolate behemoth, seeing its targets vanish in an instant, felt its brain, severely underdeveloped compared to its massive body, short-circuit. But before it could react, a barrage of energy shells came hurtling from afar. With sufficient distance, the Shipgirls could unleash their firepower without restraint. As a result, this demon-type desolate behemoth suffered far greater damage than any other desolate behemoth. However, demon-type desolate behemoths possessed another trait. They had a core, a feature common among most highly regenerative monsters. Without destroying this core, they were extremely difficult to kill. But here was the problem: this behemoth's body was within 200 meters, while the kill radius of the Shipgirls' 406mm main guns, especially those of battleships, reached 200 meters in diameter. Moreover, the behemoth was struck by multiple shells simultaneously. So whether it had a core or not made little difference. At best, there was a slim chance that a piece of flesh containing the core might be blasted away. Otherwise, given its size relative to the main gun's kill radius, even needing to destroy the core was pointless. After confirming from a distance that the target was dead, Yang Tianxing led the Shipgirls back to the temporary camp. The yellow chickens then processed the corpse and transported it back to the outpost through a portal. During this process, the portal could not be closed as his spiritual energy coverage did not extend that far, necessitating the portal to expand his range. Fortunately, the skill's energy consumption was low, so keeping the portal open for an extend. With that, Yang Tianxing leaped onto Friedrich der Gross's mechanical dragon and led the fleet of Shipgirls at top speed away from the battlefield, returning to their outpost. Upon returning to the garrison, Yang Tianxing immediately regretted his decision. If the desolate behemoth kept coming, wouldn't that mean he could skip today's daily tasks? Yet he had chosen to come back nonetheless. He gazed at the girls clustering around him, helplessly pressing his hand to his forehead while cradling Long Wu in his arms. "You little one, what are you crowding in for?" The sensation of their bodies pressed together stirred restless thoughts in Yang Tianxing's mind. "Commander, I'm not a child. Don't classify me with the Sakura Empire's kindergarten just because of my size. My small stature is merely a matter of ship displacement and tonnage." Long Wu pouted, glaring at Yang Tianxing with indignation. What could Yang Tianxing do? Even though he was now considerably stronger than before, no matter how powerful he became, he still couldn't match the strength of a destroyer. He couldn't resist either. Though from a physical standpoint, the 2-meter-tall Yang Tianxing holding Long Wu was akin to grasping a cup. That was only because Long Wu allowed it. If Long Wu were unwilling, it was uncertain who would be holding whom like a cup. Soon, from beyond the hot spring, faint melodious cries could be heard struggling to reach the outside. At dawn, Yang Tianxing looked at the girl in his arms, then at the girl beside him, feeling a mix of helplessness and a sense of being cherished. Did my mental energy actually increase by 1 level last night? Could engaging in such activities really boost mental energy? Yang Tianxing scratched his head, then gently lifted Long Wu from his body. Gazing at the adorable girl in his hands, he couldn't resist, and didn't need to. Leaning in to give her a kiss. After all, forget it, he'll leave it to the Shipgirls' own wishes. Yang Tianxing glanced at the girls who had risen along with his movements and were now crowding around him, letting out a helpless chuckle. He got up to wash and change clothes. However, this time breakfast wasn't served first because Long Wu, who was responsible for cooking, had only just gotten up like the rest of them. No wonder everyone always clamors to be with the commander. Being with the commander is even more blissful than creating new dishes. Long Wu said, her face still flushed with the remnants of last night's blush, as she happily spoke to Yang Tianxing before heading off to prepare breakfast. Yang Tianxing responded with a foolish grin, unsure how to reply. But after Long Wu went to make breakfast, Yang Tianxing was dragged to the summoning room. If another sister is summoned today, we'll have to start taking shifts. New Jersey's small face bore a hint of resentment. Yang Tianxing didn't know what to say because he had discovered that after advancing to level 2, he had gained a new skill. It wasn't a combat skill, meaningless to most, but for him it made his daily tasks even more burdensome. Leisurely time summon a recalled unit to the summoner's side for a period of time in an extremely low energy state that prevents entering combat. This skill has no summoning limit. What? Conceal this skill? Are you kidding? Almost all of his skills were fully shared with the Shipgirls. The Shipgirls could browse his skill list. The reason? Because they had already completed their oath. As the special effects Yang Tianxing had set for his summoning secret art flickered, he watched expectantly to see who would respond to his call today. However, he found nothing within the summoning light. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly spotted a shadow falling from the sky. What did he see? A large posterior heading straight for his face. The seemingly swift and powerful force upon actually contacting Yang Tianxing turned out to be unexpectedly soft and gentle. Yang Tianxing lay on the ground, his entire face enveloped in that profound softness and tenderness. Beside him, New Jersey's eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape, as if she had never imagined such an entrance. Where is the commander? Why don't I see Comrade Commander? Indeed, the one descending was none other than Soyuz, the leader of the Northern Parliament, affectionately known as Savitsky Soyuz. Of course, Yang Tianxing preferred to call her Su Meng. Su Meng looked around with a puzzled expression, and her attire happened to be one of Yang Tianxing's favorite skins. Silk interrogation. As Su Meng spoke, her body swayed, gently maximizing the benefits for the commander. If she claimed not to know what was happening, New Jersey wouldn't believe that even if she were beaten to death. Honey, if you don't get up you'll drown in there. New Jersey's words were filled with jealousy. I feel great. Yang Tianxing had completely transformed into a shameless form, while Su Meng continued to sway her body slightly acting, as if she were utterly confused. According to plan, Su Meng murmured in an extremely low voice though somewhat shy, but, "You guys are enough." New Jersey pulled Su Meng up with force. As she was lifted, a hint of reluctance flickered across Su Meng's face. However, in the next moment Su Meng stared in bewilderment as New Jersey's clothes rapidly transformed into her swimsuit. Summer leisure. Then, pretending to lose her balance while helping Su Meng, New Jersey plopped down on the ground. "No. I accidentally slipped and got so startled I changed clothes. Honey, where are you? I can't see you anymore." New Jersey began to sway just like Su Meng had moments ago. "Enough, meow." Akashi, who had discovered Yang Tianxing's new summoning skill first, and rushed over to test it only to be dealt a heavy blow due to insufficient rear armor, let out a cat-like cry of anguish. Because he saw that Enterprise under Belfast's instigation had already changed clothes, and was queuing up behind Belfast, who had also changed, while Friedrich der Grosse had also changed and joined the line. "Don't you all feel any shame, meow?" Akashi stomped her foot in anger, but her adorable appearance made her anger exceptionally cute. Thus her words had no effect, until she stood up herself, then fled with a red face. As for Yang Tianxing, he was probably, as New Jersey had said earlier, nearly drowning in it all. Yang Tianxing splashed water on his face, feeling somewhat dazed. Long Wu, who had finished cooking and came to call everyone for breakfast, was utterly bewildered. "Su Meng, you still love making plans, huh?" At the dining table Yang Tianxing's voice carried a hint of intoxication. "I should have skipped washing my face." After finishing the meal, Yang Tianxing was still savoring the taste. "Honey says it's all Honey's fault. It made my clothes all wet." New Jersey blushed and lightly tapped his chest with her small fist. Fortunately, changing clothes was simple for them. They only needed to input the clothing data into the ship rigging to generate it instantly, just like the ship rigging itself. Their new outfits were also produced by a device after entering the design, which explained why Akashi's underwear never sold in the port. Not because it was useless, but because they could generate their own with just a bit of energy. Of course, when spending time with the commander, there was indeed no need for that. Ahem, let me reiterate, those clothes I like the most. Never wear them outside, understand? Yang Tianxing sat by the table as if recalling something and repeated his point. "Don't worry, honey, I'll only wear them for you." New Jersey leaned in, and the other shipgirls echoed similar sentiments as they gathered around him. Then Yang Tianxing looked at Su Meng. He truly hadn't expected that Su Meng, with her serious, pragmatic, and introverted nature, could come up with such a plan. Wait, pragmatic? That actually made sense. He smiled helplessly, but Su Meng gazed at him with an incredibly tender look. Su Meng was also someone with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Yang Tianxing suddenly felt that Su Meng doing something like this seemed reasonable after all. After breakfast and some idle chat with the shipgirls, Yang Tianxing and the others took a bomber back to the temporary camp on the front lines. Upon arrival, Yang Tianxing looked around and noticed the camp was undamaged. Perhaps the Desolation faction had stopped sending Desolation beasts after they left, or maybe they deemed it pointless to destroy an empty camp, a waste of resources. Although the carcasses of yesterday's Desolation beasts should be enough. More wouldn't hurt. Yang Tianxing mused to himself, planning to kill more and transport them back for storage, just in case the environment at his future new outpost wasn't ideal. The carcasses of these Desolation beasts would then prove invaluable. Meanwhile, the Desolation beasts, through some unknown means, discovered that Yang Tianxing and his group had returned. So less than 30 minutes after Yang Tianxing and the others got back, a Desolation beast nearly 200 meters in size emerged from the desert sea. However, this time it surfaced about 10 kilometers away, as its detection indicated that moving closer would reveal its presence. Akashi had upgraded the radar with multiple enhancements. Now not only could the sky and desert surface be thoroughly monitored, but the device could also accurately detect enemies buried up to 10 kilometers deep underground. Yet the Desolation beast was unaware that while it could approach within 10 kilometers underground, once it surfaced, any location within 100 kilometers of Yang Tianxing's camp was a danger zone. So before it could advance further toward Yang Tianxing's group, 2 fighter jets zoomed past it at Mach 15, dropping several high-yield air-to-ground missiles directly onto it, and they were all energy bombs. In an instant, the terrifying explosion engulfed the Desolation beast. When the smoke cleared, the beast's body was severed at the impact point, split cleanly in two. Upgrading carrier-based aircraft directly on the carrier is a bit too much of a cheat. Yang Tianxing glanced through his binoculars and twitched his mouth. The most incredible part was that aircraft carrier Shipgirls didn't even need to worry about catapults. They just launched the planes straight out. Honey, I'm amazing too. Level me up a few more times and I can launch missiles. New Jersey came over, materialized her ship. Rigging took young Tianxing's hand and guided it to touch the rigging, pointing out where missiles would be installed later. Emma, my garden is the best. Yang Tianxing was naturally pleased to see his childhood friend so lively. However, he was now curious what terrifying entities were the Shipgirls in the port at their full capacity. Actually, Commander, modern equipment only diversifies our attack methods. It doesn't affect our actual combat power. Su Meng approached and said simply, for instance, even if we swapped our cannons for muzzleloaders, it wouldn't change our range or power. Just make them look more vintage. At the same time, even when we fire energy shells, we can still control their trajectory and impact point after launch, just like guided rocket-assisted shells. Belfast also walked over and said with a smile, "You're truly something, my magical fleet Shipgirls." What else could Yang Tianxing say? He could only exclaim in awe. Exactly. If we activate Bayon visual range strike mode with ranges of hundreds or thousands of kilometers, we have to manually guide the shells to their targets. But that requires us to be able to observe that far, so we usually need satellites to assist. Well, if the Earth were flat, we wouldn't need all this trouble. New Jersey said playfully from the side. Yang Tianxing nodded, silently continuing to marvel inwardly. Truly, Shipgirls were incredible. Their current strength far exceeded the max affection stats from the game at level 125. Didn't it? And this was still under the limitation of his own mental power. So how much had the game nerfed them? But thinking about it, although they bore the names of World War II warships, that was just in name. As Shipgirls, their actual combat power was on an entirely different dimension from those historical vessels. Treating them like ships from that era would likely lead to a very grim outcome. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out, "Mr. Yang Tianxing, may I approach?" 10 kilometers from Yang Tianxing's temporary camp, an operation squad used some long-range sound transmission ability to relay their words to Yang Tianxing. What in the world is that, a long-distance transmission? Yang Tianxing was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the attire of the Shipgirls. Yes, they were wearing modified conservative combat suits. "All right, go ahead," he replied, casually, unsure if the other party could hear him. But he didn't care whether they could or not. Still, since when did he become so important that someone would use long-distance transmission just to come see him? The man had completely forgotten a certain remark he once made about a certain trader. That remark, however, had been strictly and clearly recorded, then relayed to some people who in turn passed it on to everyone who wished to meet Yang Tianxing, including this one. Soon, accompanied by the roar of a car, engine, and off-road vehicle, came to a stop not far from Yang Tianxing. A man stepped out. Yang Tianxing took a look at him and noticed he looked quite handsome with his sunglasses on. "Seems like he's better looking than me." Yang Tianxing stroked his chin, involuntarily comparing himself. Who's better looking than honey? They'll give him a taste of my ship cannon and see if he's still handsome. As the commander's ultimate diehard fan, his childhood friend New Jersey clearly heard Yang Tianxing's voice and immediately raised her main cannon, looking as if she would fire the moment he dared to say anything. Of course, Yang Tianxing figured this was just his lively childhood friend being a bit too exuberant. Meanwhile, in the distance, the handsome man in sunglasses who was about to walk over inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on? Why does it feel like a sudden death threat? This kid is a rookie, isn't he? Can he really pose a threat to me? What a joke." After muttering under his breath, the handsome man in sunglasses still approached Yang Tianxing. "Hello, classmate Yang. I've come this time to ask for passage through your territory," the handsome man in sunglasses said politely. At the same time, his eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, unconsciously glanced at the Shipgirls present. Yes, they were radiating murderous intent. He quickly averted his gaze. Where did that terrifying, fierce aura come from? These seemingly delicate girls. How could they possess such a brutal presence? He dared not look at them for too long. However, based on the intel he had, these girls seemed to be some kind of conceptual entities, specifically warship types with immense combat power. Perhaps their concepts were of a particularly special nature. "What do you mean by passage through my territory?" Yang Tianxing looked at him with utter confusion. The sunglasses-wearing handsome man's train of thought was interrupted by Yang Tianxing's words, and he quickly replied, "It's like this: we plan to head deep into enemy territory to gather intelligence. Of course, due to confidentiality, I can't disclose the details." "I see." Yang Tianxing adopted a thoughtful expression. "But why must you pass through here? The front line is long enough. You could go anywhere." Because you, classmate Yang, have already cleared all desolate creatures within a certain radius of your temporary camp. Passing through here would be relatively safer for us. A smile lingered on the handsome man's face, but it struck Yang Tianxing as somewhat insincere. Trusting his instincts, Yang Tianxing used his mental link with the Shipgirls to have them instruct TB to contact Strict and verify the matter. Outwardly, however, Yang Tianxing remained unruffled. In that case, go ahead. It's no big deal. Honestly, you could have just passed through without saying anything. Yang Tianxing shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, thank you very much. The handsome man in sunglasses smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand for a handshake. Yang Tianxing, suspecting nothing, reached out to shake his hand. Like hell he would. He had always thought the man's smile seemed off, as if it were fake. He had already asked Strict to verify it. How could he possibly make contact with him so casually? His entire family depended on him. So, Yang Tianxing still went ahead and shook his hand. Now, murderous intent flared in the eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses. The outstretched hand instantly transformed into liquid metal and pierced straight through Yang Tianxing's chest. You, why? Blood gushed from the wound carved by the blade-like arm, and Yang Tianxing pointed at him in disbelief. Sorry, but humanity doesn't need a genius like you. As for your summoned units, impressive as they are, it's a pity they must leave this world. Humanity doesn't need such powerful summons. The man in sunglasses flashed a sinister grin and twisted the arm that had turned into a blade, intending to tear a gaping hole in Yang Tianxing's chest. But then he froze. Why was there no resistance at all? Just kidding. You didn't think I'd actually come out to welcome just anyone, did you? Yang Tianxing said, stroking the cat in his arms. Meow. Akashi is not a cat. Akashi protested verbally, but she thoroughly enjoyed snuggling into a more comfortable position in the commander's arms. Just then, as the man in sunglasses stood there in shock, a voice suddenly sounded from beneath his feet. He looked down in confusion and saw a yellow chick holding a strange device. The chick turned off the device and the image of Yang Tianxing that had just been pierced vanished. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the chick produced a large hammer and slammed it hard onto the man's foot. Excruciating pain shot through him, nearly making him cry out. But before he could, a cannonball struck him. New Jersey's eyes blazed with fiery red light. Smoke still curled from her cannon barrel. The energy projectile which had blasted the man away and annihilated him in the process struck a distant sand dune, unleashing terrifying power that blew the entire dune apart. Meanwhile, the man's teammates in the off-road vehicle seemed to sense trouble and turned to flee. But Su Meng, who had been ready all along, revealed her iceberg-like ship rigging, and the main cannon atop it had already unleashed her fury upon them. The off-road vehicle's performance was exceptional, allowing it to escape the impact zone and primary kill radius in record time. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed their consciousness. At that very moment, an iceberg materialized out of thin air, centered on the impact point of Su Meng's cannon fire. In an instant, everything was frozen solid. And when the iceberg vanished, everything it had frozen had lost all life. What did that scoundrel just say? That humanity doesn't need a genius like me. It's the traitors who don't need a genius like me. Yang Tianxing snorted, savoring the offerings from his shipgirls, who had returned to their normal state from their fury. Honeya, open-wide, New Jersey sidled up to him, scooping a spoonful of ice cream and gently bringing it to his lips. So sweet. And this ice cream has such a rich, milky flavor. Does the port have some special high-quality ranch? Yang Tianxing mused over the taste of the ice cream, smiling. I'm not sure, but since we arrived at this garrison, the milk the commander drinks and the dairy products all come from Kashino. Perhaps she has some excellent milk source. New Jersey said after a moment's thought. Yang Tianxing nearly choked upon hearing her words. Kashino? I recall she's a cowgirl, right? That explains it. Yang Tianxing scratched his head, now 100% certain of the milk's origin, though New Jersey didn't catch his implication at all. Commander, I found the information. As Yang Tianxing enjoyed himself, TB's voice rang out. Oh, you finished the investigation. Where did they come from? Hearing TB's voice, Yang Tianxing immediately became serious. According to the information I retrieved by bypassing the frontline command network security blockade, those 5 belong to an execution squad under the frontline. They've been there for 2 years with decent strength, having undertaken numerous missions to slay desolate beasts. This time they accepted a mission to go to a designated location and kill a specific desolate beast. Nothing to do with the secrecy they claimed. The route the frontline planned for them was completely different from their actual movements. When the frontline asked why they deviated from the system's planned route, they brushed it off, claiming they had a better one. Since the front line doesn't strictly enforce route choices and they had occasionally ignored the system's routes over the past 2 years, no one thought much of it. But this time their primary target was the commander, so it's clear this execution squad is a spy team that has fully betrayed. After finishing her report, TB continued. Based on calculations, this squad's mission was entirely centered on the commander. This suggests the desolate faction has taken notice of you. TB's projection vanished after the report, and Yang Tianxing's brows furrowed deeply. This desolate faction is utterly disgusting. It seems they're the only ones who enjoy planting spies among humanity. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was Yengu, he smiled and answered. Hello, my dear instructor. What gives you the time to call me? Were you attacked over there? Yengu's tone was stern. Yeah, an execution squad tricked me, saying they were passing through, pretended to shake my hand, and then stabbed me right through. The blood loss was massive. Luckily, I have a healing-type wife, summoning unit, who saved me. Yang Tianxing didn't bother feigning weakness. In their eyes, his summoning unit's healing abilities were surely beyond standard. I'm sorry, the front line failed in its vetting process. Yengu recounted the information about these individuals, mostly matching what TB found, though less detailed. But it was clear they had investigated thoroughly. The previous attack was a spurofement move by the enemy after discovering you. This one seems to be an assassination ordered directly from the desolate faction. So you're likely on their radar now. Be careful. Also, given that you're an outstanding garrison commander targeted by the desolate and were harmed in a conflict with their execution squad, the frontline has decided to award you a third-class merit medal and a 1 million subsidy. Keep up the good work for humanity. Yengu's tone was solemn, making Yang Tianxing feel a bit embarrassed. But when faced with such benefits, only a fool would refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately fabricated his injury report. Although one gets subsidies whether injured or not, the more severe the injury, the larger the payout. As for the money seeming too much, they were risking their lives for the country and humanity. If they didn't offer enough, who would lay down their lives? One wrong move and you're dead. Many would have stayed home waiting for others to protect them if not for the hefty subsidies. Though Yang Tianxing had his own port with no great need for supplies, and could even exchange precious metals from his port for money, why shouldn't he take the cash when it was offered? And if he said he didn't want the money, how could others accept it? He would surely be resented by many. Even though the state understood the situation, they'd force the money on him even if he refused. He had no intention of passing it to his parents either. After all, if he could become a garrison commander here, how could his parents not have done the same? His parents were never short of cash. Otherwise, they couldn't have bought him tons of supplements. Hanging up, Yang Tianxing looked at a camera and waved. Instantly, TB's figure appeared before him. From now on, no matter who from the front line wants to pass through my area, make them stop outside first. If they don't heed multiple warnings, notify my wives directly to take them out. If they can't, well, flee. After this experience, Yang Tianxing dared not let anyone wander into his territory again. He had a whole family waiting for him. He couldn't afford to put himself in danger. Understood. TB nodded, adjusted the radar of the temporary camp for full-time coverage. Then Yang Tianxing was whisked away by his shipgirls, who said Longwu had prepared new dishes for him to taste. As a master chef of the Eastern Radiance, Yang Tianxing had great faith in his little wife's skills, so he went along cheerfully. Then he saw a table full of tonic dishes. Yang Tianxing struggled to climb out of bed, his eyes utterly vacant, as if his soul had fled. He felt his skin nearly rubbed raw. But thankfully, the formidable regenerative power of the life ceremony restored him. Still, it was absolutely excruciating, especially since Mingshi had directly utilized her summon derivative, leisurely hours, to summon an extra non-combatant. What was originally a maximum of 6 opponents had suddenly become 7. Though such matters were certainly delightful, he still needed his sleep at night. After all, it wasn't straight to the main course. There were always appetizers first. This back and forth took time. At least 4 to 5 hours each time. How long was a single night? He felt that if this continued, he would surely die from exhaustion. Though with the life ceremony, death from exhaustion was impossible. But still, it was too much. He suddenly felt that having too many confidants might not be such a good thing after all. He sighed, got out of bed, and decided to go have breakfast first. Last night's energy consumption had been too great. After Yang Tianxing left New Jersey, and the others quietly opened their eyes, their faces flushed with satisfaction. Isn't this a bit too much, doing this every day? Longwu quietly glanced in the direction Yang Tianxing had left. As a master chef, she also had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. It's fine. If the commander's health goes awry, I can fix him up too, meow. As Mingshi spoke, her fluffy green tail swished. Then she hugged her tail and began to comb it. The commander is such a big dummy, always messing up my fur. I curse him to summon those big fox girls and then have to groom their tails every day. Mingshi suddenly yelped in pain, clearly having nearly pulled out a tuft of her own tail fur. The commander really likes tails, but my tail doesn't have that problem in this situation. Longwu said, wagging her dragon tail. But soon everyone watched as she pulled out polish and a wool wheel and began buffing the scales on her tail. That's not really any less trouble, is it? Soon the shipgirls changed clothes, got up, made breakfast and ate. After his meal, Yang Tianxing quickly regained his spirits. With a cat girl in one arm and a dragon girl in the other, he headed to the temporary camp summoning room. Who will be summoned today? Yang Tianxing muttered as he checked his current strength. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached level 5. How many days had it been? On the first day, he participated in the school's full awakening, though he had already been fully awakened by then, and summoned New Jersey. On the second day at home, he made preparations before departure and summoned Belfast, discovering he could transfer the port supplies at any time. The third day was his official first day at the outpost, and he summoned Mingshi. Today was the 8th day since he had begun summoning in earnest, meaning he would summon his 8th shipgirl. Come to think of it, I haven't really summoned many small ships. Strange. Yang Tianxing muttered to himself as he began the summoning ritual again. The familiar radiance flashed once more. This time he pulled up a stool and sat down. After Su Meng's unconventional appearance, he had grown curious about how the shipgirls would manifest. He wondered who it would be this time. At the port, in a pavilion of the Sakura Empire dormitory area, several large fox girls were complaining. Aikaji swished her tail, her face full of resentment. That time with Enterprise I thought it would be me, but that wretched beam of light skipped right over me and hit Enterprise instead. If it hadn't been Enterprise who was summoned, Aikaji would probably have been gossiping endlessly about whoever it was. After all, she couldn't defeat Enterprise. Their sister. Kaga comforted her older sister. Shinana looked half asleep while Musashi was about to speak, when a beam of light appeared in the sky. Instantly Aikaji stopped complaining, Kaga stopped caring for her sister, Shinana stopped dozing, and Musashi stopped mid-sentence. As the light appeared, all the shipgirls in the area rushed over, nearly jumping into the beam themselves. Some bold destroyers had tried it before but were quickly knocked down by others, all for the sake of fairness, and to prevent chaos over the beams. Commander. Each shipgirl hoped the light would bring her to the commander. Just then the beam suddenly shot downward, enveloping Musashi amidst the envious gazes of the other shipgirls and Akaji's intensely jealous glare. Entrust all your unease, confusion, and fear to me. Just keep your eyes on your ideals and move forward. Rely on me more and more. Nothing can take you from my side, my commander. When Musashi appeared before Yang Tianxing, she immediately repeated the vows they had once exchanged during their oath ceremony, stirring him deeply. Musashi then stepped forward, her large tail wrapping around Yang Tianxing and pulling him into her embrace. Or rather, wrapping herself into his arms, given the slight height difference. Still, Yang Tianxing felt incredible. What could be better than being wrapped in a big fox's tail? That this big fox was exceptionally large. But Yang Tianxing didn't get to enjoy it for long before a piercing alarm sounded. At the same time, TB's hologram appeared nearby. Commander, according to received intelligence, the Wasteland has launched a large-scale operation. Tens of thousands of wasteland behemoths are now charging toward the front line. At the same time, we've received word that the intelligence previously reported by the human trader was false. The claim about a ruler-class wasteland behemoth infiltrating behind the lines was merely a ploy to divert some of the frontline defensive forces. However, the High Command didn't fully trust his words. After redeploying some forces, they urgently reinforced the line, so the defensive strength actually suffered no loss. So this is just going to be a tough battle. Yang Tianxing's face lit up with excitement. After this battle, he should be able to leave this godforsaken place and stop eating sand. Moreover, he would likely accumulate plenty of wasteland behemoth corpses to improve the environment of his future new outpost or even his future port. Yang Tianxing initially believed this would be a hard-fought battle, but when he witnessed the shipgirls competing among themselves during the fight, their attacks growing increasingly fierce, he began to think otherwise. Black Dragon's Flame. With Xiao Qingmai's shout, the moment her main battery struck the enemy, a multitude of pitch-black energy projectiles materialized from the high sky, crashing into the enemy ranks. The terrifying energy instantly vaporized the bombarded area. Though immensely powerful, the damage is severely overkill. Ninth Symphony Chorus. Clearing all obstacles for my children. Friedrich der Grosse chuckled softly, waving her baton, as the mechanical dragon soaring in the sky unleashed her rendition of the Ode to Joy. A dense swarm of energy projectiles covering nearly half the front line was released by Friedrich der Grosse. In an instant, the entire battlefield burst into bloom. Su Meng remained silent, standing gently and serenely near Yang Tianxing. Her iceberg-formed ship, rigging tore through the air, sending shells radiating boundless frost into the enemy ranks, detonating into one icy mountain after another. Enterprise seemed to stir, as well though as the embodiment of a war goddess. Her excitement in battle was hardly unusual. Tataki! 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 Enterprise, led astray by a certain green-haired cat, shouted wildly, while unleashing wave after wave of carrier aircraft. Each heavy fighter and bomber she released either caused pinpoint explosions across the battlefield or carpet-bombed entire sections of the terrain. Musashi, who had only just arrived at Yang Tianxing's side today, also grew intrigued. It seems the time has come. She stepped forward slowly as her ship rigging gradually materialized behind her. Musashi's rigging possessed a unique style compared to others. It resembled a pair of steel mechanical arms mounted with 3 enormous cannons. As she grew serious, a faint purple ghost samurai figure adorned with warship elements slowly emerged between the 2 mechanical arms. Simultaneously, a blade materialized before her chest amid flashes of lightning. Draw the sword. As Musashi drew her blade, the phantom behind her manipulated the 2 massive mechanical arms into motion. In the left hand of the mechanical arm, a hilt and a blade formed from pale purple light appeared. After drawing the sword, Musashi released it, letting it levitate before slashing down with a single stroke. At the same time, behind Musashi, the ever-growing purple phantom and the colossal mechanical arms raised their blade high and delivered a fierce strike downward. In an instant, a purple energy slash spanning over 100 kilometers obliterated everything in its path. Not only that, but the purple energy swept across the sky, summoning countless bolts of violet lightning that rained down from the heavens. The powerful thunderbolts annihilated every target they struck. What the hell was that? After issuing a series of commands, the battlefield commander grabbed his adjutant, pointing at the energy slash that had just flashed in the distance. Based on available intel, that should be from a newly summoned unit, likely one he summoned today. The adjutant wiped cold sweat from his brow. You're telling me that's a rookie? Come on, go try if you can withstand that slash. The commander fumed in exasperation. Why hadn't they told him sooner? If he'd known this guy was this formidable, he would have placed him in the combat formation long ago. Though he had always known Yang Tianxing was absurdly strong, he never imagined it was to this extent. This year really broadened my horizons. After this battle, the kid should be able to secure his jurisdiction, right? Then send him straight to the Black Sea region to establish a garrison. If he doesn't go there, it'd be a damn waste. Meanwhile, Yang Tianxing, binoculars in hand, watched the effect of Musashi's slash and couldn't help but let out a wow. Truly worthy of the 460. The manifestation of this strike was incredibly powerful. Just as Yang Tianxing thought such an attack might have some limitation, Musashi raised her blade again. With a resonant hum, another slash was unleashed. All the wasteland beasts along the path were cleaved in 2 once more. However, due to the nature of the slash, its attack range was somewhat limited. While this strike killed many wasteland beasts, many others merely lost limbs that quickly regenerated. But no matter. The thunderbolts from the sky still rained down. When New Jersey and the others saw Musashi pushing so hard, they too redoubled their efforts. Still, as expected of a fox, canine family always prone to internal competition, murmured a certain green-haired cat of the feline family. Meanwhile, Belfast stood by Yang Tianxing's side, ready to deploy smoke screens at any moment. As for Akashi and Longwu, both were present in a non-combat capacity. To put it nicely, as support. To put it bluntly, they were just there for the spectacle. With 5 combat powerhouses on the battlefield and 1 tasked with protecting the commander, there was little need for them to step in. At this moment, Yang Tianxing, observing Musashi's movements, fell into thought. He approached and took Musashi's hand, who looked at him tenderly. Hey Musashi, can your slash be executed horizontally? Yang Tianxing gestured as he spoke. Hearing his words, Musashi smiled gently and nodded. Of course it was possible, her lack of habit for horizontal slashes was merely a matter of preference, not inability. The next moment, Yang Tianxing saw Musashi, instead of raising her long blade high, place it to one side and deliver a fierce horizontal slash. Instantly her ship rigging slashed horizontally in unison. The pale purple blade light seemed to split the horizon, sweeping across a small portion of the battlefield. In an instant, a vast number of wasteland beasts were cleaved in half at the waist. Faced with such a strike, most ordinary wasteland beasts were instantly incapacitated. Only a few demon-type wasteland beasts or other special ones with high-speed regeneration survived. Yet even so, the battle did not end immediately. In the presence of a wasteland beast overlord, these creatures could not only turn the land barren, but also devour the corpses of their fallen kin to split and multiply. Thus, to completely defeat this wasteland beast legion, their corpses had to be fully disintegrated. Fortunately, the extreme heat of Musashi's lightning was sufficient for the task, while New Jersey and the others with their overkill damage thoroughly shattered their targets, albeit on a smaller scale. Of course, to amass enough carcasses of the wasteland behemoths, Yang Tianxing dispatched numerous manjuas onto the battlefield. Their sole task was to snatch relatively intact chunks of the behemoth's corpses and teleport them away. These creatures, who were always fond of piloting kamikaze boats, showed not a shred of fear on the battlefield. Even when a carcass was being devoured by another behemoth, they would dare to rip it straight from the creature's maw. This resulted in the wasteland behemoths, which could normally replenish their numbers quickly even with casualties in battle, experiencing a far slower recovery rate during this war. It infuriated even the more intelligent behemoths to the point of cursing. They'd just take a bite and the prey would be snatched away. However, Yang Tianxing and his team's exceptional performance also drew the attention of a portion of the wasteland faction. Some of the behemoths originally charging toward the front lines now veered directly toward them. Moreover, among them were numerous demon-type wasteland behemoths, their forms largely resembling the archenemies of magical girls. The reason for this was naturally the wasteland faction's strategic allocation after assessing the combat power of Yang Tianxing's side. The core strategy was simple: even if they couldn't kill you, they could still disgust you. But in the next moment, the actions of Yang Tianxing and his companions left the commanding intelligent behemoths at the rear utterly bewildered. They stared dumbfounded as a group of humans, who according to their analysis should be concept entities, specifically battleship concept entities, leaped onto fighter jets and engaged them in aerial combat. What kind of joke was this? How could a carrier be carried by a carrier-based aircraft? That just defied all logic. Though similar incidents had occurred before, after all, battleship concept entities did exist among humans. They were so rare that you might not encounter one in an entire war. Yet now they had formed a group and were bombing you, and the power of their bombardments far exceeded what normal battleship concept entities could achieve. The Wasteland faction couldn't fathom when humans had developed concept ships capable of energy cannon attacks. Moreover, the sheer power was immense, and the density of their barrage was abnormal. Based on their observations, many of the projectiles weren't even fired from their cannons. Wasn't this cheating? And they wouldn't even comment on the barrage, but what about that one with a bunch of tails? How in the world could a battleship concept entity unleash an energy attack spanning hundreds of kilometers? And she could even swing it horizontally. After that, shed call down thunderbolts to strike again. When did humans ever have such a group of overpowered beings? Meanwhile, on the front lines, a mecha girl, who had initially intended to charge into the behemoth horde and wreak havoc, silently chose to take up a ranged position for long-distance attacks. She calculated that if she were unlucky enough to take a direct hit from one of those blades, her family might as well start preparing for a funeral feast. Her defense was decent, but withstanding such attacks was no easy task. As far as she knew, only one of her seniors equipped with special armor or shields could possibly endure it, and only if fully prepared. If she charged into the monster horde and got into a brawl only to have a sudden slash come flying in and catch her off guard, how unjust would that be? So it was better to skip the heroics and just stay outside for ranged attacks. Really, I wanted to show off in there and win her heart. The mecha girl's face flushed slightly as she let out a soft giggle, lost in some thought. At that moment in the command room, something's off, deeply off. The Wasteland faction's plan to lure us away didn't succeed yet. They still launched an attack. That means our previous plan didn't significantly impact their real strategy. It was just a shot in the dark. So what exactly is their reliance for launching this assault? The commander was utterly perplexed. But in reality, the Wasteland faction was already cursing up a storm. Where the hell are the people from the Heaven's Veil? Those bastards. Didn't they agree to launch a joint attack? Weren't they supposed to carry out the largest-scale air raid? Now that the fighting's started, why haven't they shown up? The Wasteland behemoth commander, an entity that looked nearly indistinguishable from a human, was grumbling in the rear camp. Who knows? I never approved of launching an attack with them in the first place. They've never been reliable. Another commander, appearing as a female, sneered from the side. Now's not the time for that. We need to decide whether to continue the attack or temporarily pull back our forces. An elderly-looking commander interrupted the female's sarcasm. Let's retreat for now. What else can we do? Are we really going to count on those Heaven's Veil fools? The female commander rolled her eyes. Let me be clear, win or lose, you owe me what was promised. Not a single thing less. The humans and the things you wanted have already been sent to you, the earlier male commander said coldly. That's fine then. Just as they were discussing, a roar like fighter jets echoed from the sky. Damn it, they're finally here. The male commander breathed a sigh of relief, not even realizing he had stood up. Meanwhile, on the front lines, detecting a massive presence of the Heaven's Veil faction. Their numbers are extremely high. Recommend all troops take cover for air defense and deploy air forces. However, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming and our current air power is relatively insufficient. Suggest using anti-aircraft guns and missiles as the primary defense. Upon detecting the large-scale arrival of Heaven's Veil forces, both the frontline AI and advisors gave similar recommendations. Though air power was limited, their anti-air defenses were not weak. After all, they weren't foolish enough to neglect protecting against the Heaven's Veil. Still, fending off two enemies launching a major offensive simultaneously was quite challenging. We've confirmed that the incoming Heaven's Veil Air Force is almost entirely Type B, essentially bombers with only a few Type as escorts. Given their altitude, conventional anti-aircraft guns are useless. We can rely on anti-air missiles, but those Type as are fully capable of intercepting our missiles and the scant air power we have. Ha! They may be unreliable, but at least they've arrived. Let the special combat units come up, a commander said with a chuckle. Understood. When the power of the firmament appeared as the aerial assault rained down from the sky, the entire battlefield underwent a transformation. Nearly everyone had to divert a portion of their attention to counter the attacks from above, making their fight far more arduous and grueling. At that moment, special blight units emerged. Beings whose size differed little from humans, but possessed unimaginable strength. These blight units bore insectoid or animalistic features on their bodies, lacked any sense of shame, and wore no clothing. Most were completely bare, with only a few, perhaps due to animal genes, sporting patches of hair. Their speed far surpassed that of the blight behemoths, and their strength was nearly comparable, making them akin to a colossal blight beast condensed into a human-sized form. Everyone beware. These are special-type blight creatures. Someone issued a warning to their comrades upon noticing them. These special-type blight units were once the primary force the blight faction used to breach humanity's defenses. Indeed, the fact was that the blight faction's high-level combatants were not necessarily weaker the smaller they were, though larger ones were certainly stronger. The special-type blight creatures had been humanity's main nemesis because they combined the might of giant blight beasts with vastly superior agility and elusiveness, easily tearing through human blockades and ravaging the battlefield. Their bodies, condensed with such immense power, boasted a density far beyond the lethal range of conventional weapons. Standard arms simply failed to penetrate their armor. In that era, before humanity had acquired any supernatural abilities, they were the most dreaded foes. But now, leave this one to me. A mecha girl locked onto a special-type blight creature, whose physique was far superior to her own, brandishing a high-frequency energy blade as she charged forward. Then this one is for this old man. An old man who appeared to be a monk pressed his palms together, and in an instant his robes burst apart. The once withered and frail elder instantly transformed into a massive muscular giant nearly 3 meters tall. Similar scenes unfolded endlessly across the battlefield. It seems everyone has their own tasks. In that case, my dear, the skies are yours to handle. Yang Tianxing turned to look at Enterprise. Understood, Commander. Enterprise nodded, then locked onto one of the fighter jets she had deployed, leaping aboard. Charge forth. Tataki? In that moment, Enterprise unleashed her on-a-second Furos mode. Yang Tianxing glanced at the relentless firepower being directed skyward from the front line and at the biological bombs, each capable of leveling a playground, that were being hurled down, some of which were detonated midair. He chuckled softly, then contacted Yen Gu. Hey, is that Tianxing? How are things on your end? Upon receiving Yang Tianxing's call, Yen Gu immediately inquired about his situation, since his intelligence indicated that Yang Tianxing was also on the front lines battling the blight. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm calling to remind you that our aircraft carrier has taken to the skies. Make sure to mark friendly targets for the anti-air fire. I'll send you a code. With that, Yang Tianxing ended the call and forwarded the identification code for Enterprise's deployed carrier-based aircraft to Yen Gu. On the other end, Yen Gu's mind went blank. What do you mean our aircraft carrier has taken to the skies? Can aircraft carriers even fly? Yen Gu was momentarily stunned by Yang Tianxing's statement. I believe Yang Tianxing likely means that a unit embodying the concept of an aircraft carrier has ascended, his adjutant said after a moment of thought. The concept of an aircraft carrier? You mean that girl who launched all those hypersonic carrier-based fighters? Can she alone reclaim air superiority? In his heart, Yen Gu certainly hoped so, but years of experience made him uncertain. Yet, considering the intel he had gathered on Yang Tianxing recently, he couldn't help but feel that the units this young man summoned were simply too absurd. So perhaps it was indeed possible. Yang Tianxing sensed Enterprise's situation through their spiritual link. His spiritual power had now reached level 5, 6 times its original strength. Level 0 was a baseline of 1, and each level doubled the base. His base spiritual coverage spanned a radius of 1 kilometer. With a 6-fold increase, his coverage now reached approximately 2.5 kilometers. Of course, this was not fixed. The 2.5 kilometer radius referred to the spherical range of his evenly distributed spiritual power. However, by adjusting its shape into an irregular form, he could greatly extend its reach. Though the more precise the manipulation, the greater the mental energy consumed. Fortunately, Yang Tianxing could replenish his mental energy through his ability Life Right. By fine-tuning the coverage of his spiritual power, Enterprise could now soar freely within a range not too far from him. In the sky, every arrow Enterprise loosed transformed into heavy fighter jets or bombers. The aerial forces, once at a severe disadvantage, gradually began to match the enemy. Moreover, because the air power released by Enterprise was either fearless or overwhelmingly powerful, the firmament's aerial forces soon found themselves on the back foot. Especially when they realized that Enterprise herself was the core unit controlling those aerial forces, and attempted to attack her directly only to find her seemingly intangible and immune to hits. An overwhelming sense of defeat consumed their spirits. This is impossible. How can she maintain this state indefinitely? A firmament unit resembling a giant bird was utterly dumbfounded. Yet at that moment an eagle flew past it, casting a glance that seemed to say, "What an idiot." Yang Tianxing could sense the state of the Enterprise through his spiritual connection at this moment. After perceiving the Enterprise's condition, the corners of Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. "What do you mean by 100 triggers, Lucky E? Isn't this just invincibility all the way? Oh right, there's also critical hits. Because the 200 damage is an ammunition buff, this thing can even benefit from critical hits. Is that how it works?" Yang Tianxing felt that the reason Enterprise was an ultra-rare in the game rather than a legendary was purely because she was released too early. Now, having broken free from the game, Enterprise had initially shown Yang Tianxing what a true legend truly meant. In fact, the Heaven's Veil was utterly bewildered at this point. In their perception, human fighters would always have to fly far away, release missiles or some light cannons when facing them. But now, why had everything suddenly changed? What did they mean by those fighters streaking past their bodies at hypersonic speeds and slicing them in half with their wings? And shouldn't you come out and control your fighters? Can jet fighters really just hover in the air at will? This air battle left the Heaven's Veil feeling extremely stifled. This was an unprecedented situation for them. They had fully adapted their tactics to human combat methods, yet now those tactics were completely ineffective. This left them utterly unable to comprehend. Therefore, under these circumstances, the commander of the Heaven's Veil, after some deliberation, decided to temporarily retreat. The Heaven's Veil had more than just one commander. Internal power struggles were quite severe. He did not want to give other Heaven's Veil commanders any leverage. What? Those cowards from the Heaven's Veil ran away. What a joke! Have they had enough fighting, or what? Humanity has so little air power left. The rest is all anti-air firepower. They just had to fly higher and humanity couldn't do a thing to them. Why did they run? The leader of the barren wasteland at this moment could not understand why the Heaven's Veil had fled. A message from the Heaven's Veil said that humanity's air power has been greatly enhanced. They found it difficult to adapt to humanity's new aerial tactics, so to reduce losses they retreated first. In doing so, they abandoned a large portion of their forces, still entangled with humanity's air power. As a leader spoke, his brow was completely furrowed, almost indistinguishable from a real human. "Oh well, we're doomed. From now on it won't be our air power keeping the enemy pinned down, but the enemy's air power keeping us pinned down." The female leader, who had been consistently contradicting earlier, now wore a look of utter self-abandonment. "Damn it, there's no choice. Announce the withdrawal." Another leader had no choice but to say, "Our mobility is far inferior to the Heaven's Veils. A withdrawal isn't something we can just order." A leader immediately pulled a long face. "There's no other way. We'll have to sacrifice a portion of our forces. The Heaven's Veil's army has been repelled. Holy crap, brothers, keep your eyes peeled. If I'm not mistaken, the barren wasteland's army is about to retreat. Bite down hard and inflict as many losses as possible." A tigerman over 4 meters tall and covered in bulging muscles roared as he tore apart a special barren wasteland creature that had come to fight him. "Haha, no need to tell me," the mecha girl said, thrusting her sword into the body of a fleeing special barren wasteland creature, cleaving it cleanly in two from the bottom up. Meanwhile, on another front, because they noticed that Yang Tianxing was the master of the Enterprise, the Heaven's Veil had the barren wasteland launch a decapitation strike against Yang Tianxing's position. However, with the shipgirls fiercely protective of their husband instantly turning into raving berserkers, the special barren wasteland creatures sent to carry out the decapitation strike did not fare well. "You're thinking of laying a finger on honey." The largest and strongest black dragon had completely gone berserk. Behind her, the mechanical rabbit-styled energy ring burst forth with immense power, propelling the big rabbit's speed past the sound barrier in an instant. This time, the enraged mother rabbit didn't even bother using her main cannon. She simply threw a punch. The special barren wasteland creature, with an almost perfect female form but an insect head, had its head punched clean off by New Jersey in the next instant. The terrifying shockwave generated simultaneously almost blasted the entire sand dune behind it into the air. Meanwhile, the mechanical dragon circling in the sky unleashed a dragon's breath upon another charging special barren wasteland creature. However, Yang Tianxing thought that must be Friedrich der Gross's second skill Chaos Sonata, an attack that massively increased critical rate and critical damage. And indeed it was. The attack, as fast as lightning, instantly turned the target and its surrounding area into a colossal mushroom cloud. Sovetskaya Soyuza even completely turned an entire area into a glacier, freezing all incoming enemies to death in the snowstorm. Musashi, while cleaving a special barren wasteland creature in two, also split everything behind it. Still feeling unsatisfied, the giant mechanical arms behind her simply dropped the sword and unleashed a barrage of aura upon several other special barren wasteland creatures. Belfast, however, remained composed, standing by Yang Tianxing's side without taking any action. This was not merely trust in her comrades, but because she considered herself Yang Tianxing's final line of defense, not to be moved lightly. As for Enterprise, noticing the situation on the ground, Yang Tianxing even saw several heavy fighters launch themselves like missiles from the sky, obliterating targets at hypersonic speeds. "Looks like I'll have to work harder when I get back tonight," Yang Tianxing muttered softly. There was no helping it, his wives were just too good to him. And then, because of their spiritual connection, the shipgirls became even more diligent. With the final wail of a barren wasteland creature that failed to escape this probing attack, which had lasted about 20 hours, finally came to an end. Everyone on the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if they had failed to perfectly defend against this probing attack, the enemy would have been highly likely to turn it into a full-scale assault. But despite the relief, what followed was the most sorrowful and painful moment for everyone. In silence, the soldiers began to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades, recover weapons scattered across the battlefield, and collect the corpses of the barren wasteland behemoths. A somber atmosphere gradually permeated the air. Although Yang Tianxing maintained a solemn attitude towards the overall situation on the battlefield, he knew he had to deal with things accordingly once he returned. This was something his teachers had repeatedly taught him during his school days. To quickly escape from such sorrow, for the next battle might come at any time, and sadness and tears would not help them defeat their enemies. Of course, the core reason was that he was well protected by the shipgirls. Though he was said to be on the front lines, in reality, he had not participated in any real combat. He merely watched from a distance of several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers. As a commander, he did not need to be on the front lines. Due to the failed exploratory attack by the Wasteland and the Sky Curtain, they should not launch a large-scale attack again in the short term. Moreover, the most important point was that this large-scale alliance between the Wasteland and the Sky Curtain had raised the vigilance of those on the front lines, who were now mobilizing aerial forces on a large scale. Furthermore, Yang Tianxing looked at the corpses of the Wasteland behemoths, which were being carried back piece by piece by the Manjuus, and a radiant smile gradually spread across his face. This was only a portion, just enough to perfectly restore his territory, while a greater quantity was stored in the warehouses at the harbor. "Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho," the Manjuus chanted in unison as they dismantled the corpses of the Wasteland behemoths and buried them in various areas of the territory. Once the corpses came into contact with the desertified land, and without any overseers present, they began to decompose rapidly. What if the standards are not met? Not to mention TB's computational abilities, even with Yang Tianxing. With the mobility of the shipgirls, as long as they claim there are no qualifying issues, they can return within the shortest time to retrieve another batch of Wasteland behemoth corpses. What? You managed to haul quite a few Wasteland behemoth corpses during the previous battle. How did you do that? Strictly speaking, was completely dumbfounded. After all, during the war, the Wasteland behemoths would quickly consume their fallen comrades, using them as food and then splitting. Moreover, when they were still in areas not yet desertified, they could forcibly absorb the power of the earth to increase their numbers. Yet Yang Tianxing told him that not only could he kill the Wasteland behemoths during battle, but he could also transport their corpses away at the fastest speed. "You really shocked me. You are impressive." This was indeed a genuine compliment. Transporting away the corpses of the wasteland behemoths meant significantly reducing their endurance on the battlefield. Originally, they would have to expend much more firepower and effort to completely destroy them. They are a type of special small robot from my side, but due to the limitations of my summoning range, I can't keep them on the front lines. And my ambitions don't lie here. As you know, my summoned units are all warship concepts. The sea is our main battlefield. To prevent anyone from persuading him to stay on the front lines, instead of taking on guard duties, Yang Tianxing preemptively warned them. As for studying the Manjuis, this kind of magical technology is currently beyond the capabilities of the nation to research. Otherwise, combat effectiveness would have risen several levels. Additionally, the Technology Institute is currently overwhelmed with numerous projects such as advanced technology and mechatechnology, which are clearly influenced by some special power and are unlikely to be researched at the moment. Alright, if you want to leave, then go ahead. I will personally review your case. With so many wasteland behemoth corpses, it is practically impossible for it to be denied. Strictly waved his hand, casually, knowing that Yang Tianxing did not want to stay here and eat sand. Alright, then, it's settled. Yang Tianxing hung up the video conference and looked around at the already tidied up area where only empty shells remained and even the hot spring water had been cleaned up. He nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave with the Shipgirls. As for why it had to be cleaned so thoroughly, leaving nothing for the ordinary guards that would be stationed here in the future. It's because the current social pressure is so great that many people have twisted minds. For instance, Zhang Tianxi, he wanted to contract He Xiaoxiao not just because he liked her, but because he explicitly stated that he wanted to adjust. What if a pervert comes here and drinks the hot spring water? That would surely disgust Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls. After applying for a flight plan airspace, Yang Tianxing, upon receiving the approval, jumped into the belly of the bomber released by the Enterprise wearing armor alongside the Shipgirls. Flying within the national security range still required an application. However, due to the numerous applications here, they were generally approved by artificial intelligence or directly scheduled by intelligent life, so the review was quick. The Manju pilot of the heavy bomber, after confirming the relevant data sent from that side, activated the autopilot mode. Soon the entire heavy bomber flew towards Yang Tianxing's home at a cruising speed of 5 Mach along the designated route, and since it did not need to land, there were no specific requirements for the landing site. Due to the speed of 5 Mach, it did not take long. Before long, Yang Tianxing, under the guidance of the Shipgirls, jumped off the bomber and landed in the community. As for the bomber, it was retrieved by the Enterprise and vanished into the sky. The residents of the community had grown accustomed to it. As long as the bomber did not drop bombs, it was fine. The Grim Reaper slowly landed on the arm of the Enterprise, its sharp claws unreservedly grabbing onto the Enterprise's arm. Yang Tianxing vaguely saw sparks flying. He reached out to touch the eagle head, feeling astonished by the Shipgirl's use of Schrodinger's defenses. In response to Yang Tianxing's affection, the Grim Reaper behaved obediently, but if it did not, the Enterprise would slap it away. Is the Grim Reaper a legacy of Yorktown? But Yorktown is doing just fine in the harbor. In truth, Yang Tianxing and his companions drew considerable attention from those around them. After all, having 8 beauties of distinct charms standing by his side was nothing short of eye-catching. Though in this world females generally improved in appearance after awakening, unless their original foundation was exceptionally poor, most at least possessed moderate looks. People had a relatively high resistance to beauties, but the problem was the Shipgirls were too voluptuous. Yang Tianxing rolled his eyes and led his wives home. Fortunately, he had instructed the Shipgirls to modify their battle attire, or otherwise those around him would have had their eyes popping out. However, when Yang Tianxing returned home, he found it empty. Only a note lay on the coffee table. He picked it up and read it, then his mouth twitched. His parents had already gone back to their original naval base to enjoy their time alone. Sigh. If only the port's resources weren't so abundant, I'd love to raid their base. Yang Tianxing pursed his lips. Even with AI assistance, the new deployment order would take some time, though it should arrive within a day or two. The house feels a bit cramped. I have to stick close to the commander. Musashi, now in casual clothes, clung to Yang Tianxing. Soon after, New Jersey also sidled up, wrapping her arms around him and shooting a glance at Musashi, as if asserting dominance, her entire demeanor brimming with vivacity. Su Meng began plotting how to join them. Enterprise, more reserved, stood aside. Friedrich der Grosse watched the scene tenderly. Since the battle had lasted 20 hours and combined with the time spent cleaning up the outpost and returning, the night had already passed. Thus Belfast and Longwu had gone to the kitchen to prepare food. Akashi was at the port researching the base vehicle Yang Tianxing wanted. In truth, a prototype had long been developed, but she kept adding more features, so she had yet to unveil it. After breakfast, Yang Tianxing prepared for today's summoning. Speaking of summons, I will remember November 20th as a shameful date. It took me 90 pulls to complete a major construction, and I didn't even get the one with a 0.5 probability summoned together. As the summoning light blazed, Enterprise clearly felt her power surge. She seemed to guess who was being summoned. Greetings, Commander. A graceful girl emerged from the light, looking youthful yet exuding a gentle matronly warmth. It's my wife. Yang Tianxing's shamelessness grew with the number of Shipgirls. He unhesitatingly pulled the beauty into his embrace. Sister. Enterprise's eyes lit up as she approached. Soon the atmosphere in the room shifted. Indeed, they had stayed up all night, so shouldn't they make up for it during the day? But clearly Yang Tianxing couldn't catch up much. By evening, Yang Tianxing was holding the hands of Yorktown and Enterprise with New Jersey, and the others close by as they strolled through a shopping mall. This place is so different from the port. Yorktown smiled warmly, her face full of happiness. As long as you can get used to it. Yang Tianxing smiled too, feeling truly blessed. In his original world, he had no family. After arriving here, he gained a family, though he often felt his parents' love was for each other while he was just an accident. Yet that alone satisfied him immensely. Not only did he have parents, but his in-game wives had crossed the boundaries between worlds to be by his side. Now his heart was soaring. Oh, how adorable! Yorktown suddenly noticed that this world also had bestiared girls resembling those of the Sakura Empire Shipgirls. Strange, why does that cat girl look so unpleasant? As Yorktown curiously observed her surroundings, she spotted a cat-eared girl staring at her with a resentful, even hateful gaze. This unsettled her, and she felt the urge to launch some carrier-based aircraft to eliminate the threat. The commander had given her light anew, and she would never let anyone extinguish it. Yang Tianxing, who had been accompanying the Shipgirls on their leisurely stroll, heard Yorktown's words and looked over in confusion. He Xiao. What is she doing here? Yang Tianxing was taken aback. He didn't think Zhang Tianxi could have completed the governance of his jurisdiction in such a short time like him. Wait, if he used his family's financial power, maybe he could buying the corpses of desolate beasts from surrounding jurisdictions or even directly purchasing them from the front lines. The authorities did not forbid this method of governance. After all, they spent money stimulating the economy. Since it was just an internship, and the sooner they left, the less subsidies the authorities had to provide, it was essentially spending money to benefit others. Realizing this, Yang Tianxing spotted Zhang Tianxi. When Zhang Tianxi approached, he Xiao immediately shrank back, then, like a fully tamed cat, nestled into his arms, showing no trace of her earlier hostile demeanor. Hey Yang Tianxing, damn, you're fierce. Finished that fast. As fast as my money power. Zhang Tianxi approached with he Xiao and a tiger-eared girl looking bewildered. But when he glanced at the Shipgirls beside Yang Tianxing, the previous desire was gone. Well, anyone whose kidneys were constantly drained would feel the same. Not bad. What's up with her? Yang Tianxing hadn't planned to engage, but he was curious about He Xiao's state. Cough, isn't she still a decent combatant? I had Ying Mei discipline her a couple of times, and it cured her of that hostile attitude. I haven't introduced you. This is my future wife, Ying Mei. Zhang Tianxi patted the three-maternal tiger-eared girl beside him, who actually showed a shy expression at the introduction. Watching this, Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched violently. He felt that the shell New Jersey fired back then had oddly cured the other's sycophantic tendencies. Nevertheless, since the other party had introduced them, Yang Tianxing briefly introduced his Shipgirl wives in return. After hearing this, Zhang Tianxi's mouth twitched even more severely. He suddenly grabbed Yang Tianxing's hand. Brother, no. Big brother. Adoptive father. What tonic have you been taking lately? Can you share the recipe? Though I wish to help you, I am truly powerless to do so. Yang Tianxing shrugged helplessly, then explained that his excellent condition was purely due to his innate talent, simply a matter of rapid recovery. Ah, how wonderful! Zhang Tianxi's face was filled with envy, yet soon a trace of despondency crept over him. However, the tiger lady tenderly embraced him, suggesting that while it could be done less frequently, he must not exhaust his health. Her words seemed to imply reducing He Xiao's quota. Yang Tianxing clearly noticed He Xiao's expression darken in an instant. It was evident that this woman had essentially resigned herself to her fate, yet her stubborn temper remained unchanged. This cat still had her claws and pride. Speaking of which, He Xiao's personality indeed resembled that of a cat, one that needed discipline. With this thought, Yang Tianxing gently beckoned, Mingshi, come here. He gave Mingshi a meaningful glance, silently instructing her to demonstrate what a truly well-behaved cat looked like. Mingshi pouted slightly, but upon hearing Yang Tianxing promise to purchase 5,000 supplies from her shop, using his port's resources, her eyes instantly transformed into golden coins. Wasn't it agreed that cats would compete outside and dogs inside? But the next moment she suddenly heard a soft purring sound emanating from the tiger lady, who was holding Zhang Tianxi. The tiger lady rubbed him against her body as well. This scene was also noticed by passers-by, and whether it was due to feline nature's innate competitiveness, the nearby catgirls all began to imitate the action, rubbing against their own loved ones. Surrounded by this spectacle and the scene before her, Xiao felt as if she had been abandoned by the world. Seriously, can't you survive without competing? But recalling the beating she had received from the tiger lady, Xiao could only suppress her pride and cling to the tiger lattice thigh. Seeing this, Yang Tianxing felt his mischievous urge satisfied. After kissing the green-haired cat in his arms, he departed with his shipgirls. Yet as he left, he suddenly remembered the time he had ambushed Xiao with a sack. Back then, after covering her with the sack and kicking her a few times, she would curl up like a cat, using her more resilient parts to absorb the blows, specifically her feline rear. That was why he later switched to a 1,000-year kill attack when ambushing her, because her spiritual form was truly resilient. That rear armor of hers could withstand countless strikes without effect. So he had to resort to underhanded tactics. In that area there were only 2 effective weak points, and Yang Tianxing, adhering to his own moral code and a sliver of restraint, only employed the 1,000-year kill. Shaking his head to banish those past memories, he mused that it was still too strange. Indeed, he had been pushed to his limits back then. During the subsequent shopping trip, Mingshi seemed glued to Yang Tianxing's arms, transforming into a lazy cat and refusing to budge no matter what. But to Yang Tianxing her weight was negligible. He could hold her for half a day or even a month without fatigue. Of course, that was provided she didn't materialize her ship rigging. Through this period of interaction, Yang Tianxing had roughly discerned the pattern. When shipgirls fully manifested their rigging, they entered a full power state with both body density and strength, receiving extraordinary enhancements. However, when they shed their rigging, their state was largely indistinguishable from ordinary maidens. But this did not mean they were truly powerless in that state. In fact, if they wished, they could still become superhumans even then. In other words, in this state, they could adjust their strength at will. Thus, they could lower their state to its minimum, feigning an inability to unscrew a bottle cap, so that the mightiest, most handsome, and greatest commander would open it for them. Their purpose naturally was to provide their beloved commander with an abundance of emotional value. Otherwise, why would they bother to weaken themselves when they possessed such formidable power? Moreover, many of the shipgirls' behaviors were deliberately adopted to appear more human. For instance, among the Royal Navy there existed a maid corps. Yet in truth their statuses were not vastly different. The maid corps existed purely as a form of imitation. Therefore, when interacting with the shipgirls, Yang Tianxing never treated them differently based on their roles. But he had digressed. After spending a delightful half-day exploring the city with the shipgirls, as the sun set, he was forcibly dragged back home by them. In reality, most shipgirls were not particularly lustful. Their desires were not high. They simply loved their commander too much and craved greater intimacy. However, the problem was that at night they wanted to cuddle, and what else could one do while cuddling late into the night? Yang Tianxing was no eunuch. Thus, for the sake of the commander's physical and mental well-being, things often escalated. Of course, with certain individuals who inspired no desire whatsoever, Yang Tianxing could resist completely. For example, Anchorage, who had an excellent figure but whose mental state was due to certain issues not particularly mature, likely on par with the Sakura Empire's destroyers. He simply couldn't bring himself to act. However, what Yang Tianxing didn't know was that Anchorage's condition was merely a game-setting oi. In reality, how could her issues have remained untreated all this time? Downstairs from Yang Tianxing's residence. What's going on? What's happening upstairs? Will they ever stop? No, wait. That sound. It's escalated from 2 to 8. Can that man really endure this? Surely you're joking. What time is it? How is this still going on? Is this man powered by nuclear energy? The elf's eyes widened in disbelief, bloodshot and strained. Finally, as the 3rd hour approached, she could bear it no longer. She sat up abruptly in bed, dragged a chest out from beneath it, and opened it to retrieve a sacred blade measuring 50 centimeters in length. Why is the shortest sacred blade left behind by my master still 50 centimeters long? Wouldn't wielding this blade be fatal? How on earth did master ever master such weapons? And I distinctly recall him wearing one daily. Enough. I'd rather die than be undone by my own bladder. As is widely known, sacred blades are either born by heroes or else. Yang Tianxing gently kissed his wife cradled in his arms, while York City gazed at him with tender affection. After years of solemn vow and marriage, with her commanding officer they had at last truly united. Having completed his daily duties, Yang Tianxing prepared to rest peacefully with his shipgirls. Yet just as they lay down to sleep, a sound rose from downstairs. Yang Tianxing stirred slightly and extended his spiritual sense to probe the disturbance below. Though his perception remained hazy, unable to render precise images, it was more than sufficient to discern what was unfolding. What's happening downstairs? Could they be completing their daily tasks too? Longwu sat astride Yang Tianxing, her long dragon tail swaying lazily. How shall I put this? There's an elf downstairs striving to become a hero, but whether due to insufficient strength or inadequate aptitude, each time she attempts to draw the sacred blade it retracts halfway. Yet she refuses to yield, tirelessly devising new ways to pull it free. Yang Tianxing carefully chose his words before replying, At dawn, Yang Tianxing was roused by an urgent notification. He activated his comlink and discovered that his jurisdiction had been officially confirmed and elevated from a garrison post to a full garrison command. With this promotion, the territorial expanse of his command expanded dramatically. Indeed, it now spanned roughly the size of an entire province. Still, given that this domain lay entirely upon the open sea, and considering that Earth in this world was vastly larger than the one he remembered, the sheer scale felt comparatively modest. After all, despite centuries of development, the vast majority of the ocean remained under the dominion of the Black Sea. Moreover, though jurisdictional boundaries were nominally expansive, actual control seldom matched the paper designation. Authority required power. Typically, a single island served as the command's nucleus with jurisdiction extending 100 kilometers outward. Should a commander prove capable of consolidating full dominion, that radius could expand infinitely, limited only by capacity, so long as one could maintain control. For context, Hainan province spans over 30,000 square kilometers, yet remains classified as a province. Thus, province scale is an apt approximation. Most crucially, expansion remained possible. But could the Shipgirls effectively patrol so vast a domain? In principle, yes. Even in the earliest eras, when fleets were fragmented across factions and no harbor yet hosted a full complement of Shipgirls, the Royal Navy's vessels could traverse from Donghuang to Chongying battlefields within 3 days to sever the Siren retreat. This feat demanded far more than mere speed. Logistical constraints, operational readiness, and sustained combat capability all imposed strict limits. Vessels sailed not at peak burst velocity but at cruising displacement, ensuring full readiness. Hence, unlike New Jersey's current supersonic sprints, made possible in large part through Yang Tianxing's direct augmentation, such feats were once unthinkable. In real-world terms, covering that distance without resupply would take approximately 27 days. Factoring in necessary refueling and replenishment, however, the voyage would stretch beyond 120 days. If that's the case, then we certainly won't settle for such a modest domain. Let's begin with a 200-kilometer radius. Yang Tianxing stroked his chin thoughtfully before reaching his decision. At that moment, he felt 2 small hands gently nudging his leg. Commander, wake up. You're lying on my tail. I need to prepare breakfast. Longwu pushed against his thigh, her lips pouting adorably. Yang Tianxing ruffled her hair fondly, then sprang upright from bed in a single fluid motion. The abrupt movement startled the other Shipgirls awake. Fortuitous timing, as he immediately announced plans to pack and depart for their new domain after breakfast. Naturally, the first order of business after breakfast would be summoning today's Shipgirl. Who will emerge today? Under Yang Tianxing's eager gaze, light began to shimmer. Yet when the figure materialized, no voice followed. Instead, a faint, endearing snore drifted into the silence. The girl tumbled downward, weightless and unsteady. Yang Tianxing caught her deftly in his arms. Zzz. It's Commander. Zzz. Upon landing in his embrace, the girl murmured drowsily in her sleep, then jolted fully awake at the sound of her own words. With practiced ease, she sat upright in his arms as if rehearsed countless times. Rafi. In Commander's arms. A petite girl with snow-white twin braids and crimson eyes blinked up at Yang Tianxing, her expression softening into quiet bliss. Before almost instantly she nestled back into slumber within his hold. Zzz. Yang Tianxing sighed, gently drawing her closer to keep her safely cradled. It's been only a few days, but little Rafi still loves her naps. New Jersey leaned in, tapping Rafi's cheek lightly with her index finger. If it's Rafi, perhaps we'll skip patrol duty for now. Belfast watched Rafi with a wry, affectionate smile. She is a warrior without peer. Yet in daily life, after waiting until nearly noon, Laffy groggily opened her eyes. Commander. So Laffy wasn't dreaming after all. The girl shifted to a more comfortable position in Yang Tianxing's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and rubbing her small face against his. Laffy is absolutely not being clingy, absolutely not. Yang Tianxing looked down at Laffy in his arms and smiled softly. This girl was indeed easy to get along with. Just holding her was enough, and she spent most of the day sleeping peacefully, exceptionally adorable, truly irresistible. Although they were supposed to be preparing for the move to the new naval base, that was merely talk. The main preparations were all handled at the port area, leaving Yang Tianxing with nothing to do. In theory, because the naval base was located at sea, supplies and other necessities were harder to obtain than at the garrison, meaning conditions would be tougher, especially in the early stages. Every commander's primary concern was logistics and resupply. Most supplies didn't come from the nation but from friends and relatives who were also commanders. Furthermore, for certain considerations, and to foster greater unity among commanders, the nation had unashamedly arranged for each commander's base to be adjacent to or near those of their close associates. Yes, this situation could potentially lead to separatist wars after the calamities were resolved. But the problem was, if humanity perished, talk of separatist wars would be meaningless. Everything would be over. Such considerations were only valid if humanity survived, otherwise it was all nonsense. Of course, while logistics were a concern in principle, this logic didn't apply so easily to Yang Tianxing. What logic? Let the port area handle that. As for why it took so long, well, the various factions at the port area had been locked in a fierce dispute over the right to supply the commander, and only now did Akashi bring news. No one would back down, meow. It almost came to drawing ship cannons and having a battle, meow. The scene was so intense I thought the first port area war was about to break out, meow. But in the end, everyone calmed down, meow. They decided to jointly contribute to the commander's new naval base, meow. The Eastern Radiance secured the right to supply all food-related provisions, since no one contested it given the commander's tastes, meow. The Northern Parliament initially wanted to take charge of construction, meow, but the Royal Navy rejected that, citing their architectural style as too rugged, meow. In the end, everyone agreed to jointly design and plan the architecture, blending styles with Iron Blood handling the construction, meow. Their reason? They planned to integrate their unique ship technology. Akashi had a hand in this too, meow. The greatest profiteer of the port area, the green-haired catgirl, wagged her fluffy tail with delight as she spoke. Commander, didn't you ask me to research a mobile base before, meow? I think the kind you requested was too small and boring, meow. So, I'm going to install anti-gravity engines on this island and use my unique technologies to make it fly, meow. Akashi grew more excited, her small body almost entirely clinging to Yang Tianxing. An island mothership? Why does that sound so familiar? Yang Tianxing scratched his head, but since it didn't seem like a big deal, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he happily patted the green-haired catgirl's head and praised her. Akashi briefly explained the supply arrangements from each faction for the port area's logistics, then informed Yang Tianxing that they could now set off for the naval base. How to get there? That was straightforward. Flying was faster. After a simple report, the bomber carrying Yang Tianxing and his companions, escorted by an entire heavy fighter formation, locked onto the target island and sped forward. However, the island they locked onto wasn't the one designated as Yang Tianxing's new base, but rather one near his parents' base about 400 kilometers away. Rumor had it that his parents' base was inherited from his grandparents on his mother's side. He had only heard about it before but never visited. His paternal grandparents weren't combat-type superhumans, so they didn't have their own base. Meanwhile, as Yang Tianxing's aerial formation approached the area of Yangpingan, and Luo Rao space air raid sirens blared across the entire facility, numerous combat personnel rushed to their posts ready for battle. The island's air force took off at top speed for reconnaissance. The base methodically prepared defensive measures against an aerial assault. Yangpingan stared grimly at the radar tracking the incoming targets. The number of targets seemed somewhat excessive this time. However, if this was all there was, he wasn't too worried. But the constant harassment was starting to annoy him. Yet just as the targets were about to enter their anti-aircraft range, a barrage of air-to-air missiles streaked across the distant sky at hypersonic speeds. Several targets were blown into fireballs midair. At the same time, a sea blue flower soared through the sky, releasing a dense swarm of petal-like energy projectiles that cleared the heavens. Where did that attack come from? Yang Pingan's face, previously stern but unworried, now showed a hint of panic. The island's radar hadn't detected them at all. Such aerial units were the most difficult to defend against. They could sneak up, fire a missile, and you'd have no way to counter them, unable to even find or lock onto them. At that moment, because Yang Tianxing's aerial formation was fast, they soon appeared within Yang Pingan's sight. Fighters. A human aerial formation. When did they become so formidable? Is it the power of some conceptual entity? Yang Pingan's eyes flickered with thought, but he was less worried now. After all, if they intended to attack him, they wouldn't have done this. Without bothering to file a landing request, Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls simply had the Muchan operating the bomber open the bomb bay, then drop themselves like aerial bombs. They didn't even use parachutes, landing one by one on the ground. Garden daughter-in-law. Luo Ro instantly recognized New Jersey among them. She stared in bewilderment at the other girls who had jumped down alongside New Jersey. Where had Yang Tianxing gone? And why was New Jersey with so many girls? Hey mom, have you eaten yet? Yang Tianxing retracted the helmet of his armor, revealing his face and greeting his mother. Seeing her son Luo Ro finally snapped back to reality. At the same time, she recalled her son's claim that he could summon hundreds more shipgirls like New Jersey. Which meant Luo Ro enthusiastically went to entertain the shipgirls, leaving Yang Tianxing and his father staring at each other. Why didn't you give us a heads up before coming? You scared the hell out of me. Yang Pingan's use of old man was quite literal, leaving Yang Tianxing unable to retort. The newbie period's over, so I was heading back home. When I got to the old place, you guys had already taken off. Since the headquarters assigned me a base not far from here, I came to check on you. As for contacting you, I came here to surprise you. Yang Tianxing wore a look of mischievous filial piety. Hey you little brat. Yang Pingan rolled his eyes, then grabbed Yang Tianxing by the clothes and led him toward a warehouse, casually grabbing a drink and handing it to him. You're just starting out here, so it must be tough. Your old man has prepared some starting supplies for you. Take them with you when you leave. I remember you said Garden can turn her weapons into warships, right? Hauling these supplies shouldn't be a problem. Yang Pingan's face beamed with pride, clearly feeling proud to be able to help his son. After all, some parents couldn't even manage their own bases well, let alone spare resources to support their children. Yang Tianxing glanced at the various basic supplies his father had prepared for him and felt deeply moved, but he shook his head. Dad, you should keep these supplies for yourself. I don't need them. He had an entire port district behind him. There was no need to take the supplies his father had painstakingly prepared, even out of affection. Procuring so many supplies must have strained Yang Pingan's base, which was likely why a raiding squad from the Heavenly Vale had just attacked it, clearly sensing a drop in its defenses. What nonsense are you spouting? When your old man gives you something, you take it. Yang Pingan grew angry, thinking his son must have a screw loose. Starting from scratch without taking his offered supplies was pure madness. Did he have any idea how hard that was? Yang Tianxing hadn't planned to deflate his father's pride, but since the topic had come up, actually your son has plenty of supplies. Without giving Yang Pingan a chance to interrupt, Yang Tianxing briefly explained the situation with the port district. After hearing it, Yang Pingan felt a tingle in his brain, as if new neurons were forming. Hey Tianxing, how about we become sworn brothers? Well, call each other whatever. You call me dad, I'll call you bro. And then, could you spare some supplies for your little bro? Before he could finish, Luo Ro leapt over from afar and kicked him flying. Old Yang, I've never seen you so shameless, asking your own son for stuff and wanting to be sworn brothers with him. What's next? Does that mean your son should call me sister-in-law? No, wait, by your logic head, have to call me little sister-in-law. Luo Ro, usually as gentle as a refined lady, now erupted like a fierce female general, pinning Yang Pingan under her foot. Ah, honey, didn't I tell you? Next time you step on me, could you wear a skirt and skip the safety shorts? Yang Pingan grinned lecherously, clearly unharmed. Get lost. Luo Ro kicked Yang Pingan away. Then she approached Yang Tianxing, stood on tiptoe and ruffled her good son's hair. Mom heard too that you have plenty of supplies over there, but those were prepared for you by the girls who love you deeply. Don't let them down. As for us, we don't lack supplies right now, so don't listen to your dad. Yang Tianxing nodded, understanding his mother's concern, and didn't insist on giving them supplies. If they ever truly needed them, he could always deliver them later. After all, they were his biological parents. If anyone dared to accuse him of giving resources for no reason, he'd cut them down. After having a meal at his parents' place, Yang Tianxing bid them farewell and arrived at his assigned island. There really is nothing here. From his earlier aerial view, the island was about 4 square kilometers in size, an irregular rectangle. 3 sides were steep cliffs, while the 4th was a sandy beach meeting the ocean. The vegetation was typical island flora, with a few coconut trees and some shrubs. No jungles. It was the most common type of mass-produced floating island from the Human Federation. Indeed, this island was one of those manufactured islands. After all, there weren't that many real islands available for their use. How were the islands made? Did they use some kind of magic? Yang Tianxing wasn't entirely sure about that. However, he did know that these islands used magnetic fields to anchor themselves in place, preventing them from drifting. Not long after they landed on the island, portals began to open, and a flood of Muchans emerged, driving various engineering vehicles. As the Shipgirls' companion creatures, Muchans could use Yang Tianxing's teleportation ability, just like the Shipgirls, traveling freely between the port district and this world. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the summoning ritual, other shipgirls, as independent units, couldn't follow. Akashi, as the only researcher currently by Yang Tianxing's side, took on the responsibility of studying this mass-produced island. I figured it out, Naya. Just supply more powerful energy to the island's core, and it can expand its size, right? Naya, let's try adding 2 cubes. With a somewhat mischievous meow, a burst of light erupted from the island's core. Did you create this, Ming Shi? Yang Tianxing reached out and gently poked the cheek of the little white-haired, reedy loli before him who resembled Laffy, but was much smaller. That's right, meow. It seems I accidentally created a being similar to Anchorage and the others, meow. Ming Shi, imitating Yang Tianxing, lightly poked the little one's cheek. The little one, like a kitten, would try to bite whoever poked her, but being too slow, she missed, then turned her attention to the finger poking her from the other side. Soon she pouted, and it seemed tears were about to well up in her big eyes. Seeing this, Yang Tianxing quickly held her in his arms. It feels like this little one's mind isn't fully developed yet. Yang Tianxing looked at the little loli, who was nuzzling against him like a kitten, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Indeed, meow, but I feel that once this island's transformation is complete, and she obtains more data, she should be fine, meow. Ming Shi said confidently. Just then, the other shipgirls also ran over to gather around and observe the little one. Soon the little girl was passed from one shipgirl's arms to another, experiencing what it meant to be held by greatness. Of course, Laffy showed little interest in this. Her main focus was on sleeping beside Yang Tianxing. The Manju were highly efficient. By the time dusk fell, most of the basic infrastructure on the island was nearly complete, especially the defensive weapons, which were already mostly in place. This was because the vast majority of equipment and materials had been prefabricated into modules, requiring only transport from the port and installation at designated locations. During this process, the cube that Ming Shi had placed in the island's core flickered intermittently. With each flash, the white-haired, reedied little lowless mind experienced a certain degree of enhancement. However, the amount of data at this level was far from sufficient to birth a true shipgirl. TB's figure suddenly materialized near the cube. She gazed at it, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Then the cube's flickering accelerated as if a massive stream of data was pouring in. That evening, everyone rested in the commander's exclusive large dormitory, which had been constructed with the highest priority. Regarding this, Yang Tianxing could only offer a helpless smile, having no better solution. Could he possibly refuse his wives? He would absolutely be dragged straight into the room. According to a long-standing unwritten rule, the protagonist of the night was the shipgirl summoned that day. So tonight's protagonist was naturally Laffy. Unlike his earlier awkwardness when he accepted Longwu, Yang Tianxing felt no such embarrassment with Laffy. Why was that? Naturally, because Laffy had once worn a wedding dress for him. However, after completing the daily tasks, and before falling asleep with Laffy in his arms, Yang Tianxing suddenly remembered that Anchorage also seemed to have her own wedding dress. The next morning, he was awakened by increasingly forceful knocking on the door. Scratching his head in confusion, he quickly changed clothes with his wives. He couldn't understand who else could be on this island besides him and his wives. Who was knocking? But when he opened the door and saw the puff-cheek, white-haired, reedied little loli, he slapped his forehead. How could he have almost forgotten this little girl? Commander, the construction of the headquarters is complete. All related defensive weapons and equipment are in place, and the island-type mobile fortress Northern has been fully built. The little loli reported to Yang Tianxing in a slightly adorable voice, yet deep in her eyes where he couldn't notice there was a special gleam. As for the Northern she mentioned, it was naturally because Yang Tianxing had finally figured out why he felt a sense of familiarity. It was related to the Northern Princess from the Kantai collection works he had encountered before. Of course, while building the island, he had thought about the setting of the Northern Princess, a shipgirl embodying a port, and thus named her accordingly yesterday. However, it was important to note that Yang Tianxing had named her solely because she closely resembled the Northern Princess. In reality, the two were distinct individuals, only superficially similar. She was a pure Asa Lane series shipgirl. Nevertheless, unlike conventional shipgirls, the little Northern before him, despite having her own physical form, did not have the fortress fully manifested as rigging worn on her body. Of course, it was quite possible that this was not because it was impossible, but rather because this island fortress also had to serve as his headquarters. He had asked little Northern about this, but earlier she had been somewhat dazed and unable to figure it out herself. Good work, little Northern. Yang Tianxing reached out and gently rubbed her head, immediately causing her to show a look of enjoyment, even squinting her big eyes. But soon she came to her senses, turned away, and pretended to be sulky, ignoring Yang Tianxing. However, as she turned her head, her gaze met TB's. Last night, a group of people had all strangely gone into a room to sleep, leaving her out, which made her very angry. Moreover, strange sounds had come from inside during the night. Although the soundproofing inside was excellent, this was part of her rigging. Fortunately, after the construction was fully completed, Little Northern's data also contained relevant information, and she understood what had happened. She also realized that given her physical age and mental maturity, she could not participate in that matter, or otherwise the commander might end up getting shot. So now Little Northern was only pretending to be upset, the reason being that she wanted the commander to be more affectionate with her. Her little thoughts were practically written all over her face, and Yang Tianxing, with no other choice, simply picked her up and carried her to the newly built summoning hall. Today he planned to conduct the summoning first, then have breakfast. By this time the Shipgirls had also changed clothes and followed him out. Upon seeing that Little Northern's mind had been fully developed, they happily gathered around, occasionally taking turns holding her. Along the way, Little Northern's expression grew increasingly pleasant. Clearly she enjoyed. Where is this? Could it be that Javelin has also been summoned to the commander's side? The light here is so bright. I'm not prepared. I wish I had prepared some snacks for the commander in advance. A girl with a lilac ponytail, wearing a small skirt, a tiny golden crown on her head, and a white glove on one hand, looked around in the radiance, a mix of anxiety and anticipation in her demeanor. Hearing the anxious yet spirited voice from within, Yang Tianxing didn't need to guess to know who it was. Naturally, it was Javelin, often called the Dear Daughter. He glanced at the overly dazzling special effects that obscured Javelin from view side helplessly and stepped into the light to carry her out. Ha! Being personally carried out by the commander? How embarrassing yet so delightful. Javelin clung tightly to Yang Tianxing's neck, just like Laffy had before, hanging entirely on him. Yang Tianxing fondly ruffled her little head. In truth, when he first played that game, the very first shipgirl he obtained was Javelin. And Javelin was the first oathbound wife he ever had. Everyone hanging on Yang Tianxing as he held her in a princess carry. Javelin released one hand from his neck and waved to the shipgirls watching nearby. Then she spotted Laffy, who was yawning. She gently kissed the corner of Yang Tianxing's mouth, leaped out of his arms, ran to Laffy and embraced her. Yesterday, when Laffy was summoned, Javelin was jealous all day long. As energetic as ever, Javelin quickly greeted the shipgirls present, then was captivated by Little Northern. Upon learning how Little Northern came into being, her wide eyes sparkled with astonishment. Yang Tianxing fondly ruffled her head again before leading everyone to the dining hall. During the meal, Javelin and Laffy huddled together, whispering about something, and Javelin's cheeks grew increasingly flushed. After breakfast, Yang Tianxing and the shipgirls guided by Little Northern toward the newly completed Northern Island Fortress. The fortress area had expanded from 4 square kilometers to 16. Originally, the energy from the cubes could have expanded the island further, but wasn't Little Northern born from it. Little Northern first led everyone on a sightseeing electric cart along the newly built roads to inspect the fortress' most crucial weapons and defensive positions. These included several 460mm heavy coastal defense guns, some smaller caliber artillery, various vertical missile launch systems, and an array of anti-aircraft weapons arming the island fortress to the teeth. Notably, these 460mm guns were effectively replicas of the Yamada-class naval guns. While conventional coastal artillery had largely lost its significance, since rockets and missiles were now preferred, Little Northern was also a shipgirl now. Moreover, these guns were rigging bearing a biological aesthetic, though to Yang Tianxing they somewhat resembled whales. Why, when using Iron Blood's technology, did the rigging take the form of whales instead of mechanical dragons? This puzzled him somewhat, though not excessively. Besides these weapons, there were anti-submarine facilities, including sonar stations, depth charge launchers, and helicopter pads for anti-submarine warfare. Additionally, despite having aircraft carrier, shipgirls, an airfield was still provided, as Little Northern was also a combat asset not to be discarded. Beyond that, there were docks and berths. Although the shipgirls didn't need them, the port's mass-produced ships were still useful. Thus, there were even dedicated submarine berths and various repair facilities. This further refined Little Northern's capabilities as a homeport-type shipgirl. After inspecting Little Northern's weaponry, she led them to the few newly constructed buildings on the island. The first stop was naturally the command center, the brain of the fortress, its function self-explanatory. Then came the commander's residence and the shipgirl dormitories. However, Yang Tianxing felt that only his commander's apartment would see regular use. The shipgirls already had quarters at the port. Most importantly, since they had come from the port to be by the commander's side, why would they choose to sleep alone? What would be the point of coming otherwise? Not far from the dormitories stood the Shipgirl Comprehensive Tactical Academy, which offered both tactical studies and practical combat training, such as target practice. There were also supporting facilities, including Akashi's shady little shop, a kindergarten of uncertain future, use, a library, and an activity center. After touring the entire base, everyone gathered in the command center. The purpose? Naturally, to plan the next steps. During this time, the Manju brought in some special equipment, reportedly a backup mainframe for TB. Once TB fully integrated into the northern base, she immediately took control of all mass-produced ships, deploying them in fleets to patrol and clear the surrounding waters. Of course, mass-produced ships couldn't match the Shipgirls in combat, so the Shipgirls would soon join the fray to clear the nearby seas and enhance safety. After some brief planning, Yang Tianxing set out with the Shipgirls. Due to the limited range of his mental coverage, he still couldn't command remotely from the northern base. However, he actually preferred it this way. Though the current fleet composition still feels odd, it's far better than having only backline heavy hitters. They were aboard the flagship of a mass-produced fleet. The Shipgirls assigned to this battle were Enterprise Yorktown, New Jersey, Laffy Javelin, and Belfast, who served as Yang Tianxing's close protection. The other Shipgirls, though unable to directly participate in combat, still tagged along in a non-combat state using Yang Tianxing's skill, leisurely time. When will the commander increase the number of permanently maintained Shipgirls a bit more? Akashi began researching this matter, though her direction was still undetermined. I feel like we might not even need to use our power this time. New Jersey sidled up to Akashi. After all, even mass-produced ships are more powerful than ordinary naval vessels. New Jersey patted the energy cannon of a mass-produced ship as she spoke. It's different. Against such special enemies, mass-produced ships are at a significant disadvantage in terms of mobility. Akashi shook her head, detecting large units approaching from beneath the sea surface. Please be on alert. TB's voice rang out, intensifying the already somber atmosphere in the command room. The Shipgirls participating in this operation saw their fighting spirit steadily rising. Mass-produced submarine number 013 engaging the enemy on the port side. TB's voice sounded again. Unit lost. As expected, conventional mass-produced ships are still somewhat inadequate against the Black Sea's combat units. Yang Tianxing shook his head helplessly. He realized that although the port's mass-produced ships looked formidable, their actual improvements were not particularly significant. But then again, since Shipgirls existed, who would bother putting much effort into researching these mass-produced vessels? At most, they'd scavenge some siren technology and patch something together. Recalling the mass-produced ships in the game, they were just a few shots for the Shipgirls. Their damage was generally pitifully low, and they only survived by relying on their health bars, and not for long. This also highlighted just how extraordinary the Shipgirls were. Later, the main use of mass-produced warships was for transport and relatively comfortable patrols. As Yang Tianxing spoke, he gently pointed forward. Instantly, New Jersey and the others, led by the suddenly energized Laffy, leaped onto the sea surface. This pitch-black sea surface is really unsettling to look at. I hope the submarine-type Shipgirls won't complain when they arrive. After landing on the sea, New Jersey found that the enemy was in the ocean, and she couldn't do much about it. She suddenly felt that fighting on land was better. But at that moment, Javelin and Laffy had already launched a large number of torpedoes. Besides torpedoes, they also released numerous depth charges. As destroyers, anti-submarine warfare was their forte. Even Enterprise and Yorktown deployed a large number of anti-submarine helicopters. Although it wasn't in the game, in reality, as long as they had the data, they could deploy any type of aircraft they wanted. Meanwhile, a certain little northern girl in the base was tinkering with her weapons. Drool was dripping from her mouth. What's a zero? Don't know. Or I don't know Repu either. What are zero and Repu? The little northern girl scratched her head, her big eyes full of confusion. Better launch some satellites. That way missiles will be more useful. However, after fiddling for a while, the little northern girl found that since the commander wasn't around, the Mufis weren't either, unless the commander used a portable summon. Of course, as a ship girl born from a cube, the little northern girl did have some Mufis of her own, but they were all busy with their own tasks, such as standing guard, piloting fighters, and garrisoning various defensive positions. The little northern girl slumped onto the table in boredom, swinging her legs. When will the commander come back? I miss the commander. Oh, the commander shouldn't be too far from the base, right? He'll send some fighters to take a look. As soon as the idea struck, the little northern girl acted immediately. Instantly, a large number of fighters at the northern base's airport began to automatically taxi onto the runway. On the other side, with the use of a massive amount of depth charges, anti-submarine missiles, torpedoes, and other weapons, the monster in the deep sea was blasted out of the ocean by the extraordinary power of those weapons. Moo-ai! As the monster was blasted out of the sea, it let out a roar that sounded like a cow's moo. Its form resembled a giant deep-sea squid. However, unlike a regular squid, this creature was covered in a layer of fine scales. The scales glistened in the sunlight, which was how Yang Tianxing noticed them. At that moment, the scales on the monster, which had been blasted out of the ocean, began to shine even brighter. What is this? Yang Tianxing watched the monster's tentacles, which were gradually growing more luminous. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He remembered that some creatures also charged up like this before using their skills, right? Yes, that's right. Godzilla's dorsal fins would gradually light up before it fired its atomic breath. And this supergiant squid was also glowing brighter. Didn't that mean? As if sensing the powerful energy about to be unleashed, Laffy charged forward without hesitation. She possessed one of the best defensive capabilities in the group, though she had to use her own body to withstand the attack. Laffy! Yang Tianxing's eyes widened. He absolutely did not want any of his shipgirls to endure such damage. Skill synchronization unlocked. Synchronization temporarily synchronize one shipgirl's skill onto another shipgirl. At that moment, Yang Tianxing immediately prepared to synchronize Belfast's smoke screen skill onto Laffy. However, just then, as the squid gathered all its tentacles together to release a powerful energy blast, a fighter jet tore through the air with a terrifying screech like a blade and directly struck the energy being released by the supergiant squid. To Yang Tianxing's awestruck gaze, the fighter jet, like a heavenly blade, cut the supergiant squid's energy blast cleanly in two, causing it to shoot past both sides of the flagship. Yang Tianxing turned his head in a daze to look at the one who had launched that fighter jet. Enterprise gently brushed her hair aside, her gaze focused intently on the supergiant squid in the distance. What could Yang Tianxing say? Enterprise is amazing. However, at that moment, accompanied by a crisp shout, the air was pierced by a terrifying force, producing a fierce howl and a burst of vapor cones. As Yang Tianxing watched in utter astonishment, the javelin thrown by Javelin, carrying unparalleled power, instantly pierced. No, to be precise, it shredded the supergiant squid. And that javelin, after the chain on Javelin's rigging reached a certain length, vanished into thin air and reappeared in Javelin's hand. That can't be for real. Assault mode activated, switching to maximum output mode. The moment Javelin sensed that her friend and the commander might be in danger, she had already switched to maximum output mode. However, because the colossal deep-sea giant squid had accumulated energy too quickly, she couldn't fire that shot before the enemy unleashed its power. Fortunately, with Enterprise's assistance, they suffered no losses or damage this time. Still, this served as a stark reminder they were now in the Black Sea, where the level of danger was entirely different from the desert region. A colossal deep-sea giant squid. To encounter such a creature right from the start. Yang Tianxing gazed at the corpse floating on the horizon, his expression grim. But it's not surprising. According to the books, the monsters in the Black Sea are completely different from the wasteland beasts of the barren lands. They don't directly obey the Black Sea's commands, or rather they were created Earth species that underwent special genetic modification. And their mission is to eliminate any target that intrudes into their territory. Recalling what he had read in textbooks, Yang Tianxing began to ponder when he could summon a few submarine shipgirls. With the current situation, lacking sufficient underwater power was a significant disadvantage. Commander! Laffy leaped back onto the ship, tilted her little head to look at Yang Tianxing, then jumped into his arms. He instinctively held her close. Commander, you spoil us too much. An attack like that is nothing to Laffy. Belfast sighed helplessly from the side. I know, but how cold-blooded would I have to be to watch the girl I love endure such an attack? Perhaps shipgirls and humans are fundamentally different in some ways, but to me you have never been weapons, you are family. The ones I love most. I will never treat you as weapons, and I don't want you to see yourselves as weapons either. Yang Tianxing gently stroked Laffy's head in his arms. Before his transmigration, even when playing games, he couldn't bear to see his beloved character's health drop too low. He would retreat at the first sign of trouble. Now that his loved ones were by his side, he was even more determined not to let them suffer any harm. I understand, Commander. Laffy will protect herself. Laffy will never leave the commander. Laffy rubbed her little cheek against Yang Tianxing's face, understanding his meaning. He didn't want to lose them, just as Laffy didn't want to lose her commander. Soon all the shipgirls gathered around Yang Tianxing, affectionately nuzzling him. The atmosphere on the flagship shifted. The girls also promised him that they would take good care of themselves. After dealing with the colossal deep-sea giant squid, Yang Tianxing's fleet continued onward, clearing out hostile targets in the vicinity. However, just then Yang Tianxing felt the ground beneath him tremble, as if something was speeding toward them. Having analyzed the giant squid structure and developed new sonar and detection equipment specifically for such creatures, Akashi had brought these devices from the port. Of course, it wasn't Akashi's effort alone. Everyone had contributed to speed up the production. Installation was simple. The shipgirls only needed to read the data, while the mass-produced units were fitted with temporary equipment. Mamiya was particularly skilled at this, so the source of the tremor was detected over a dozen kilometers away. Is that a tuna? Akashi wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Based on its size and features, it should be, though it has exceeded the known maximum size for tuna. Including its spear-like structure, its length has reached 300 meters, surpassing even some battleships. TB analyzed the distant tuna to some extent. So does that mean it's incredibly delicious? Akashi scurried over to Yang Tianxing, clutching his arm with her small hands. Commander, please catch that fish. This is my one and only request in life. Looking into the green-haired cat's pleading big eyes, Yang Tianxing sighed, ruffled her cat ears, and picked her up. Let's give it a try. But how much good meat we get will depend on that fish's luck. Yang Tianxing said casually. He certainly wouldn't forbid the Shipgirls from using lethal weapons just to capture the fish. After all, he had just declared that the Shipgirls were his wives, not weapons. Leave it to me. As soon as she heard the mission objective, Javelin eagerly charged out with her spear. The others exchanged glances, agreeing that Javelin was the perfect one to handle this. The next moment, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, Javelin hurled her spear. Whether by design or not, the spear barely created a ripple upon hitting the sea, instantly plunging into the water with little change in speed. In the next instant, the spear pierced the target's body, leaving the giant tuna utterly bewildered as it was thoroughly skewered. After penetrating the barbed structure at the spear's tip, locked the fish in place, making it difficult to dislodge. Then, to Yang Tianxing's astonishment, the massive tuna was yanked out of the sea and flung into the air by the spear. Ha! Yang Tianxing's mind filled with question marks. He knew Shipgirls were incredibly strong, but he never imagined they could haul a 300-meter-long tuna out of the sea and fling it through the air. That thing must weigh more than Javelin herself, right? While Yang Tianxing was stunned, Akashi, in his arms, began explaining the buoyancy of seawater, how Javelin aligned her force with the tuna's direction, the explosive power involved. Yang Tianxing understood, but he didn't want to hear it. All he cared about was that his wife was amazing. And how could she not be? A 300-meter-long tuna, if its density matched that of an ordinary tuna, would weigh around 1,000,000 tons. The moment that tuna was dragged out of the sea, New Jersey immediately switched her shells to armor-piercing energy rounds and unleashed the Black Dragon's flame upon the tuna. Those peculiar armor-piercing energy rounds, upon striking the tuna, did not explode like conventional energy shells or high-explosive ones. Instead, they directly pierced through its body. No, to be precise, they exploded only after penetrating halfway through. And since New Jersey had targeted the tuna's head in everyone's, in Yang Tianxing's astonished gaze, the tuna's head burst apart like a firework in an instant. Then New Jersey leaped toward the sea, accelerating to near-sonic speed, as she charged at the falling tuna carcass. Under Yang Tianxing's shocked eyes, she lifted that several 100,000-ton behemoth with her bare hands. Wait, is this even reasonable? Leaving aside whether New Jersey actually possesses such strength, just the contact area from her two small palms lifting that thing would produce enough pressure to instantly pierce through the tuna and let New Jersey sink into it, wouldn't it? New Jersey is no Superman with a bioforce field. New Jersey really isn't a superhuman, meow, but she does have a bioforce field, meow. It's not exactly a bioforce field, meow, just something similar. All Shipgirls have it, meow. Akashi explained on the side, stating that this force is also the main reason for the Shipgirls' typically outrageous feats. A power brought by the cube. Commander, just think about it, meow. If Shipgirls didn't have this power with our fully deployed rigging weighing thousands or even tens of thousands of tons, given how small our souls are in contact with the ground or sea, wouldn't we have sunk into the earth or ocean floor long ago, meow? As she spoke, Akashi lifted her little foot to show him her tiny shoe. Commander, reality is quite different from the games you play, meow. The settings in games don't apply to us in the real world, meow. Commander, you can also think of another race that isn't very large in body size but has completely excessive weight, meow. That's right, the Ultramen, meow. And Ultramen are dozens of meters tall, meow. While we are only as tall as ordinary humans or slightly taller, and many of us are even shorter, meow. From this perspective, our density far surpasses that of Ultramen, meow. According to my settings here, even calculating with the 1720-ton displacement of Javelin and setting her height at around 1.5 meters, the density difference between her and the original Ultraman reaches over 40000 tons per cubic meter. She's over 40000 tons per cubic meter denser than the original Ultraman. Of course, this is what Dobao calculated. What should the actual value be? I'm not sure either. Still, Ultramen are quantum-light lifeforms, and their body density doesn't hugely impact their combat power. Even if body density doesn't linearly boost combat ability, isn't it perfectly normal to have some strange and wonderful extra abilities, meow? Of course, it's possible that Ultramen use their incredible powers to reduce their own weight, but based on the raw data, they are definitely far surpassed. Akashi wore a look of utter certainty, and after hearing her words, Yang Tianxing felt she might have a point. Previously, he had always estimated their strength and speed based on the data from their prototype ships, but the actual situation was quite different from what he imagined. When Shipgirls fully deploy their rigging and enter combat mode, they are completely different from when they remain in ship form. In combat mode, a Shipgirl is a terrifying ultimate being of ultra-high density. Their combat power, lethality, and other attributes defy all logic. Using ship data to estimate them is utterly unrealistic. Or rather, the data inferred from ships is at most the lower limit of a Shipgirl's capabilities. As for the upper limit, just how high can it go? Who can say for sure? And because of his presence, with his continuously rising level, the Shipgirls were steadily recovering their original strength and growing even more powerful. After pondering for a while, Yang Tianxing could only think of one phrase: my wives are truly amazing. Yang Tianxing was just a lucky dog riding on their coattails. Then Yang Tianxing promptly cast aside all thoughts of just how powerful the Shipgirls were, because New Jersey had already run over carrying that tuna. Soon Musashi replaced one of the Shipgirls on the scene in combat mode, freeing up her own combat power. She drew her blade, and the rigging behind her raised its swords as well. In an instant, she finished slicing up the tuna. At the same time, a swarm of manju appeared on the battlefield, collecting the fish meat cut by Musashi. Of course, because the tuna was 300 meters long, its skin was far too thick, so most of it was discarded. Perhaps it had some other uses, but it wasn't really necessary. Its texture certainly wouldn't be good anyway. The density of this tuna seems not much different from a normal tuna's meow. It grew so large and gained combat ability purely because of some kind of energy within it, but that energy dissipated upon its death meow. So it doesn't affect its edibility meow. And thanks to that special energy, there are no parasites inside this tuna, so you can eat it without worry meow. In the command room of the flagship, a massive slab of fatty tuna belly had already been placed on the table, though whether it was from the upper or lower belly, Yang Tianxing wasn't sure. He wasn't very familiar with such things. He hadn't eaten it much before, but he just followed along. Akashi, acting like a true tuna expert, introduced it to everyone while slicing the whole piece of tuna meat. She picked up a slice, dipped it in soy sauce and freshly grated wasabi, and brought it to Yang Tianxing's lips. Seeing her little mouth practically watering yet still insisting he eat first, Yang Tianxing smiled and rubbed her green cat head, then opened his mouth to accept the fish. Watching her commander eat the piece she had offered, Akashi squinted her eyes in delight and then began to feast heartily herself. Everyone else also picked up their chopsticks and started tasting. Yang Tianxing chewed the tuna sashimi in his mouth. How to describe it? Although he wasn't particularly fond of raw food, this was exceptionally fragrant and unusually sweet. Suffice it to say that 300-meter-long tuna was of astonishingly high quality. While Yang Tianxing and his companions were enjoying the tuna sashimi, within dozens of nautical miles, a vast number of Black Sea marine creatures, with exceptionally keen senses, gradually swarmed toward them. Inevitably, the flesh of both the colossal deep-sea squid and the giant tuna that had been slain earlier had fallen into the sea, drawing the attention of numerous predators with acute olfactory abilities in the Black Sea, all rushing over to claim a share. Thus, as Yang Tianxing and the others were eating, an alarm suddenly sounded. The integrated detection system has detected a large number of marine creatures within a 20 nautical mile radius heading this way. TB's figure materialized beside them, explaining the alarm. Ha! Yang Tianxing immediately stood up, and the Shipgirls followed suit, rising to their feet. They knew that a true battle, one worthy of the name, might be about to commence. Are there many of them? Really, it seems they'll need to have the port prepare some high-quality mass-produced ships. Otherwise, we'll always be at a numerical disadvantage, and that won't do. Yang Tianxing recalled that the world of the port did indeed have high-quality mass-produced ships, but they belonged to specialized units. The port, with its powerful Shipgirls as its main force, had never delved deeply into mass-produced ship research. After all, the Shipgirls could hardly be expected to study vessels that might replace them. In places without Shipgirls, or with only a few ships, the focus naturally fell on mass-produced ships to enhance combat power. In other words, the technology existed but was neglected. So having the port develop better mass-produced ships, or even designing them himself, was not impossible. However, Yang Tianxing felt the practical effect might not be impressive given the Shipgirls' overwhelming combat prowess. By now, the Shipgirls had returned to the sea surface and formed a battle formation. Unable to let the flagship hinder them, Yang Tianxing ordered the Manju to sail it back to the port. He and Belfast jumped into the belly of a bomber, switching the flagship to an aircraft. On the sea, Laffy Javelin, New Jersey Enterprise, and Yorktown had taken formation and launched their attacks. Their attack range was such that they didn't need to wait for the marine creatures to draw near. Once detected by their sensors, the enemies were already within striking distance. Since most foes were underwater, the primary attackers became Enterprise and Yorktown, who deployed anti-submarine helicopters along with Javelin and Laffy, who used depth charges and torpedoes. New Jersey's main task was to defend against any surface threats. Once on the sea, the Shipgirls returned to their most familiar battlefield, moving with agility, far surpassing their land-based performance. With a barrage of depth charges and torpedoes, numerous smaller Black Sea creatures were eliminated outright. Larger ones, even with their resilience, suffered severe damage from the Shipgirls' extraordinary firepower. Some struck in vital areas perished instantly. And this was just with unarmored depth charges. The torpedoes launched by Javelin and the torpedo bombers from Enterprise and Yorktown possessed the POW. After all, these were merely ordinary mutated Black Sea creatures lacking powerful scales or formidable strength. For the Shipgirls, dispatching them was quite simple. With each attack, a massive geyser erupted from the sea, accompanied by streams of dark red liquid. Yet, against the near-black waters of the Black Sea, the blood was barely visible. The battle did not last long. These were not the special biological weapons of the wasteland. They were just marine life influenced by the Black Sea's power. Though enormous and ferocious, they were still ordinary creatures capable of emotion and fear. As the fight progressed, the widespread deaths around them drove them to instinctively flee the dangerous area. The sonic waves or other signals they emitted also halted the advance of countless other marine creatures heading for a share, leaving them to watch from a distance. Gradually, the creatures dispersed or dove into the deep sea, waiting for fragments of corpses to sink down for a mea. Yang Tianxing stroked his chin, quickly grasping the situation. Then we'll have to finish the patrol quickly and head back early. Forget it, let the mass-produced ships handle the patrol. We'll return directly. After casually assigning some mass-produced ships to continue the patrol with carrier-based aircraft for escort, Yang Tianxing and his group took a bomber back to the northern base. After they left, TB's figure materialized on the original flagship. What a strange world. The sirens want to come, but they are blocked by this world's barrier. The summoning rules are indeed peculiar. But it doesn't matter. I've made it through and I can still observe the commander. Moreover, the power the commander gains from this world might become the key to fighting X. Keep going, strive to grow stronger, commander. We are all waiting for you. Yang Tianxing, of course, did not hear TB's words. Upon returning to the northern base, he immediately scooped up Little North, affectionately rubbing her cheek, treating her entirely as his younger sister or daughter. Little Northern, the commander has brought you some delicious treats. Yang Tianxing coaxed her like a daughter, holding the little one in his arms. He picked up a piece of succulent tuna sashimi, cut into small cubes, dipped it in sauce, and brought it to Little Northern's lips. A woof! Northern naturally did not hold back. With that bite, she nearly snapped the chopsticks in Yang Tianxing's hand. Delicious! Little Northern's chubby cheeks bloomed with a joyful smile, and her large red eyes narrowed into slits. Javelin approached curiously, gently poking Little Northern's face while also feeding her. Little Northern tilted her head, gazing at the spirited girl, sensing no malice, and opened her mouth to eat the tuna sashimi offered by Javelin. In truth, if not for the fact that Little Northern as a shipgirl possessed an equally terrifying physique, Yang Tianxing would not have allowed her to consume so much raw food. However, given their physical capabilities, eating tens of tons would pose no issue. Long Wu had already rushed to the kitchen to prepare lunch upon her return. Although they had consumed a considerable amount of tuna, it could hardly serve as a staple, especially for her, the chef of the Eastern Radiance. With such an abundance of tuna, she planned to create several dishes featuring the fish. Fortunately, the meat of this colossal tuna differed somewhat from ordinary tuna, making it suitable for various cooking methods. Meanwhile, the others with nothing to do waited in the dining hall. Unlike the port area, which was fraught with numerous chaotic affairs requiring constant attention, this place was different. The local government adopted a hands-off approach, rarely interfering in their matters. Of course, this also meant they were left to fend for themselves with no supplies provided. Akashi, you say the sirens have been unusually quiet lately at the port. Living a life of near decadence, Yang Tianxing stroked the cat in his arms, while savoring a fruit ice cream handed to him by his childhood friend. He enjoyed Belorussia's leg massage, his head resting on Bismarck's lap, and a blanket of Musashi's fluffy tail draped over him. What did it mean to live in extravagant luxury? This was the very definition of extravagant luxury. Indeed, that's the case, Naya. However, as the commander said before, if they observe us and the commander, then, when he appears here, they might indeed calm down, Naya. Naya, commander, could they use their chaotic equipment and technology to breach the spatial barriers and come here, Naya? Akashi stretched lazily, shifting her position on Yang Tianxing. Upon hearing her words, Yang Tianxing shuddered. Are you kidding me? The three calamities of land, sea, and air here were already troublesome enough. If the sirens were to join in, he dared not imagine how humanity might collapse. As of now, calculations show the probability of the sirens arriving in this world in the short term is not very high, TB stated calmly beside him. However, TB did not say they could never come. If they truly do come, I hope my strength will have improved enough to provide even greater enhancements for you all. Yang Tianxing mused, feeling a headache coming on. After all, unlike the three calamities, the sirens' mind-boggling technology was truly lethal. Commander, don't dwell on such thoughts for now. Long Wu has finished preparing the meal. It's time to eat, New Jersey said with a smile. Yang Tianxing nodded. If the sirens were destined to come, he could not stop them. Aside from continuously strengthening himself, he had no better options. But since leveling up could grant his shipgirls more enhancements and make them stronger, he would have to put more effort into completing daily tasks. Talent emotional right has awakened. Ha! A question mark gradually appeared above Yang Tianxing's head. How could this be? Although he was quite talented, was he gifted enough to awaken a third talent? He instinctively checked the effect of the third talent, emotional right. This talent prevents you from entering a meditative state, but when spending time with those you deeply love, and who deeply love you, the growth rate of your spiritual power will increase based on the intimacy of your interaction. When Yang Tianxing saw this talent, he was completely stunned. What did this mean? Was it forcing him to do more daily tasks? No way. The amount and frequency of his daily tasks were already considerable, and now it wanted more. He was truly afraid of wearing down a rod into a needle. What about a life right too? Humph, a perfectly good combat talent, yet it was being used in battle. Truly. However, though Yang Tianxing felt somewhat speechless, he was not resistant. As for the reason, naturally it was because the girls all loved him deeply. What was wrong with them actively seeking some affection? Surely no one would fail to satisfy their beloved. Just as Yang Tianxing was about to have lunch and perhaps cultivate in the afternoon to test the new talent's effects, TB issued another prompt. This time it was not an alarm but a simple notification. There is a human fleet requesting to dock at our port. Yang Tianxing paused. He then looked at Little Northern, who had already pouted with reluctance written all over her face. He picked her up, gently rubbed her head, and held her close. Tell them that this base's port is closed to outsiders due to special circumstances, and the base itself is also off-limits to any external personnel for special reasons. Yang Tianxing was exceptionally indulgent toward the girls under his command. Besides, the northern base beneath his feet was in essence a part of Northern. How could he allow strangers to set foot on this land? Only he could tread on this land. Not even his father. Soon TB relayed the message to the fleet's commander. Commander, I have summarized their intent. What's wrong with the port? Just sail the ship in. Commander, should I interpret this as an attempt to forcibly land? If so, I will notify Northern to activate defensive positions and retaliate. TB's voice was cold. Clearly, as Yang Tianxing's daughter, in a sense his words were absolute truth to her. The fact that others wanted to defy his orders had already ignited her fury. Moreover, in a sense, Beifong could also be considered Yang Tianxing's daughter. That is to say, for TB, Beifong was her younger sister. So what difference was there between these people forcibly landing on the northern fortress and bullying little Beifong? New message, Commander. I hacked into their communication system. They said they intend to occupy your base, turn you into their puppet guardian, and bring this island under their dominion. A stream of data flickered through TB's eyes as she delivered the final blow. Hearing TB's words, Yang Tianxing gently stroked the head of little Beifong, who was nearly in tears from anger. New skill, Combined Fleet acquired. Combined Fleet simultaneously summon all summoned units and maintain the summon for up to 24 hours. Ignores summoning distance during this time. Note this skill consumes significant energy. Combined Fleet. Sortie. Without a second thought, Yang Tianxing activated the newly acquired skill. Why keep a skill if not to use it? And they had dared to bully adorable little Beifong. To him, she was no different from a daughter or a little sister. The moment Yang Tianxing gave the order, all defensive weapons at the northern fortress went on standby, targeting the fleet sailing towards their location. Simultaneously, fighter jets began rapidly taking off from the runway. The shipgirls halted their meal preparations, dashing out of the cafeteria with unparalleled speed. Within moments, 10 out of the 11 shipgirls had reached the harbor ready for battle. Even Akashi, who was not adept at combat, stood at the rear to provide support. Only Belfast remained by Yang Tianxing's side as his guard. At this moment, Yang Tianxing's combat strength was most vulnerable to decapitation tactics. In fact, his entire fleet's greatest weakness was such a strategy. They've entered firing range. Combined fleet. Annihilate the enemy. Watching the real-time feed from the reconnaissance plane, Yang Tianxing continued to gently stroke little Beifang's head to calm her. The moment he issued the attack command, a barrage of missiles, rockets, and artillery from the northern fortress base filled the sky, almost blotting out the heavens. Meanwhile, dense air squadrons swooped towards the enemy. The Shipgirls, not to be outdone, fired their main guns in unison, creating a barrage even denser and more terrifying than that of the northern fortress. Enemy long-range fire strike. Evasive maneuvers. Beware of air raids. The observer on the approaching fleet screamed at the top of his lungs upon seeing the overwhelming attack. In truth, the ship's systems had already activated autonomously before he finished. Their Closian weapon systems, under the control of the fire control system, began defensive fire against the incoming barrage, attempting to destroy it midair. However, facing the sky-covering energy barrage, their conventional kinetic weapons melted upon contact with the high-temperature, high-pressure energy clusters. Of course, their ships had some retrofitted energy cannons, but their numbers were far too few compared to the impending barrage. The next moment, a rain of fire descended upon the enemy fleet. Explosions and flames illuminated the dark sea surface. During the explosion, a ship's fuel tank was damaged, spilling a thick layer of oil onto the sea. Then a high-temperature, high-pressure energy round landed right on the oil slick. Boom! The oil on the sea ignited instantly, and the leaking warship itself caught fire. Before its fuel tanks could explode, several armor-piercing energy rounds pierced the ship's hull, causing a violent secondary explosion. In the flagship commander's eyes, the destroyer, with a displacement of around 2,000 tons, was blown to pieces on the spot. But he had no time to fume, as he saw several hypersonic missiles breaking through the ship's defenses. Boom! Yang Tianxing watched the fleet utterly destroyed after just one salvo and let out a cold snort. He couldn't fathom why they had come to court death. Was their brain filled with excrement? Hadn't they conducted any reconnaissance? Yang Tianxing strongly suspected their minds had been afflicted with a stupidity curse. Commander, the Unicorns, cleaning the battlefield, have captured several enemy sailors, including some suspected high-ranking officers. Shall we interrogate them? TB's voice rang out again as Yang Tianxing was puzzling over the matter. He nodded, genuinely curious about what was going on in their heads. Upon receiving his order, the Unicorns began interrogation right there on the explosive boats. Indeed, the boats they used to clean up the battlefield were explosive boats. As for why, who knows why Unicorns love driving explosive boats so much. On the explosive boat, one Unicorn brandished a hook used for fishing people out of the water as a threat, demanding answers to Yang Tianxing's remote questions. Another Unicorn looked as if it would press the self-destruct button if they didn't cooperate. Unicorns weren't afraid of death. As long as their affiliated Shipgirl existed, they could be regenerated from cube energy. But the few terrified men before them were clearly not fearless. They'll talk. The reason we chose this island was because I heard a new garrison had just been assigned here. Anyone willing to come here as a garrison must bring ample starting supplies. I thought I could make a quick profit, but I never expected. The man cursed inwardly. Hadn't he been told this was a newly established base? How could it have such terrifying firepower? What kind of young master had come here to experience life? Yang Tianxing looked into the man's eyes through the video feed, knowing he was hiding something. But he had learned enough and didn't want to bother with more. So the next moment, the Unicorn gleefully pressed the self-destruct button as the man watched in horror. I don't even need them to confess. I already know how they found their way here. After dealing with the enemies, Yang Tianxing and the others returned to the cafeteria to continue their meal. As he spoke, Yang Tianxing picked up a cup of milk tea and took a couple of sips. The milk tea was rich in milky aroma, incredibly smooth, and carried a unique fragrance. Absolutely delightful. It could only be said that this was the milk provided by Kashino Dairy. Oh, how does the commander know that? Musashi's tone remained gentle, tinged with a hint of endearment. Because what the teachers taught at school is still useful. They've already mentioned this situation at sea. The complexity of factional dynamics far surpasses that on land. Sometimes people even manage to form alliances with enemies. The situation we experienced earlier was orchestrated by the Black Sea or the Heavens Veil, who leaked the coordinates of our newly established garrison to some garrison commanders who were short on supplies but already had some forces. They deliberately aroused their greed to attack us, so whether they succeeded in plundering supplies from us, annihilated us entirely, or we turned the tables and wiped them out, it would all be a loss of human strength. For them, it's a pure case of using a borrowed knife to kill, reaping results without paying any price. And many garrison commanders are willing to take the risk of attacking their own compatriots for more resources. They dare to do this because the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. At sea, not only is the distance from the Federation vast, but transportation is also inconvenient and the signal is poor. Even when executive officers come, their body cameras often fail to transmit real-time data to the cloud due to no signal leading to the current situation. After all, when the cost of crime is too low, many people are willing to take the risk. As Yang Tianxing spoke, he felt a bit weary and wanted to lean back, completely forgetting that he was sitting on a stool, not a chair. However, just as he was about to fall, a warm and soft embrace caught him. It seems that using the combined fleet skill has drained quite a bit of the commander's physical and mental energy. Yorktown gently held Yang Tianxing, then sat beside him, pulling him closer to let him lean against her. Actually, eating has already replenished a lot. It's just that the sudden heavy drain left my mind a bit weary. Yang Tianxing lounged lazily in Yorktown's arms, looking as listless as Laffy. Then let me feed you, my child. Friedrich der Gross had somehow also approached, gently scooping up a spoonful of warm savory chicken soup and bringing it to Yang Tianxing's lips. Soon all the shipgirls gathered around, each feeding him a bite or a spoonful. Before long, Yang Tianxing was nearly sinking into a blissful stupor. He felt that he was truly being spoiled into uselessness by his shipgirls. And as he ate, things began to take a turn. Wait, you're feeding me, but at least use utensils. You're using. Delicious. This damn decadent life. By the time Yang Tianxing finished his meal, which stretched from noon to evening, he stood up somewhat dazed from overindulgence. I have been so weakened by wine and lust. From today on I swear off lust. No way. 11 of the summoned shipgirls said in unison. Commander, you've worked so hard that you're talking nonsense. Let's first go soak in a hot spring and then rest. Belfast gently took Yang Tianxing's hand. My dear, can I say no? Yang Tianxing looked pitifully at his perfect head maid and the shipgirls surrounding him tightly. What do you think, my dear master? Belfast smiled as she led the surrounded commander to the newly built hot spring bath. Oh, by the way, the hot spring bath had a private passage leading directly to the commander's dormitory. To be honest, Yang Tianxing really enjoyed soaking in hot springs, but only if the shipgirls behaved themselves. As soon as he entered the hot spring, Yang Tianxing closed his eyes, feeling completely relaxed, only to suddenly feel a warm body slip into his arms. See, Commander, Javelin has prepared some snacks. Would you like some? Javelin said she had snacks, but Yang Tianxing didn't see any. Well, actually, there did seem to be a rather substantial snack. In the early morning, after soaking in the hot spring last night and returning to the commander's dormitory through the passage, Yang Tianxing had thoroughly completed his daily tasks as usual and slept until now. Hee, Commander. Javelin's energetic little face was filled with a silly smile tinged with a blush. Looking at Javelin's adorable appearance, Yang Tianxing had to make a tremendous effort to get out of bed, because every morning, besides eating longest breakfast, there was also the routine shipgirl summoning. Who will it be this time? In the summoning hall, Yang Tianxing, well-fed and satisfied, sat on a chair watching the light gradually rising in the distance. Hee. Finally, I've come to your side, Commander. It seems there are too many eyesores here. Perhaps I need to clean up a bit before we have our loving exchange. Hee. When Yang Tianxing heard this somewhat unhinged voice, he jumped up from the chair in fright. He didn't even need to guess who it was. At that moment, a swarm of fired energy fighters, each the size of a bird, burst out from the light effects. But the next moment, they were shot down by Laffy's anti-aircraft guns. At the same time, Laffy also prepared for battle. No matter if you're an aircraft carrier or not, up close dropping torpedoes can still blow you up, you big treasure. Go ahead and try to launch your aircraft if you can. Can't do it, can you? Suffering from those energy fighters, aren't you? Stop. Akeji, what are you doing? How can you point your weapons at your comrades? Yang Tianxing quickly stepped forward, knowing that only he could resolve this conflict. He could already see Enterprise preparing to draw her bow. Sorry, Commander. Akeji was just a little too excited. Akeji emerged from the light effects dressed in a pure white and red uchicake with a fiery red Shinto ring behind her. Her fair shoulders were tinged with a hint of pink in its glow. At this moment, Akeji's fox ears twitched occasionally, and her 9 tails swayed back and forth. Yang Tianxing was taken aback for a moment. Why was Chiching dressed in pure white? He had initially intended to flee upon hearing Chiching's voice, but seeing her in white, how could he escape? Commander! Chiching suddenly pounced forward, and before Yang Tianxing could even speak, she had already started. Got you. Wait, Chiching, let's talk this out. Time seemed to sneak away unnoticed, and before long it was noon. Commander! Chiching, with a flushed face, nuzzled against Yang Tianxing, her tail completely wrapped around him, as if she wanted to merge into his body. Musashi watched this scene, helplessly covering her forehead. Even a fox should be a bit more reserved. In broad daylight, Commander, do you still want to? It's fine to call the sisters over to watch, Chicheng said sweetly while snuggling in Yang Tianxing's embrace. Hey, you really don't carry anyone at all. Musashi was on the verge of rolling her eyes at the conversation, but fortunately Langu came over after finishing lunch to call everyone to eat. Beifa Site forcibly took Yang Tianxing to the cafeteria, while Chicheng remained clinging to him. Perhaps due to the long absence of the commander's company, or perhaps because she saw the other sisters arriving at his side, Chicheng's Yandera attributes erupted fiercely. Only Yang Tianxing could suppress her, or otherwise one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Of course, under normal circumstances she definitely wouldn't be a match for Enterprise, especially with Yorktown providing her with buffs. After finishing lunch, Yang Tianxing took the Shipgirls to the port. It wasn't to set sail. He was curious about Chicheng's aircraft. Indeed, he had suddenly noticed that Chicheng's aircraft hadn't been updated like Enterprise's. They still resembled the WW-era propeller planes. Is this what the commander is referring to? Chicheng said, gently waving her hand, causing a large number of aircraft, transformed from talismans, to appear around her. Under her control, they flew toward the distant sky. Indeed, it seems your aircraft is quite different from Enterprise's. Actually, the core isn't much different. It's just the form that's different. Considering our strengths and basic values, the released aircraft are not too dissimilar. Chicheng covered her mouth and giggled softly. Of course, my aircraft performs better when used as bombs. However, since they are energy-based aircraft, they can't carry aircraft carriers. She glanced subtly at Enterprise, asking herself who among the port's shipgirls loved to ascend to the skies and fight. That would be the aircraft carrier shipgirl Enterprise. She is the one who prefers aerial combat over naval battles. After listening to Chicheng's introduction, Yang Tianxing nodded. One could only say that different factions have their unique styles. The Sakura Empire tends to be more fantastical, while the Eagle Union leans towards technology. However, the actual combat power is not significantly different. Just then, after Chicheng mentioned that her planes like to self-destruct, not a single one of the aircraft she released returned. Each one crashed into the sea without a target, resulting in violent explosions. Yang Tianxing looked at Chicheng speechless. Yet she appeared completely unfazed. One could only be thankful that the Manjuis loved to self-destruct, otherwise, if this continued, it might lead to psychological trauma and collapse. Speaking of which, how did the Manjuis fall in love with self-destructing ships? Yang Tianxing couldn't remember, but he recalled that in the daily quests there was one that could now be skipped but previously couldn't. One had to watch the shipgirls' configurations to enter the game, and once inside, a swarm of self-destructing ships would charge at you. Perhaps that's when the Manjuis developed their fondness for self-destructing ships. Subsequently, Yang Tianxing checked in with TB about the current situation. Fortunately, the surrounding waters were relatively calm with no significant issues. TB had already arranged a long-term patrol route, and mass-produced ships were on continuous patrol. They would immediately notify Yang Tianxing of any developments. Meanwhile, the corpses of the barren behemoths stored in the port were also brought out to extract their last value. A small portion was used as fertilizer for various flower beds in the northern base. Yang Tianxing had expected the environment of the mass-produced island to be poor, but to his surprise it was quite good. This meant he couldn't bury many corpses. At most, he buried a few in the already completed flower beds as fertilizer. As for how to handle the rest, after some thought, Yang Tianxing had the Manjuis create some special protective devices. Essentially high-strength metal cans with numerous tiny holes that only allowed seawater to enter, sealing the chunks of the barren behemoths inside. He then instructed the Manjuis to drop a can every so often in his waters. These devices acted as simple seawater purification units. The special abilities of the barren behemoth's flesh and blood would gradually restore the surrounding ocean to a normal state. Not to say they would completely eliminate those deep-sea behemoths, but at least they could return the ocean's color to its normal hue. Experiments had shown that using the corpses of barren behemoths purified a section of seawater, which ended up contrasting sharply with the surrounding black seawater, not mixing together, which was quite miraculous. It was said to be influenced by ocean currents. Yang Tianxing didn't delve into it. For him, these devices served their purpose, so he simply tossed them into the sea. As for selling them, the port's funds were more than enough. Why sell anything? The few coins received wouldn't even be worth the trouble. Honey, we dug a pit near the beach on the island, added seawater, and created a simulated ocean. Come play with us. In any case, there was no one else on the island. New Jersey straightforwardly offered a benefit to the commander wearing her summer swimsuit. I see there's been 1,000 requests for updates. I'm considering adding another chapter, but it might be a little late. However, it should be released before noon. There's no need to say more. Let's go. With his wife personally inviting him, how could he possibly refuse? As for the potential massive depletion of energy that might follow, if it depletes, then so be it. After all, energy is meant to be used. As he lay down on the lounge chair of the artificial beach, he instantly sank into a state of bliss. Javelin also changed into a swimsuit, came running over with a life buoy and other items, and a lunchbox too. "Commander, Javelin is here too, and I've prepared a bento. Would you like to try some?" He opened his arms to welcome Javelin, who leaped directly into his embrace. "This is wonderful. Commander, want to play some beach volleyball together?" New Jersey's voice came from the side. Yang Tianxing turned his head and felt his blood rush. Playing volleyball was great. Playing volleyball was fantastic. The rise and fall of the volleyball seemed to encapsulate all the beauty of life. Having slipped into beach shorts, Yang Tianxing stretched his body and walked over with Javelin. "Ah, the big sisters all have such amazing figures. When will I be able to be like them?" Holding on to Yang Tianxing's arm, Javelin muttered beside him. He had no intention of responding to such words. After all, he didn't know what to say. That kind of thing wasn't something you could just wish for. Just then, New Jersey gently served the beach volleyball toward Yang Tianxing, who caught it and sent it back. Su Meng, also in a swimsuit, returned the ball. However, as 3 volleyballs soared into the air, simultaneously, Yang Tianxing found himself unsure which one to track. Fortunately, Javelin had strong immunity in this regard and easily knocked the ball back. "Commander, keep your eyes on the volleyball," Javelin said, cheerfully looking at Yang Tianxing. "I've been watching them all along." He nodded in reply. At that moment, Musashi sent the volleyball back. This time he firmly tracked all 3 balls and returned the one flying toward him. Friedrich der Gross leaped and struck the ball back, causing Yang Tianxing's brain to overload again. Yet, with Javelin's cooperation, he managed to return it. Just then, Laffy, also in a swimsuit, walked over and joined Yang Tianxing's side. "Master, don't let your attention wander to inappropriate places." Belfast leaped and returned the volleyball. "Of course I'm not looking at anything inappropriate. I've been watching the volleyball," Yang Tianxing declared solemnly. Then he missed the ball, but luckily Laffy returned it. "Commander, are you really paying attention to the volleyball?" Aikaji chuckled as she returned the ball, then stretched her waist, thrusting her chest out proudly. "Of course I'm watching the volleyball." Yang Tianxing nodded emphatically and narrowly returned the ball. "Master is certainly watching the volleyball, but the volleyball's master sees are not just one." Belfast smiled, gently lightly tapping the ball back. "Not just one. But isn't there only one volleyball?" Enterprise joined Yang Tianxing's side and returned the ball. Miss Enterprise is unexpectedly a bit slow when it comes to things other than battle. As Su Meng returned the ball, Belfast stood by with a soft laugh. "My sister can be like that sometimes." Yorktown chuckled, standing beside the slightly confused Enterprise, and returned the ball. He, I suppose she'll understand soon enough, right?" Aikaji laughed and used her tail to hit the ball back. "That kind of thing is truly unfair." Longwu also used her dragon tail to return the ball. "Meow, both sides are evenly matched now. Perfect timing. I'll be the referee and take a little break, meow." Akashi pulled little Baeyong onto a lounge chair and watched leisurely. Little Baeyong looked at the bouncing volleyballs, then at her own small figure and pouted. However, just as everyone was enjoying the afternoon leisurely, a whistle sounded from afar once again. "Commander, it seems I've come at a bad time, but I must remind you, 200 kilometers away, a fleet has entered our territorial waters." TB projected her image onto the beach using some imaging device. "What the hell again? How annoying." Yang Tianxing's bright smile instantly dimmed. Aikaji looked so furious, she nearly launched her carrier aircraft to wipe them out. Well, in fact, she had already launched them. But Yang Tianxing ordered her to only conduct reconnaissance, not to attack immediately. Aikaji pouted but obeyed. "Commander, an incoming communication. Shall I connect?" TB suddenly spoke up. Presumably it was because Akaji's lightning-fast fighter squadrons had already reached the vicinity of their fleet, prompting them to hastily send a communication request. Otherwise, if they were truly polite, they would have sent it before entering the 200-kilometer territorial waters Yang Tianxing had defined. "Connect it. Let's see what these people want this time." Yang Tianxing casually took the commander's exclusive uniform handed over by Akashi and draped it over himself. Meanwhile, the Shipgirls, who had been basking in the spring atmosphere, all changed into their improved battle outfits. Even Akaji's little skirt had become a long gown covering her calves. Akaji is the commander's private exclusive. As she spoke, Aikaji kept sidling up to Yang Tianxing. Without her little sister around to rein her in, it was truly wonderful. At that moment, the communication connected and a video call began. Spit it out. What do you want coming here? Yang Tianxing cut straight to the chase. Why waste time chatting with some stranger on the phone when he had a bevy of beauties to attend to? Hello, Commander Yang. I've heard that you have a batch of highly capable summon units under your command. I'd like to temporarily lease a few from you for a period of 3 years. As for the price, the man in the video wore a seemingly gentlemanly smile, but before he could finish, Yang Tianxing cut him off violently. Go to hell. How about I lease your wife and mother for 3 years? If you want to die, just say it outright. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Yang Tianxing rarely used I as a self-reference unless he was truly furious, and right now he was about to explode with rage. Not to mention that this bastard was objectifying his wife. Just the fact that he was eyeing his wife was enough to warrant death. Under normal circumstances, Yang Tianxing is a man willing to reason with you. But sometimes there are those who are not suited for reasoning. They are more fit for immediate cremation. At this moment, the Shipgirls could already see the flames of spiritual energy burning in a tangible form around Yang Tianxing's body. This was a special effect achieved after his spiritual energy had been elevated to 10 times its original strength. A shared skill unlocked when all spiritual entities reach level 10. Spiritual combustion increases spiritual energy consumption, doubling the enhancement effects on your summoned unit's attributes. The original base enhancement of 5+1 per level is now increased to a base of 10+2 per level. The current bonus effect grants a 30 increase to all attributes. Oh Lord Yang, I think you'd better hear me out. I possess highly efficient and advanced breeding techniques for summoning creatures capable of mass-producing rare beings. If you entrusted such excellent summons as yours to me for breeding, I believe within 3 years, we could become the world's. The man continued his incessant chatter, but the consequence was that the azure flames around Yang Tianxing doubled in intensity. Combined fleet sortie. Sortie. Crush them. Crush them. Remember to leave survivors, or don't. TB dox him. He'll raze his home to the ground. Yang Tianxing was utterly enraged. The only thought left in his mind was to flatten the enemy and their birthplace, even if it meant setting the sea ablaze. This was no longer just an attempt to bully his wife. It was a complete disregard for her humanity. If they dared to treat his wife as less than human, he would strip them of their own humanity. In truth, even before those words were spoken, the Shipgirls were already itching to act. One Yandere had gone mad at the thought of someone taking her from the commander and using her for breeding. Among Yang Tianxing's entire fleet, there were 3 aircraft carrier Shipgirls. Now their fully manifested riggings were launching countless carrier-based aircraft into the sky. Enterprise usually preferred using her composite bow to shoot fighter planes like arrows, but now to increase takeoff speed and frequency, her flight deck rigging was practically smoking from overuse. Yorktown was no exception, even with her double flight decks. As for Isekai'd, the energy-condensed aircraft that looked like Shikigami were launching endlessly as if they cost nothing. For battleship Shipgirls with over a dozen main guns and dozens of naval cannons exceeding 400 mm caliber, had now opened fire in unison. Longwu Laffy Javelin and even Belfast, who usually served as the commander's personal guard, had already launched countless torpedoes. It was worth noting that Longwu usually only cooked meals and rarely participated in combat. Oh, and Akashi, the repair ship, had her fur standing on end. Though she lacked massive main guns, torpedoes, or carrier aircraft, she was determined to fight even if she had to use her anti-aircraft guns in a direct-fire mode. Not to mention she had already deployed her advanced mass-produced warships via her Manju launching missiles like they were free. For Yang Tianxing, someone was trying to steal his wife. For the Shipgirls, someone was trying to take them away from their commander. This was unacceptable to both Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls, driving them into a complete frenzy. Enterprise's carrier aircraft led the squadrons of Yorktown and Isekai'd to arrive over the enemy, first dropping ultra-heavy aerial bombs. With a thunderous roar, massive mushroom clouds rose from the sea. But that wasn't all. Of the waters within a dozen kilometers of the target suddenly froze into ice. Su Meng's shells upon impact froze everything within a dozen kilometers. The frozen targets could only watch helplessly as the Black Dragon's flame descended upon them. In an instant, the light and heat vaporized the targets. Friedrich der Gross's barrage covered the area in saturation fire. Musashi's blades spanning 200 kilometers nearly split the sea itself. This attack unleashed far more terrifying power than the previous one, almost reaching the peak of their current capabilities. Of course, because the output of the rear-line main ships was so excessive, by the time Javelin and the others' torpedoes reached the target area, there was nothing left. Oh, their torpedoes ended up blowing up the iceberg Su Meng had created. When they confirmed that all targets had been utterly destroyed, the Shipgirls' angry expressions vanished in unison. In the next moment, they all wore expressions on the verge of tears or were already crying. Every single one of them threw themselves into the commander's arms, sobbing, leaving Yang Tianxing frantically comforting them one by one. However, he completely forgot that the shipgirls in his arms were seasoned warriors who had weathered countless storms and battles. True powerhouses in every sense. How could they cry like this over such a minor issue? Yang Tianxing would never believe that the shipgirls were putting on an act for him. But he had entirely forgotten that shipgirls were clever enough to know that crying children get the milk. Just then TB interrupted the shipgirls' masterful performance. Commander, I have identified all information on the target from the portrait captured during the previous communication. I have now marked the following targets for you. They are beneficiaries and close associates of the target's industrial chain, and are necessary elimination targets within the scope you defined. TB's voice was devoid of emotion, as if the situation had no effect on her. Understood. My wives, now it's our turn to take the offensive. Yang Tianxing looked at the shipgirls in his arms, who had almost instantly switched to a combat-ready mood, and didn't detect any major issues. Or perhaps he deliberately ignored them. The targets marked by TB were essentially those most in need of elimination. They happened to be nearby, which wasn't a coincidence. If they were far away, they wouldn't have come to Yang Tianxing so early. Although the distance was somewhat close, Yang Tianxing didn't consider taking a warship. With bombers and transport planes capable of several Mach speeds, why would he be crazy enough to use the far less efficient warships to get there? War sometimes hinges on exploiting a time difference. Yang Tianxing intended to annihilate them before they could realize that the people they had sent were dead. I have indeed heard from my teachers and parents that things would be chaotic at sea, and that we should be cautious, but I never imagined it would be this unruly. Inside the bomber, Yang Tianxing sat beside New Jersey, speaking softly. And this is the price humanity pays to suppress the expansion of the Black Sea. Perhaps after we have completely resolved the issue of the Black Sea and the three calamities, there will be a great purge within humanity. But since a purge is inevitable sooner or later, why shouldn't I start early? With just a few words, Yang Tianxing had made his reasoning clear. He didn't need to spend much time mentally preparing himself, nor did he need to fall into the prolonged confusion that plagued the protagonists of various works he had read. All he needed was a reason to send troops, and then he would go and annihilate them. As for whether the United Human Government would object to him eliminating people now, well, how should one put it? At this point, the United Human Government had very limited control over the situation at sea. There wasn't much they could do about the sordid affairs happening there, which was precisely why such blatant experiments using other summoned creatures for breeding could take place. It was essentially a case of the sky is high and the emperor is far away, with each person acting as a local tyrant. After the initial growing pains, the United Government chose to turn a blind eye. After all, no matter how corrupt these people were at sea, they would eventually become the bridgeheads for humanity's resistance against the Black Sea, because the Black Sea does not accept human traders. Compared to the wasteland, which occasionally produced human traders, the Black Sea was more peculiar. It had no concept of such things. Therefore, no matter how rotten the guardians of the sea were, when facing the Black Sea they had to go all out and obediently serve as bridgeheads. In short, even if Yang Tianxing eliminated all his targeted adversaries, the United Government would have no objections. For them, the strongest guardian at sea held sway, because the stronger one was the greater the contribution in the future fight against the Black Sea. We have approached the target's territorial waters. Shall we commence the attack? TB appeared beside him. Purify them completely, Yang Tianxing said calmly. The next moment, a swarm of carrier-based aircraft unleashed a barrage of air-to-ground missiles over the target area, each carrying special energy warheads that upon detonation created terrifying energy fields and exploded again. At that same moment, somewhere in the bomber, a large Manju suddenly sneezed. Strange, it feels like someone mentioned my name. It's still uncomfortable disguising myself like this. Why would the host give such an order? If they want to observe the commander, why not just capture him and observe him directly? Hard to understand. Before the bomber reached the island, a dense volley of air-to-ground missiles had already cleared most of the island's anti-air defenses. When they arrived over the island and began dropping heavy aerial bombs, as well as deploying aircraft carriers, battleships, destroyers, and light cruisers from the air, they faced almost no effective resistance. As the shipgirls, weighing anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands of tons, landed amidst the Earth's cheers, they immediately unleashed their fury upon everything around them. However, their task was essentially a mop-up operation. Most of the island's active forces had already been dealt with by the air-to-ground missiles and heavy bombs. Although this was a relatively new garrison island built with substantial financial support from a powerful family, it was well constructed. But there was no helping it. The shipgirls were practically cheating, especially when they were angry, and showed no mercy. Thus, this island was destroyed in the shortest possible time. Of course, according to the rules set by the Federation, the island's facilities, equipment, and personnel could be eliminated, but the mass-produced islands could not be casually destroyed or sunk. They would need to arrange for others to take up posts there later. After dealing with this island, Tianxing and his group headed to the enemy's most important breeding facility, which was also their largest island. However, they did not increase the island size by inserting a cube like Tianxing did, using terrifying energy to directly expand it. Instead, they connected numerous small islands together to enlarge it. Individually, these people were not particularly powerful, but after banding together they became arrogant and domineering. But banding together was good. It meant they could all be cleaned up in one go. This time Tianxing did not deploy the entire fleet. After all, while effective, it was too mentally draining. Energy could be replenished by eating, but mental fatigue required proper rest to recover. The battle was handled by Enterprise Yorktown, New Jersey, Laffy Javelin, and Musashi. Belfast was not summoned in the usual combat mode this time. She and the other Shipgirls remained by Tianxing's side in a non-combat 3 kilometers, with the actual operational range expanding even further. This made the Shipgirls' combat much easier. Additionally, Tianxing was now under the constant buff of spiritual combustion. Ordinary mental energy consumption could be easily replenished by eating. Upon arriving at the range of this united archipelago, the 6 Shipgirls in combat mode parachuted down without deploying parachutes. During this process, the 2 aircraft carrier Shipgirls launched a large number of carrier-based aircraft to seize control of the island's airspace and provide aerial fire suppression, followed by direct fire coverage from the battleship Shipgirls. Laffy and Javelin acted as high-mobility units, covering any gaps around the 4 main rear-line units. Who dares to be so insolent on our turf? With a furious roar, a spirit with elephant-like features charged out. Its level was likely high, as its defense was strong enough to withstand a secondary cannon shot from a battleship. That's right, it was a secondary cannon. It couldn't withstand a main cannon shot. However, the shot he withstood was an armor-piercing secondary cannon. Though his terrifying regenerative ability allowed him to regrow his body after being blown in half, his pallid complexion betrayed that he could not endure a second strike. At this moment, a torrent of curses flooded his mind. Not directed at the Shipgirls, but at himself. He berated himself for being a fool, for trying to show off when there was no need. Now his bravado had nearly cost him his life. Yet he was deeply puzzled. Clearly the entity before him was a warship concept. Formidable, yes, but how could he not even withstand a single secondary cannon shot? And what kind of warship concept fired energy projectiles instead of shells? Whose warship concept used energy-based cannons? He had never even heard of such a thing. Forcing himself to steady his nerves, he began to suspect that the entity resembling a warship concept might be a more advanced construct. Perhaps a warship-type mecha or a Gundam. Thus it must be far more powerful, and he could not afford to let his guard down. Of course, due to his long-term involvement in breeding summoned creatures, he had cultivated an audacious, almost all-encompassing lechery. When he laid eyes on the Shipgirls, their stunning figures and exquisite faces, his first thought was how to claim them, and then, but there was no then. He had assumed that enduring one attack would earn him a chance to parley, yet the Shipgirls had no intention of conversing with anyone. They wasted no words. Musashi in particular struck out with her blade the moment he indulged in his fantasies, cleaving him in two and nearly shattering the assembled island. A patchwork of interconnected structures into ruin. How strange. I suddenly felt a wave of nausea, Musashi remarked, delivering another slash that completely disintegrated the island. How dare you? To cause trouble on our turf. Today it'll make you pay an unimaginable price. Another so-called powerhouse around level 40 or 50 leaped forward, but his words were cut short before he could finish. As for how he died, Enterprise didn't bother to respond. She simply hurled a hypersonic fighter jet at him. The poor wretch was instantly torn to shreds by the aircraft's wing. Some individuals, despite their strength, had bodies that were far from invulnerable. Against the Shipgirls, hexagonal warriors who excelled in every aspect, they faced nothing but utter domination. Especially when the Shipgirls fully unleashed their combat potential, their physical density reached terrifying heights, rendering most attacks virtually ineffective. Were it not for the innate special force fields they carried, such dense bodies would have gravitationally attracted all surrounding objects. Perhaps due to the influence of Tianxing's level, the Shipgirls' offensive power couldn't reach its theoretical peak, but in terms of defense and raw physical might, they could teach nearly every entity on this planet a brutal lesson. In fact, every single Shipgirl could play the same trick in standard mode. They would use their naval guns to eliminate enemies, lulling foes into believing they were fragile ranged attackers. Then, when the enemies closed in, thinking them easy prey, the Shipgirls would deliver a crushing blow. 100 million-ton iron fist. And indeed on this island some believed that if New Jersey and her sisters were engaged at close range they would be overwhelmed. The enemy possessed a formidable gap-closing ability, teleportation. He instantly appeared behind Yorktown aiming to strike her spine and paralyze her. But in the next moment Yorktown casually grabbed one of her fighter jets, rapidly restored it to full size and swung it directly at the target. Are these people idiots? Why would they provoke something like this? A large Manju hammer in hand was pounding an enemy while muttering under its breath. As it grumbled, another large Manju passing by issued a warning. Manju don't speak human language. Watch yourself. Alright, got it, Observer-chan. The first Manju hammered its victim even harder. At that moment, a powerful energy blast streaked toward Yorktown, who was continuously launching aircraft. Laffy sensed the attack, dashed at incredible speed to Yorktown's side, and punched the energy beam, shattering it instantly. Then Laffy raised her crimson eyes to glare at the attacker and froze. Before her stood an elf completely unclothed with vacant eyes. Clearly under control. Launching an assault. So this is what they're doing. Javelin, usually brimming with vitality, was now furious. She glanced at the elf and let out a soft sigh. Assault mode activated. Maximum output engaged. The javelin was hurled. The spear transformed into a meteor tearing through space with the momentum to pierce stars. It instantly shredded and liberated the elf, then continued toward the facility behind her. That edifice steeped in filth and blood was utterly pierced by the javelin. Seeming to notice this, Enterprise fired 2 arrows that transformed into heavy bombers, dropping massive aerial bombs over the facility. Boom! In the blazing inferno, sin and sorrow were purged together. The Shipgirls understood they could not save them. The only mercy they could offer was a painless release. There was no better alternative. They were not gods, nor could they accomplish everything. Yet though they could not rescue the victims, they could utterly annihilate those who had harmed them. No, how could you? How dare you? Those were my precious assets. You've burned them all. They'll make you pay with your... Before he could finish, a violet blade of light decapitated him. What's all this blabbering about? Musashi didn't even spare a glance at the man she had slain from afar. She meticulously directed her lightning strikes, electrocuting wave after wave of enemies. At this moment, the remaining enemies on the island had completely lost their will to fight. The Shipgirls were immovable in defense, uncatchable in speed, and unbeatable in every conceivable tactic. Moreover, when enraged, the Shipgirls would leap onto fighter jets using their hypersonic speed to make the enemies utterly helpless. At that very moment, the Shipgirls, who had been fiercely battling on the puzzle island, suddenly leaped onto their bombers and departed the island as if they had received some message. The enemies who had been slaughtered like dogs by the Shipgirls were now left in confusion. Why had they retreated? They certainly didn't believe that a formidable force had emerged on their side to force the enemy's retreat, for they had no one that powerful among them. Yet, as the enemies on the island were bewildered, a relatively synchronized roar echoed from the sky. Neatly arranged bomber formations were approaching their island, and this time the bomber formations seemed to carry an aura far more terrifying than before. Yang Tianxing continued to unleash his spiritual combustion, glancing at the Enterprise beside him. This attack was initiated by Enterprise, the maximum output version of Lucky E, the true Great E. This was no longer the trivial skirmishes of before where Enterprise merely shot arrows of Lucky E. This was her first time unleashing the skill after conjuring an entire bomber formation amplified by the buffs from her sister Yorktown and the commander. The effect of Lucky E was remarkably simple. It dealt double damage and rendered Enterprise invisible, evading all damage for 8 seconds. However, this double damage was a buff amplification that could still benefit from critical hits. Thus, when the overwhelming bomber formation flew toward Puzzle Island, the terrifying pressure caused many enemies on the island to abandon resistance in sheer terror. As the attack like divine judgment poured from the bombers, everything was engulfed in light and heat. The weapons Enterprise used were not conventional munitions. They were solid plasma bombs, other types of energy bombs, special warheads, or even clean hydrogen bombs. Though these were no longer considered formidable weapons in the port area, they still proved effective for the current situation. Wow, it's completely over. Yang Tianxing looked at the island, now noticeably lower than before, with some areas already sunken into the sea. He curled his lips, feeling that their deaths were too merciful. Yet, under the gentle influence of his adorable wives, he found it difficult to develop a twisted, torturous mentality. For him, sending enemies straight to death was already quite harsh. Shipgirls really do spoil a man. This damn organization. But speaking of which, my wives, isn't your charm too high? According to what I learned from TB, this infamous organization specializing in forcibly stealing or snatching other summoned units for forced breeding selects its targets with extreme caution, usually observing for a long time before making a move. So why, after learning about you, did they act without a second thought? Yang Tianxing pulled Akashi into his arms and gently stroked her like a cat. Akashi, comfortable under his touch, shifted into a cozy position in his embrace, letting out soft purrs. I'm not sure, Naya. If I had to say, it might be because our life level is much higher than humans, Naya. Just like how animals in nature choose stronger, superior mates for reproduction, Naya. Their filthy hearts, upon encountering advanced life forms like us, reveal their greedy desires, Naya. If that's the case, Commander, we might often face trouble in the future, Naya. Oh, by the way, the reason the port has only you as the sole male without any others is pretty much the same, Naya. After speaking, Akashi went limp like a cat that had given up on its dreams, melting completely into Yang Tianxing's arms. So, those bad guys will keep targeting us? Commander, you must protect us. He. Aikaji absolutely does not want to fall into their hands. He. Aikaji sidled up, initially trying to act pitiful, but as she spoke, her Yandere traits surfaced. She looked anything but pitiful, appearing as if she might destroy the world in the next second. I apologize, Master, for causing you trouble. Belfast curtsied slightly. How could that be? Isn't protecting my wives what I should do? And this is in no way your fault. Don't blame yourself for everything, Belfast. Yang Tianxing would never place the blame for such matters on his wives. Was being strong a fault of theirs? What nonsense is that? Isn't it that their hearts are inherently filthy, leading to such dirty thoughts? After all, the strict instructor had seen Shipgirls before without any issues, right? In essence, it was because these people were already running a vile enterprise that upon researching the data and images of Shipgirls, they conceived their foul intentions. Moreover, never think about proving yourselves. What we need to do is make those bastards think hard about how to survive under the Shipgirls' artillery fire. Return home. At Yang Tianxing's command, the bombers they were riding soon headed back to their northern base. However, unbeknownst to all under TB's cover, a large Mankyu remained near Puzzle Island. Really, back at the port, I was stuck with the dirty and heavy work. Why am I stuck with it here too? The Mankyous exterior gradually faded, revealing the true form of the girl hidden within. Why do you have to provoke them? You're just adding to my workload. TSK. Sai, executing the area purification plan. The speaking girl had long, pale lavender-white hair and large golden eyes. Her front armor was far from impressive, severely lacking compared to other battleship girls. As the purifier spoke, her body gradually levitated and her dark-colored rigging adorned with gold accents unfolded. A shark-like design resembling a hammerhead shark equipped with 4 cannons completely different from those of standard shipgirls, along with 2 floating shark-shaped turrets. The purifier floated slowly into the air, locked onto the target area, and declared, "Area locked. Fire!" With the hum of some kind of energy, 4 brilliant beams of light were released from the evolver's cannons. Hey, did you guys hear some strange noise? Yang Tianxing stopped petting the cat and glanced doubtfully toward Pinning Island, but it was too far away to see. It must be your imagination, Commander. I haven't detected any such strange noise you mentioned. TB said flatly. Oh really? Then I must have misheard. Yang Tianxing figured TB was more credible on this matter. Shortly after they returned to the northern base, a large Manju crawled out from the sea. Chirp. As dusk fell, a certain large Manju was extremely displeased, hiding in a corner. What are you up to? Another large Manju approached. What else can I do? Just sulking. Thinking about how we're here hiding in secret, observing, and occasionally doing the dirty work, while they're all lovey-dovey and going at it every night. It just pisses me off. The purifier complained. Then why don't you try throwing yourself at them? See if they'll play flying head with you, or let you join their ranks. Another large Manju rolled its eyes. But haven't we already defeated the unknown enemy X? The port's already had its happy reunion ending. Why do we still have to keep observing all the time? That was just a repulse. You can never guarantee that unknown enemy X won't reappear, so we need the commander's power. Fine. In the early morning, Yang Tianxing got up, temporarily moving aside the foxtails draped over him. With Musashi's and Akaji's tails combined, there were over a dozen of them. It felt great, but when it was time to sleep, it wasn't always friendly. And why did Akaji's tail always have to go for his neck? Even though it wasn't tight, he really didn't need a scarf. Wasn't it hot? With a face full of fatigue, having not slept well at all, Yang Tianxing headed to the bathroom. As for why he didn't sleep well, the tails weren't the main issue. It was Akaji. She just wouldn't stop. Good thing I've already summoned Mother Bismarck, or else who knows what I'd become once I summon Rune. After washing up, as soon as he came out of the bathroom, Yang Tianxing was bound by several large tails. Commander, how was Aikaji's performance last night? Aikaji pressed herself against Yang Tianxing as she spoke. What could Yang Tianxing say? Besides compliments, was there anything else he could say? Definitely not. But the problem was Yang Tianxing felt that if he praised Aikaji, she would immediately insist on doing their daily mission all over again right then and there. Aikaji, be good, let me go and come into my arms. Yang Tianxing switched his tone to be very calm, not placing himself in a weak position. With a big fox like Aikaji, the weaker you positioned yourself, the more she would take advantage. But if you could startle her, it would make her much more docile. Like now, Aikaji was obediently nestled in her beloved commander's arms. By the time Yang Tianxing had successfully subdued Aikaji, the Shipgirls were mostly awake too. Let's eat first. I made steamed buns and century egg and pork congee this morning. Long Wu bounced over, took Yang Tianxing's arm and said, Century egg and pork congee, I love that. Hearing Long Wu's words, Yang Tianxing immediately let the girl lead him to the dining hall with the other Shipgirls following along. Taking a bite of the juicy, flavorful meat bun, then a sip of the congee. It was absolutely delicious. After eating and drinking his fill, Yang Tianxing headed to the summoning hall as usual. But this time, unlike usual, he was going to summon 2 Shipgirls. Once his level reached 10, he met the summoning rule requirement of summoning 2 units per day. Who will it be this time? As the special light curtain of the summoning hall unfolded, Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls were filled with anticipation. Commander, from today on let us never part again. The familiar voice, accompanied by crisp footsteps, and the sound of some kind of machinery, made Yang Tianxing curious. Who could this be? However, when the little ant appeared in his field of vision, Yang Tianxing was slightly stunned. Ulrich von Hutten, whose in-game censored name was Ulrika von Huber, could be considered Bismarck's sister ship. Both were class designs in history planned but never built. Of course, that had little to do with the Hutten before him. Hutten had draconic hawk-yellow pupils and short, ink-blue Edia-colored hair. Like Bismarck, she had horns on her head, though much smaller. Her rigging was distinctly iron blood in style, and came in 2 parts. One part with draconic elements was shaped like a scythe with a main cannon mounted on top. The other part was a purely draconic rigging, also containing scythe-like elements. At her lower back were 6 mechanical spider-like structures, along with a crimson skirt that unfurled like bat wings attached to those spider-leg structures. Yang Tianxing's pause wasn't because of Hutten's appearance, but because he was momentarily stunned seeing her unique rigging in reality. Soon Hutten came to his side, her seemingly cold eyes gazing at him with tenderness. Welcome, Hutten, Yang Tianxing said, pulling her into an embrace. From his understanding for Shipgirls, being held or embraced by the commander the moment they arrived was incredibly blissful. Sorry, Hutten, you'll have to wait a bit longer today. Yang Tianxing initiated the second summon. Hearing his words, Hutten nodded gently. Her personality was tough on the outside but soft within, yet when facing the commander she was left with only tenderness. The next moment light shone once more, but this time Yang Tianxing suddenly felt a thumping in his heart, as if some extraordinary being was about to arrive. Who could it be? Yang Tianxing grew curious. Which Shipgirl could be making him feel this gradually mounting tension? This was truly strange. Logically speaking, none of his Shipgirls, none of his wives should make him feel this way. Couldn't be someone from the Ashes faction, could it? Commander, do you like this outfit? As Yang Tianxing was lost in his thoughts, a seductive figure emerged from the radiance, albeit appearing somewhat encumbered in movement. The elegant red ropes seemed to entangle her, and the garments she wore amounted to no more than the size of 2 or 3 palms combined. Yang Tianxing stared in shock at Bismarck, clad in the unfinished Christmas surprise attire, utterly dumbfounded. Was it possible that someone as meticulous as the Persian cat would go to such lengths when responding to a summon? Wait, if the Persian cat was up to this, there must be someone behind the scenes cooking up ideas. If his guess was correct, it had to be Eugen. Thank you, Eugen, my dear, for this surprise. Facing the commander's gaze, the Persian cat blushed with some shyness. Sorry, Commander, the surprise still isn't quite ready. She glanced behind her, realizing the blanket she intended to wrap herself in as a Christmas gift had fallen aside during the summoning. It's already a wonderful surprise. Who could resist such temptation? Offering oneself as a Christmas gift to the commander. Though it wasn't Christmas now, it still set one's blood ablaze. It was only thanks to his time with the Shipgirls that Yang Tianxing had built up some resistance to allure, or otherwise he might have lunged forward. The Persian cat struggled to her feet, only to be embraced by Yang Tianxing the next moment. Why not seize such an opportunity? After a while, the Persian cat changed back into her military uniform, as such attire was best reserved for the bedroom. Now Yang Tianxing was eager to see the Persian cat's great dragon, the three-headed Jiren. Most importantly, he wanted to witness the source of his earlier tension, the Persian cat's exclusive black hole cannon. At the seaside, Yang Tianxing stood with a group of shipgirls, behind the Persian cat, anticipation in his eyes. If the black hole cannon's power matched his expectations, many future endeavors would require far less caution. Anyone who stepped out of line would get a taste of that cannon. So that's how it is. The Persian cat nodded. Jiren, unleash your attack. The Persian cat drew her command sword and pointed forward. In the game, Jiren changed forms based on whether Bismarck's salvo count was odd or even. Odd salvos deployed Jiren in a separated mode, inheriting some of Bismarck's stats and attacking with unique weapons, enhanced barrages and black hole cannon. Even salvos recalled Jiren into an integrated mode, firing conventional barrages and black hole cannon. In reality, however, it was far simpler. Bismarck could command Jiren to deploy or retreat at will with no restrictions on which cannon to use. This was also evident with Friedrich der Grosse. Her rigging had no deployment mode in the game, yet the Iron Blood rigging possessed its own life and consciousness, capable of being deployed independently. At the Persian cat's command, Jiren soared into the sky, locked onto the designated target, and unleashed its dragon breath. Unlike the game's single energy beam, the three-headed Jiren in reality spewed 3 black-red energy beams, utterly obliterating and melting the array of target ships brought in for the test. The surrounding sea boiled into massive clouds of steam from the extreme heat. Moreover, at the moment of Jiren's strike, the black hole cannon Yang Tianxing had been eagerly awaiting appeared. The visual effect differed from the game. Instead of appearing instantly, a small black sphere materialized in the target area. A core of incredible density, reaching black hole levels in an instant. Then, a pitch-black energy sphere spanning over a kilometer emerged. This was not an actual energy sphere, but a phenomenon caused by the black hole core absorbing surrounding light. Beyond the darkness, a vortex of crimson energy swirled, a manifestation of gravitational force that drew all caught within its range into the black hole cannon's core. Any unit that failed to escape the gravitational pull before the black hole cannon ended was compressed into a unit. Zip. That's a bit overwhelming. Persian cat, try to keep this thing far from our allies when you use it. Yang Tianxing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, whatever technology was involved ensured no residual effects beyond the blast radius, or otherwise, he feared they might have been pulled in as well. Persian cat. Hearing Yang Tianxing's address, the Persian cat paused, then smiled and nodded. To her, it was a term of endearment, and she cared little for whether it was a nickname. Honey, I want a nickname like that too. Upon hearing Yang Tianxing's name for the Persian cat, a certain bunny couldn't help but protest. Though by design she was technically a dragon girl. A nickname for New Jersey. Well, there is one, but it's not suitable to use. Yang Tianxing recalled it and shook his head. Why not? New Jersey looked puzzled. Because it's 78 rabbit. A pun. I hope that doesn't get me fined. Yang Tianxing said, ruffling New Jersey's hair. 78 rabbit. 78. Hey? I don't want that kind of nickname. And why would such a name exist? New Jersey blushed and playfully pounded Yang Tianxing's chest. This taught him a lesson: when someone truly loves you, their playful punches won't break your ribs. Faced with such affection, Yang Tianxing unabashedly enjoyed it, pulling her into his arms. Seizing the moment, he had Manju bring out beach chairs and other items, and they relaxed by the seaside. I refuse to believe anyone would be foolish enough to come looking for trouble today. Yang Tianxing's life could almost be described as decadent. What else could one do by the seaside? Just playing beach volleyball, watching volleyball, and the like. The only problem was that there were too many volleyballs for him to keep track of. Having just been kissed by Houghton, how should he put it? He didn't feel the tongue ring. Cough? Yang Tianxing shook his head, feeling that his life was far too indulgent. Other wardens were either scrambling for supplies or devising defenses against the constant provocations from the Sky Dome or the Black Sea, or even other wardens. After all, many believed in the adage, if your neighbor hoards grain, you hoard guns, and your neighbor becomes your granary. They were truly robbing each other. The enemies they had eliminated before were much the same. This was also why there were so many slaves on the market. Due to certain issues, summoned units could never fully gain legal protection, which fostered many dark industries. This was also why Yang Tianxing never thought his spiritual sense coverage was too small, or that his wives couldn't fight at long range. It was better to keep an eye on his wives himself, lest others harbor ill intentions. Of course, it wasn't that he worried about what might happen to them. His main concern was that his wives would get angry. Well, he didn't want to deal with that either. Anyone who had designs on his wives should just die. But all said and done, apart from someone coming to pick a fight, Yang Tianxing had yet to encounter most of the problems and troubles that plagued other wardens. This was mainly because his port's logistics were incredibly efficient. Building a mere island was like child's play for the port. As the saying went, the fact that the port could construct a city for one event and then dismantle it to build another for the next event spoke volumes. Speaking of which, the purification device made from the corpse of the desolate giant isn't half bad. Yang Tianxing looked at the distant sea, which had turned back to a cerulean blue. It felt infinitely better than the pitch-black ocean from before. The beach and the sea had mostly recovered, and the scenery was quite beautiful. The only thing missing was the seagulls in the sky. It seemed those creatures had all been transformed by the sky dome. But the sky wasn't entirely devoid of birds. The Reaper was flying around up there, though it looked quite lost, unable to spot any prey. Just as Yang Tianxing was lying on his lounge chair staring at the somewhat gloomy sky that dampened his mood, 2 volleyballs suddenly bounced off him. "Akeji, why aren't you playing volleyball?" Yang Tianxing said, helplessly looking at Akeji, who was kneeling on his lounge chair and sitting on top of him. Yanderas were just too clingy. Of course he didn't dislike it. After all, although Akeji was a Yandera, she wasn't like the others. She wouldn't chop Yang Tianxing into pieces for getting close to other girls. She would at most be a little jealous. Definitely not because she couldn't beat him. Commander isn't playing volleyball, so Akeji lost interest too. "I really wish those guys would keep playing volleyball and never come over." As she spoke, Akeji lay down on Yang Tianxing's chest, sniffing at something. But with her setting this precedent, the other shipgirls couldn't just keep playing volleyball. After all, did they really enjoy playing volleyball that much? Their purpose in playing volleyball was to, naturally for the commander to watch the volleyballs. Yes, that's right, watching the volleyballs, don't ask which ones. Nearby, little Baiyuan watched the commander surrounded by a group of older sisters and pouted. Why couldn't everyone be as reserved as she was? A certain little one, too young in age and mind to even think about it, protests this. "Commander, I must remind you that the Sky Dome usually attacks a new warden's base within 3 to 4 days of its completion. Today is the 4th day. If my calculations are correct." "No need for calculations anymore. I have already scanned Sky Dome war units. Commander, please prepare for battle immediately." TB, projected beside Yang Tianxing, suddenly spoke while looking at the sky. "Ha! These guys really are coming to court trouble, aren't they? Can't they just let me enjoy my lazy, good-for-nothing life in peace? Do they have to come and disturb me?" But this time Yang Tianxing wasn't in such a rush to engage them directly. After all, the Shipgirls' anti-air capabilities were practically magical. Of course, the first thing to do before battle was to switch into their combat gear. Then, watching the dense rain of attacks descending from the sky, the aircraft carrier Shipgirls like Enterprise wore smiles on their faces. Now that the commander had reached level 10 and his spiritual power had increased, some of their restrictions had been lifted. Originally, as aircraft carrier Shipgirls, they should have been able to launch an entire squadron at once instead of releasing planes 1 or 2 at a time. But due to the limitations of Yang Tianxing's spiritual power, they had previously been forced to rely on their manual speed. Now that was no longer necessary. Furthermore, when they could finally launch their aircraft, normally another one of their powers was also unshackled. As the carrier-borne aircraft from Enterprise Yorktown and Akeji took off, an invisible force swept across the entire sky. All the various incoming attacks detonated simultaneously in a chain reaction. This was precisely the effect of clearing the barrage when an aircraft carrier launched its planes. At the same time, dozens, even hundreds of fighter jets ascended into the sky, launched by the 3 Shipgirls. Afterwards, the remaining Shipgirls deployed their anti-aircraft defense network. In the game, the anti-air stats of the main fleet in the back row are added to the Vanguard's anti-air stats in the front, which they then use to form the anti-air network. But in reality, their stats still stack, and the range of the anti-air network also stacks. This means that even the main fleet in the back row can have their own anti-air network. Of course, since Yang Tianxing hadn't deployed the combined fleet this time, the anti-air network was formed by New Jersey Laffy and Belfast. Laffy, with her special magical anti-air equipment, had to be included. New Jersey, with her anti-air stat exceeding 400, far surpassing the other Shipgirls present, joined directly as a numerical powerhouse. As for Belfast, although her stat was only close to 300, it was still higher than the rest. Yet even so, the anti-air perimeter formed by the girls inflicted devastating losses upon any celestial units that ventured within its range. The primary reason was that the Shipgirls' anti-air zone was inescapable. Once an enemy entered, it was bound to take damage. Unless one had enough numbers to spread the damage across the formation, the only option was to be shot down without mercy. Moreover, the Shipgirls' anti-air zone did not fire just one salvo. It unleashed rounds after rounds with each interval determined by the average cooldown of all anti-air guns within the perimeter. Based on Yang Tianxing's recollection of those anti-air guns, the longest cooldown per round rarely exceeded 2 seconds. This meant that New Jersey and her sister's anti-air zone had a firing interval of roughly 1 to 2 seconds. This spelled disaster for the celestial units in the sky. In gaming terms, it was as if they had to undergo a check every 1 to 2 seconds. Passing meant surviving the damage, while failing meant an immediate fall. And even if they passed the check, they still lost HP. But reality was not a game. Sometimes, although a celestial unit survived the damage, its body, especially its flight organs, would be destroyed. If those were shot to pieces, even if their health bar barely moved, they would inevitably plummet. Yang Tianxing acted as if he hadn't seen the celestial units in the sky. He continued lounging leisurely in his recliner, sipping iced juice, while watching the overwhelming barrage of anti-air fire erupt from New Jersey and the others' riggings. You'd never see this in the game. It's truly wonderful. As he spoke, he glanced at little Beiyang beside him. She was already puffing out her cheeks, glaring angrily at the sky. These intruders had violated the airspace of the northern fortress base, her territory. So how could she not be furious? At that moment, the entire northern base was also integrated into the Shipgirls' anti-air zone. After all, the whole base was essentially Beiyang's rigging. Moreover, unlike in the game where Shipgirls only used anti-air guns, now they were even aiming their main batteries at the celestial units in the sky. Yang Tianxing was not particularly surprised by this, as he had once seen a warship using its main guns for anti-air in a movie. Furthermore, although he often drew parallels between the game and reality, he knew that his wives in a certain sense were not the ones from his game. They were the counterparts from a parallel universe corresponding to the game he played. After all, if they were truly just the game characters, their stats would not differ significantly from those in the game. It's a pity that killing celestial units doesn't restore the sky's clarity. Otherwise, I might have taken the initiative to attack. If eliminating celestial units could return the sky above his area to its azure blue, he would certainly organize an offensive. But the problem was that humanity had yet to discover the method by which the celestial turned the sky into its current gray murky state, and no one had found a way to restore it. He harbored little desire for aggression. His thoughts were simply to defend his own territory. This was not out of fear of the enemy's strength, but because battle always risked injuring the Shipgirls. He could not bear to see those he loved hurt. Love was mutual. The Shipgirls had given him everything they had, so he must love them without reservation. Treating them as mere weapons for war was not love at all, even if they possessed formidable combat power. If it weren't for having to eat sand every day in the desert region back then, he would have simply given up and spent his days in blissful intimacy with the Shipgirls, oblivious to the world. As for the 3 calamities, he was not truly worried. He believed that with Siren's technology, they would soon follow the trail left by his summoning of the Shipgirls and arrive. Once the Sirens came, they would likely give each of the 3 calamities a resounding slap. TB glanced at Yang Tianxing, seemingly reading his commander's thoughts, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. You guessed right, but they've already arrived. As for dealing with the 3 calamities, why bother? There was no benefit. The data collection on the commander and the Shipgirls' combat had already been completed when he interacted with them through the game. Even the unknown enemy X had been repelled. Now what they needed to gather was the more ordinary data, the power of love and the data on the new power system the commander had acquired in this world. All they had to do was have the Shipgirls protect the commander and laze around somewhere, and they could complete the collection. So why would they go through all that trouble? It was absolutely not because someone had previously angered the commander, making them unwilling to let humanity off easy. If the Sirens were to personally act against humanity, Yang Tianxing would certainly not stand idly by, and the 2 sides would once again engage in a farcical battle. But that was no longer necessary. Thus the Sirens chose to simply do nothing. Moreover, what they looked forward to most now was the day Yang Tianxing would discover that they had already arrived. How exciting that will be! Yang Tianxing naturally did not see the slight curve of his dear daughter's lips just now. His attention was fully on the Shipgirls, watching as they cleared the celestial units that had come to harass them from the sky within minutes. But even after the celestial units were wiped out, little Beiyang still pouted, not very happy. After all, the corpses of those celestial units had fallen all over her rigging. Next time she would have to be smarter and knock all those bodies into the sea. In fact, Yang Tianxing was also a bit vexed about this. Although he had reminded the Shipgirls later in the battle, it was inevitable that scattered fragments and parts would fall onto little Beiyang's rigging. Fortunately, the Manju worked efficiently and cleaned up the base in no time. Only then did little Beiyang smile and throw herself into Yang Tianxing's arms. Big brother, her voice still carried a hint of grievance. Influenced by the Shipgirls, she had learned through osmosis that crying children get milk. Yang Tianxing gently held little Beiyang, softly patting her back, his gaze turning somewhat melancholic as he looked at the sky. He knew this was merely the beginning of everything. According to the knowledge he had learned at school and the actual data passed on from his parents. Once a naval base was established, it would immediately become a thorn in the side of the Celestial and the Black Sea. From then on, harassment from both sides would never cease. Fortunately, such harassment attacks generally did not involve the main force, or otherwise Yang Tianxing would not have been able to lead a leisurely life and would have had to assemble the fleet to destroy their lair. Speaking of their lair, we still haven't figured out the whereabouts of the firmament, the Black Sea, or even the wasteland's hideouts. Even if we wanted to eradicate them completely, we would have to search like headless flies. In truth, not to mention the enemy's lairs, the United Human Government had yet to discern the true purpose of the three calamities, nor had they fully understood the relationships among them. From the very beginning, they had been preoccupied solely with resisting the assaults of the three calamities across land, sea, and air, leaving them no energy for further investigation. "Commander, would you like some barbecue?" Just as Yang Tianxing was lost in thought, Javelin's spirited voice rang out beside him. "Barbecue?" Yang Tianxing was taken aback, then looked up to see the Shipgirls processing a firmament creature's wing and roasting it over a fire. "Can that thing be eaten?" Yang Tianxing abruptly sat up, fortunately remembering that he was still holding little Beiyang in his arms, tightening his grip to prevent her from being tossed aside. Langwu studied it and said it's edible and apparently it should taste quite good. "Commander, would you like to try some?" Javelin smiled, holding out a skewer of roasted meat. "Let me have a taste." Yang Tianxing opened his mouth and took a bite from the skewer in Javelin's hand, completely unaware that she had already eaten from it. "Ha!" Javelin was momentarily stunned, glancing at the fresh skewer in her left hand and the one she had bitten in her right. Why did the commander eat from this one? Javelin was overjoyed. The flavor is indeed delightful. After sampling the skewer, Yang Tianxing was amazed by its savory taste. Were firmament creatures always this delicious? It seemed even better than wasteland creatures. Besides, wasteland creatures weren't inedible, but they had a strong earthy flavor. Most dishes made from them required heavy seasoning, which grew tiresome over time. Yang Tianxing rose from the lounge chair, still holding little Beiyang, and walked over to the makeshift grill awaiting Longwis offerings. How wonderful it would be if we could always enjoy such tranquility. As he spoke, Yang Tianxing leaned back again, this time lying directly on the sand. He knew he didn't need to ask for food. The Shipgirls would feed him willingly. Moreover, the feeding methods were not limited to chopsticks. Under the lead of a certain fox, they would inevitably become more extravagant and more suggestive. But what could Yang Tianxing say? He was merely a helpless commander forced to be embraced by the Shipgirls. If not for the constraints of public decency, he would face even more outrageous treatment. Meanwhile, none of them realized that several large Manju were secretly observing them from nearby. Is this love? Probably. It looks so embarrassing. I can't imitate many of those moves. Was my body built with shortcuts? Purifier's troubled voice received no response. I've detected Black Sea armed forces approaching this area. According to records, the Black Sea usually attacks simultaneously with the firmament, though sometimes it's slower. This seems to be one of those times. I wonder how long until Zero reports. Another voice spoke up. They should report upon entering our territorial waters. In fact, their guess was correct. As soon as TB noticed the targets under constant surveillance entering territorial waters, she immediately issued an alert. However, compared to the firmament's modest aerial formation, the Black Sea's force was even more perfunctory, consisting mostly of mutated giant sea creatures from the Black Sea, with only 3 official combat units, surface ship-type units, and underwater biosubmarines. In truth, the Black Sea's official combat units were semi-biological, semi-mechanical entities. Their fusion of flesh and machinery was always unsettling and sanity-draining, completely different from certain siren units. It looked as though some flesh-like substance had corroded the ships, covering every surface with grotesque organic structures. Even the weapons were cloaked in flesh, their attacks converted into energy blasts, while defense and mobility were significantly enhanced, transforming lifeless vessels into seemingly living combatants. Yet these were merely the Black Sea's mass-produced artillery units. The more elite the unit, the less flesh it bore, and the greater the mechanical area. Once the United Human Government defeated and dissected an elite Black Sea unit to study it. However, the researchers at the Institute were baffled to find that the dissected elite unit, despite its purely mechanical appearance, still contained biological structures within. These peculiar combat units lacked conventional electronic circuits or components. Instead, flesh filled the entire mechanical interior. The Black Sea units now approaching Tianxing's fortress were naturally the most common mass-produced cannon fodder. The small Black Sea fleet was swiftly advancing toward his base. The enemy is drawing near. Shall I order their immediate elimination? TB adjusted Little Biang's weapons, preparing for long-range attack. Such a small force. Just deal with them directly. Tianxing glanced at TB's projection, which displayed the enemy's movements before him. Command confirmed. Executing. Without the Shipgirls lifting a finger, Little Biang's own weapons alone eliminated the 3 warships, 2 submarines, and accompanying Black Sea creatures. Those 3 mass-produced cannon fodder were utterly helpless against Little Biang's carrier aircraft, which effortlessly breached their defensive net and struck them hard with missiles. Given Little Biang's current combat prowess, destroying these mass-produced Black Sea vessels was as easy as child's play. Even the bio-submarines lurking beneath the waves were blasted out by anti-submarine helicopters. Meanwhile, on Tianxing's side, after clearing out the fleet that had come from the Black Sea to cause trouble, they resumed their daily amusements. In the Black Sea Intelligence Analysis and Operations Department under the Global Threat Control Bureau Dark Sea Response Bureau, within the United Human Government's Global Security Committee and Joint Defense and Security Headquarters, a figure spoke. Based on the energy waveform charts from yesterday and the past week, we can essentially confirm that the Black Sea is preparing for a new operation. According to the waveform analysis, its target should be here. A woman with delicate features but an average figure around 34 years old, with a chest badge reading Linxia, pointed to a location on the projection. The 3rd port of the Yanxia district. It certainly has ambitious appetites. A middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in a researcher's white coat, about 40 or 50 years old, with a nameplate reading Zhou Yue, furrowed his brow. Apart from the main forces of the United Government, do we have enough strength nearby? Another middle-aged man, also around 40 to 50, with jet black hair and a spirited demeanor, whose chest badge read Hao Shugua, asked from the side. The woman shook her head. Teacher, the losses suffered by the surrounding garrisons during the last Black Sea attack on the 3rd port have not yet been recovered. The only forces with full combat readiness are essentially our district's main army. But if we rely solely on the main army to resist, there might be gaps. Linxia was correct. The 3rd port was not merely a single port nor an ordinary one. Its scale was so vast that it could no longer be described as just a port, or more accurately, it should be called a port cluster. The coastline it planned and utilized alone stretched 2673 kilometers with an annual cargo throughput exceeding 20 billion tons. Tasking the main army alone with defending over 2000 kilometers of coastline would disperse their strength entirely. This was precisely why humanity had devised new policies akin to feudalism, deploying large numbers of armed personnel as regional guardians to defend against the Black Sea. The primary reason was simply that the territory was too vast to truly defend. There's still plenty of time. Perhaps we can summon some guardians from other regions to participate in this defensive operation. Zhou Yui's suggestion was the most impartial and normal one. This is indeed the best course of action for now. After all, the United Human Government didn't make them guardians, grant them various privileges, and give them their own territories just for their enjoyment. Hao Shugua nodded but soon frowned again, sighing dejectedly as he continued. That's true in theory, but many guardians are reluctant to leave their original defense zones to join such a defense, aren't they? Indeed. Linxia nodded to her teacher. While I don't deny that many guardians harbor noble ideals of loving their country, and the United Government, even the most skilled craftsmen, cannot work without materials. The first-time guardians might assist across regions for free to help us repel enemies, but what about the next time? War is no child's play. Each time we engage, we pay incalculable and grievous costs, and guardians are no exception. If we don't offer commensurate compensation, even if guardians wish to help us, they may no longer have the strength to do so. Therefore, for this defensive assistance, we must provide sufficient rewards to the guardians who come to aid us to compensate for the losses they will incur in the ensuing battle. Then I'll have someone draft a reward plan. With some plans finalized, the members of the Analysis and Operations Department sprang into action. Commander, we've received a message from higher-ups. TB's figure materialized near Tianxing and the others. She didn't look for where Tianxing was, but instead glanced at Su Meng's posterior. After a minor commotion, Tianxing stood up and straightened his clothes, even though he was only wearing a pair of loud floral shorts. What's the news? According to the latest directive from the Black Sea Intelligence Analysis and Operations Department, the Black Sea is preparing to attack the 3rd port of the Yanxia district in the near future. However, the guardians near the 3rd port suffered significant losses in the last battle and are currently unable to provide sufficient support. Therefore, the United Government has decided to voluntarily and compensatorily summon guardians within nearby waters who can reach the G3 port area within a certain time to assist in defense preparations. Commander, we fall within the scope of supportable areas as defined by the United Government. Should we provide support? According to calculations for this defensive operation, the commander's participation or absence has little impact on the outcome, only affecting the extent of losses. TB stood there calmly, as if she weren't reporting anything major. Compensation. I'm not going even with compensation. I'm not short on resources and they don't need me specifically. I'll just guard my own area well. As always, Yang Tianxing had no grand ambitions or aspirations. He just wanted to stay with his wives and live a good life. Since they could hold the line over there, he saw no need to get involved. What if his wives got hurt? He would be heartbroken. Understood, Commander. I'm acknowledging the message. TB nodded. In truth, she also felt it didn't matter much whether they went or not. As for the potential increase in losses, that was none of their concern. What if the commander got injured in battle? Who would take responsibility for that? Executive officer within the plan scope, essentially all guardians with a certain combat capability, have responded to this summons. A staff member handed a document to Lin Xia. Essentially, the terms we offered were generous. There are people who don't want so many resources. A look of confusion crossed Lin Xia's face. She wanted to see how many had refused these resources. But when she looked at the detailed data, she discovered that only one guardian capable of responding to the summons had not come. In fact, this was within her expectations, as the resources they offered this time were certainly more than sufficient, and they would also cover the guardians' losses in battle. Besides, even guardians who weren't particularly short on resources would be attracted by the various honors involved. This guardian is a bit strange. Lin Xia stared at the guardian's file in confusion. Although this guardian's family background was fairly decent, his parents' guardian resources were only average, hardly enough to continuously supply him. Even his parents had responded to the summons, but they were outside the recruitment scope, so that was understandable. But why hadn't he responded to this summons? Moreover, according to the records, he constructed his assigned garrison island without accepting any resources from his parents. Yet astonishingly, the entire island was completed within a mere 1 or 2 days. Even more remarkably, despite this unprecedented construction speed, the island's combat capability far surpassed that of all other newly appointed garrison commanders, and even eclipsed many seasoned veterans. This was their collective assessment. When Lin Xia reached this part of the dossier, her brows had already furrowed. Conscription was voluntary. She bore no ill will toward Yang Tianxing for this reason. But failing to recruit such an extraordinary combat asset struck her as a profound waste. She continued reviewing Yang Tianxing's file and noticed his unique summon unit. Radically different from those of others. The size of this frontal armor feels like outright cheating. Wait, Lin Xia, what are you thinking? This is official duty time. She shook her head, sharply banishing the increasingly bizarre thoughts from her mind, then pondered how best to persuade Yang Tianxing to accept conscription. After a moment's reflection, she could devise no effective approach, and decided to consult her mentor. Yet before she drew near, she overheard 2 middle-aged men conversing at a distance about matters too delicate for public discussion. Phrases like, "It's not working anymore," "I can't hold on," and "We'll have to sleep in separate rooms." Hearing her mentor speak thus, a lightning bolt of realization tore through Lin Xia's consciousness. In that instant, she recalled her own husband, and the image of herself forcibly dragging him into their bedroom. Her gaze then drifted back to Yang Tianxing's dossier, specifically to the description of his summon unit. "I've got it. Commander, perhaps you should take a look at this." TB's voice rang out once more. Yang Tianxing lifted his head from Belfast's thigh side, resignedly sat upright, and turned his gaze toward TB. "What is it, my dear daughter?" He rested his chin on his hand and looked at TB. "Commander, it's work hours. Please reserve the term daughter for off-duty moments. Commander, perhaps you'd first examine this." TB, seemingly recalling something, instantly projected the information, visible to all the shipgirls present. Ultra acceleration enhances movement speed and attack speed. Yang Tianxing stared blankly at the skill. "That's wrong. That's supposed to be spiritual combustion high-speed movement." He remembered this technique had emerged during an era when spiritual bodies were notoriously weak. Some researchers had attempted to transform them into direct combat physiologies. Though the skill was ultimately perfected, its actual battlefield efficacy remained negligible. The vast majority of spiritual energy was diverted solely to acceleration, resulting in minimal offensive gain, and worse, often diminished baseline strength. Excessive velocity even strained the physical vessel, sometimes inflicting self-injury upon the user. Why on earth this? A skill designed purely to boost attack speed. Anyone unfamiliar might mistake it for bait to lure shipgirls. Ah! Realization struck Yang Tianxing so suddenly his mouth fell open. At that very moment, New Jersey eyes alight with excitement pointed eagerly at the holographic skill description and began nuzzling playfully against his chest. Honey, I want this. New Jersey was merely the vanguard. Emboldened by her example, the rest of the Shipgirls swiftly encircled Yang Tianxing, each wearing an expression of solemn lifelong entreaty, imploring him to acquire that ability. Overwhelmed by their collective gaze, Yang Tianxing reluctantly turned to TB. How do I obtain this? After all, TB had unveiled it, so TB bore full responsibility for its consequences. Commander Intelligence Operations Division has identified your unique circumstances and accordingly revised the conscription reward for your deployment to the designated maritime zone. This skill is your pre-allocate reward. TB spoke softly, tenderly, even as a faint glimmer of pity softened her gaze upon Yang Tianxing. What did you say? You're dangling this broken skill as bait to lure me there. Have they lost their minds? His voice trembled with dawning unease. He knew now exactly what awaited him. Honey, Commander, darling, no, please. Sometime later, inside the dormitory specially prepared for conscripted garrison commanders at Port G3, the third harbor of the Yanxia Regional Command, Yang Tianxing lay face up, utterly crestfallen, his head resting on Belfast's thigh. That operative from Operations Division. What possessed you to have such a brilliant idea? Do you have any idea how deeply your wretched improvisation has wounded my fragile, tender heart? Even reclining on Belfast's lap, he couldn't resist cursing the mastermind behind this calamity. Hee. You look absolutely adorable right now, darling. Belfast smiled, gently tracing slow circles across his chest with her fingertips. Honey, don't frown so. I'll treat you to ice cream. With a playful grin, New Jersey scooped a small spoonful and held it to his lips. Yang Tianxing sighed helplessly and submitted to her feeding. Glancing around, he saw the other Shipgirls standing tall and radiant, fully prepared, battle-ready spirits unshaken. Their vigor sent sharp, unmistakable pangs shooting through his lower back. After relaxing in the dormitory for a while, Yang Tianxing decided to step outside for some fresh air, only to notice that passers-by cast strange sidelong glances his way. Many avoided looking directly at the Shipgirls, altogether veering wide around him instead. These people are oddly polite. After much thought, that was all he could muster. Just as he resumed his stroll, however, a gust of wind swept a flyer straight onto his face. Puzzled, he peeled it off and glanced at it. New regulations for Port G3. What on earth is this? Curious, he read the flyer carefully, and his expression grew progressively more bewildered. Maintain distance from garrison commanders accompanied by large groups of beautiful young women. They pose lethal risk. If ignored and injury ensues, consequences are borne entirely by the individual. What in the world does that mean? Why would Port G3 impose such an absurd regulation? And who exactly is that man parading around with a group of beautiful girls? Ahem. This is outright discrimination, as if anyone here were some bloodthirsty murderer. Yang Tianxing instantly grasped the identity of this so-called garrison commander, a man flanked by a retinue of stunning women. Such a figure coupled with such an eccentric edict was entirely unfamiliar to him before his official debut. Yet it emerged abruptly, precisely during his very first joint mission. No deduction was needed. Casually reattaching the notice to its designated spot, Yang Tianxing dismissed it entirely. He found the port's administrative staff quite satisfactory. At least these flyers would deter those mentally unhinged individuals whose lower bodies dictated their upper brain decisions from pestering him unnecessarily. Yet he was far from fully satisfied. Indeed, he held serious reservations about the officer responsible for implementing the superior's directive. The regulation itself was woefully underdeveloped, no rationale, no context. Nothing. To certain minds it amounted to little more than provocation, and would likely invite trouble straight to his doorstep. Turning, Yang Tianxing strolled through Port G3 with his fleet maidens in tow. This harbor was immense, its scale and grandeur dwarfing many mid-to-large cities he had known in his past life. And naturally it boasted a rich array of ancillary amenities. Everything from dining and entertainment to leisure and recreation was seamlessly integrated. Honey, shall we try something fun? New Jersey nestled her arm affectionately into Yang Tianxing's, leaning half against him like a woman utterly smitten. Yet why the qualifier, as if, after all, what devoted couple consists of one man surrounded by a bevy of women? Honestly, this place is far more vibrant than I imagined. Perhaps we should go get a foot massage. The moment the words foot massage left his lips, Yang Tianxing froze, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Having just glimpsed the foot massage parlor, nostalgia surged, and instinctively, he'd nearly stepped inside to test the skill of its practitioners. He had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest among his fleet maidens. Commander, what was it you just said? Akaji's eyes gleamed with dangerous light, yet she would never harm her commander. So instead she pressed forward. You came out to enjoy yourself with me, commander. Why on earth would you seek a foot massage? Did they seduce you? If so, then Akaji shall eliminate them, immediately. Even as she spoke, her aircraft carriers were already launching squadrons into the sky. Seeing this, Yang Tianxing rushed to restrain her. No, Akaji, it's not what you think. He clutched her tightly, halting her next move. A swarm of compact fighter-shaped shikigami circled overhead, poised and awaiting her command. The dangerously possessive fox spirit melted instantly upon being embraced, nuzzling contentedly against her commander, wholly forgetting the incident moments before. Yet the matter was far from resolved. Among the fleet maidens present, some remained blissfully unaware of what a foot massage parlor truly entailed, while others understood perfectly, but exercised admirable restraint. Only two stood beyond restraint: Akaji and Friedrich der Grosse, whose gaze now shimmered with cold, lethal intent. Her logic was chillingly simple. This place had corrupted her child. Fear not, my child. I shall eradicate every obstacle before you. Hear my symphony. Offer up your agony, your dread, your despair. Her ship rig materialized behind her, its colossal artillery barrel already trained upon the hapless foot massage parlor. Stop! Stop, your majesty! Mama! Clutching Akaji to his side, Yang Tianxing sprinted over and seized Friedrich der Grosse as well. In the distance, a purifier disguised as a manta bird stared, utterly bewildered. Is this a joke? Akaji weighs over 36,000 tons. How in the world did the commander lift her like that? The purifier's cognition short-circuited, steam practically rising from its head. Meanwhile, Yang Tianxing remained blissfully unaware of the sheer physical impossibility he had just demonstrated. Strangely, none of the fleet maidens found anything unusual in it. Was it not perfectly natural, indeed entirely expected, that their commander could carry them freely, unburdened by physics or reason? After prolonged apologies, Yang Tianxing finally calmed the fleet maidens down. But why had he reflexively uttered foot massage the moment he saw that parlor? It was preposterous. Fortunately, only Akaji exhibited pathological devotion, while Friedrich der Grosse merely maintained an unusually strict standard toward others. No other maidens displayed comparable agitation. Had that foot massage parlor been obliterated by his fleet maidens at his offhand remark, it would have been an unforgivable transgression. Though perhaps inconsequential in practice, his conscience would never allow it. What? Is there something wrong with that statement? What possible flaw could there be? If the commander deems it acceptable, then it is acceptable. Though Yang Tianxing managed to defuse the incident into little more than a minor portside diversion, Belfast quietly noted it down. Yet, after a brief tour, their collective enthusiasm began to wane. Yang Tianxing, though physically extraordinary, possessed a stamina threshold for shopping far lower than ordinary men, his endurance draining at an alarming rate. Likewise, the fleet maidens' enthusiasm for shopping rose and fell precisely in tandem with their commander's willingness. The moment his interest flagged, they gently suggested returning home. As for purchasing food, clothing, toys, or sundries, there was simply no need. The naval base offered everything, multinational styles included, and all provisions were granted to the commander without cost. Spending money here was utterly redundant. Akashi free, impossible, meow. Even the commander must pay, meow. Halt! I saw you earlier. You must be that newly designated untouchable garrison commander from the new regulation, right? Heh. Which spoiled second-generation brat are you? So timid you need a special port decree to shield you. Just as Yang Tianxing and his entourage prepared to depart, a haughty, arrogant voice rang out from nearby. Yang Tianxing scratched his head. He'd anticipated this. While reading the regulation, most people would comply, but some minds operated on entirely different wiring. Their prenatal vaccines, it seemed, had been administered directly to the skull. Their logic diverged radically from normative cognition, unnoticeable in daily life yet glaringly apparent the moment crisis struck. Still, it hardly mattered, or rather, this young man had arrived at the perfect moment. After all, his recent blunder had briefly angered his beloved fleet maidens. Now here was a ready-made target upon whom they could vent their firepower. A delightfully convenient turn of events. Go, Xue Nu Chen Nu. Teach him a lesson. Yang Tianxing turned and beheld a sullen, sharp-featured youth. At his command, two provocatively clad women charged forward. At that sight, Yang Tianxing's expression darkened instantly. Yang Tianxing immediately sensed that the man was no good upon hearing how he addressed his subordinates. Judging by his appearance, he deduced that the man was not a spiritual entity, yet he had contracted 2 units without any enhancement, only consuming his already scarce spiritual energy. Thus the man's intention was obvious: control. Without needing Yang Tianxing's orders, the Shipgirls themselves raised their rigging. However, at that moment the man suddenly produced a strange scroll and unfurled it toward Yang Tianxing, releasing a crimson radiance. Ha ha ha! You're impressive, but from now on you're mine. I'll cherish you well. The red light was about to fully flare, but then, roar! Boom! Yang Tianxing silently fanned away the dust stirred up by the surging energy, then gazed at the molten trail carved by black-red energy. From 5 meters in front of that man to dozens of kilometers behind him. A chasm as deep as an abyss. He looked down at the rift, pondering. We're here to guard the port, right? But the next moment he shook his head. If there are many such people, then this port being destroyed wouldn't matter. Jiren flapped its wings in the sky, casting a disdainful glance at the spot where that certain someone had been utterly annihilated from this world, then slowly descended beside Yang Tianxing. Yang Tianxing patted its head, once, twice, thrice. He had to pat all 3 heads. Then he turned to his wives. Sorry we came out and encountered such a vile creature. It's okay, Commander. It's not your fault. Yeah, honey. Hee, Commander, if you're still angry, we can have TB dox him and eliminate everyone connected. Commander, rest assured we're fine. The Shipgirls all expressed that they were unharmed, even comforting him and preparing to dox the man. Do it. Do it without delay. What kind of trash dares to say such things? And check what that scroll he used was. Yang Tianxing didn't leave the area with his Shipgirls. This matter wasn't over. He was just a laid-back guy who wanted to live peacefully with his wives, so why did some fools always have to provoke him? I found it, Commander, but the result might disappoint you. TB's figure projected beside him again. Who knew when Shed set that up? Oh, what's the deal? Yang Tianxing casually pulled Laffy into his arms. Only his adorable wives could ease his foul mood. His entire family has just been wiped out. The 2 contract units he enslaved were his last 2 relatives. TB's expression was odd. What the hell? Damn, he's a pure beast. Yang Tianxing's eyes widened, his mind blank. But TB can't quite comprehend. Based on the data I retrieved, those 2 contract units should be male. TB didn't fail to understand. She was just too disgusted to say it. In an instant Yang Tianxing felt his mind itch, a bit dazed yet running so fast it seemed to smoke. Damn, that's beyond beastly, isn't it? Yang Tianxing felt nauseated, his face contorting. But then a wet, soft touch suddenly landed on his cheek, lifting his spirits from the depths to above normal, even surpassing it. Smooch. Laffy smiled happily, seeing her commander in a better mood. However, this scene made Isekai'd pout nearby. Additionally, I found information on the scroll he used. It's a special item that forcibly marks a target, and after defeating them it can compel a subjugation contract. It's commonly used to capture enemies after victory. It's a banned illegal item. TB stated flatly, continuing to add. Based on the scan, when the target appeared, I also detected a scroll called Mind Interference on him. Its effect amplifies rifts between people, even potentially turning them against each other. So that scumbag was really after my wives. If his family weren't already wiped out, I'd have done it myself. Wait, no. You're saying this bastard was after me? Hearing TB's words, Yang Tianxing grew furious. Though the chance of the man defeating him was virtually 0, what if he actually could? What if he really could beat Yang Tianxing? Forget it, even that guy wouldn't believe his own boast. In that brief time, numerous staff and combat units had arrived, encircling Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls from afar. Some staff were already assessing the port's damage. Fortunately, since it was a port, the area was filled with containers, and the man had emerged on a road. So Jiren's attack only destroyed dozens of kilometers of road, and the adjacent containers, causing no other casualties besides the 3 directly hit. What happened here? A robust, middle-aged man with indifferent eyes approached. The soldiers surrounding Yang Tianxing finally saw their leader, letting out a sigh of relief. They weren't fools. None of them could withstand an attack that left a scar-like chasm across the port. If a fight broke out, their only option would be to sacrifice themselves to delay Yang Tianxing. Simply put, someone tried to attack me and I retaliated. For details, there should be plenty of surveillance around. You can check the footage. Yang Tianxing glanced at the imposing, haughty leader and out of politeness gave a brief account. What kind of attitude is that? After causing such massive damage to the port, do you think you can walk away unscathed? The man stared coldly at Yang Tianxing. What attitude? Yang Tianxing looked at the so-called leader putting on airs and couldn't be bothered to engage. Was his attitude really that bad? Is there something wrong with this person's mind? If you have something to say, just say it. What's with this attitude? Attitude, is it? Fine, then I'll show you what my attitude really is. Yang Tianxing couldn't be bothered to maintain any semblance of politeness. Since the other party had no intention of speaking properly, why should he bother being courteous at all? Sensing the rising fury of their commander, the Shipgirls, who had already been in a combat-ready state, and exuding a formidable aura, now radiated an even more terrifying presence. Oh, so you're going to resist the law with violence? Ha, men, dismiss his summoned units first. Kid, let me teach you a lesson now. Don't think that just because your summoned units are strong you're something special. In the face of true power, you are nothing. Don't forget, for powerful but hard to control summoned units, the best countermeasure is to dismiss them. Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted just because of your summoned units? You. Having been in charge for so long, the middle-aged man was certainly not a useless figurehead who only put on airs. He knew perfectly well that Yang Tianxing had merely acted in self-defense. But the problem was the enormous losses incurred. If there was no one to take the fall, he himself would be the scapegoat. So he deliberately put on an arrogant posture, acting in a repulsive manner to provoke Yang Tianxing's dissatisfaction, thereby giving himself a reason to lock Yang Tianxing up. As for how the matter would be explained afterward, wouldn't it be entirely up to him to decide? How is this possible? Just as the middle-aged man was lost in his confident scheming, a voice full of shock and doubt interrupted his thoughts. A special combatant dressed in a white uniform stood there, his face a mask of utter disbelief. Why can't it be dismissed? What? Hearing those words, cold sweat immediately broke out on the middle-aged man. He jerked his head up and saw that Jirian had already gathered energy in its mouth, clearly preparing to attack again. Not only that, but a terrifying sensation of being on the brink of death washed over him. Under this attack he would die. No, wait! The middle-aged man screamed in terror. Wait my ass! Persian cat, kill them all! Did you really think that routine would work on me? My instructor once told me that it's possible to dismiss overly powerful and uncontrollable summoned units. So I'm not surprised at all that you can dismiss regular summoned units. But you can't dismiss my people, can you? That must be quite a shock, huh? Yang Tianxing muttered words like love and bonds that the middle-aged man couldn't understand, then waved his hand and ordered Jirian to attack. If he let this bastard off today, he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the rest of his life. He wasn't stupid. The man was clearly trying to make him the scapegoat. As for the innocent bystanders around, there was nothing to be done. This was their job. When they signed up, they must have been warned about the risks. So they shouldn't complain. They can only blame themselves for having a shitty boss. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. They condensed some kind of special energy and forcefully withstood the attack unleashed by Jirian. But judging by the blood he spat out immediately, he probably couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds. Yet while enduring the attack, he shouted, "Hurry up, evacuate everyone. Leave that bastard behind." As his voice faded, everyone present, except the leader, vanished in an instant, including the strong man who had been spitting blood while withstanding the energy. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. By the time he did, the strong man who had held off Jirian's attack for 2 seconds had already disappeared. Boom! The terrifying energy struck the middle-aged man directly. It was impossible to tell if he had offered any resistance, because in the next instant he was completely annihilated. This time Jirian didn't strafe, so only a massive crater was left behind. Although the crater was deep, no groundwater surged up because its edges had been completely melted and then solidified, forming a kind of waterproof layer. What just happened? Some kind of spatial teleportation ability. Yang Tianxing looked around at the empty ground. The relatively innocent personnel had all been evacuated. Mr. Yang, you've really given me a headache right from the moment you arrived. Lin Xia swayed her self-proclaimed perfect mature figure as she slowly walked toward Yang Tianxing. But her pride gradually faded, replaced by a hint of inferiority. A headache? You don't look like you have one. Didn't you guys just turn that guy into a temporary worker? Just now TB had whispered a few words in Yang Tianxing's ear, letting him know the decision the truly senior official had just made. What the hell, turning a junior leader into a temporary worker? It seems the beauties by your side are not only incredibly strong but also very versatile. I'm truly envious. Sigh, with a spirit entity like you appearing, future spirit entities will have to pay off debts for who knows how long. Lin Xia, knowing from Yang Tianxing's profile that he disliked terms like summoned units, simply changed her wording. Then, seemingly trying to bridge the gap between them, she made a little joke. What debt repayment? Don't drag me into this. It has nothing to do with me. They're just unlucky. Hearing this, Yang Tianxing immediately distanced himself. He could sense she came with good intentions, so he wouldn't put on a sour face. Of course, his final attitude would depend on her sincerity and apology. This isn't a great place to talk. How about we find somewhere else to have a proper discussion? Lin Xia had a terrible headache. After studying Yang Tianxing's personality from the files, she had already issued new regulations to prevent some idiot from provoking this formidable figure. But her subordinates were utterly unreliable, and the situation she dreaded most had still occurred. Fortunately, Yang Tianxing had shown some restraint and hadn't gone on a killing spree, unlike on that previous patchwork island where when they inspected it later they found that even the seabed had sunk by several meters. Heaven knows what kind of firepower he had used. Alright, let's find a place to discuss the compensation for my mental anguish. Seeing her demeanor, Yang Tianxing agreed after a moment's thought. Ayu. At the G3 port in Yang Tianxing's exclusive luxury apartment, his eyes bulged as his hands gripped the bedsheets tightly. But just moments ago, he couldn't hold back any longer and roared out loud. Oh master, can't you take it anymore? Aren't you so fond of foot baths? How can you be so weak after just a few strokes? Belfast chuckled as she eased the pressure on his feet, looking at him with amusement. Wife, I was wrong. Yang Tianxing's face crumpled in dismay. He never imagined that a single careless remark would lead to such torment now. Truly, as the saying goes, heaven's punishment can be endured, but self-inflicted woes are unbearable. With that thought, he lifted his gaze to look behind Belfast. Behind Belfast, shipgirls like New Jersey watched him with eager expressions, each holding a small box that looked quite professional. Their attire wasn't the familiar kind he knew, but their own clothes. At that moment, Yang Tianxing truly understood the meaning of bittersweet pleasure. He swore he would never speak carelessly again. I'm so furious. According to my plan, this shouldn't have happened. But someone paid lip service and was careless in their actions. They've really made things hard for me. Lin Xia flopped wearily onto her bed at home, feeling that cleaning up the mess left by that damned fellow had nearly exhausted her to death. Her figure akin to a file meant she didn't have to worry about discomfort when climbing onto the bed. As if struck by a thought, she looked down and sighed. I never expected that today the most frustrating thing would be my figure. What on earth do those girls eat to grow like that? Could they share the recipe? On the other side, her mentor looked at the list she submitted after negotiating with Yang Tianxing and sighed helplessly before approving it. Since Yang Tianxing had little need for material goods, the so-called spiritual compensation they negotiated mainly consisted of skills that piqued his interest. These skills were crafted from the insights of predecessors, combined with energy diagrams produced through repeated efforts. They couldn't be used instantly like in a game. One still needed to comprehend them. However, the success rate was quite high, over 80. But there were many limitations, as many skills couldn't be made into such items. Throttle increases permanent summon unit count by 1. Optimization increases permanent summon unit count by 1. Efficiency. Your spiritual coverage expands faster and grants a degree of perception. At that time, Belfast's naval guns were pressed against Lin Xia's head, but Lin Xia insisted that even if she were blown to bits, this was the best offer she could make. In the end, Yang Tianxing, who had been thinking of trying his luck anyway, left cheerfully with his shipgirls, never expecting that once they reached the residence the shipgirls would pull such a stunt. But honestly, it felt amazing. Lying in bed, he glanced at the Persian cat and Ulrich in his arms, then at his other wives, his heart brimming with happiness. They say home flowers aren't as fragrant as wild ones, but in Yang Tianxing's eyes home flowers were the sweetest. Later he learned that because the G3 port was about to be attacked, most non-essential industries nearby had already evacuated. Even if he had wanted a foot bath, he would have had to do it himself. The shops they visited that day were still open only to ensure that the summoned defenders had a place to buy things. They would close on the eve of the Black Sea offensive. Yang Tianxing stopped his idle thoughts and glanced at his wives again, musing that if they were ordinary girlfriends they'd be giving him the cold shoulder, let alone playing little games with him. Strangely, he felt a surge of confidence. He thought he was up for it again. This time he voluntarily doubled his daily tasks. Question marks began to float over the heads of the shipgirls, who had just fallen asleep, quickly turning into exclamation marks. Then came all sorts of sweet calls. Hey Commander, aren't you eating dinner? Long Wu's voice carried a hint of confusion. It's fine, I'll have something else. Commander. Before Yang Tianxing could open his eyes, he felt a fuzzy little thing gently brushing against his face. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Akashi's green cat tail. What's wrong? He casually grabbed Akashi and pulled her into his arms. Last night, after I taught everyone the skills, I studied them all night and managed to create the finished product. Meow. Once in his arms, Akashi's catgirl instincts kicked in, and she quickly found a comfortable position nuzzling her head against him. Finished product. What finished product? Aren't those skills supposed to be learned by studying specialized data crystals? Yang Tianxing adjusted his hold to make her more comfortable. Commander shouldn't underestimate everyone, meow. Akashi grinned and produced a bracelet. What's this? Yang Tianxing took it curiously. We analyzed those 3 skills, had TB optimize them, and then Meow used cube energy to recreate new data crystals which we call skill cubes, meow. Then we installed them into this bracelet, meow. Now Commander just needs to wear this bracelet and insert the corresponding skill cube to use those skills, even without mastering them completely, meow. Most importantly, after wearing it for a while, the skill cube will be fully mastered by the Commander, meow. As she spoke, her cute green tail wagged like an electric fan. That impressive. Without any hesitation, Yang Tianxing slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. The moment he put it on, he felt a surge of power flow into his body. What is this? At that instant, he could easily sense that the number of shipgirls he could maintain in combat mode had increased to 12. They had boosted the 2-1 skills to 3. Was this what Akashi meant by some optimization? This was incredible, as expected of the scientists from Azalane. Actually, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be possible to enhance this much because a person's mental energy is limited, meow. But we found an alternative approach, meow. As Akashi spoke, she flicked her tail, rapidly evading the Commander's reaching hand. Of course, it wasn't that she truly disliked it. It was just that cats love to play. An alternative approach. Yang Tianxing's face was etched with confusion. That's right. We also embedded an energy cube inside the bracelet, meow, directly used to help the Commander maintain his energy, meow. As Akashi spoke, her gaze shifted evasively for some reason, as if she were hiding something from Yang Tianxing. I was wondering why I felt so endlessly energetic after putting this on. Are you sure this is only meant to assist me in using my skills? Yang Tianxing suddenly had the feeling he had fallen into another trap. Meow. Akashi immediately acted cute in his arms. You didn't channel most of the cube's energy into boosting my stamina, did you? Couldn't you have let me maintain the combat forms of more shipgirls? Yang Tianxing grumbled as he pet the cat. It's not possible, meow. We tested it. Maybe it's a logic algorithm issue or something else. In any case, the energy required to maintain each additional unit increases exponentially, meow. So we only increased the count to the current number for now without adding more, meow. Well, wait until we optimize the algorithm, meow. Wait, Commander. Meow, 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 meow. At that moment, the other shipgirls were also woken by the noise. Blinking sleepily, they instinctively gravitated toward the Commander. At 10 o'clock, when everyone finally got up for breakfast, Long Wu pouted, looking very displeased. She had prepared her meal long ago, but no one came for ages. When she looked into the bedroom, they hadn't even called her. So, frustrating. It took Yang Tianxing a great deal of effort to soothe her into her current state. Even then, the little dragon girl demanded that the Commander hold her all day today, after a meal that was neither breakfast nor lunch. Yang Tianxing began his daily summoning. However, since they were outside, not in the port summoning hall, the effects were far less impressive. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Refreshing, Completely confused, Nagato put down her soda and looked around blankly. She wore a loose off-shoulder short-sleeve top, with the words Retirement Supreme in black on the white chest area accented with blue stripes. On one foot, she had a blue and white striped long sock. That was it. What? Panties? In the port district, who wears panties? Oh, and a uniquely styled headset rested atop her long hair. Am I summoned here? She looked around and instinctively locked eyes on Yang Tianxing. Commander, languidly lying down, Nagato reached out her hands for a hug. Yang Tianxing sighed and walked over, scooping her up. With her slacker demeanor, he was sure she would lie there until her snacks were gone and her cola finished if he didn't move her. Commander wants some happy water. Even as Yang Tianxing carried her aside, Nagato didn't forget to grab her soda. Yang Tianxing took a swig without hesitation. In the game Magical Line, no matter which initial shipgirl you chose, Javelin Laffy or Z23, you would always end up with a Nagato. In a sense, the true initial shipgirl might be Nagato. But Yang Tianxing, feeling Nagato seated in the crook of his arm, sensed the peculiar texture and twitched the corner of his mouth. Not wearing panties was nice, but better left for indoors. Next up is the next one. Yang Tianxing activated the summoning art again. This time when the new shipgirl appeared, she didn't speak or make a sound. The girl simply scanned her surroundings with crimson eyes, as if ready for battle at any moment. Commander! The girl had a pair of redand white mechanical ears on her head. She wore a modified off-shoulder sailor top with blue and white fluttering sleeves added to her arms paired with white stockings looking quite adorable. However, her skirt didn't seem to have been lengthened, leaving it prone to accidental exposure. But Yang Tianxing didn't mind much, as the shipgirls knew about his summoning, and sometimes wore clothes he liked. They only switched to conservative outfits when going out to fight. However, the moment she saw Yang Tianxing, the girl appeared before him at almost teleportation speed. Standing in front of him, her large eyes stared straight into his. What else could Yang Tianxing do? He had to hug her. Welcome to my side, Ayanami. Yang Tianxing spoke and instinctively touched Ayanami's mechanical ear. Then he gently pinched her cute real ear. The ears aren't real, but I'm glad the commander likes them. Ayanami's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled into Yang Tianxing's embrace. Though a stoic girl, once Ayanami fell deeply in love with the commander, she was unexpectedly very cute. You're finally here. Javelin pulled Laffy along, beaming with joy. Now the big three had gathered, three of them. Only the serious and adorable Z-23 was still waiting for Yang Tianxing's summoning back at the port. Watching the three interact, Yang Tianxing smiled contentedly. But then he suddenly remembered something and leaned close to Ayanami. Hey Ayanami, can I see your swordship cutter? Truth be told, Yang Tianxing had always thought Ayanami's swordship cutter looked incredibly cool. He had to play with it today. Hearing his request, Ayanami nodded and produced her swordship cutter. She gently tapped the cutter on the ground. But even though Ayanami was extremely careful, the nearly 2,000-ton weight still made the building they were in tremble. Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. He didn't think he could lift that thing. Fortunately, Ayanami remembered that he probably couldn't handle it, so she reduced its weight. Then, as if offering a treasure, she handed it to Yang Tianxing. Yang Tianxing took Ayan's ship-cutting blade and studied it carefully, while he swung it a couple of times to look cool. There was no need for Yang Tianxing to inform Ayan and Nagato about the current situation, because even Nagato, a homebody, was constantly paying attention to the news from the port. He checked the time. Summoning was useless. It had only been about 10 minutes or so for a chat. Then Yang Tianxing gave Ayan and Nagato a brief tour of their temporary residence. Since there was nothing to do, and because of yesterday's incident, Yang Tianxing didn't feel like taking the shipgirls out for a stroll. He couldn't understand why those people around him had such flawed minds. Indeed, as higher-dimensional beings, shipgirls naturally exerted some attraction on lower-dimensional entities. But it was just attraction, not some kind of charm spell. Why did those few act like they were on drugs, recklessly seeking death? He simply couldn't comprehend it. Of course, it would be abnormal if the shipgirls didn't attract anyone's attention at all, because most normal people would take a few extra glances upon seeing beautiful women. But in Yang Tianxing's past life before reincarnation, who would approach a beautiful woman who already had a partner to hit on her? There were, and quite a few. Damn it. Well, Yang Tianxing admitted it was normal for shipgirls to be targeted by others, as they were simply too beautiful. But it was abnormal for people to charge in mindlessly even after realizing the shipgirls' immense power. Anyone with half a brain would have devised a plan. Just then Yang Tianxing suddenly realized something. To make them fear, he needed to show them the shipgirls' strength. However, the shipgirls' power seemed to be mostly known through rumors. Although there had been quite a few battles, most were fought without others' knowledge. Only the coalition government had a clear picture. The only battle everyone was aware of was the one at the front line. But even then, the shipgirls attacked from dozens of kilometers away given their range. Moreover, Yang Tianxing's mental coverage was limited, so people at the front line only knew that some powerful combat unit existed, but they didn't know who or what it was. Thus, only the coalition government had a clear understanding. This resulted in most people not knowing how strong the shipgirls truly were. They only knew that the shipgirls were beautiful and captivating, and that Yang Tianxing was just a rookie commander who had recently taken office. So that explains it. But after this battle and the news of me dealing with that official spread, there should be fewer, or at least very few people bothering us, right? Yang Tianxing stroked his chin deep in thought. Since he had nothing else to do, he set up a commander's office and began handling official business with a serious, pretentious demeanor. But before he could keep up the act for long, "Commander, you have a video call from your classmate Liang. Shall I connect?" TB suddenly projected beside Yang Tianxing. A call from Liang. Yang Tianxing was startled. Since the duel with Zhang Tianxi, it had been 14 days. Don't ask why he remembered so clearly. He now had exactly 16 shipgirls, and the last 4 were summoned in pairs. But he didn't immediately tell TB to connect the call. Instead, he looked at Long Wu in his arms. Long Wu, being clever, adjusted her clothes and switched to a conservative outfit. Get down from the commander's lap. No way, that was impossible. Besides, they were having French cuisine for lunch. Why French? Because Belfast excelled at it. As for Long Wu, she intended to cling to her beloved commander all day, refusing to let go. It was her due reward. Seeing Long Wu changed, Yang Tianxing nodded and signaled TB to connect the call. Hey Tianxing, long time no see. It's been half a month. On the other end of the video call, a somewhat disheveled Li Yang smiled and greeted Yang Tianxing. But soon his smile faded. Can someone tell me where that cute little dragon girl in Yang Tianxing's arms came from? Why call me now? Having trouble. Yang Tianxing returned the greeting and got straight to the point. Actually, the class monitor is setting up a group call for an online reunion. He says it's been half a month, so we should catch up and strengthen our bonds. Are you ready? If so, I'll switch you to the group video. Li Yang smiled, though a bit awkwardly, with a hint of trust that his friend wouldn't be taken advantage of. It seemed Li Yang's disheveled state was related to this online reunion. A class reunion, after all, everyone knew the drill. Mostly bragging and showing off. After half a month, some classmates must have made progress in some area and wanted to flaunt it. But who to show off to? Naturally, their former classmates. All right, Yang Tianxing nodded. He was curious to see what tricks his classmates would pull. Soon the video call was merged into a group call, and the virtual screen expanded, displaying the videos of various classmates. Hey Yang Tianxing, long time no see. Zhang Tianxi waved at Yang Tianxing. He was now much more confident than before without that hollow look. It seemed the prescription Yang Tianxing gave him was very effective. This was evident from He Xiaoxiao, who no longer had that haggard look. But Yang Tianxing only glanced at him, as He Xiaoxiao had never been relevant to him. He was a magnanimous person. Every time he ambushed He Xiaoxiao, it reset his grudge. Tianxing, how have you been lately? Class monitor Fenghua said with a smile, pretending to be close to Yang Tianxing. In reality, Yang Tianxing only counted Li Yang and Zhao Ming as friends. But in Fenghua's eyes, there seemed to be a hidden shadow. His gaze also fell on the little dragon girl Long Wu, who was sitting upright in Yang Tianxing's arms, looking extremely dignified. Whatever breed of dragon girl she was, in most people's minds a dragon girl could never be a symbol of low rank or weakness. And Yang Tianxing had actually contracted a dragon girl. This was naturally unpleasant in the eyes of Fenghua, who was eager to flaunt his own achievements, adding a shadow to his gaze. How have I been doing lately? A faint smile curled upon Yang Tianxing's lips as he heard the other's earnest inquiry. Well, it's been nearly half a month since I technically graduated. Or rather started my internship. In this era, especially for those of us assigned to frontier defense, we've all been dispatched to reclaim the wastelands. There's hardly any room for social niceties, so most of us aren't as polished or tactful as those who've spent real time navigating society. Exactly. How have you been? Did you know? Li Yang's awakened RV is incredible. It can even transform. It can fight and serve as a temporary shelter. Even eating sand out in the desert feels a lot more bearable, Zhao Ming said, slinging an arm around Li Yang's shoulder. The two appeared together in both video calls, clearly stationed at the same garrison. As for why they called separately, it was probably to avoid standing too close and being mistaken for a couple. They parted ways soon after. Oh, so you've ended up with Zhao Ming after all. Yang Tianxing glanced between Li Yang and Zhao Ming, his face brimming with curiosity, as if eager to ship them. Of course, he was only putting on this act to annoy them. No, absolutely not. How could you think that? Don't talk nonsense. Li Yang grew flustered instantly, as if his earlier disheveled state had something to do with such rumors. Seeing Li Yang's sudden agitation, Yang Tianxing seemed to grasp why Head looked so frazzled earlier. Were there a few Fujoshi in their class? Interesting, very interesting. Enough of that, Tianxing. How did you get that little dragon girl in your arms? Any secret? Did you summon her? What kind of offering did you use to attract her? The class monitor Zhulan fired off questions like a machine gun. You'll be disappointed. She's mine alone. Yang Tianxing made his stance crystal clear, gently stroking Long Wu's little head. Long Wu, who had been sitting upright with a stern expression, couldn't hold it in anymore. She turned to look at Yang Tianxing, her large eyes brimming with adoration. Damn, Yang Tianxing, you beast. Don't tell me you. A nameless classmate pointed at him in shock. Before he could finish, Long Wu shot him a glare. If you don't know, don't spout nonsense. In a sense, I'm older than your grandmother. Angered by the insult to her commander, Long Wu would have launched a ship cannon to send him to the afterlife if he weren't so far away. What? The nameless classmate was utterly bewildered. Speaking of which, Tianxing, I still vividly remember your duel with Zhang Tianxi during the collective awakening. With such a powerful summoned unit, how are you faring now? Just as the nameless classmate was left speechless by Long Wu's words, Fenghua suddenly spoke up again. Clearly, he was displeased that Yang Tianxing's response had been interrupted by Li Yong and Zhao Ming earlier. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Ahem, almost missed your question. Yang Tianxing pretended to slip up, but it was clearly a tease. It's been pretty average. A few days ago, I stopped eating sand in the desert. Now I'm out at sea drinking the sea breeze. You know the sea breeze is way more pleasant than sand. At least it's easier to swallow. Yang Tianxing adjusted the camera angle to show the ocean outside the window. How is that possible? I remember your family isn't that wealthy. How could you finish your internship and set up your own garrison so quickly? Though lacking in social grace, Fenghua managed to restrain himself from overreacting, but his envious tone was unmistakable. Yang Tianxing deliberately paused, wondering if anyone would doubt his current location. But clearly, no one did. While there might be a few dullards, no one was picking a fight or showing overt prejudice. Why would anyone antagonize him for no reason? Especially since Yang Tianxing had demonstrated his extraordinary combat prowess before everyone went their separate ways. You're right, my family's circumstances are modest. My parents certainly can't afford an endless supply of desolate beast carcasses for reclamation. Yang Tianxing nodded as if confirming the point. So how did you manage it? Zhu Lan's curiosity was piqued. It's actually something we all know. Crossing the front lines to hunt stronger desolate beasts just like the teacher mentioned. Yang Tianxing wore an expression as if asking, do I really need to teach you this again? Hearing this, the students suddenly looked ashamed. It had only been a short while since they left the teacher, and they hadn't even graduated yet. Yet they'd already forgotten everything. How is that possible? How could you beat? Damn, you actually can. Fenghua's face fell as realization dawned, and he slumped onto the table in defeat. Can't you just let me have my moment? I've worked so hard to restore the garrison's environment to a decent level, ranking among the top in recovery progress. But why at the very start of this online class reunion does Zhang Tianxi have to show up and throw money around to complete his garrison's governance? I'm not a tryhard. And then you Yang Tianxing, you are even more ruthless. You brute forced your way through with sheer strength. SVIP member Zhang Tianxi sent Fenghua a gift clown's red nose. Seeing this notification, Fenghua nearly choked on his breath, but he held back. After all, he was the one who organized this online reunion. If he as the host bailed, it would become a joke. Actually, class monitor, your progress is pretty good as long as you don't compare yourself to those two freaks. One has money power, the other has superpowers. A sweet female voice chuckled, though Yang Tianxing couldn't quite recall her role. Feng Yuesheng, you're the last person I want comfort from. Also, I saw on your chat that you're looking for a boyfriend, and you want someone from our class. Fenghua gazed at Feng Yuesheng with a worried expression, seemingly reluctant to engage with him. I really like guys like the class monitor, you know. Feng Yuesheng stared intently at Fenghua, his eyes shimmering with a star-like brilliance. As Feng Yuesheng spoke, especially when he confessed to Fenghua, the chattering classmates in the communication channel gradually fell silent, particularly the boys who stopped talking altogether as if afraid of catching Feng Yuexing's attention. Hey, why did everyone stop talking? Feng Yuesheng seemed puzzled as to why they all went quiet when he spoke. Can you swear that you won't look for a boyfriend among the boys in our class? A nameless classmate spoke up weakly. Why not? I know everyone in the class well, we're all familiar with each other, so I want to date the boys here. Feng Yuesheng looked confused. Hearing this, the girls began to cover their mouths and snicker. But damn it, you're a guy too. Fenghua watched the video of Feng Yuesheng, who was far more beautiful than any girl, and couldn't accept it. If they hadn't seen each other in the restroom back then, who would have known that what he had was bigger than his own? Haha, enough teasing. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Feng Yuesheng suddenly changed the topic, and a dashing girl's face appeared on the screen. The girl's first impression was that of a tomboy. Seeing this, everyone's lips twitched. This effeminate guy paired with a tomboy seemed acceptable. Yang Tianxing chatted with the classmates for a while longer, and they all hung up the communication around noon. Food is the priority of the day. Skipping a meal is unthinkable. Nobody would waste time on a long phone call at the expense of eating unless it was a girlfriend or wife on the line. One wouldn't dare hang up on a wife. Yang Tianxing ended the call and carried Long Wu to the dining hall. Lunch was quite satisfying as expected from a perfect maid. The portion size was just right considering they had eaten less than 2 hours earlier. Fortunately, the French cuisine wasn't too heavy, so they could manage the extra food. In the afternoon, Yang Tianxing had planned to stay in his assigned apartment, but since he had joined the summoning, he couldn't ignore the invitation to the meeting. especially when the leader named Lin Xia personally came to invite him. With the commander on the move, the Shipgirls naturally had to follow. After all, from any perspective, the Shipgirls wouldn't let Yang Tianxing face danger alone. Of course, for certain reasons, only 12 Shipgirls capable of combat accompanied him. Nagato, Longwu, Akashi, and Laffy returned directly to the port. Nagato was a recluse who rarely fought unless necessary. Longwu wasn't fond of fighting either, though she wished the commander would hold her all day. But when it came to serious matters, she was considerate. Akashi, as a repair ship, wasn't a standard combat unit, so naturally she wouldn't participate. Laffy needed to sleep. When Yang Tianxing arrived at the office, he found many other guardians present. It seems they're going to discuss the war strategy. He thought to himself, I've called you all here to assign combat positions to the outstanding guardians among you. This time it wasn't Lin Xia speaking, but her mentor, the overall commander of the operation. Zhou Yue assigned positions to everyone present. Yang Tianxing looked at his assigned position, then glanced at the others. After confirming for 2 minutes that no one would jump up claiming his position was unreasonable, and demanding a swap due to some brainless logic, Yang Tianxing secretly sighed in relief. However, just as he relaxed, a voice interrupted him. Commander, I don't understand. Why is Guardian Yang Tianxing assigned so close to the front lines? I don't think this is a reasonable arrangement. Based on my intelligence, Guardian Yang's summoned units have extremely long attack ranges. There's no need for him to fight so close to the enemy. He should be in the rear, maximizing his firepower advantage, not acting as a meat shield at the front. A middle-aged guardian stood up, looking displeased at Zhou Yue. Why the displeasure? Naturally, because in his eyes, if Yang Tianxing could unleash his firepower from the rear, it would reduce risks for everyone else involved in the battle. Placing such a powerful guardian at the front would waste his immense firepower, forcing others to protect him and maintain the firing point. Regarding this issue, we've discussed it at length, and the current option is the result of our deliberations. Zhou Yue nodded with a smile and gestured for the middle-aged man to sit down. He glanced at Yang Tianxing, who seemed unconcerned, then spoke. We did consider having Yang Tianxing provide stronger firepower from the rear, but after calculations we found this plan wasn't ideal, so it was discarded. Zhou Yue looked at the middle-aged man with a helpless smile. Hearing this, everyone curiously glanced at Yang Tianxing, then back at Zhou Yue. The actual reason is that Guardian Yang's special summoned units are extremely powerful. If placed in the rear, their artillery fire might not always hit only the invading enemies. Zhou Yue roughly gestured, implying that the Shipgirls' attack range was too wide and could hit the guardians at the front. For instance, Musashi's attacks might blast through the guardians along the way. Moreover, in their view, the Shipgirls had longer ranges, allowing them to strike the Black Sea Fleet before it approached their positions, eliminating some enemies. After hearing Zhou Yue's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded in understanding and sat back down. Yang Tianxing had already noticed his position was somewhat forward, but he didn't mind. Distance meant little to him, and Musashi couldn't perform well in the rear. As for flank attacks, the command was also worried about Yang Tianxing being surrounded. After discussing further details, the meeting concluded. Yang Tianxing decided to take the Shipgirls for a stroll outside, thinking that, after the previous incident, those people should have learned their lesson by now. If anyone still dared to harbor such intentions, he would stand on his head. Cough, drink milk tea upside down. A flicker of ominous foreboding crossed his mind, and he quickly corrected himself. But the next moment, an imposing commander blocked his path. Without a second thought, Yang Tianxing immediately donned his battle armor. He thrust forward with the ram-like weapon from his armor, striking without hesitation. No matter who you were, head hit first and ask later. Hearing the cry that escaped, Yang Tianxing nearly dropped his weapon. He looked closely and realized that the person seemed to be a woman. Damn it, he had acted too hastily. He stared at the woman he had sent flying into the wall. Her body was shattered, bones piercing through skin, and an artery seemed damaged, blood spurting wildly. He realized this was trouble. But before he could deploy a Manju Elite damage control team, whether it would help or not, he'd try it first. She suddenly pulled herself out of the wall, her wounds healing at a visible speed. Ah, my dear Commander Tianxing, could you hit me again? Her eyes burned with a perverse longing, fixed intently on Yang Tianxing. What? Yang Tianxing was stunned. What did this mean? Was she after him? He silently stepped back, not out of fear, but to avoid getting blood on him. The next moment, a Shikigami fighter jet whizzed past, carrying the woman away. Get lost and don't come back. Yang Tianxing watched her fly off into the distance, figuring she'd be fine. With her regenerative abilities, she probably wouldn't die. Commander Yang Yu seemed quite shocked. Just as he was about to leave with the Shipgirls, a refined voice sounded from behind. This area was densely populated with commanders, so a voice from any direction wasn't surprising. Yang Tianxing turned to look. He saw a handsome older man, but after comparing, he decided the man wasn't as good-looking as himself. He noticed a trace of helplessness in the older man's eyes. Wait, you don't mean? Yang Tianxing thought of a possibility. To be precise, you're the last male commander she's harassed. Besides, she doesn't really want a relationship. She's just a pure masochist who wants to be beaten. The older man sighed helplessly, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, though it was unclear what he regretted. Seriously, there are that many weirdos. Yang Tianxing stepped past his Shipgirls to face the older man. After you stay in your own territory long enough, you'll develop some mental issues too. Wait, maybe I should find more people to keep me company. The older man glanced at the Shipgirls, then at Yang Tianxing, and concluded that this guy wouldn't suffer mental issues from loneliness. With that, the older man waved and left. His erratic behavior suggested he too had some mental problems. Yang Tianxing watched him go, then quickly called his wives to get away from this area. These people were clearly not right in the head. It was best to keep his distance. On the way out, he saw a commander embracing and kissing a robot that was purely mechanical with no human features at all. He also saw another commander guarding a car with hearts in his eyes. There were some normal ones too, but Yang Tianxing couldn't bear to look anymore. He quickened his pace with the Shipgirls, instructing TB to search for data on the probability of mental issues among sea-based commanders. According to statistics, the probability of sea-based commanders developing mild to severe mental disorders is as high as 78. Experts speculate that this is likely due to the harsh living conditions and severe pollution of the Black Sea environment, which prevents the release of negative emotions over time. The experts suggest occasionally leaving the command island to visit home. As TB said the last sentence, the corner of her mouth twitched. If we could go back any time, who would have mental issues? I see. That explains why my teachers always advised us students pursuing the commander path to find a partner early. It was so we'd have someone on the island. Yang Tianxing shook his head helplessly. While it was a solution, it wasn't for everyone. After all, fate can't be forced. A forced relationship wouldn't help withstand the mental pressure on the island. It might even turn someone into a pervert. Well, the guy he'd killed earlier was a case in point, wasn't he? At that moment, Yang Tianxing felt everything click. But then he stopped abruptly. So with all of us out here, Beifong is alone at home. She must feel lonely too. Me. I'm fine. TB shook her head, then quickly corrected herself, realizing something. Beifong has plenty of manjuas to keep her company. She'll be fine. Yang Tianxing looked at TB suspiciously. He knew his intelligence was average at best, but that didn't mean he was deaf. He silently led the group back to their temporary apartment. Then he stared at TB's projection, just watching. Commander. TB's projection stepped back slightly. Yang Tianxing stepped forward. TB stepped back again. Yang Tianxing advanced once more. TB gave up resisting. All right, Commander. The truth is, a fortress island built just recently, even with a cube installed, can't give birth to a real shipgirl. So to ensure Beifong base's transformation didn't fail, I had to import my data into it. Under Yang Tianxing's unwavering gaze, TB couldn't hold out any longer. It worked better than any form of torture. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yang Tianxing moved closer to TB, but stopped just short of passing through her projection. TB silently averted her gaze. Tell the commander. Was she joking? Didn't she have any pride? The sirens were now all. There were many people around here. She would surely be ridiculed, wouldn't she? Especially at night, the commander was utterly indiscriminate. According to her statistics, as long as one's mental age was mature enough, the commander truly dared to make a move. She couldn't even bear to imagine a certain scene. That was simply too depraved. Tisk, why did it feel increasingly thrilling the more she thought about it? Forget it, forget it. She would just import more data and grow a bit older first. She was determined to taste the power of that so-called bond, to see just how formidable it truly was. Meanwhile, at the northern fortress, after Yang Tianxing and his group had departed, the north, which had completely entered a shutdown state, suddenly opened its eyes. How much should I adjust it? Let's go with Laffy's proportions. As the north, no zero, uttered these words, a radiant glow gradually emanated from her form. Yet, as more of Zero's power flowed in the entire northern fortress, Zero Fortress began to undergo transformations. Gazing at the TB before him, Yang Tianxing found it impossible to scold her. He let out a helpless sigh, deciding to temporarily let her off, planning to thoroughly reprimand her once they returned. Finding nothing else to do, Yang Tianxing pondered and resolved to take a midday nap. The moment his plan was announced, it felt as though he was instantly surrounded by his ship girls, as if they had teleported. Ulrich von Hutten even moved first, directly pressing her lips to Yang Tianxing's. "Hey, this is my midday nap, not the noon mission." Yang Tianxing let out a cry of despair. "It wouldn't hurt to add one more meow." Akashi, watching the commander, swished her tail without restraint. It was as if she were retaliating against someone for waking up early today and acting like Straw Hat Luffy. At that moment, Nagato and Ayunami, one embodying a ghost, and the other a demon, forcibly squeezed into their beloved commander's embrace. Just as the Shipgirls were about to succeed, an explosion suddenly echoed from outside. "What's happening? Let's go check it out," Yang Tianxing said, dashing out with Nagato and Ayunami in his arms. The group of Shipgirls exchanged glances, a flicker of displeasure at the interruption flashing in their eyes. Yet they were powerless at most, planning to find an excuse to eliminate the troublemakers later. Soon Yang Tianxing, holding Nagato and Ayunami, reached the window closest to the explosion and peered out. There he saw two groups of people seemingly engaged in a battle. Both sides had similar lineups. 7 individuals each, including one spiritual entity. Based on the spiritual energy and contract energy radiating from them, Yang Tianxing could roughly deduce that both parties were partners bound by an equal contract. They were not bound by ownership or slave contracts. What are they doing? It looks quite interesting. Nagato, producing chips and soda from somewhere, placed a chip into her own mouth, then fed one to Yang Tianxing and Ayunami each. Then Yang Tianxing, along with the Shipgirls who had arrived, watched the skirmish below. His gaze was relatively normal, but the Shipgirls' stares were as terrifying as bone-scraping blades. These people who had interrupted their noon mission. If not for the commander's presence, they truly wished to unleash a full broadside. Meanwhile, below, the two groups who were merely sparring rather than fighting for real suddenly halted. They sensed some terrifying presence watching them. After stopping, they glanced around and quickly noticed Yang Tianxing's group. Why did you stop?" Yang Tianxing munched on chips handed by Nagato and sipped cola offered by Ayunami. "What bliss!" "Ha!" One of the leading girls below, seeing Yang Tianxing's infuriatingly smug demeanor, let out an involuntary sound of annoyance. "You mean we're fighting down here just to entertain you? Ha! We're done. Guys, let's just stare at him instead." Both sides wore genuine high-end attire capable of providing strong defense and special functions. Each piece was exorbitantly priced, and some were even unavailable for purchase. Clearly they were like Zhang Tianxi, rich kids who had bought their way through internship tasks and come to see, perhaps from generations of wealth. "Oh, so you're challenging me?" Yang Tianxing paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Then, "Honey, I've got ice cream. Want some?" New Jersey approached, asking if he wanted some, but already offering a small spoonful of ice cream to his lips. Yang Tianxing savored it with delight. Meanwhile, the 14 youths below twitched their mouths, their expressions turning odd and displeased. One girl stood up, approached her boyfriend, took a sip of water, and then kissed him. Seeing this, the others followed suit, glaring back at Yang Tianxing. He was momentarily stunned by their actions. What was this? What were they doing? Did they really engage in overly intimate acts with their lovers just to flaunt and satisfy some strange competitive urge? If so, Yang Tianxing would declare defeat outright. He could never do such a thing. Yet, at that moment, he felt the scorching gazes of his wives. Silently, he slammed the window shut with its privacy film. "Haha, he's still pretending. What a wimp." The youths burst into laughter. The girl who had impulsively fed her boyfriend water was now red-faced like a monkey's bottom. Just as they were about to leave, the window suddenly reopened. Curious, they looked over. The same man stood by the window, but now his hair was disheveled, his collar messy, his breathing rapid, and his face slightly flushed. Yang Tianxing opened the window only to flip them off. Provoked by them, today's noon mission seemed unavoidable. The next moment, the youths saw several fluffy foxtails whisk Yang Tianxing away from the window, closing it behind him. What just happened? What does it mean? Anyone get it? A girl in the crowd whispered, though her face was already crimson. No idea. Looks like he got angry. One boy said, staring at the now shut window deep in thought. Forget it. One of the boys expressed his disdain for Yang Tianxing, and then the group returned to their dwelling 3 floors below Yang Tianxing's. A few hours later, evening had fallen. Yang Tianxing stared helplessly at the ceiling, idly gathering a few fluffy large tails into his arms, glancing at Nagato and Isekai'd beside him. Sigh, can't these youngsters find something else to do? Can't they temporarily help distract me? They had to ignite them all at once. How is a man supposed to live? Yang Tianxing pondered, mulling over how to exact revenge on those dozen or so youths. Yet he felt that all the ideas he came up with were a bit too violent. For instance, firing a black hole cannon seemed excessively lethal. Boom! Yang Tianxing only had time to hear a violent explosion. Then, in the next moment, he felt a shockwave hit. The bedroom's glass suddenly shattered, countless shards exploding toward them. Enemy attack! Javelin's usually energetic voice had vanished, replaced now by coldness and hatred. The flying glass shards struck the girls, sparking bursts of light against their forms. As for the fragments heading toward Yang Tianxing, they were thoroughly blocked by a dozen large foxtails. Well, to be precise, Yang Tianxing was tightly bound by those tails. In an instant, the girls had completed their combat transformation, also changing into their attire. Simultaneously, the sharp wail of air raid sirens had begun outside the apartment. What the hell is going on? Sensing temporary safety, the dozen large tails finally released Yang Tianxing, who then donned his armor. Yang Tianxing's armor had recently undergone another upgrade. Through the efforts of the port's researchers, while this set of armor might not be highly offensive, its defensive and survival capabilities were maximized. Commander's indestructible armor. Single injury does not exceed 10 of current armor durability. Minimum single damage is 1 of maximum armor durability. After each injury has a chance to be invincible for 10s, cooldown 20s. Gains a shield of 20 maximum armor durability every 20s. Gains a shield that fixes injury to 1 armor durability for 5s every 20s. Armor defense attribute increases by 20 every 20s. Armor movement speed increases by 20 every 20s. Within the commander's spiritual coverage. Converts all enemy health recovery into equal damage and restores equal damage to our health armor durability. When health first drops below 30, recovers 5 of maximum armor durability every 5s for 30s. When health first drops below 25, immediately recovers 20 of maximum armor durability. When first receiving fatal damage, locks at 1 armor durability and restores 10 of all allies' maximum health armor durability while being invincible for 8s. Upon receiving fatal damage, again evades that damage. And Guy. Seeing that the commander had already donned his armor, the Shipgirls formed a protective formation and leaped out of the apartment with Yang Tianxing. By now, the entire port was engulfed in flames and wails. The port, which had been dark under the night sky, was now illuminated by fire reflecting on every panicked face. What on earth is happening? Yang Tianxing finally snapped out of his daze. It wasn't that he hadn't reacted. He had been stunned by the explosion. His spiritual power instantly expanded, scanning everything within range. Detected Black Sea signal. The enemy has arrived 7 days earlier than estimated. While Yang Tianxing was still conducting his spiritual scan, TB's voice rang out from beside him. Yang Tianxing ceased his spiritual scan. There was something on the sea like a gray mist that made it difficult for his spiritual power to probe what lay within, even if it could cover the area. It seems we can't proceed with the battle as planned. Now, we'll have to adapt. As he spoke, Yang Tianxing directly deployed the combined fleet. This time he clearly felt that the combined fleet's drain on his mental energy had significantly decreased. This was likely because he could now directly maintain 12 shipgirls in combat, needing only to keep the other 4 in the combined fleet. Aircraft carriers, launch your planes. Open up the battlefield for us and seize air superiority, then commence aerial fire suppression. Battleships, wait for the field of vision to open, then select high-threat targets for destruction. Destroyers and cruisers, assume escort duties. Repair ships, be ready to restore our injuries at all times. Yang Tianxing had never commanded anything like this before. What little he learned at school mostly covered combined tactics suitable for small squads. Though his group was a small squad, in reality they were one invincible warship after another. In other words, this was actually a fleet. Where would a school teach fleet command? Or under normal circumstances, who could summon an entire fleet in succession? So he devised his own tactic. Simply put, it was carrier-based aircraft bombing, battleship artillery, bombardment destroyer, and cruiser torpedo sniping, supplemented by gunfire and escort duties. There was no special core combat philosophy. To put it simply, just bomb everything. If more precise command or detailed battle plans were needed, he would leave that to TB. He would use his spiritual power to construct a special network for the shipgirls, allowing them to borrow each other's strength. Amidst a series of sonic booms, the first wave of carrier-based aircraft had all taken off. At the same moment the aircraft launched, Yang Tianxing clearly sensed that the gray mist permeating the battlefield had vanished. It was judged as barrage fire. Beautiful! Yang Tianxing exclaimed, clapping his hands excitedly as the battlefield became instantly clear within his spiritual coverage, and he shared the situation with the shipgirls. Meanwhile, the radars of the reconnaissance planes among the carrier-launched aircraft began scanning the entire battlefield, which was then integrated by TB and shared with every shipgirl and the commander present. Normally such precision would be difficult, but thanks to the network formed by Yang Tianxing's spiritual power, everyone could process this information directly in their minds. Fire control system lock onto targets. No one can hinder our will. Black Dragon Fire. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of New Jersey's main battery, the battle for the Shipgirls officially commenced. 3 armor-piercing energy shells fired from one of the 3 main turrets streaked toward a heavy battle carrier roughly 100 kilometers away, coordinated with a barrage of Black Dragon Fire. The high-energy reaction from New Jersey's attack was swiftly detected and scanned by the carrier and its escorting frigates. In response to the high-speed incoming bombardment, the biological anti-aircraft turrets, resembling flesh-and-blood cannons, on the Black Sea Fleet's frigates twisted and aligned toward the direction of the salvo. The next moment, a torrent of biological projectiles erupted from them, intent on detonating New Jersey's main shells and barrage in midair. However, the instant these attacks touched the energy barrage, they were directly annihilated by the terrifying energy carried within. These were not physical shells. They were genuine energy projectiles, one after another. Without sufficient energy to neutralize them, shooting them down mid-flight was impossible. Even less could one defend against energy rounds using methods meant for conventional munitions. Yet having fought humanity for so long, the Black Sea naturally had defenses against energy attacks. After all, humanity now fielded all sorts of weaponry, including energy-based ones. But just as the Black Sea frigate's energy anti-air cannons released rays to neutralize New Jersey's shells, the shells landed on the carrier before they could be neutralized by even a fraction. The frigate's anti-air cannons had too low an energy output. Their attacks were utterly insufficient to cancel out the power of New Jersey's main battery. As the 3 armor-piercing energy shells pierced deep into the Black Sea heavy carrier, the accompanying Black Dragon Fire barrage also descended upon it. Boom! In almost an instant, the main shells and the barrage detonated simultaneously, and the Black Sea carrier, which had been continuously launching biological fighters, exploded entirely. At that moment, the defenders and soldiers struggling at the harbor against the Black Sea landing ships and biological weapons were unaware of what had just occurred. Being 100 kilometers away, they only heard an explosion, but amidst the countless blasts around them, a detonation from that distance was nearly indistinguishable. Yet they could feel their combat pressure significantly ease. For a large number of Black Sea landing ships and biological weapons had locked onto the location where New Jersey had just fired. But New Jersey's attack was merely the prelude to the Shipgirls' offensive. The true battle was only just beginning. Amid the piercing screech of air being torn asunder, aerial bombs plummeted from high altitude, targeting the swarm of Black Sea biological weapons, small monsters called aberrant fishmen, that were swimming in clusters toward the harbor to launch an assault. Boom! 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 With violent explosions, the carpet-like blast zone obliterated wave after wave of aberrant fishmen swimming toward the shore, blasting them beyond recognition. One heavy anti-ship missile after another was launched, aimed directly at the waterlines of the Black Sea warships. However, as biological weapons, the Black Sea ships were not particularly afraid of flooding. Even when their waterlines were breached, they could rapidly regenerate and heal the gaps. But here came another problem. The heavy anti-ship missiles released by the Shipgirls' carrier aircraft did more than just damage their armor. The moment a heavy anti-ship missile struck a Black Sea warship, there was only a dull thud of flesh being hit. Yet, in the next instant, with a deafening roar, the entire Black Sea warship leaped into the air. Not from jumping. Its keel was snapped and the whole vessel was blasted upward by the explosion. And at that very moment, 3 nearby warships suddenly and inexplicably also flew into the air. The situation was much the same, except they tilted slightly to one side as they soared. A certain nuclear bomb sword immortal who had just sneaked to the seaside dropped a spread of torpedoes, then ran back and cleaved a group of aberrant fishmen with her ship-splitting blade, looked adorably dazed as she kept slashing. This scene was captured by Yang Tianxing using his armor's recording function. Ayana is so cute. Yang Tianxing grinned, slightly foolishly. But the next moment his mental network exploded with chatter. Ah, Commander! Is Akeji not cute? Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. Only this Yandere would insist on asserting her presence at such a time, though she was indeed quite adorable. The aberrant fishmen's weapons were bone spurs fired from their hollow arms, far thicker than a normal human's, with power exceeding that of anti-material sniper rifles. Normally, even a light armored vehicle would be torn open with a massive gash. But the problem was, they were facing warships, albeit ones shrunk to human size. Laffy deployed a bunny striker, which could be understood as an autonomous unmanned attack weapon. However, Laffy wasn't using it for its intended purpose. She was directly employing it as a shield to block the aberrant fishmen's attacks. Disgusting! Laffy glanced at the slime left behind when the aberrant fishman's bone spurs shattered against the bunny striker and pouted. The Shipgirls had been through many battles, but when had they ever faced such repulsive weapons? Then Laffy commanded her bunny striker and mobilized her own main guns to begin counterattacking. Basically, after one barrage, the aberrant fishmen in front were completely cleared out. If not for the presence of other friendly forces fighting nearby, these aberrant fishmen wouldn't have gotten so close to Laffy and the others. Why are their attacks so weird? Javelin, while parrying the aberrant fishman's projectiles with her spear and returning fire with her guns, complained in exasperation, still looking as energetic as ever. Biological weapons are normal. Ayana blocked an incoming attack with her blade, then swung out with immense force. Combined with the weight of her ship-splitting sword, she carved a terrifying shockwave. Everything along the shockwave's path was crushed and destroyed outright. Moreover, because the shockwave was actually formed by the air pushed aside by Ayana, it was followed by a violent air backfill, causing a secondary burst of damage. Long Wu was merely a chef lacking the immense power of others. Heave-a-ho! With a single strike of her ladle, a terrifying shockwave erupted instantly from Long Wu as its epicenter. Because the blow struck the ground directly, the shockwave ripped through the Earth's surface, utterly devastating everything around it. Yang Tianxing watched in silence, saying nothing. Then he forced himself to forget the matter of holding them with one hand while doing daily tasks. Come to think of it, isn't their power also excessively absurd? Yang Tianxing used TB's computational power to perform a simple calculation. If calculated based on the Shipgirls' body density and weight, their strength should be somewhat less than their weight. For instance, a destroyer Shipgirl's strength should be around several thousand tons. But the power they actually unleashed far exceeded what they ought to possess. This left Yang Tianxing feeling both perplexed and at the same time perfectly normal. After all, they were higher-dimensional beings. It was only natural they defied conventional physics to some extent. Moreover, how much of the Shipgirls' strength came from the assistance of their energy? However, if it was related to energy, then the Shipgirls' explosive power probably wouldn't last long. Just like Ultraman, they would grow weak when their energy was nearly depleted. But clearly the Shipgirls were different from Ultraman. They were suited for combat in Earth's environment, and they were all cube spirits, each bursting with abundant energy. So under normal circumstances, there was no need to worry about energy depletion. Of course, during truly intense and fierce battles, they would inevitably experience fatigue. At that moment, Belfast, who had been guarding Yang Tianxing's side, suddenly fired her cannons, blasting several bioweapons, attempting a long-range sneak attack on him into fragments. Yang Tianxing glanced at the direction of the explosion and curled his lips in disdain. Did they really think his perfect head made was just for show? Nevertheless, he felt the Shipgirl's strength wasn't as exaggerated as he had initially thought, casually lifting hundreds of thousands or millions of tons. He reckoned that New Jersey had simply used her own hardness and density to prop that thing up. Of course, their strength was certainly not low. As for the exact figure, he couldn't say for sure. Perhaps it was like Ultraman rooted in willpower. Yang Tianxing shook his head, too lazy to dwell on these questions. Trying to find reasonable data for the Shipgirls. Wasn't that absurd? Rodney Meta could destroy the world, so why bother? Just then Su Meng also opened fire. As her main guns fired, a frigid storm swept through everything. The ocean within a certain range was completely frozen by Su Meng's bombardment. The bioweapons swimming toward the shore were all trapped in the ice, unable to move. However, although Su Meng's bombardment brought a terrifying freezing effect, it didn't last long, because the ice would instantly thaw after a moment, causing secondary damage. Then Yang Tianxing suddenly turned his gaze toward his sister-in-law Ulrich von Hutten. Due to her personality, she hadn't stood out much at home, so her presence was somewhat subdued. But now, with the large-scale battle finally underway, Yang Tianxing could finally witness her power. Ulrich von Hutten's combat style differed from other Shipgirls. Because of her unique rigging, she preferred close-quarters combat, releasing barrages while engaging in melee. Ulrich von Hutten's rigging included a scythe-shaped rigging with dragon elements, and a spider-shaped rigging extending outward near her tailbone. One of the scythe-shaped riggings lacked a handle, entirely constantly orbiting around her to slay approaching enemies. The other was somewhat special. A massive scythe with two twin-mounted 406mm main guns at its tip. Yang Tianxing was always a bit puzzled about the two turrets, as theoretically the class should have had four. But considering the class was never completed, the exact number of turrets for Ulrich von Hutten was unknowable. So however many turrets she had here was fine. As many turrets as the wife has, that's how many she has. At that moment, Yang Tianxing saw Ulrich von Hutten dash in a single sprint to the side of a Black Sea main battleship. Just as he thought his sister-in-law was about to board the ship, the back of the massive scythe in her hand suddenly erupted with terrifying energy. Propelled by that thruster, Ulrich von Hutten's scythe cleaved the very sea itself. The main ship she directly struck was cut cleanly in two at the waist. and as she swung the scythe, the main guns on it fired attacks back and forth. Her combat combined with her spider-shaped rigging became exceptionally splendid and graceful. On the battlefield, she moved like a dancer. On the other side, Musashi's attacks remained as before. One slash carving out a canyon, nothing much to say, her offensive power still off the charts. After all, she was a 460mm gun, what could you do? As for Friedrich der Grosse, her barrages were like pouring water. She herself stood beside Yang Tianxing wielding her baton, conducting some kind of symphony. Her mechanical dragon soared through the sky, showering countless barrages upon the enemies in rhythm. As for Bismarck, she wasn't attacking much. Rather, Bismarck had been waiting for the right moment. Just then she spotted a sea area with no allied units, only enemy ships. Then Bismarck fired a single shot. Instantly a black hole emerged, its terrifying gravitational field, tearing at everything around, pulling all within a 10-kilometer, or even a dozen-kilometer radius into the black hole's core, utterly compressing it. Simultaneously, as the black hole pulled, Jiren in the sky used its dragon breath to destroy any targets trying to resist the black hole's pull. Wherever Jiren's dragon breath passed, the sea water boiled. The temperature of its dragon breath was so high that vast amounts of seawater evaporated instantly. The massive instantaneous production of steam also triggered another explosion. A steam explosion. Of course, a steam explosion differs from a regular explosion. It primarily involves the sudden large-scale appearance of steam, creating an explosion-like phenomenon. Every battleship Shipgirl unleashed damage far surpassing that of conventional human war machines, inflicting upon the Black Sea Fleet a terror they had never experienced before. Although the Black Sea Fleet had encountered powerful special units in the past, they had never suffered such organized and devastating strikes. Most importantly, their weapons seemed tailor-made for them. They were designed specifically to strike ships. Take my hammer. Maintaining her chibi form, the Purifier swung her mallet, smashing it into the head of a bioweapon and obliterating it instantly. Can't we just lift the restrictions and fire a couple of shots? She grumbled in frustration. Seriously. Zero gave herself a shipgirl body and claims she wants to taste the power of bonds. Why can't we do the same? The Purifier huffed angrily but dared not recklessly unleash her own power. The observer sighed helplessly. What could she do? After all, Zero was the leader. Meanwhile, at the former northern base, now designated Zero Base, TB slowly opened her eyes after completing the data transfer. She checked her current state, then shifted her appearance several times between the initial form and 3 derivative forms. No fundamental issues. Will the commander like this surprise of mine? As TB spoke, the entire island radiated light, dissolving into countless tiny blue cubes that enveloped her body and trailed behind her. Soon a jellyfish-like canopy reminiscent of Zero Base unfurled behind TB, with chains descending from it to suspend an iron throne. Around the iron throne, massive cannons and various weapons materialized. TB settled onto the slightly oversized throne, lounging back with a lazy air. The commander won't notice anything, will he? TB gazed at her own form. Virtually identical to her original self, except the jellyfish canopy above was not translucent blue but a miniaturized rigging of Zero Base. She tried to deceive herself. Forget it. I don't care anymore. The next moment TB vanished from the spot. Only after she left did the sea surface erupt, carving a chasm-like trajectory in her wake. Though TB had departed, a few yellow chickens were left behind. As stowaways utilizing special technology, the siren's range of existence was not limited by Yang Tianxing's mental coverage. Thus the yellow chickens immediately began cursing. Zero. At least leave us a ship. Be glad she didn't dump us in the Black Sea. The second speaker, a Manchu, glanced at the purified azure sea around them and shook his head helplessly. TB, why have you been so distracted lately? Yang Tianxing turned to look at TB beside him. He sensed she was preoccupied with something else. Oh, nothing, sorry, Commander. TB averted her eyes slightly. How long will this battle drag on? Yang Tianxing gazed at the Black Sea, which continued to spawn reinforcements, a look of helplessness on his face. The Shipgirls could easily obliterate the Black Sea's cannon fodder on a large scale, but their numbers were utterly overwhelming. Just watching exhausted him. Things will improve, Commander. TB paused briefly before speaking calmly. But G3 Port's coastline stretches over 2000 kilometers. Even if I have Enterprise and the others extend their aerial coverage to encompass it, all our forces are still stretched thin. The Black Sea's surprise attack crippled too many of our combatants. We couldn't even deploy our formations properly. Many garrisons fell without exerting even a fraction of their strength. I really don't know how the Intelligence and Operations Department managed such a colossal intelligence failure. Yang Tianxing's expression darkened. This black seawater seems to serve more than just ecological destruction. TB scanned the dark ocean. This surprise attack appears to be linked to this water in some way. But it was never mentioned in any courses taught at the academy. Judging by the reactions of the higher-ups, here they're equally clueless. Has the Black Sea concealed this special ability until now? Why deploy it in this assault? Does G3 port hold some particular value? Yang Tianxing fell into deep thought. Maximum alert all personnel. Black Sea Fortress carrier surfacing. All hands on deck. Maximum alert all personnel. Black Sea Fortress battleship surfacing. All hands on deck. The piercing alarms echoed throughout G3 port in an endless loop. The shrill alarms sent the hearts of the garrison commanders, who had just begun to hope they could withstand the Black Sea Fleet's onslaught, sinking bit by bit. Black Sea Fortress-class units. Weren't those the advanced war machines deployed only during the Revelation War when the three calamities of land, sea, and air first attacked humanity? Were they mobilizing two types just to assault a single G3 port? The garrison commanders nearest to the Fortress-class units panicked as they watched the mountainous enemy entities rise and fall on the sea. Fortress-class, huh? Su Meng eyed the approaching enemy Fortress-class warships. After a rough estimate, she concluded they weren't as large as her iceberg. And so, with 3 cannon blasts under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the 2 Black Sea Fortress-class warships advancing toward G3 port like mountains were suddenly frozen into 2 icebergs. But before anyone could recover from the sudden turn of events, a violent explosion shattered the 2 massive icebergs into dust. Everyone stared in shock. Even Yang Tianxing was dumbfounded. Though she appeared petite and delicate, the oppressive presence she exuded as she slowly moved toward the shore cowed the entire battlefield. It felt as if she were not just a cute little girl, but the entire world bearing down on you. Zero. Why is she here? This can't be right. Yang Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Commander, that's TB. The one you named Northern TB. Though TB has since renamed herself back to TB. As Yang Tianxing reeled in shock, the TB projection beside him spoke up. What do you mean? Yang Tianxing turned to look at TB. The Northern Fortress. More precisely, Zero Base's data and concept alone weren't sufficient to truly give birth to a shipgirl. So to complete the process, I infused my own data while it absorbed the information. That's how it truly came into being. TB admitted with slight embarrassment. Yang Tianxing stared at the TB before him, his mouth twitching. He knew exactly why she hadn't told him directly, because what TB called transmitting data was far from a mere data transfer. Looking at the TB approaching the harbor. How was she any different from Zero? Probably just much weaker, right? The shipgirls also noticed TB rolling towards the shore like a crushing tide. The corners of their mouths twitched. Oh no, here comes another one trying to steal the commander. At that moment, atop TB's jellyfish-like rigging, a miniature version of Fortress Zero. A flash of light erupted as dozens of beams swept across the area. Boom! With TB's precise calculations, none of her own units would suffer friendly fire from this strike. Yet despite that, as this resplendent barrage unfolded before everyone's eyes, all were left awestruck. Blue-white beams blossomed across the sea, and a vast number of enemies were directly obliterated in that single attack. Smaller targets were instantly vaporized. Larger ones were severed cleanly at the waist. In the sky, the Black Sea Fleet's aerial bioweapons were annihilated within that dense web of laser fire. At that very instant, almost the entirety of Port G3 was illuminated by TB's beams, and the coastline of Port G3 stretched over 2600 kilometers. Those nearby had no idea what TB had truly done in that moment of releasing the beams. They only knew that those magnificent, dazzling rays seemed immensely powerful. Everyone stared blankly at the figure within the radiance. It was as if they were witnessing a god. Seriously, TB, don't you think you're overdoing it? Yang Tianxing looked at the projection beside him, helplessness written across his face. Yet it was tinged with the resigned affection of a father watching his grown daughter. Commander, this was a necessary measure. The coastline of Port G3 is far too extensive. If we fought through it bit by bit, the losses would be catastrophic. According to my calculations, if I had not implemented an effective and immediate countermeasure, there is a high probability that you would not receive, or would receive only after a delay, the rewards promised for Port G3 after this battle. TB's expression was full of him doing this for your own good. All right, you've got the numbers, you call the shots. Yang Tianxing shrugged indifferently. He wasn't particularly concerned about the sheer power of the girls under his command. After all, if they were already invincible, being invincible times 1 or times 2 made little difference. What actually limited them was the weakness of their enemies. Because the enemies were too weak to withstand their attacks, there was a high chance they might accidentally cause greater destruction while striking, perhaps even shattering this world. You needn't worry too much about that, Commander. As if she had calculated what was on Yang Tianxing's mind at that moment. TB continued, to us there are very few true coincidences in this world. The reason things appear as coincidences to the world is simply because those who know the truth wish for others to perceive them that way. Commander, neither your reincarnation into this world, nor your ability to summon Shipgirls here is a true coincidence. You must grow stronger as quickly as possible. There are other enemies waiting for us in this world. At the same time, I still hope that you will bring us hope. TB, you've just said quite a lot of alarming things. Yang Tianxing's mouth twitched. These words were no different from TB practically announcing her identity as Zero, weren't they? Oh, really, Commander? Perhaps you misheard. TB murmured softly beside him. Who knows? Yang Tianxing spread his hands, feigning ignorance. It was always the best policy. Next, due to the presence of allies, it will be inconvenient for me to launch similar large-scale attacks. So the battle will continue for some time. After speaking, TB stood silently beside Yang Tianxing, still as a statue. I'm well aware of that. Yang Tianxing turned his gaze to the battlefield. In truth, if it weren't for the Shipgirls insisting on coming, he really wouldn't have wanted to wade into this mess. For instance, if he had to face this war alone, the difficulty would be around a rank. But if he was given a bunch of allies, the difficulty would instantly skyrocket to S rank. The reason was simple: the presence of allies made the Shipgirls hesitant and constrained. Javelin could hardly even throw her javelin, fearing that the immense power would tear apart not only the enemy but also their allies. Musashi was in a similar situation. Each slash of her blade was an indiscriminate area effect attack spanning tens or even hundreds of kilometers. But with allies present, she had to choose paths clear of them for every strike, which meant she could only attack infrequently. Similarly, Bismarck was also troubled by these issues. If she were fighting alone, she would have already covered the entire sea with black holes. Why waste time fighting slowly like this? Likewise, if Su Meng could unleash her full power, she would have already turned this entire sea into a glacier long ago, saving all this trouble. Moreover, Yang Tianxing's current battleship Shipgirls could individually easily sweep through these enemies. While the time required might vary, victory was a certainty. It was just a pity they couldn't unleash their full strength. As for ordering their own forces to retreat so the Shipgirls could fight at full capacity, that was out of the question. According to the higher-ups, it was essentially impossible. There were too many constraints. Currently, while the United Human Government encouraged people to become guardians and defend their territories, they absolutely did not want to create a few heroes. If heroes with ulterior motives were to unite people, it might eventually lead to another human civil war. Of course, that was a one-sided perspective. If Yang Tianxing actually filed a report, the final decision would likely be to withdraw ordinary soldiers and let him handle it alone. Because the lives of the soldiers on the field mattered too. But the problem was that making such a decision would take a considerable amount of time. By the time it was settled, they might have already finished off the enemy. Fortunately, there weren't too many fools. Seeing the immense range of Yang Tianxing's attacks, many guardians were closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Whenever Yang Tianxing's forces approached them, they would actively disengage from the fight. The war dragged on for an exceptionally long time, from dusk until 8 o'clock the next morning. It only ended because later on the Black Sea gradually realized that their operation had essentially failed and there was no chance of capturing Port 3. So they chose to retreat. Otherwise, this battle might have dragged on even longer. Guardian Yang, I sincerely thank you for your contributions to the defense of G3 port. Lin Xia, with dark circles under her eyes and a somewhat unsteady gait, approached Yang Tianxing, flanked by 2 guards. At that moment, each of them held a box in their hands. Because too many of our fellow guardians and their loved ones perished in this battle, it's impossible to hold a victory celebration or a public medal ceremony immediately, so I can only bring these to you in this simple manner. Lin Xia, known as the File, spoke as she opened one of the boxes held by a guard. Inside was a special item for learning skills, known by various names, such as skill seeds or skill crystals. The first skill seed was Hypervelocity Mirage, but Yang Tianxing was unsure of the second, as it was not part of the initially agreed rewards. Apparently an additional gift. However, Yang Tianxing felt it was only fair to take an extra share. Given the effort he had put in last night, if he didn't claim more, no one else should. This is the Hypervelocity Mirage we previously discussed. I want to elaborate further. And this is Body Fortification, a special award from the command for your outstanding contribution last night. Lin Xia specifically introduced the skill seed to Yang Tianxing, then closed the box and handed it to Belfast, who had politely stepped forward. Though it seemed like a modest reward, in truth each skill was exceptionally precious and extremely difficult to produce. Moreover, acquiring them was a troublesome and arduous process, not something money could easily buy. After introducing the skills and completing the handover, Lin Xia took another box and opened it. Inside lay a medal forged from special metal. This is the Human Courage Medal awarded to you by the United Human Government. Lin Xia offered little explanation about the medal, as guardians like Yang Tianxing who came through the academy route were generally familiar with such items. Yang Tianxing glanced at the medal and merely nodded, showing no particular interest, for the Alliance Courage Medal had become almost ubiquitous. After all, at G3 port they could produce and award one right after battle, indicating that these medals were mass-produced and stocked in every military district. But rest assured, Guardian Yang, the Yanxia region has additional honors for you. The medal is still being crafted, so please wait a while, Lin Xia added. Hearing this, Yang Tianxing smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. An honor medal from his own homeland was indeed a good thing. At least he could show off in front of his father. Speaking of his parents, Yang Tianxing's expression turned somewhat odd, as they had just been outside the conscription scope at the time. Otherwise, he would have had to worry about them. After delivering the items, Lin Xia departed, seemingly with other tasks to attend to. He glanced at the ongoing cleanup of the battlefield, then at the temporary apartment they had occupied for only 2 days. Well, there's nothing left for us here. So I hereby declare set sail for home. Yang Tianxing waved his hand grandly. Ha! The physical version of TB, who had been lounging in Yang Tianxing's arms for an hour, pouted. Isn't it right here? I recall in the game's development plan, you were supposed to be my adorable, obedient daughter. Yang Tianxing gently pinched the cheek of TB, the cheerful form from the development plan held in his arms. Commander, that's just in the game, TB said. Yet as she spoke, light flashed around her and countless azure energy cubes surged from her body, coalescing into an island spanning over 10 square kilometers that settled on the sea, stirring up towering waves. Commander, let's head back in Zero Fortress. TB, why did you rename the Northern Fortress to Zero Fortress? Yang Tianxing looked at TB with an expression that said, isn't that as obvious as a card on the table? But TB returned a nonchalant gaze. Yang Tianxing shook his head helplessly and led everyone back to Zero Fortress. After they boarded the island, the fortress anti-gravity system increased its output, reducing its own mass. The next moment, thrusters on one side of the island activated. Simultaneously, an energy shield deployed, minimizing wind resistance and allowing those inside to avoid being forced into buildings by the gale. It feels like little Beifong has grown up, Yang Tianxing mused, shaking his head at TB still clinging to him. But if he considered raising her, well, that was indeed the case. Carrying her, he led the Shipgirls to the summoning hall. Today's summoning hadn't been done yet. Upon arriving, he heard someone drinking something. Yang Tianxing turned to look. Laffy was drinking a soda. Wait, was that really soda? He suddenly noticed something off about the bottle in Laffy's hand. Then he recalled Laffy's old habits. She drank alcohol, but after another glance he clicked his tongue and said nothing. Let her drink if she wanted. Given Laffy's physique, getting drunk would require an entire shipload of alcohol. In fact, with standard drinks, the alcohol would be metabolized as soon as it entered her stomach, leaving no chance of intoxication. As Yang Tianxing's mind wandered, he activated the summoning ritual. Light gradually spread, revealing a young girl's figure within. At that moment, she was hurrying toward Yang Tianxing. No, she was running. Commander, I will always be by your side from now on. The girl in a black wedding dress threw herself into the arms of the one she longed for. TB squeezed out, pouted, and stepped aside. Long time no see. Yang Tianxing always felt a bit at a loss when facing his newly summoned wife. After all, they had waited for him for so long. Never again will it be a long time. I will always be with you, Commander, rising to the pinnacle together. Hearing Z-23's words, Yang Tianxing nodded. Now the initial trio was complete. Just then Z-23's nose twitched. She caught the scent of alcohol. Laffy, Javelin, Ayanami. Z-23 waved at her sisters from Yang Tianxing's arms. As Laffy and the others gathered around to play with Z-23, Yang Tianxing began his second summoning of the day. As the summoning effect commenced, Yang Tianxing vaguely discerned a figure within the radiance, but oddly enough, unlike the other shipgirls who responded to the call, this one lay there silently without a sound. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Zzzzz. A faint rhythmic snoring could be heard, exceptionally endearing. A flicker of confusion crossed Yang Tianxing's face as he stepped forward, and then he saw Émile Bertin brought along with her bed. At that moment, the girl's long hair, which could reach her calves, was now messily strewn across the bed. She lay on her back, her translucent silk nightgown, also in disarray, even hiked up to her waist. As everyone knows, panties don't sell in the port area, so what a magnificent view it was. Helplessly straightening her clothes for her Yang, Tianxing carried her over to the others. Is she a member of the group? Laffy, who had just finished a battle and was still brimming with energy, approached. As she spoke, she reached out a finger and gently poked Émile Bertin's cheek. Huh? Is something the matter? But the moment Laffy's small hand touched her face, Émile Bertin jolted upright. Simultaneously, her clothes swiftly shifted into combat attire. Even her shield-like rigging unfurled in that instant, and her knight's sword was at the ready. However, when she saw that the person before her was Laffy, she let out a sigh of relief and retracted her rigging. At this moment, Yang Tianxing noticed that the skirt of Émile Bertin's combat uniform had also been lengthened, significantly covering her knees. Clearly, everyone in the port had heeded his advice. By then, Émile Bertin had finally come to her senses, as she knew that Laffy and the others had already been summoned to the commander's side and rarely returned to the port. So, Émile Bertin quickly glanced around twice and then spotted the commander. Commander, I'm so tired. Let's go back to sleep. Upon seeing Yang Tianxing, she perked up for a mere 2 seconds before throwing herself onto him, speaking in an exceptionally languid tone, while gazing at him with weary eyes. It was hard to believe she had just been sleeping. It seemed as if she hadn't slept for a whole week. Looking at the Émile Bertin in his arms, Yang Tianxing felt a bit helpless and gently tousled her bun hairstyle. Nevertheless, Émile Bertin's words served as a reminder for Yang Tianxing. After all they had fought through the night, today he absolutely had to let everyone rest well. Alright, today's summoning ends here. We fought all night yesterday, so everyone should get some good rest today. Leave the defense and patrol duties to the mass-produced ships. It shouldn't be a problem. The problem was far from minor. Unbeknownst to Yang Tianxing, the mass-produced ships had undergone countless iterations, although their combat capabilities were certainly inferior to those of Shipgirls. For an ordinary Black Sea fleet to take down the current mass-produced fleet of Fortress Zero, they would have to suffer a loss ratio of at least 5-1. As for why the iterations were so fast, take a guess. Just then Long Wu overheard Yang Tianxing's words and immediately looked up. Commander, how about having breakfast first? Sure, I'm a bit hungry after fighting all night. Yang Tianxing nodded. The next moment Long Wu dashed out, her cute little legs moving so fast they left a blur. Yang Tianxing watched her retreating figure helplessly. What's the rush, girl? It's just making breakfast. Since they had to wait for Long Wu to finish preparing breakfast, Yang Tianxing and the Shipgirls watched a movie in the recreation room. Wow! So scary. Due to a sudden terrifying scene, Isekai'd sobbing and trembling threw herself into Yang Tianxing's arms, hiding deeply, as if seeking refuge from the horror on the screen. Initially, Yang Tianxing thought that although the Shipgirls were immensely powerful, they occasionally had their own fears. After all, such things were not without precedent. But, Commander, I'm so scared. Su Meng, barely after Isekai'd had reluctantly left Yang Tianxing's embrace, plunged into it the very next moment. There, don't be afraid. Commander, boo-hoo. No sooner had Su Meng left than Javelin, crying, burrowed into the commander's arms. Commander, hold me. TB, trembling all over, slipped into Yang Tianxing's arms. A look of confusion gradually dawned on Yang Tianxing's face. I'm scared. Just as Yang Tianxing began to sense something amiss, he saw the blushing Bismarck nestle into his embrace. Question marks began to form above Yang Tianxing's head. Later, the girls, one after another, didn't even bother to claim fear anymore. They simply took turns diving into his arms. They weren't even pretending anymore. But what could he do about it? Or rather, in this situation, wasn't someone secretly enjoying it immensely? Meanwhile, the horror character on the screen, forced to follow the script, if it could speak, would probably be cursing up a storm by now. What had it ever done to deserve this? These beings, any one of whom could obliterate it with a single shot from an anti-aircraft gun, were acting like bullied little girls, saying they were scared and seeking comfort. Do you even hear what you're saying? And isn't that one supposed to be an artificial intelligence? An AI, and you're afraid of horror movies? But unfortunately, the horror character couldn't utter a single word, and could only continue its pathetic existence on the screen, following the predetermined lines and script. Just then a message came from Long Wu saying that the food was ready, and asking Yang Tianxing to bring everyone over to eat. Well, in truth, it didn't really matter whether the Shipgirls ate or not. The energy they needed for their activities came from cubes. Although the game had the setting of oil, in reality the energy produced by consuming such a low-grade fuel as oil would never be enough to sustain their combat. Therefore, in the world of the port area, Shipgirls ate mainly to satisfy their taste buds, and to make themselves appear more human rather than as some kind of higher dimensional beings. And the oil in the game was more like a stamina limit found in most games. Upon receiving Long Wu's message, Yang Tianxing no longer felt like continuing the horror movie and led the Shipgirls towards the cafeteria. As soon as they heard the movie was over, the Shipgirls, who had been cowering before the screen moments ago, changed, completely ignoring it entirely. Witnessing this, Yang Tianxing could only shake his head helplessly, but overall it was still quite pleasant. Yang Tianxing opened the door to the dining hall and walked in, curious to see what breakfast awaited him this morning. Would it be his beloved congee or something similar? He blinked in disbelief at the sight before him. A table overflowing with an extravagant array of dishes. Was this truly breakfast? Wait, what was this? As Yang Tianxing discerned the specific dishes, a twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it a bit much to start the day with this? Yang Tianxing turned his gaze toward Long Wu. At that moment, Long Wu had already scurried over, guiding him to the seat of honor. She ladled him a bowl of seahorse and walnut stewed chicken soup, then nestled into his arms, raising the small bowl with a spoon to his lips. Yang Tianxing reluctantly drank it down. Honey, try this. New Jersey picked up a piece of morinda root, braised spare ribs, and brought it to his mouth. Under the tender feeding of his wives, Yang Tianxing ate bite after bite. Gradually realization dawned. So when he had told everyone to take a good rest today, the Shipgirls had completely misunderstood his meaning. As he ate, Akashi suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere. Commander, the 2 newly acquired skill seeds have been upgraded into skill cubes. Now just install them into your bracelet, and they'll be ready for use. With that, Akashi deftly fitted the 2 new skill cubes into Yang Tianxing's bracelet. Instantly he grasped the effects of the 2 brand new skills. Speed engine upgraded from the original hyper acceleration. Lower energy consumption, greater speed, and on the original foundation it further amplifies attack speed. Flesh furnace upgraded from the original body enhancement. Massively increases all physical attributes across the board but requires high energy to sustain. Yet just as Yang Tianxing thought the skills were decent, he suddenly felt something amiss within his body. Why is my body suddenly so hot? A searing pain racked him as if his entire being were ablaze. The agony was so intense he nearly toppled from his chair. But a nearby shipgirl, sensing something wrong, quickly caught him. Could it be we overnourished him? Long Wu began to panic. At that moment tears welled in the little dragon girl's eyes. She was on the verge of crying from fright. She could accept her own severe injury or even death, but she could never bear to see her commander suffer even the slightest harm. Even less could she accept that the commander's physical distress was caused by her own doing. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with Long Wu. Despite his excruciating pain, Yang Tianxing gently ruffled Long Wu's hair. It feels like a powerful force is being born. Yang Tianxing gritted his teeth against the tearing pain racking his body. He felt his bones gradually shattering and then reforming. Every organ, even every cell within him, was undergoing a drastic transformation. They were evolving. The enhanced flesh furnace has achieved extremely high compatibility with the commander's original talent, Life Right. Life Right is evolving. TB appeared beside Yang Tianxing as if by teleportation, and together with Akashi they scanned his body. After the scan, both of them let out a long sigh of relief. So Honey is fine, right? New Jersey, on the other side of Yang Tianxing, breathed a sigh of relief. The girls gathered around one by one, waiting for Yang Tianxing's power evolution to complete. Talent Life Right Skill Flesh Furnace Talent Cube Engine. Cube Engine, a brand new talent born from countless iterations and material stacking. It allows the user to absorb energy directly from cubes. In an energy-rich state, all regenerative abilities receive a tremendous boost. In an energy-rich state, all attributes are massively enhanced. At the same time, the user's control over their own body is greatly enhanced, allowing easy manipulation of physical attributes, including but not limited to muscle distribution, height, and more. After Yang Tianxing finally endured the pain and completed the enhancement, this physical strengthening even directly raised his mental power by 3 levels in addition to the mental power he had gained through diligent use of emotion right. At this point, his mental power had reached level 15. That was 21 times his original mental power. Each level beyond 10 required a doubling of the base to advance 1 level. His mental power coverage had also expanded from the base radius of 1 kilometer to 458 kilometers. This was only a fraction of what physical enhancement could convert into mental power, otherwise Yang Tianxing's mental power would have gone off the charts by now. Because physical strength acts as the maximum potential ceiling for mental power. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for mental power to skyrocket just from physical enhancement. This feels amazing. Yang Tianxing said, clenching his fist. He felt he could now punch 1,000 of his former selves to death. However, this talent seemed to be influenced by mental power, specifically the ability to control his own body, placing a certain upper limit on the enhancement. Otherwise, with the energy provided by the cube, he should have gained even more enhancement. Speaking of cubes, Yang Tianxing looked at Akashi. Bring me one of the wisdom cubes I've stored. Hearing Yang Tianxing's words, Akashi tilted her head in confusion but obediently complied. Soon a cube was brought over. Yang Tianxing pressed it against his chest. In the next moment, bathed in light, the cube merged into his chest. The new talent allowed him to directly fuse with a cube. Come to think of it, it didn't say I could only fuse with wisdom cubes. How about trying a meta cube? Yang Tianxing murmured softly. No. 19. All the shipgirls, even TB, shouted in unison, vehemently rejecting his murmur. The reason, of course, was the extreme danger of meta cubes. Faced with such fierce opposition from his wives, Yang Tianxing could only obediently comply. Well, I'd like to go test my current physical data. With that, Yang Tianxing stood up and headed for the door. But at that moment, a small hand tugged at him. Commander TB can also help measure your physical data. TB's perpetually expressionless face showed a flicker of gentle emotion. I say, TB, is this measurement of yours proper? Yang Tianxing forced a smile that was more like a grimace. Of course, it's perfectly proper. TB's smile grew even brighter. Finally, I can personally experience the power of the bond between a shipgirl and her commander. Yang Tianxing's dormitory, a place that could hardly be called a training ground. TB, are you sure you want to conduct the test here? Yang Tianxing looked at TB with a puzzled expression. How could they possibly test here? We only need to simply test the commander's strength and speed. That's all. The rest isn't very important. So there's no need to set up an extra training ground for data collection. TB spoke with a calm demeanor and began preparing for the test. Under the curious gazes of the surrounding shipgirls, TB removed the clothing. No, to be precise, the dust cover from the machine used to test the commander's data. Now, Commander, please activate the ramming mode of your rigging. Then strike the force area of the testing instrument with full power. TB continued speaking with the same calm expression. The shipgirl's eyes began to gleam. Rigging? Yang Tianxing was utterly bewildered. Do I have to wear armor? No. TB continued to look at Yang Tianxing with her impassive eyes, though her gaze gradually drifted downward. TSK. TB, you're playing with fire. Yang Tianxing finally caught on. Please begin the test, Commander. TB urged. Are you sure? Yang Tianxing still felt a bit reluctant. Don't worry, Commander. The instrument before you is far tougher than you can imagine. TB maintained her calm demeanor. Yang Tianxing took a deep breath and then struck the testing instrument with all his might. Thud. The full force strike landed on the testing instrument, producing a muffled sound. The attack force has been detected and is being calculated. Currently, the commander's attack force is approximately 2700 tons. Please perform multiple attacks, Commander, so that TB can collect more detailed data. TB nodded and issued further instructions. However, just at the moment the testing instrument was struck, TB's expressionless face flickered for an instant. Yang Tianxing looked at TB's little face, helplessly pinched her cheek and tugged at it. Subsequently, Yang Tianxing followed TB's instructions and conducted the test again. Thud. 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 This time TB was prepared and managed her expression well. Watching the commander's wild posture as he attacked, the light in the shipgirl's eyes nearly formed into heat rays. The full force attack data collection is complete, averaging approximately 2643 tons. Now, Commander, please continue attacking at your fastest speed for 1 minute. TB's expression had returned to calm. Hearing TB's words, Yang Tianxing took another deep breath. The next moment he began the speed test. This time Yang Tianxing removed his speed limit. Soon the 1-minute timer ended. TB did not remind him at all. It seemed TB had entered a state of system freeze, unable to process the excessive data stream in such a short time. Finally, after a long while, TB recovered from the freeze. Apologies, Commander. There was a minor issue just now. However, the data has been recorded. Based on the calculations, the commander's attack frequency is 370 strikes per second. Furthermore, derived from the relevant data, the commander's burst sprint speed is Mach 6, and the standard running speed is Mach 1. 5. Endurance data cannot be calculated, which is greatly related to the commander being directly powered by the cube. TB regained her composure. But at this moment, the way TB looked at her commander had completely changed. She seemed almost desperate to cling to him. Thank you for your hard work, TB. Yang Tianxing held TB in his arms. It's not hard work, Commander. It is my honor to serve you. As she spoke, TB gently kissed Yang Tianxing on the cheek. Now, Commander, you should carry out your daily tasks. With that, TB let out a soft smile, then slipped out of Yang Tianxing's arms and went to watch from the side. Oh, and she also reminded her commander of his tasks. Daily tasks have been initiated. Today's main tasks: TB completed Z23, Lu Malin. Lu Malin, upon being mentioned by TB, jolted awake from her sleep. What's wrong? Task start. Task progress, 219 in progress. Note today's tasks are cyclic tasks. Once completed, they can be restarted. Outside the window, several large-sized manju were pressing against the glass, looking anxious. Damn it! Zero gets to experience the power of bonds first. Exactly. She's abusing her power for personal gain. Right. Let's overthrow her. Can't do it. The manju fell silent. Damn it! Meanwhile, the blue lights on the mass-produced ships patrolling the sea had at some point switched to red, and their overall energy levels had risen dramatically. Around 2:00 p.m., a harassment squad from the Black Sea consisting of about 8 ships sailed into the waters guarded by Zero Fortress. However, as soon as this fleet entered the territorial waters, 32 mass-produced ships emitting dangerous signals surrounded them. Before the Black Sea harassment fleet could launch and attack, the 32 mass-produced ships simultaneously fired their energy cannons. 15 minutes later, the mass-produced fleet completed the battlefield cleanup and withdrew from the area. An hour later, a celestial harassment squad descended from the sky, 10 minutes after they entered territorial waters. The mass-produced fleet had already completed the retrieval of the celestial unit's remains with special preservation of targets, marked by TB as Commander's favorite food. At 3:00 p.m., a trade fleet arrived outside the territorial waters of Zero Fortress. They were informed that the Guardian Yang Tianxing was handling special affairs, so they continued to wait outside the waters. At 4:30 p.m. Yang Tianxing opened his eyes. He stretched vigorously. Due to the stretch, he inevitably brushed against some special presences. But he didn't mind, after all they were already an old married couple. It was then that TB reminded him that a commercial fleet had been waiting outside the waters. How long have they been waiting? Yang Tianxing asked casually. 1 hour and 30 minutes. That long already? Then let them wait a bit longer. Yang Tianxing couldn't bear to disturb the adorable sleeping faces of his wives. If I said their waiting time was short, TB looked at Yang Tianxing curiously. Then I'd say only that long. Let them wait some more. Yang Tianxing said, gently ruffling TB's little head. If they had to wait, so be it. It wasn't like they were his father. Why should he rush? Besides, even if it were his father, he'd still have to wait outside. But his father wouldn't show up at this hour anyway. According to my setting, after reaching level 10 to upgrade again, one must possess double the basic spiritual power. In other words, although the level has been adjusted to level 15 in terms of spiritual power, it still remains at 21 times. A girl was speaking leaning against a piece of equipment in the command room, playing with a dagger in her hand. She said nothing and directly walked away, choosing to ignore the guy. They have come this far, and this is not land. Do they really think they can come and go as they please? The cost of traveling here is not trivial. There's nothing we can do. After all, he is impressive. If I were as impressive as him, I would act the same way. No, I'm even more impressive. For someone like you to come and seek an audience, you'll have to serve him. The cup dagger-wielding lady beside her looked at the girl and chuckled. Is he really that strong? How strong can he possibly be? And what does serving him even mean? Red Lotus hair stood on end in anger. How strong can he be? The leader of the merchant team, a 1-4-meter-tall lowly mentioned by Red Lotus, tapped a few times on the control panel, causing a video to project. This seemed to be a perspective from a high-altitude drone capturing the battlefield in this area. Then they saw New Jersey destroy the enemy mothership with a single shot, until Zero's beam crossed the entire battlefield, obliterating most of the enemy's living targets in a shocking scene. Did you see that? Shouldn't you consider serving him? The dagger-wielding lady continued to tease the girl, who was now firmly convinced. That was so impressive. Serving him? Wait, why should I serve him? The girl reacted, her eyes sparking with anger. Naturally, it's to contribute to the merchant team. If you serve him, a person as strong as him must have a lot of money, right? Then we can maintain this client long-term, and our merchant team can make a fortune, can't we? The dagger-wielding lady continued to coax the girl. Is that so? The girl, whose mental capacity was average, had now entered a state of deep contemplation, frantically considering the latest words. As time passed, the girl's eyes gradually turned red and tears were about to flow, as if she had made a certain choice. If it's for the merchant team. Enough, Feng Yuehua. Look at what you've done to Red Lotus. With her limited intelligence, you keep deceiving her. Buy a couple of sunflower seeds for the fool. The 1-4-meter-tall lowly, who had been operating the control panel, jumped down from her seat and lightly tapped the tall lady on the forehead. Ha! Deceive! Red Lotus reacted, looking at Feng Yuehua with confusion. Only you little Red Lotus would fall for it. Look at the figures under him. Do you really think he would be interested in your little armor? And the boss is even worse off, she's barely showing any signs of growth. Feng Yuehua chuckled, her body trembling slightly, but she intentionally puffed out her chest. Instantly the 1-4-meter Lola's eyes widened in surprise, her little hair standing on end. Red Lotus instinctively glanced again at the video that was playing on repeat. After pondering for a moment, her eyes shone with clarity. But the girls around him, who are similar in age and style to me, have figures similar to mine. On the contrary, Sister Yuehua, your age and style should be compared with those older sisters inside, right? Looking at it this way, it seems you don't look much better than the dagger-wielding lady. The girl, though already over 18, was naturally petite, gazed at Feng Yuehua with innocence and purity. Additionally, when Red Lotus spoke, Feng Yuehua's mind seemed to spin like a scroll, twisting her head to watch the video again, then twisting back, her eyes reddening, and she burst into tears. The 1-4-meter lowly felt relieved upon hearing this. Thankfully, she didn't need to compare herself to them. She should stick to the legal lowly path. Boss, the people from Fortress Zero are here. Hey Sister Yuehua, why are you crying? A girl with a particularly soft demeanor and impressive front armor entered, noticing Feng Yuehua in tears. Hearing the girl's words, Feng Yuehua turned to look at her, then her gaze dropped a bit and she cried even harder. Don't mind her, she brought this upon herself. The 1-4-meter lowly, whose real name was Shui Meng, approached the door with her hands behind her back. Let's go, take me to see them. Are the few people over there divided so precisely by age? There are lowless young girls, maidenly young women, mature ladies, and even married ones. Wait a minute, where did that little girl come from? Yang Tianxing scanned the individuals who had boarded the deck. Then his attention was drawn to a little girl who seemed to be less than 1 meter tall, hiding behind a mature lady. This doesn't make sense. According to normal logic, shouldn't they all be adults before coming here? If it's a summoned unit, it doesn't seem like it either. However, this question was quickly pushed aside by Yang Tianxing. After all, there are so many special physiques. What if a certain physique causes someone to appear younger? But if that's the case, then the other side is quite strong. Such an all-female lineup with so many unique styles. The hunting dogs at sea won't talk reason with them. Yang Tianxing stroked his chin, his eyes shining with pure brilliance, completely devoid of any desire. Damn it, I can barely manage the ones at home, and now I want to deal with outsiders. And his wife's types are even more diverse than those over there. While Yang Tianxing observed the other side, they were also observing his armor. There's no helping it, or to prevent the commander from sustaining even the slightest harm, Yang Tianxing is usually forced to wear armor whenever meeting strangers. Oh right, Feng Yuehua wasn't observing Yang Tianxing. She was observing the Shipgirls. And the tears flowed even more. Soon Yang Tianxing and the others boarded the flagship of the merchant team. In fact, he was quite curious about these maritime merchant teams, as they were said to often have some unique little trinkets. Guests, please take a look. This is the list of items our merchant team can offer. Please see if there's anything we can provide. Lu Qingxue brought a tablet and handed it to Yang Tianxing. This was the light, mature lady he had seen before. All right, let me take a look. Yang Tianxing casually browsed while following the other party visiting the exhibition hall inside their flagship. Yang, do you find this little gadget interesting? It's free for you, and I can even add 50,000 for your meal expenses.